Because what is happening is you're destroying a great alternative. I'm not bothered about whether it's Gandhi or Modi or whoever it is. In a democracy, whether you like it or not, Congress is the only other pan-national party. And for the Congress to be consistent both in its decline and denial is something that is worrisome. So Rashid, since Rashid guides Rahul Gandhi on a daily basis and is the closest advisor to Priyanka, let Rashid weigh.
Wait, this is what we're going to do.
Room, by the way.
Swapan Das Gupta is getting mic'd up. Rashid bhai, please come back into, come to me. Come here. Rashid bhai, come here. This is all live, that's all right, no problem. Our viewers are understanding what we're doing. Aye, Rashid bhai, idhar aiye. That question was to you, so you have to answer. So I'll have to use my mic. Come. हम शेयर कर लेंगे उसमें क्या
Mr. Suhail Seth has he's my dear friend, but he always exaggerates. He knows that nobody can advise, Gandhis, particularly Rahul and Priyanka. Like you, I'm an independent observer, and we do comment and make a livelihood out of it. But capacity to advise.
Who has written more books on the Gandhis, which even the Gandhis can't read or haven't read?
I've written on Scindias also, so I mean, I don't
you're
advise
talking
them.
about people who don't like to read
But
about themselves.
You see, the Gandhis need to sort of reinvent and look at. They think that it is their, duty to take.
It's called entitlement. It's a simple word, entitlement.
नहीं वो बोल रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस का क्या होगा ये लीडरशिप कब चेंज होगी
Well, I would say the corpse is still alive and kicking, so it will continue.
Anand, there's an old saying in a particular play. It says, "Operation successful, patient dead." That is the surgical prowess of the Congress party
I think
today.
the test of Congress will come in the next round of assembly elections, when it will be a direct contender.
Arey,
Particularly in
you said
Kerala,
you said that 10, 11 years ago also. कि उनका टाइम आएगा, उनका टाइम आएगा, उनका टाइम
11 years
आएगा.
ago, they won in Kerala.
Arey, now see, by that logic, they also won 2 MLA seats in UP. Now, Rashid, if you have to defend them, don't defend them itna, na?
No, thank you, Rashid ji. You're going to get some grub. We got Swapan Das Gupta ji is also. Welcome, sir. Welcome. Thank you very much. आइए, कुर्सी आपके लिए वेकेट कर दी गई. देखिए, आपके लिए कुर्सी तैयार है. Yes, yes, Zaka.
Just quick check on the map. So it's 150 par as it were for the NDA. Just a breakup of the alliance partners. The BJP at 68, the JDU at 68. I keep looking at the gains. For the JDU, it's a 25-seat gain from 2020. BJP is down 6, but remember, the BJP is fighting 14 seats less this time. The LJP. I think this is a pretty good record. Out of 29 seats that he's fighting, he's leading in 14, the Ham Party in 4 and the RLM in 2. But really, I think the story of the NDA alliance is the revival of the JDU. And if you look at the map, it's across. The light green of the JDU is across different regions, whether it's in Bhojpur, whether it is in Magad, whether it is in the eastern part, the Bhagalpur belt, or even in Mithilanchal. They seem to be doing across regions, and when a party does well across regions, you know it's pulling its weight. So it's neck and neck between the JDU and the BJP as far as the NDA alliance is concerned. India alliance, on the other hand, it's a different story. The only color you see largely is purple, which is the RJD. But even the RJD is 20 seats down from last time. Last time the RJD had 75, they're down to 52. The Congress had 19 last time, they're down to 17. Again, the left parties, between all of them, CPML, CPI, CPM, they had 15 last time. They're down to 7 seats.
Zaka, the leads have been at 238 for a while now, but the NDA seat count has been going up. It went up from 152 to 157. That means increasingly, as we are plotting Bihar live for our viewers, as the results are coming in, the leads are coming in, viewers. The NDA is pulling more seats away from the INDIA. Swapanji, welcome. Please, your thoughts. My apologies, you are Swapan and Swapan Das Gupta. I end up saying Swapan Das. My apologies. पहले ही माफी मांग लेता हूँ. Swapan जी बताइए.
Well, thanks for getting the ethnic things right. But I think what's very clear is that this is quite an emphatic mandate. What at least it appears to be at present. And secondly, that the pool machinery which the NDA has set up, which is based not on might or muscle power, it's based really on certain arithmetic, juggling of arithmetic, playing expediently caste politics at times, class politics at times, other factors, whenever it suits them. That seems to have worked again in a very good way, just like it did in Delhi, where really it was the organization at the micro level which played the part, and in Haryana, which too again. So it's that same pattern which is being repeated in Maharashtra, Haryana, Delhi,
160,
Bihar.
240 leads, 160 number. 160 was the target that was set by the NDA. 3 more leads that have yet to come, and they seem to be continuously moving in one way. Is this holds? Yeah. And we are getting into the second, third round of counting in a lot of the counting centers. First round of counting of EVMs is already done. 46 counting centers in all.
Yes. Trend start when a party or an alliance is ahead.
161 now.
As it closes, they tend to get the advantage.
Together,
so I will not be surprised if that goes even higher as you get to the end.
Now this is historic. This is a historic mandate. The last time just past the post, 2 or 3 past the post. Wahan pe there was a lot of noise that you've doctored, engineered the last 10, 12 seats just to get past the post, etc. And this is settled beyond doubt. This is settled beyond. Now go back to my question in the morning. Ye tonwa thik nahi lag raha hai. Ji.
No, I'm going to go back to that development-led growth conversation, because I think now that for the voting pattern to change from like the caste politics to development-led, performance-led voting, I feel like going back to again what Mr. Seth said, that infrastructure is very much required. I think that increases and changes aspirations of people, and I think that's where BJP kind of brings in its strong suit also in that double engine Sarkar performance, and I think that's the game changer here.
Look at it. Sorry, I'm interrupting. Just have a look at it. 52% vote share. See, this is the NDA's best ever. The NDA has never gotten above 43, 44%, if my memory serves me right. 52%, more than half the percent vote share the NDA has pulled, because the cameos have also been fantastic. LJP, HAM have all added, along with the JDU and the BJP doing well. And look at the INDIA, 37%
gap between the two. It's basically a 2-horse race. I mean, I don't think Suraj or any of the other 3rd or 4th players matter in this election. It's a 2-horse race, and if there's a 15% gap between the two alliances, then I think it's a runaway victory, and that's what we're seeing in the seats as well.
In my mind about Tejashwi Yadav.
Right.
Yes, he's done better than the Congress, but the question is, does he offer anything beyond what his father gave him? And I suspect the answer to that is no. He was novelty last time. He's no longer a novelty. Clearly, the people and politics is not about the finding perfection, but it's about the half loaf, right? So, does he offer anything that the people credibly believe will take them to a different level? Now, if he is not able to do that, my personal belief is that Tejaswi's vote share going forward is going to be tough to hold, because there will be other people nipping at his heels for that same MY base.
Same MY, but now the MY factor itself changes to Mahila and Yuva.
Correct, exactly.
And we're going to quote Sandeep ji very aggressively, and I'm going to borrow him, because he said, one, who's got the trust factor? Yes, unemployment is an issue. Who does a Bihar voter trust will solve this issue for us. The second one is the alliance chemistry. Now, this alliance chemistry is far more visible within the NDA than anybody else. We got something else also to show you. Rahul Shivshankar walks in. Good early morning. Yeah, you're walking on a good day and a good time.
Well, the EVMs are not having such a great time, unfortunately, because we've already got the Congress stepping in and saying that, look, when you delete a large number of voters, etc., there's going to be a problem. And of course,
you saw the vote share, right?
EVMs,
you saw the vote share. Now have a look at the YouTube numbers. We got to flaunt it a little, because when it swings one way, it swings one way. Just putting out these numbers as Rahul walks in. See, 1 lakh.
Good omen.
1,18,000 concurrent views. So from 83 to 1,18,000, 1,14,000. That's where the numbers are. Viewers, thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
These numbers have been consistent through the
over 1,14,000 concurrent views. Please keep watching. Please keep staying on with us. Now we are also adding muscle. So Rahul Shivshankar also walks into this election broadcast
where the points here.
Trends are very
I've been looking at some of the trends that have been coming through. A large number of preconceived notions are now collapsing. So you are seeing also in Simanchal inroads that have been made into seats that were actually RJD and Congress bastions. That tells you that substantially there is also this huge talk about, you see, constant Muslim bastion, this, that, the other. That's beginning to sort of waver too.
And a lot of those are JDU seats. JDU didn't have much in Simanchal last time around.
So
the JDU. But
So
then
where is the
polarization-
Muslim vote going?
So no, the polarization.
Is it the Muslim vote?
The polarization works both ways, right?
That's right, but-
there's a reverse polarization that
But
happens.
Zaka,
as
the
well.
turnouts in these seats in Simanchal
Was
were
much
much
higher.
higher.
Much higher.
10,
That's
12,
correct.
15% higher.
That's correct.
And then when you look at Bhojpur, have a look at Bhojpur. There are changes taking place in Bhojpur. There are changes taking place in Mithilanchal. So clearly, obviously, there is a coalition that is coming through and a positive message is being rewarded.
No, absolutely. Look, like
Rahul Verma.
I've been saying this since
Yeah.
morning. When the NDA and particularly the JDU is doing well across regions, then you know it's pulling its weight. It's going towards closer to perhaps even a 2/3 sort of a situation. And if this numbers hold, they might actually get to a 2/3 majority.
The BJP holding its own, is it becoming the default party of choice in Bihar, slowly and steadily? Is that what we're seeing?
So it's 75 to the JDU is now
That's right.
currently the higher party, the larger party in the alliance. The BJP is at 72, LJP at 14. So that's 29 seats that he fought. 14 he's leading in currently. But the JDU and I keep pointing, they
This
had
is a huge
43
number.
last time.
This is a 50%
Yeah,
strike rate.
It's a 50% strike rate.
Adding to the JDU turnout also, because remember, it really undercut the JDU in
the
almost
JDU
those many seats.
The JDU had 43,
Yeah, Rahul
they're up
Verma,
for 32
Lalit, yeah.
from last time.
I think, see, once you have like a alliance leading in 2/3 of the
Yeah.
seats and you have them 50% plus vote share, I think every region sort of caste
Yeah.
blocks, everything is going to be
Falls into
flattened.
place, correct.
So I don't think that is going to be any different. I think what seems to be happening in favor of the NDA is basically a combination of everything working together. So it looks
So
like at 10 a.m.
you're saying that the Yadav vote has stuck to the RJD. Is that what you're saying? I
See,
don't think
Yadav-
that could be the
see,
outcome
all
when you're
part-
beginning to lose. Look, there was...
all parties have serious social base. That's why they exist in society, right? So Yadav and Muslims will stick to RJD, but at 50% vote share, there will be a chipping away of some Yadav votes also towards NDA, right? So 80% Yadav may still vote for RJD, but when once a coalition is crossing 50% mark, then it's basically going to be gained across segments.
You know the incremental vote which the BJP has got, and I think here BJP, I mean the NDA has got, I think we must really take into account what the SIR has done. Because by eliminating at least the dead voters, you know, you might think, but having fought elections, I can tell you how important that is. Because whoever has the might in the locality ensures that the dead come alive on election day.
Especially in West Bengal.
West Bengal is, of course, a classic example of that. But Bihar, you see, Bihar has moved away from violence to quiet manipulation. And here, I don't think that has been eliminated entirely. But at least what has happened is that here, there has been a far more level playing field which has been in existence. And
Though-
that has resulted...
Mr. Das Gupta, at least a 5%, if you discount,
Exactly, I would say at
discount the SIR, there's at least a 5% jump in turnout, which is clearly having an
Clearly, which
impact.
has moved in favor of the BJP NDA.
So this coalition has been better at effectively mobilizing its own voters. That's something that we can say, and is that on the
And
back
that
of a
has been
positive?
that's what I'm saying. That's the pattern from
That's the
Delhi,
pattern.
Haryana, Maharashtra. This has been the pattern.
That's the
you
pattern.
mobilize
Yes.
every available supporter to turn out.
BJP state chief's first reactions coming through. Let's listen in.
सवाल बीजेपी इज द स्टेट प्रेसिडेंट इज विद अस दिलीप जी जो रुझान है इनिशियल रुझान वो आपके फेवर में लग रहे हैं कैसे देखते हैं
नहीं वो तो जनता ने मन बना लिया था जनता ने मन बना लिया था कि फिर एक बार एनडीए की सरकार बनानी है और ये आज नहीं आज करीब एक महीने से अंदाज लग रहा था कि जनता एक तरफा जो है जो हमने विकास के काम किए हैं जो कानून का राज दिया है उस पर जनता विश्वास कर रही है
बिहार में आप घूमे हैं क्या ऐसे मुद्दे आपको लगे 3-4 जो लोगों को बिल्कुल लगे हैं और जिस पर उन्होंने वोट किया है
कानून का राज दूसरा नीतीश कुमार जी ने विकास का काम जो किया है और तीसरा नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जिस तरह से केंद्र डबल इंजन की सरकार में केंद्र का मदद बिहार को दिया है बिहार के जनता ने मोदी जी के गारंटी पर भरोसा
अलायंस की जो परफॉर्मेंस है उसे कैसे देखते हैं आप
हमें जाना है
He's the state BJP chief. Of course, it is a big credit to him and his team that they managed this. But look at the map of Bihar. It's either green or it's saffron all the way. It's the JDU and the BJP, the NDA alliance, which is sweeping this election. 166 is 2/3 majority for the NDA, something that we haven't seen in the last many elections. But therein also there is a story where it is the JDU which is emerging as the senior partner in that sense. 75 to the JDU and
look
72.
Look at the east of the state, Nalin. Look at the east of the state.
So absolutely, Rahul Zaka. So when you look at the region-wise map of Bihar, barring Bhojpur, in every single region of Bihar, Bhagalpur, Magad, Mithila, Simanchal, Tirut, you were saying the east of state, it's a sweep for the NDA. Only in Bhojpur they're neck and neck, but even there they're leading. There are about 7-8 seats.
Look, I've also been told that there are about 60 seats where the leads are very narrow.
That's
so
true.
there's
But when I'm looking at the vote share data at the moment,
but there's
the vote share data at the moment is around 24-25% for BJP, which if that holds is about 4-5% more than what they had in Lok Sabha.
Absolutely.
Interestingly,
and that's why I'm asking, are more voters that were traditional voters, Mr. Shastri, traditional voters of the MGB actually now moving away? Is there a greater coalition forming at the social level? That's a fun, and I think we'll have a look at those filters. But yes,
the NDA is leading now in 168 seats, obviously there are several factors which have come in to allow that to happen. And yes, I think the social calculus in Bihar is changing. The MY vote may have gone to the JDU, but I'm sure a chunk of it has moved to the NDA also. And the NDA has built a social coalition of all groups, upper caste, backward caste, most backward castes have moved with them, and that has contributed to these numbers which we are seeing.
So we're looking at the M factor, the Mahila factor.
exactly
These are 124 seats where the women have outvoted the men by 10% or more. There, in the 124 seats, 95 of those seats are going to the NDA, only 26 to the India Alliance. That's a 3/4 to, kind of a situation,
And most of these are second
voting
phase
blocks that have been added to the NDA.
These are all second phase polling. That's correct. These are all second phase
So
polling.
I'd be interested to find out what's really happening in the Yadav-dominated seats. Any ideas, Nalin, from your data, what's happening in that filter? Because these are seats where
I'll just look it up.
I think this election has perhaps been won and lost, to be honest.
So the sense that I have is that the Yadav vote has stayed with the RJD. It's just that unlike Akhilesh Yadav in UP, Rahul, Tejashwi Yadav over here has not built a broader social coalition. So he's remained stuck with Yadavs and
in
the
fact,
Muslims.
the JDU
And he's
cut
remained
down the
stuck at
number of
Yadav
Yadav seats that
these
it
are the
had given.
Tejashwi Yatra seats. They are not necessarily Yadav dominated seats. But again, in the Tejashwi Yatra seats, remember he went on a separate Yatra after Rahul Gandhi, after that whole Vote Adhikar Yatra. He went on a separate one after that. Even in those seats, it's the NDA which has substantial number of 46 to 20. And there, look at the JDU. The JDU is 30 and the BJP only 12. So traditional JDU seats where RJD was hoping to make inroads, expand the caste coalition, Tejashwi Yadav has not been able to do that.
Rahul, the vote share data is showing us that RJD currently is at 22.94%, which by the way was the exact percentage it had in the Lok Sabha election and about a little bit less than what it had in 2020. What that's telling us is that while it's retaining that vote percentage, its seat share getting stuck. It's telling us that its support base has remained stuck with only core constituencies of Yadavs and Muslims. They have not been able to attract other castes or other social groups.
I think they are losing some Yadav votes by simple arithmetic. Last time they had 38% vote. Add VIP to it, it's around 39-40. This time if they are around 35% vote share, it means that the India coalition has lost 5% vote. And that's much more likely to come from Yadavs than Muslims.
That's right. And the point that I was trying to make earlier was that there is a definite movement towards perhaps a positive message. I don't think Rahul Gandhi's message of an SIR being the, malfeasant, this thing of the election commission has worked. I don't think that has worked at all.
In fact, the number of votes for women actually were cut under the SIR. And they have outvoted the men in this election. So how do you explain
Yes,
that?
both of you,
And where they are losing the Yadav votes, I do think that we'll come back to what we started off in the morning, that Mahila cuts across caste lines, right? So a lot of that has moved towards the NDA, that's one. And second, it is also about credibility. Of course, Tejaswi's newness has gone, but in terms of credibility also, when he's offering jobs, because that was a big factor when we started off in the morning, are people buying the job narrative? But the problem here is that where are they coming from? Where are the jobs going to come from? People saw what happened in Karnataka and the trust simply did not build.
If there is a 5% drop of the India Alliance vote. It could also be the non-Yadav OBC which partly was with the India Alliance has moved.
No, but I think what Rahul Verma is saying is that there is a traditional vote base.
Dropping 2-3%. Other parties
have also
RJD is holding its vote.
RJD I think is holding its vote.
Okay. Rahul, I want to make a quick point. Yeah. On the SIR impact, two things. Our reporters told us on the ground that it was not resonating on the ground. Rahul Gandhi was campaigning. When you look at the seats affected by SIR in particular, NDA sweeping those seats, 76 to NDA versus India Alliance 28 seats. So about 108.
Let me just quickly go across to Pallavi. She has the first reaction coming out of the RJD, I believe. Pallavi.
That's right. I've got Mr. Mrityunjay Tiwari with us at this point of time. सबसे पहले क्या कांग्रेस को साथ लेके आप लोगों के ऊपर भारी पड़ा?
अभी तो शुरुआती रुझान है. अभी थोड़ा 1-2 घंटे और इंतजार करते हैं.
काफी रुझान से काफी साफ हो गया है कि किस तरफ हवा चली है.
ये है हवा का रुख कई बार पलटा है और 2015 के विधानसभा चुनाव के परिणाम देखें 2020 के, इसलिए हमें पूरा यकीन विश्वास है हम महागठबंधन की सरकार बनाएंगे.
वो तो आप देख लेंगे, लेकिन मैं आपसे सिर्फ ये सवाल दो पूछना चाहती हूँ बहुत जल्दी. एक, क्या आपको लगता है कि कांग्रेस ने जिस तरह से देरी की तेजस्वी यादव को मुख्यमंत्री का चेहरा बनाने में, उसका थोड़ा बहुत नुकसान हुआ? अगर ऐसा नहीं करते तो शायद आपके चांसेस और अच्छे होते. और दूसरा, वोट चोरी बार बार उन्होंने ही उठाया, आप लोगों ने तो उतना उठाया नहीं.
अभी ये सारे सवालों का जवाब देना हम उचित नहीं समझते हैं जब तक पूरे परिणाम का इंतजार नहीं करते.
आपको लगता है कि पहले उनका अनाउंसमेंट हो जाना चाहिए था मुख्यमंत्री का चेहरा?
आप
इतना तो मान लीजिए.
नहीं, कैसे मान सकते हैं? अभी हम कह रहे हैं हम सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं. थोड़ा इंतजार कीजिए, सारे चीजों का जवाब देंगे.
अच्छा, आखिरी सवाल, क्या आपको लगता है, मैं वही सवाल दोबारा पूछ रही हूँ आपसे, क्या आपको लगता है कांग्रेस को थोड़ा सा पहले उनको अनाउंस कर देते और एडवांटेज होता?
देखिए थोड़ा इंतजार कीजिए, सब क्लियर हो जाएगा. इसमें कहीं कोई दिक्कत नहीं है.
आप यहीं रहेंगे तब मुझे बात करोगे आप?
हम तो कह रहे हैं कि हम 2 घंटे के बाद सब सवालों का आपका जवाब दे देंगे.
चलो ठीक है, 2 घंटे बाद. As of now, I'm just getting, before going to toss back to you, you can see the laltain here, kind of little bit lit on, but the people over here are clued in to watch the television sets to get an idea of what the results are. You heard what Mrityunjay Tiwari had to say. Incidentally, he was one of the first persons who had insisted that the Congress party must announce Tejashwi Yadav as the CM face. He's not saying much now, but I think that hint is very much there. The RJD certainly was very upset with a lackluster campaign.
Well, they're being a little restrained here in trying to suggest that they didn't get the arithmetic right or whether the Congress was a liability. So that's a very instructive interview there. Let me go straight across to Arun Dhata, who's there with us with a BJP MP from the BJP headquarters in Patna. Arun, over to you.
Yes, Rahul. I am at the BJP headquarters in Patna, and we have BJP's MP Manan Mishra with us. Manan ji, अभी we were listening to Mrityunjay Tiwari, RJD के जो नेता हैं, वो अभी भी ये कह रहे हैं कि आप इंतजार कीजिए, हमारी जीत होने वाली है.
देखिए, अब वो मृत्युंजय तिवारी, तेजस्वी जो भी कहें, लेकिन नतीजे सामने हैं, रुझान आपके सामने है. इसमें कोई बहुत बड़ा बदलाव आने को नहीं है. एनडीए की सरकार पूर्ण बहुमत से 2/3 से भी ज़्यादा से हम बनाएंगे और ये अब सामने है. अब तेजस्वी कुछ भी कहें, उनके लोग कुछ भी कहें, उसमें कोई जान नहीं.
आरोप ये भी लगा जो आपने 10,000 रुपए की जो स्कीम थी आपकी, कि आप रिश्वत दी है आपने उसके थ्रू लोगों को, आपने वोट खरीदे हैं.
महिलाओं को अपने पाँव पे खड़ा होने के लिए वो दिया गया, वो रिश्वत नहीं है. वो एक विकास के रास्ते में वो एक काम, अच्छा काम किया गया, तो उसको आप रिश्वत, ये तेजस्वी कुछ भी कहें, राहुल कुछ भी कहें, उसका कोई असर जनता पर नहीं है.
इस परफॉर्मेंस के लिए क्या आप मुद्दे अहम मानते हैं जो इस तरह के एनडीए की परफॉर्मेंस रही है?
लगातार माननीय मोदी जी के और नीतीश जी के नेतृत्व में महिलाओं के विकास के लिए, बुजुर्गों के लिए, युवाओं के लिए जो काम लगातार किए गए, आम जन के लिए. आप बिहार की सड़कें देख लीजिए, बिहार में बिजली की उपलब्धता देख लीजिए. ये सारे काम जब आप देखेंगे तो ये सबका एक मिला जुला असर जनता के दिमाग में था, जो उन्होंने बटन दबा के 6 तारीख को, 11 तारीख को
एनडीए की सरकार पूर्ण बहुमत के साथ बनाने का निर्णय लिया, वही
और
असर
जो आपके पार्टनर्स हैं अलायंस के, उनकी परफॉर्मेंस कैसे देखते हैं आप, क्योंकि अभी बीजेपी आगे है सबसे ज्यादा?
Well, friends, let's have a quick look now at the strike rates, because this really is the untold story of this election. We were perhaps not expecting this. A number of exit polls, even those that suggested that this was going to be a tight one, had suggested that the JDU would be the number one party, but that the RJD would hold its own, that its strike rate would be up there, the Congress would add as a force multiplier, and therefore this was going to be a tight one. But there you can see it's the BJP that is a very high strike rate there of 74%. Remember, it's contesting fewer seats this time. The JDU also contesting 101 seats, but clearly outperforming its own self over 2020, and that's because the LJP and some of the other alliance partners within the NDA have been able to transfer their vote. So you're seeing that big comeback by Nitish Kumar, sentiment driven most probably, but it also does tell you that while the JDU is back with 71%, there is a message in this. If these numbers hold 75, 72, that the BJP is now beginning to be seen as an option also. I remember this is the one state where the BJP has never come to power on its own. So is that changing? The RJD strike rate at 36%, it was at about 54% at the last 2020, and that was an election that was held during COVID, so there was a lot of dissident vote that came through. But that is a poor statistic for it. It's holding on to its vote base. But we don't know if more Muslims have voted for it, and therefore maybe a few Yadav votes have shifted, and that's why it's and there's Congress, very poor, underperforming, probably pulling that engine back. Let's go straight across to Shivani. Shivani, who joins me straight from Patna. Shivani, a big moment in this election, 4 or 5 rounds now down. These trends are holding, and this is not looking good for the MGB or the Congress in particular.
Absolutely. The Congress is going to be facing a lot of questions, Rahul, but you talked about that strike rate. The BJP strike rate currently better than the JDU. Will that make any difference to the equation on ground? Let me take that question directly to the BJP representative with us. कुछ बदलेगा क्या जो आपका equation है नीतीश कुमार के साथ because of the fact that BJP has a better strike rate right now than JDU?
This is a win for NDA under leadership of Narendra Modi ji. NDA collectively is winning.
Under leadership of
Narendra Modi ji. Narendra Modi ji is the one who is leading NDA throughout the country. और यहाँ भी मोदी जी का जादू चला है.
तो आप मानते
जीत रही है. NDA is winning. NDA is winning.
नहीं तो चीफ मिनिस्टर पे कुछ अब क्या होगा डिसीजन?
Chief Minister. You know, electing a chief minister is a process. It's a constitutional process. So the NDA, MLAs and parliamentary board has to decide this. How can I sitting on your camera decide about who?
No, but there you have it. There you have it. Now the BJP is saying that the parliamentary board and the MLAs will decide the chief minister. Till yesterday you were saying Nitish Kumar is your chief minister.
We fought under leadership of Narendra Modi ji. Nitish Kumar ji was our face in Bihar. But now things are clear. Parliamentary board and MLAs will be deciding who will be the chief minister.
So there you have it. I think the first difference of the equation on ground is already beginning to emerge, and this is going to become the topic now, whether the equation on ground will change and there will be a difference in the chief minister. आप कैसे मानते हैं? आपके alliance partner कह रहे हैं भाई अब तो decide होगा, MLAs बीजेपी के ज्यादा MLAs हैं.
देखिए ये सारे एमएलए जानते हैं कि नीतीश कुमार जी ही चेहरा थे और उन्हीं के नेतृत्व में चुनाव लड़के सब जीत के आए हैं और 2005 से लगातार जनता का आशीर्वाद नीतीश कुमार को प्राप्त हुआ. जिस तरह नीतीश कुमार जी ने पिछड़ों के लिए, अति पिछड़ों के लिए, दलितों के लिए, अल्पसंख्यकों के लिए, महिलाओं के लिए काम किया है, ये सामाजिक न्याय की जीत है और 25 से 30 मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी बनेंगे. ये सारे विधानसभा, सारे जिलों में सारे एनडीए के नेताओं ने कहा है.
So, you know, the situation on the ground is now very clear. Yesterday when I spoke to the BJP Bihar president, he said Panch Pandav. They're calling their alliance an alliance of Panch Pandav. And in a way, all Panch Pandav have done well.
That's true.
But who's the Arjun out of that Pandavs is the big question.
Well,
and BJP certainly believes that they have hit the bullseye and they are the Arjun of this Mahabharat.
You know, the fact is right now, Shivani, that there will be a large number of local cadre who will get swept up by this emotion and maybe even veer towards hubris. But I think the Sena heads at the centre and those that really shape this alliance will decide. Let's go straight across now to Arunima, who is also amongst a large number of people. JDU office, the JDU outperforming in this particular election. Arunima, big relief for Nitish Kumar.
Yes, so at the JDU office, there's a steady stream of supporters who are coming in. More and more JDU Karyakartas are now trooping into the office here. The district president has just walked in. Sanjay Jha, who's the JDU's working president, he is expected in a short while from now. जैसी उम्मीद थी कि JDU उभरेगी सबसे बड़ी पार्टी के हिसाब से NDA के अंदर, ऐसा लग रहा है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी JDU से आगे निकल जाएगी।
जी बिल्कुल, मुझे तो विश्वास है, लेकिन मैं ये भी कहना चाहता हूँ कि एनडीए एक हमारा एक परिवार है, ये साथ में चलें, कोई आगे कोई पीछे रहे।
क्या तैयारी है यहाँ पे? पटाखे वटाखे ले आए आप?
पटाखे का भी तैयारी है, मिठाई का भी तैयारी है, लड्डू का भी तैयारी है, ढोल बाजे का भी तैयारी है। नीतीश कुमार मुख्यमंत्री थे और रहेंगे, टाइगर अभी जिंदा है।
अच्छा, नीतीश कुमार मुख्यमंत्री रहेंगे अगर बीजेपी के ज्यादा लोग जीत कर आए जेडीयू के मुकाबले, क्या तब भी नीतीश ही मुख्यमंत्री रहेंगे?
देखिए, बीजेपी कितना हो सीट गया, मेरा एनडीए का साथी है और ये तय है कि पूरा एनडीए तय कर लिया है, पूरा बिहार तय कर लिया कि नीतीश कुमार ही सीएम रहेंगे। अच्छा। तो कोई दूसरा नहीं बनेगा, नीतीश कुमार ही रहेंगे।
अच्छा, लेकिन आपने कहा था 25 से 30, फिर से नीतीश 30 तक रह जाएंगे नीतीश?
बिल्कुल रहेंगे। जब बिहार की जनता ने उन पर अपना बेशुमार प्यार लौटाया, उन्होंने 20 सालों में जो काम किया, 20 साल में सत्ता रहने के बाद इतनी बड़ी बहुमत से जीत, जब बिहारियों के हृदय में बसते हैं नीतीश कुमार, उसका परिणाम है कि नीतीश कुमार पुनः गद्दी पे बैठने वाले हैं और उनके लिए गद्दी का मतलब है जनता की सेवा, ना कि निजी स्वार्थ।
Okay, so here at the JDU office, the Karyakartas don't care whether the BJP gets more numbers or the JDU gets more numbers. They are sure that it is Nitish Kumar who will be the chief minister, and not just the chief minister temporarily. Their view is that he's going to continue his full term. But this is definitely a debating point right now, whether NDA will see a change of guard sooner rather than later.
Sooner or rather than later, well, that's a point, because remember, there is also an equation at the center that needs to be maintained. Arunima, thank you very much for that. Let me just go straight across to Zach. Zach?
So on the Modi factor that you were asking, the rallies that the Prime Minister did in Bihar, he had about 13-14 rallies. It plots to about 90 odd seats, and look at it. I mean, it's a runaway lead for the NDA. 67 out of those 94 seats the NDA is leading. And if you look at, you know, the breakup between the BJP and the JDU, it's helping the JDU as much as it is helping the BJP, and it's across regions. It is in the eastern part of the state, which we were talking about, Trihut, which is the JDU stronghold. The central part of the state, the JDU has picked up a lot of seats. There's also a few seats up in the Champaran. So if you look at the Modi factor, it has made a significant difference.
It's kicking in. So obviously the trust factor, the credibility is important. Yes, sir, you wanted to make a point, Nalin.
Add to this point, if you compare this Modi factor to 2020, you will see that the potency of this increased significantly. In the last election, in the rallies, seats that Modi campaigned on, and there's always a difference between a Vidhan Sabha election and a Lok Sabha election. In the last Vidhan Sabha, it was even Stevens, and it was difficult seat.
It was
this time, it's a complete sweep.
There you go. It was a neck and neck, even though the India Alliance had a slightly higher
and that was a COVID election.
It was a COVID
so
election.
There was disaffection.
Fewer rallies also.
And fewer rallies, and also the migrants were sort of, and let's have a look actually at that migrant filter.
This time's Modi map, and the result of that is looking very similar to what happened a year ago in 2024. The similar seats and similar results.
So it's like almost like a 2:3 kind of a seat share breakup.
Yeah, that's a great conversion for Modi personally and his brand. Yogi, of course, also hit the tracks there in Simanchal. That might have actually led a lot to the polarized nature of that particular outcome. But Nistula, did you see this coming?
Yes, I did. It was pretty clear, and I went fairly early in the election cycle because we had like people going in batches, and I said I'll go first. I went there even before the seat adjustment had been announced, and it was, as I said earlier also, this was an election around Nitish Kumar.
Do you think it was the first mover's advantage?
I think everything worked for them, but there was also a huge overhang of sentimentality around Nitish. And there was a feeling among his voters that the last time they may have failed him, but this time they need to get him on par with the BJP so that there's no question about who's going to be the chief minister.
I think there are just two words that explain this election in a simple way: entitlement and tone deaf. I suspect the Congress and Tejashwi said sorry to use Hindi sentence, but mere baap ka raj hai. And I think that tone deafness, where they thought just by getting together they were going to win, that entitlement is going to cause them damage. Take a simple example of SIR. They kept going, and I mean, you know, my way or highway, people say highway. But SIR, there are people who may not want
more
illegal
information on
immigration
leads coming in through Griha. Atul, let me go straight across to Griha, who's in the hub, in the live result hub. Griha.
Yes, we have an update on Tejashwi Yadav. We do know that he's leading from Raghopur, but there are 30 rounds of counting, EVM countings that are going to happen. Right now, it's just the first round, and he's leading only by 893 votes so far, Rahul. We also have an update on Metli, another star candidate of the Bharatiya Janata Party. She maintains her lead. Again, first round of counting that is on, and the lead is only by 1826 votes. And there is a neck and neck that's going on, as the RJD candidate Kesari is right now struggling to maintain that lead. So he is trailing. Choti Kumari of the BJP is leading as far as Chhapra is concerned. So that's how the fight really remains. But in very many of the constituencies, if we take a look at the constituencies where BJP is leading, there are about 6 rounds of counting that have taken place in many of the BJP constituencies that we have, particularly in Muzaffarpur, where we see right now 3 rounds, and in Orai we have 6 rounds of counting that has been completed so far. So it is a quick counting that is happening in very many of BJP seats.
What are you making out on the number of rounds in most of the seats? Is it 50%? Are we seeing more than 6 or around 6, or is it fewer than that?
So that's what I was mentioning, Rahul, that wherever BJP is leading, we do see that the number of rounds of counting has in fact gone up to 6. And I mentioned Orai over here. There are some more seats where BJP is leading, where we do see how the number of the rounds of counting has increased. There you see in Sahibganj as well, where you have Raju Kumar Singh leading by 3,824 votes. There the 5th round of counting is happening. If I take a look at where RJD is leading, right now the maximum number of rounds so far is 3rd round, which is going on in Mahishi and also in Kurhani. These are the 2 places.
That's very interesting. Zach, what do you make of that?
Youth factor. I mean, we've been talking about migrant labor. So we looked at the top 10 districts where there is outflow of young people in the age group of 18 to 29, and it plots to about 90 odd seats. And if you look at it, Rahul, again, a bulk of these migrant seats are in the northern part of the state. They're either in Mithilanchal or they're up in the
Kosi region.
Yeah, and then there is, of course, a couple of these districts like Rohtas, etc. in the south. But again, look at the numbers. The NDA at 71 out of these 97 seats. The India Alliance only 25. And the point also being that last time people were willing to give the RJD a chance because they had 19 seats more. They had 44 seats in the same migrant labor belt. Last time around, they're almost 20 seats down this time. All of that has gone
these are
to the
young
NDA.
voters,
young voters,
perhaps up till about 35. They were supposed to go the other way.
Exactly.
They were not responsive to Nitish.
It's not working.
It's not working.
It's not worked for the RJD.
So are we seeing, Swapan Das Gupta, are we seeing the young invest in the future by suggesting that these are the people who can actually do something for us?
Well, I think
rather than just be swayed by their
the migrants and most of the other castes are basically moving with a general tide. I don't think there's anything specific here.
No, because unemployment was a big issue.
That was a big issue.
But they feel that there is a better hope
right.
for them. You know, the credibility.
So they're investing in hope.
The credibility of the NDA was greater than the credibility of the
So
RJD.
brand Modi and brand Nitish represent certain
things.
They
complement each other in various ways. And I think, you know, much of the conjecture about whether Nitish will be upstaged in a palace coup at this moment is grossly premature. Given the nature of these results.
Improbable though?
I think they are, at present, this is unlikely to happen, partly because there's a resounding verdict, and if a chief minister who's been responsible, who's been a face of that campaign, is suddenly overthrown, it's just very, very
and
bad.
JDU currently
Let me try and go across
more than the BJP.
That's an important point. That's a very important point. Also, now the JDU is sort of pulling ahead.
Higher than the BJP.
Between the JDU, I think I want to make a point. You see, the JDU as a grassroots entrenched party has been very feeble. It's been a party of leaders. this is probably the first election which we are seeing in which the JDU may, and I still say may, be acquiring some social depth.
Okay,
this
that's
hasn't happened in the past.
That's a very interesting point.
Can I
Yes,
just
Mr. Shastri, I also want to go across to Suhail Seth on a particular point that he was raising. Yes.
I was just making a small point, which is an extension of what Swapanji did and what we have been saying in the morning. There is a clear trust quotient which the NDA has, especially when it comes to this youth voter. There was this discussion, which direction will the youth vote go in? How would they express their frustration? I think that trust has been expressed in the leadership of the NDA, and that's coming out clearly in where
We've
the
had 4 elections
migrant voter
after the
constituencies have
2024
gone.
setback for the NDA. And in those 3, you've seen a sweep literally for the NDA.
Haryana,
and that,
Maharashtra.
Yes, and Delhi, of course. The only state was Jammu and Kashmir, where in Jammu they did fantastically well. In Kashmir, they couldn't sort of make those entries as they inroads as they were hoping to. But Zaka, that's significant, isn't it? The fact that another very critical election in the Hindi heartland, where this particular alliance had stumbled in 2024, even the heartland now responded.
No, I think it's also the BJP's way of saying that 2024 general elections were a blip. There was something that went wrong, it did, and that's why they came down to 240 from 303. But now it's
all those problems.
Yeah, now they have
I think that's
responded
really
to those problems.
They've
and
learned
corrected
those
problems,
lessons and they've attended to it.
Well, keep watching us on YouTube. Your viewership has really counted on a day when we are counting sentiment across the board. So thank you very much, viewers, for staying with us. But Zach, I just want to come back to you because you're the data care, and I want to ask you a couple of questions fundamentally. Where is that vote, that woman vote going in those constituencies that matter?
No, it's overwhelmingly going to the NDA. I mean, out of 124 seats, which is half the Vidhan Sabha, half the state, where women have outvoted men by 10%, it's going overwhelmingly in favor of the NDA. Look at this, 97 out of those 124. And these, mind you, are pickups from 2020. 24 of those are pickups from 2020. So if you were to go by just the 2020 results, then this number, instead of 97, would be about 73. And that perhaps would have made a difference, because this is going all across the different regions of Bihar, and particularly a cluster of these JDU seats. Even in that, if you were to break up and see which of the parties are leading, the BJP has 43 out of those 97, the JDU has 41, the LJP 10. And these women, particularly in the second phase of polls, whether it's in the northern part, in some parts
even
of
Simanchal,
here in Trihut as well, here in the eastern part of the state, they've ended up winning a lot more seats compared to 2020. You want to replicate this map from 2020? Just go back and look at the 2020
in the Anga region,
in these same seats, and look at the NDA.
Zaka, even in the Anga region, which is the southern region on the eastern side, you have a few of the NDA seats, BJP seats opening up. You also have JDU seats there. That's very interesting, because that suggests that even traditional voters of the RJD, perhaps even amongst the Yadav women, are not sticking to caste. They are going for something different. And you can see most of that even in Simanchal, Zach. If you look very closely, there are now blips of orange. There you can see it in that central corridor of Simanchal, and it comes down to the Anga region, and you can see those gains
and look
that
at
have taken
this
place.
Thing for the JDU, the large number of seats that the JDU has got in this pocket, and a large number of seats that the BJP has got in this pocket.
So you're talking about the Kosi Mithilanchal belt.
This belt again. Here the JDU seems to have done well, and here the BJP seems to have done well. But I think
so. When we categorize Mahilas in our data bank, what do we mean by this? Are we saying that
these 124 constituencies? Let me go back to the original. In these 124 constituencies, the women have outvoted the men by 10%, which means for every 10 male voters, there were 11 female voters. So there's one extra voter.
Given the fact that there was actually an extra voter this time, or two maybe, in some places, more than men. This is not just turnout, this is absolute numbers.
These belts, where the women dominated, it seems to have gone overwhelmingly in favor of the NDA.
Nalin.
when we're looking at turnout figures and juxtapose them with stronghold seats. You look at JDU strongholds, and by stronghold I'm defining them as seats which the party has won for the three times in a row.
Consecutive.
In BJP strongholds and in JDU strongholds, the turnout percentage has been much higher in terms of the ratio of that compared to RJD strongholds.
So is there now a degree of disaffection or fatigue with the message that the MGB was putting out, or with the leadership itself?
But is there a message that they put out?
Well, I mean, look, at one level they were focusing. I mean, let's be honest. It's not as if Bihar is streaked ahead on certain parameters. So we should be honest about that.
But there was
and their message was that, look, we can create the jobs that haven't been created in 20 years.
But their message was, we are not Nitish, and we are not Modi. But there was no
the point
credible
is that they were highlighting a deficit.
Yeah.
Now, why haven't people bought into this?
I've got a point to make on this. That if you look at, and let's look at this seriously. If you look at the promises the Mahagathbandhan was making, they were making even more promises than the NDA, right? And it would have cost them about 60,000 crores. 36,000 crores is the cost of the promises that the NDA has made. The problem with that kind of messaging is that it's just Me Too messaging. There was no coherent vision of a development of a state that was being offered. You were saying that, okay, these guys give you this, I'll also give you this, a little bit that. But there was also a memory of Jungle Raj that came back. So in that, and also I think this alliance is not a coherent alliance in the way that the NDA alliance came together. The Congress and the
you were asking
NDA
about the stronghold
seats.
So the JDU at its worst performance last time, they had 43 out, which 24 seats they've never lost in the last 3 elections. 21 of those 24 seats the JDU has managed to retain. So which means that's almost a 90%, 90 plus strike rate. So 21 out of 24, of which 20 are JDU, 1 to the BJP, which means that this party has come back literally almost from the brink, because last time, you know, they were down to just 43 seats. This time they've come up to, right now if you look at the state, they're currently the single biggest party. The last time I checked, they were at 74 and BJP at 73. So 75 and 73. So which means that not only does Nitish Kumar get another term, but I think the JDU from 43 to 75, that's a significant, it's the biggest gainer of this election.
Let's have a look at these swing seats, because that gives you an idea of really the switches that have taken place, if at all. So let's pull out the swing seats, because there were about 53, if I'm not mistaken, Zach, that were settled by 2%. There was a difference there. So let's have a look at those swing seats, because they give you an idea of transference. So if a particular mandate is turning, it's the swing seats that will give you the best idea of just how much the mood has changed.
We were also talking about it in the morning. I think one of the reasons why the alliance did not work was because the two principal parties, the RJD and in this case the Congress, were hell-bent on two different issues. The RJD kept talking about unemployment and youth and migration and so on, and the Congress, you know, chose to make SIR the biggest issue. And if you look at the SIR, it's had very minimal impact. Look at that again. I mean, if you were to go back to the overall state, out of the 106 seats where the SIR impact was felt most, the NDA had 78, which means that, look, I'm not saying that the issue was not alive or important back in August, where people were saying, you know, we can't find these documents that the Election Commission is asking. But once that issue is settled in September, then no one was talking about the SIR. The SIR was not a matter of concern, because I have got my voter ID, I have my name in the list, and I can go and vote.
So
right?
many people were saying, I think it was Nistula who was making that point, that perhaps this was done to detract attention from Tejashwi itself, because there is a sort of internecine competition. Is that what really happened?
Yes, through the Voter Adhikar Yatra, a lot of the crowds it was being seen was, of course, generated by the RJD, which has a cadre in all these areas. And before the Gandhi Maidan final, it seems the father and son, Lalu Prasad Yadav, Tejashwi, had a heated conversation, and he told him that, the father told him that it's not your job to make sure that Rahul Gandhi is a leader. You have to ensure that you remain the leader. So at the Gandhi Maidan, the final Congress guys were there, but very few RJD. They didn't turn up, he didn't turn up. And then directly after that, he set off on his own yatra. Tejashwi set off on his own yatra, and there were no other allies who travelled with him.
I've got an alert. This is again related to the elections, but we're now trending not just on YouTube, but we're trending #1 on Twitter. We're the most watched Indian channel now on Twitter, on Facebook, on Instagram Live. And of course, we said in this morning that we are number one on YouTube as well.
It's the guests.
Also because of our guests.
It's the guests.
Also because of our guests. So we're leading in all social media platforms now. So wherever you're watching, thank you viewers for reposing your trust and your faith once again in India's number one election destination, that is CNN News 18. Yes.
Yes. Point to make point, Zakir.
Yes.
We are referring to trust. And I think this election is also about the trust quotient which we have been talking about since morning. There have been a galore of promises made by different political parties. And this result indicates that the trust in the promises made by the NDA is something which seems to have appealed to the people.
Much more.
For two reasons. One, the performance of the government in the last 5 years,
Correct.
especially when it came to the Mahila vote, it's not just about that 10,000, but what was done by the party earlier.
Before.
And secondly, in the case of the
But it was
BJP,
also
their
about the
projection-
10,000, wasn't it? A lot of people will say that you got 10,000 into your account in September with the promise of perhaps more. You
And
know
not
the
just that, I'm also, before that 10,000, there was a lot that was done for women.
Yes, of
in
course,
the
at every
state.
stage of a woman's life, through intermediate, right up till the
As I
time
said
she
in the
got
morning,
married
the
and
Jivika
beyond.
Didi program.
That's right.
And the number of people who benefited from that. And secondly, in the case of the BJP, their projection of what they are doing in the other states and at the national level. I think both these factors led to this trust quotient.
Yes, we underestimate the power of the woman vote in Bihar. A large number of men are outside of the state. They are the remittance banks, really, of that economy. And they make most of the decisions at home. So we do underestimate that sentiment. Yes.
I want to make a point here that 6 months ago, the NDA took a call on what was going wrong and they took corrective measures, right? The scheme for 10,000
So what was going wrong?
all of that, the administrative measures, electricity, the pension scheme, these are all part of a slew of measures. Also, they got, like Swapan has been saying, they got the caste matrix right. I want to give you 2 data points to illustrate this.
Yeah.
If you look at the seats where there are friendly fights, whatever a friendly fight means in an election, 11 such, NDA is winning 8 of those.
There you go.
And then if you look at RJD strongholds, it's the seats which RJD has won last 3 times in a row, it's losing half of those. It's 5-5. That's
least at
telling
the
you
JDU.
how they fought the election and how the NDA has fought the election.
At least at the JDU headquarters in Patna, they've called the election. Arunima, over to you.
I can't hear you very clearly, but if you have come to me, the JDU Daftar, the JDU office is suddenly teeming with supporters, slogans, and also, people who are busy giving sound bites. This entire JDU office currently, there are various workers in small groups who are, cheering Nitish Kumar on. Nitish Kumar ही अगले मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे।
बिल्कुल कहीं कोई शक समाधान का कोई सवाल ही नहीं है और पूर्ण बहुमत में एनडीए की सरकार बिहार में बनने जा रही है। नीतीश कुमार मुख्यमंत्री के पद की बागडोर संभालने जा रहे हैं।
आप लोग की क्या तैयारी है?
तैयारी बहुत बड़े स्तर की तैयारी है, बहुत बड़ा जश्न होगा। अभी 1-2 घंटा इंतजार कीजिए, बहुत बड़ी तैयारी है।
Okay, so they were telling me that there are laddus being prepared. क्या है विपक्ष उड़ गया?
एकदम हवा में उड़ गया।
उड़ा हुआ है, पहले ही से इसमें कोई शक नहीं है। पहले ही से उनका हालत खराब है। ललटेन बुझ गया मैडम।
विपक्ष पहले थी ही नहीं कभी, सिर्फ यहाँ पर
विपक्ष रही है और कमल खिल रहा है।
विपक्ष को एकदम बिल्कुल 50-52 सीट पर
अभी जिंदा है, टाइगर अभी जिंदा है। नीतीश कुमार जब तक मुख्यमंत्री हैं, वैकेंसी किसी के लिए खाली नहीं है। नीतीश कुमार मुख्यमंत्री थे, हैं और रहेंगे।
अच्छा, so there are loud slogans, the flags are out. One comment there is, तीर लालटेन को बुझा दिया है. Lalten is the RJD symbol. Teer is the symbol of the JDU. Even though Bharatiya Janata Party, the other alliance partner in NDA, is doing equally well, the JDU office, the Karyakarta's mood is that this vote is for Nitish Kumar. And on expected lines, the entire office is decked up with Nitish Babu's picture, Sushasan Babu's picture. And all across this JDU office, that is the sentiment that this vote is for Nitish Kumar, this vote is for him.
Well, those crowds will build up, but I just want to caution our viewers once again that, look, we're still in a large number of seats, still in the early rounds, so 3, 4, and I don't want to sort of suggest that 2015 is going to happen once again, but it might. We never know. India is an open democracy where every vote counts. and in this particular election, there has been a turnout bump. So things can still change. The RJD still believes that they're in this contest. The JDU has called it for their leader, who they say Tiger is still Zinda. Not
Rahul,
yes.
I just want to make a point about the lack of the circumspection in the RJD camp. You know, they haven't yet started the process of bloodletting, etc. There's a very practical issue involved. If the moment the RJD or the sort of beleaguered force concedes defeat, what you have is their agents in the counting centers all deserting en masse.
Right.
And that is a catastrophic thing. So as far as they are concerned, they will till the very last moment maintain the pretense that we are in the fight, that these are early days, etc., etc. And because otherwise,
everyone disappears.
It's bad for democracy.
Yes.
I think there's one point that also needs to be made, that if you look at the top 3 BJP guys in terms of public persona, Honorable PM, HM and Yogi ji, look at the number of rallies they did and how many hours a day they were campaigning versus Tejashwi or Rahul Gandhi, who was sort of part-time.
Gandhi disappeared for 2 months.
Now,
he disappeared for 2 months.
Eventually the people want to see who they're voting for, and if you have no message, no presence, then guess what? There are no votes.
Well, people say that the Congress tried to play a different hand this time. They reached out more to OBCs and so on and so forth. There's a party that's trying to reorientate its strategy. So it hasn't worked. Clearly not.
Meetings, right?
Clearly not. Rahul Verma, 3 cephalogical points from you.
I'll give you 5.
Five.
I think given the numbers we are
Everything
seeing,
in abundance this time.
Given the numbers we are seeing, one should basically call this a combination of factors. It's a perfect storm. NDA started with a bigger social coalition to start with. Second, they have an advantage on leadership, right? Like if you compare 2 national leaders from each side and 2 regional leaders, on both counts they have an advantage. Then they had schemes in the run-up to election. Fourth, I think opposition gave away this election. They had some head start, but as the campaign progressed, they did not act
you're
like
saying combination. How would you back that? How would you say that the combination has worked? Is it because both the partners, the JDU and the BJP, have done better than perhaps even their own expectations, given the numbers here?
Both seem to be getting better. So they are contesting lesser seats, but their strike rates have gone up. Right, and not just JDU and BJP, even LJP, HAM and RLP is also pulling up the weight. So it seems like a perfect sort of like...
So it was interesting because some of the junior partners were sort of opposed to the fact that Chirag Paswan was getting these additional seats. There was that talk also.
Oh, but that kind of jostling should be between constituents.
Right.
No one is going to, everyone is
So you get the best deal for your own alliance.
Yeah, exactly. Like while maintaining your own presence,
just coming to you.
Right? It's always in an alliance, you should also get the best deal, an alliance should also get the best deal, right? Only then you will perform as a unit and win. So it's everything, and then the schemes work. And then I think where I'm saying like opposition basically gave away this election, they didn't come out as a cohesive unit. Their narrative was disparate, and so at the end the elections become competition between 2 sort of like units, and one look more credible.
Well, look at the numbers right now, friends. Just look at the numbers. 243 leads we've got, and out of that the NDA is leading on 175. The BJP and JDU within the NDA neck and neck, and that's a big number. The India bloc 63, underperforming even from last time in an election that they were supposed to go toe to toe with the NDA. That's not happened. And if you really look at the Congress side of the fence, down to 12, though the Congress is contesting a fewer number of seats this time, but marginally the left almost not pulling its weight there. The junior partners of the NDA doing exceedingly well. LJP 18 out of 28, that's a big number for the LJP. Knock-on effect means that the JDU is back in the game. This is a perfect storm that Rahul Verma was talking about. So at 10:45 in the morning, viewers, you have a situation where the NDA is very comfortably placed. A large number of pollsters predicting a tight fight. We don't have the vote share numbers, do we, Nalin, at this moment? But I would like some of those vote share numbers. Okay, so just pull them out.
And we
Yes.
should thank Prashant Kishor.
So I want to ask you, Prashant Kishor factor. I was about to come to that, and I just want to take you guys all across this. Prashant Kishor, what happened? Who's he knocking on?
I don't
working
know
off.
in some ways, his campaign damaged Tejashwi's ability to emerge as a credible alternative.
To the youth, for the youth. So he's taken away. But how do we know? Because what is his vote share? Many people said that if that vote share exceeded 5%, he'd be trouble for the NDA.
No, sometimes things may not turn out, you may not be able to do precise calculation. But think of it. His campaign basically showed that Tejashwi, who himself is sort of not well educated and that kind of things, how will he be able to deliver the biggest promise that he's making? So in some ways, it basically brings down your credibility.
So the Prashant Kishor factor not kicking in, the third alternative not kicking in.
No, it's also more than that. I think the Congress in particular, as the leading opposition party in the country, must seriously reflect as to why it is being seen as an anti-growth party. And I think this is becoming more and more marked everywhere. Rahul Gandhi's diversions into certain pet issues of theirs is not having any effect on the ground. He might be cozying himself up to certain editorial writers, but it is not having any effect. Now look at the SIR issue. It was a non-issue, which he's trying. He's trying to make the constitution, which for some fluke of a reason he managed to get some resonance in 24. He's trying to make that into a main issue. But there's been the larger issues which are there in the country have not been at all addressed by him. And as far as the economic issues are concerned, he's a blank. It's a complete blank.
So he doesn't have a positive roadmap for change.
They are moving, they are trying to emulate the left wing of the Democratic Party in the United States. That's their role model.
I thought you were going to come to that because that's the Mamdani sort of streak.
There is that streak,
yeah.
Which is a self-defeating proposition. Yeah. If it doesn't work in Bihar, it can't work anywhere else.
Far predates Mamdani.
Yeah, it predates.
That's true. It does. In fact, we don't know which populism has actually influenced which populism. Yes.
Well, with Prashant Kishor, I wanted to say he was one of the unknowns of this election. Nobody knew how much he would get, who he would hurt. The presumption was that because he was Prashant Kishor Pandey, that he would be hitting the BJP and the NDA Gathbandhan. But he has been pretty Catholic in terms of just hitting out at everybody. He attacked BJP.
So I want to ask you, because the MGB...
These are the refugees of
let's go across to Pavan Khera, the first real Congress reaction coming from the inner think tank. Let's listen.
Well, how do you assume this, that we believe it? As I said, the initial trends in itself show that Gyanesh Kumar Gupta appears to be succeeding against the people of Bihar.
अच्छा सर, चुनाव में इतनी मेहनत की, कार्यकर्ता आपका जो है वो बूथ पे लड़ा, उस कार्यकर्ता को कोई मैसेज
अभी देंगे, आप इंतजार करिए। अभी जैसा कि मैंने कहा, ये शुरुआती रुझान है और कार्यकर्ता भी समझ रहा है इस बात को कि ये लड़ाई बीजेपी, कांग्रेस, आरजेडी, जेडीयू की नहीं रही। अब ये लड़ाई सीधा ज्ञानेश कुमार गुप्ता और भारत की जनता की लड़ाई है। मैं एक सीट और एक पार्टी की बात ही नहीं कर रहा हूं, मैं एक विस्तृत बात कर रहा हूं कि ये बहुत बड़ी लड़ाई है।
कांग्रेस ने जितना जोर सीट बंटवारे में लगाया था, अपने हिस्सेदारी में लगाया था, आपको लगता है उतना आशानुकूल परिणाम?
मैं बार एक ही लाइन बोल रहा हूं, आप अलग अलग तरीके से कुछ भी पूछिए। ये चुनाव अब पार्टियों से ऊपर उठ चुका है। ये चुनाव सीधा चुनाव आयोग वर्सेस पीपल ऑफ इंडिया है, चुनाव आयोग वर्सेस पीपल ऑफ बिहार है।
अच्छा, टिकट वितरण में कहीं
अरे आप कहाँ आप दूसरी बातों पे आ गए? जब सीधी एक ही लाइन में सब कुछ समझ में आ रहा है, गागर में सागर है, तो फिर काहे यहाँ वहाँ की बात करें? थैंक यू।
Well, viewers, predictable Congress reaction. We could have written this yesterday, you could have written this tomorrow, you could have written this 6 months back, saying that at the end of the day, it's the Bihar voter against the Election Commission, damaging comments without any proof. The Supreme Court has asked the Congress party to come forward, submit a signed affidavit, submit it before the Election Commission with their proof so that action can be taken, so that even the Supreme Court can scrutinize. But the Congress hasn't done so. Yesterday, viewers, the Election Commission put out a press release. The first 3 points of that press release talked about how absolutely zero complaints had been received by the Election Commission after the SIR or much after that when the final voter lists were put out. Also, when polling finished, there was not a single complaint by any of the political parties, let alone the opposition, about any manipulation. In fact, there's not going to even be one recount in all of Bihar, a huge achievement given the fact that this time there were only 2 phases. And Bihar is known to be a bit turbulent sometimes on the ground. But despite that, viewers, not one incident of manipulation or malfeasance that could have led to a repoll or violence, nothing. And here you have the Congress party trying to stir passions by suggesting that the people's vote has been stolen by an intermediary that is supposed to be the guardian of the democratic process. Nalin Mehta, this is not good. Sorry to say, this is Trumpian. This is what led to the insurgency in Washington, D.C. I'm sorry, this is not a great message.
If you challenge every result, then you undermine the legitimacy of the entire system itself and the democratic framework itself.
Which is what they're doing.
And I don't think this issue is getting any resonance on the ground at all in terms of voters. The point I want to make, Rahul, is that what are the 2-3 messages from this election? One is, politically, psychologically, the BJP has grown. Its vote share has increased by 2-3%. The JDU has retained its vote share but has played a much smarter political game, so it's gained disproportionately far more than it would have otherwise. The RJD has held its ground in its core areas. It's retained its vote share about 0.2% down compared to last time, and the same as the 2024 election. What it tells you is it's only retained the faithful, which is the Yadav vote to most of it, and the Muslim vote. It's got its politics wrong completely.
Right.
It's become a sectarian kind of party, if you like. So, and if you compare the 2 alliances, the NDA got its, firstly they did hard-nosed politics. You know, they took corrective measures administratively. Yeah. They got the right social matrix, and the opposition alliance, they didn't get the chemistry of the alliance right at all.
That's a very good point. Those questions will have to be asked. You wanted to make a point, ma'am.
Yeah. So going back to the reason why SIR became an issue for the opposition, we also have to, the question they ask is that why is NDA sweeping states?
Well, the NDA is up at 180 now.
There's a change in electorate behavior as well.
Yeah.
Because I think after 2024 Lok Sabha, I think there has been some kind of a spook in the electorate as well. I think that's why we see the numbers of people coming out to vote as well.
Okay, Mr. Shastri.
As you mentioned, the NDA is now moving to 181, and this typically happens as you come to the close of the election, where the one leading moves higher. You will notice the RJD has been coming down also.
This is an absolute whitewash, really. This is, I hate using that term tsunami because it's sort of associated with destruction, but this is a wave unprecedented.
Undoubtedly, it's a wave caused by a Bihar double-engine NDA.
And more voters coming in, more voters coming in, exercising a preference towards the NDA. This will appears as a massive shot in the arm.
Not just shot in the arm. I think there's a basic issue with the Congress.
Yeah.
Power without proximity. They talk down to everybody. Early on, you would have the basics of, Janata Janardan hai, unke vote ko hum accept karte hain. Here, there is not even an acknowledgement that X number of crore people have exercised their mandate.
That's right.
That they've done well. They just come out with SIR.
Well,
it's like teaching the people what to do.
Let me tell our viewers, we have a bag of tricks that we are going to now unfold, which helps you visualize this data. And we're going to pull out some of our tools, and we're going to show you where this election has been won or lost, depending on which side of the fence you're on, or why these leads are now going to take on perhaps a more definitive characteristic. I don't want to get ahead of myself because that's not the style at CNN News 18, but I think it would require now a rabbit emerging from the hat to say that this election outcome is going to reverse, because the gap is just too much now, isn't it? The gap is too much, Rahul Verma, for things to change dramatically. Even in 2015, things were still sort of up in the air, margins were small, a large number of seats had not been called, but here it appears that the counting has taken place quickly, and there doesn't seem to be that sort of lag.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think trends are going to reverse. You might see 10% movement here and there in terms of seat share, but usually what we have known that once a party takes a big lead or an alliance takes a big lead, there is a bump towards the end in favor of them. And so what we are heading to is perhaps 2010 kind of victory which BJP and JDU had together, or 2015 kind of a victory which Nisula was just pointing out when JDU was part of RJD. So it's a massive mandate and much more like
and that massive mandate is now reflecting. Let's just pull out those strike rates, big numbers. As I said, viewers, these are our bag of tricks, analytical tools that will help you understand this mandate a little better. 76% is a strike rate for the BJP. Almost similar, mirror image, the JDU, they're neck and neck within that alliance. Healthy competition, you can call it. The LJP, which we haven't projected, has also a great strike rate. Perhaps not as good as these two lead engines, but it has done its job of transferring a large number of votes into the BJP and the JDU, specifically the JDU. The JDU has doubled its numbers and more this particular election. So clearly, they got the chemistry right. The RJD, 27%, half of what it was in the last election in 2020. And that means that there has been a significant erosion of perhaps the other caste that had allied to it, or even the youth voter that many people believe would make Tejashwi the new face of the youth. Remember, in poll after poll, he was leading as the chief ministerial preference. Clearly, his own popularity, or what those polls suggested were his own popularity, has not knocked on to his party, which has big repercussions, not just for Bihar politics, but also for the RJD and the leadership and the Yadavs, the family at the top. The first family, Yadav family, big problem. And also the Congress, 18% strike rate, out of the game. At halfway, 122. Let's look at these numbers. You can see the cart coming around, the Likki Choka cart coming around, and it's going to give you the numbers there. The NDA at 181. There you can see it. The Litti Chowka has been consumed today with great fanfare by the NDA, doing fantastically well at 181, unprecedented. And let me now go back to our guests. These are big numbers. 181, I didn't see this coming. I don't think anyone saw this coming. Amit Shah, in interview after interview, specifically to Rahul Joshi, the first one, made it very clear that he's expecting a 2/3. This is now in that territory.
Amit Shah in many interviews has said that he will not say lower than this, right?
As a party leader, this is a tough election. I mean, Bihar is a notoriously tough state to gauge.
Oh, true. But how can Amit Shah just say, oh, we will only get one more seat than the half mark, right? Amit Shah always has to say that we are winning 2/3 or 3/4. So it's not that he alone could see it. I think once the exit poll came, there was always a possibility.
There was only one exit poll that went in this territory, and that was a Chanakya exit poll.
Exit pollsters are
no one
not
else. And Chanakya read Chanakya.
I shouldn't say this, but most pollsters are not well trained to convert votes into seats properly.
Wow.
Especially if you don't weigh this kind of data with the gender differential turnout, then you could get any kind of number.
So previous elections in Bihar have been hyper-local. Many people have used this term. This time it doesn't seem to be.
You see, there was a narrative, at least in the English language section of the population, which suggested that Bihar is a dysfunctional state, that Bihar is actually going to collapse, that Bihar is like the old thing about Bihar being a state of mind, etc. Now, what these results show, increased turnout, no violence, a pretty emphatic victory, and a pretty emphatic rejection. All of these show that there is that dysfunctionality is not in evidence, that what we are seeing in Bihar is that Bihar is gradually becoming more and more a normal state of the Indian Union. And to my mind, that's a huge achievement.
Huge achievement. Hindi heartland responding once again.
Yes,
beating
it is
for
responding,
the NDA.
and I think that question still remains for the BJP. You know, this is the only Hindi-speaking state where they don't have a chief minister, they haven't had a chief minister ever on their own. This is a handsome victory nevertheless, and as I was saying earlier, it looks like a 2015 mandate except for the other side, which is the NDA, that last time Mahagathbandhan had got it in 2015. There had been a lot of confidence, very quiet confidence from the NDA side through that election.
One big preconceived notion, given the fact that there are 1 in 4 voters are youth voters, Nalin, that the youth was not responding, that Gen Z was not responding to the BJP. Perhaps the Prime Minister has lost his connection with the Gen Z voter, that Gen Z is going to now lead this country.
Gen Z, I think, still had a generational trauma from 20 years ago. I think they've channeled that.
I think this is not just Gen Z reacting to Jungle Raj. I think this is Gen Z reacting to the promise of Sushasan Raj.
And
that's important.
With this kind of a mandate, you can't question that at all. I mean, and who are the extra voters who came in? Women and the young. And they have in the areas where the votes increased, the voting pattern is very clear. I think 3 messages from the election. First is Nitish is undoubtedly the big story of this election. The resurrection of Nitish Kumar, right? Remember 7-8 months ago, people were talking about his health, people were talking about this being his last election, people were saying that he could be removed as chief minister, all of that. So his resurgence is the big story. The second, I think, is the JDU may well face in the not immediately, but in the next say 12 months to 24 months to 36 months, an existential crisis, because you have not won. This is the second election they've lost in a row.
RJD.
And there's a
RJD, you mean?
I mean the RJD. Sorry,
Yes.
Thank you for correcting me on that. And the third, on PK, somebody just sent me a joke saying, have the total votes polled by Jan Suraj party in the entire Bihar election exceeded the number of interviews given by Prashant Kishor in the last 3 months?
Well, obviously the people who sent you this are supporters of the BJP, most probably, who believe that, look, we have a situation where you cannot have an alternative to the development vision that is being offered.
The trend is clear,
But
Rahul.
look,
The
I mean,
BJP is
PK
structurally growing.
So the reason that many people will lament the fact that PK hasn't grown is because he tried to generate an aspirational vote or create an aspirational vote bank beyond caste.
He did, and
I think he did bring up that conversation. Unfortunately, the alternative was then clarified in favor of the NDA.
Okay, yes, you were making that point, Nalin. I think you got drowned out. Yes.
I was saying that Saket has been making the point since the morning that PK may not have got the votes, but he was very instrumental in damaging the credibility of Tejashwi Yadav in this campaign.
How?
Right.
Just because he basically said that Tejashwi has no agenda, does not have the capability to actually rule.
In terms of election planning, I want to go back to what Rahul was also saying, that imagine how right the NDA got it, that the seat sharing also is very identical to the number of seats that are currently showing for both JDU as well as BJP. And for PK, I want to go back and say that becoming a neta is his Achilles heel. So he takes emotional decisions out of nervousness many times because he desperately wants to become a politician.
Okay, Mr. Shastri.
Yes. Everybody has been talking about the Mahila and Yuva factor.
Yeah.
Beyond a shadow of doubt, it has played a role, but that's not the only 2 factors that seem to have played a role. Otherwise, you would not have had such a massive mandate. So, Mahila, Yuva, yes, but other than that, I think older voters, voters who have certain expectations of this government.
Well, I also believe that traditional RJD voters may have actually begun to peel away, which is that is the reason there's this existential crisis.
RJD has been able to hold on to its base.
But friends and viewers, just look at this. I'm going to break this down according to our filters so we can actually deep dive this data a little bit. Phase 1. Here you see phase 1 data, and if you can just cut to this screen, and we're going to project it up there also on our big screen. Look at phase 1. These are the seats that went to polls the first. It was split exactly half-half. About 122 seats went to polls for the first phase. And in 2020, you saw in the first phase in the 2025 Vidhan Sabha 121, you had a whole bunch of seats. This is the 2020 phase 1. There you saw the NDA done pretty decently up there. But if you really look at this by years and filters, and now you have a look at this phase 1 data, and you look at the numbers, again, there's a gain. So there's this gain that has taken place, which perhaps was not thought through by the opposition. Now let's have a look at some of the other filters. Let me look at the migrant factor. because this is an important one. And this is a factor that I need to just get into 2024 here, just forward, look forward. Yes, that's the 2020 migrant factor. 1 second. Yeah, sorry.
Just tell it 2020.
Yeah. There you go. Where's the 2025? I'm not the best at this, but I'll come back to this actually. I'll just come back to this. I'll get my coordinates right on this particular wall. Zach, we're missing him here very much, but I will try and come out
it's
to
in the middle
2025.
Go to the years, it's in
There
the
it
middle,
is.
the filter.
There it is. That's the 2025 overall number. You can see the gains, 59, and you can look at the topography of this state as of now. And if you really play that number and you have a look at it, that's the overall. And you can see that the gains have been spread quite across. So the NDA doing fantastically well, but their gains have come across the state. There is no real pocket where they haven't had an impact. The India, patchy, very patchy, all those big seats there, just a few. You have even in Simanchal a number of seats that have sort of not polled for them in the way that they were expecting. So you have a situation where these particular seats that were considered short seats in Simanchal, not quite even opening for the India bloc. And you can see those, it's the swath of green, and on this is the area, this is the Anga region, this is Simanchal, this is where they were supposed to really do fantastically well. That hasn't quite happened, and you can see that on your screens. And here in the Bhojpur region, you still have a bit of a consolidation, Rahul Verma, for the opposite side, the MGB, the India Alliance. But even here you can see now pockets of green and saffron emerging.
So last time also, the phase, the portion that you are showing right now was the phase 1 of election in 2020, and the Mahagathbandhan had done better there in 2020 as well. And the reason is that not only that RJD has its presence, but also left parties have presence there, and so those two sort of like voting bloc combined gives Mahagathbandhan some advantage in those districts.
Well, look at the Muslim-dominated seats, and Swapan Dasgupta, this is something that I want you to focus on for just a few moments. Look at those numbers. In the Muslim-dominated seats, you have the NDA picking up 13, so there's been counter-consolidation. And some of these seats have 60-65% Muslims. I'm not saying those seats have shifted, but the India falling back. So even the Congress's politics here hitting a roadblock.
Well, firstly, let me just say, I think there is a tendency on the part of analysts to overemphasize the Muslim votes. And the Muslims certainly vote, but they are not the only ones who vote.
Yeah.
And in this case, what is important is that here we see a counter consolidation, which has always been the approach of the BJP. And to what extent OIC and others may have shaved away a little bit, I don't know. The statistics will point out.
Well, we'll have to break down those
and
numbers.
And I think turnout will also be a determinant in this factor. But the entire strategy of the Mahagathbandhan to base their entire calculations on what happens in Purnia and Kishanganj and Katihar, to my mind, is a bit flawed because it has its repercussions elsewhere.
Yes, Nalin.
On the Muslim seats, to add to what Swapan was saying, even last time, out of the 53 Muslim-dominated seats, the NDA won 29 and the India Alliance won 19 because of counter-mobilization.
Yeah.
But I want to make one more point. There's a seat called Shior with a per capita income of 19,000 rupees, one of the poorest districts in the country. Even there, the JDU is winning, and that if that's an example or that's an illustrator, it kind of shows that even there, the Mahagathbandhan or the RJD is not being seen as an alliance that can deliver on growth or on jobs, and I think that is quite an illustrative fact.
Tuhin Sinha joins this broadcast. On that point also, let me go across to him. He's of course the national spokesperson for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Tuhin Sinha, what do you owe this victory to? The Congress, your opponents have come out and said two things. Number one, that the Election Commission even now is only projecting one set of data, which is where the BJP and the JDU are leading, number one. And number two, most importantly, they're saying that this was a vote that has been stolen by the Election Commission. Your reactions to this?
Good morning, Rahul. Good morning, everybody. A historic day for Bihar once again. And the one message which is very clear is that our my factor, Mahila Yuva, is far more potent than the cliched my factor of RJD Congress alliance. But I'm glad you mentioned, the Congress's perpetual loser behavior, the way they have been maligning institutions, the way they have been casting aspersions, this time 3 months before the elections. There are two factors which have been at play over here.
Okay.
Number one, the pro-incumbency factor. The pro-incumbency factor, people are habituated to, a progressive government that Bihar has seen in the last 21 years. But at the same time, there is an anger brewing against RJD Congress for their negative politics, for Rahul Gandhi's, petty behavior, the way he, frivolously talks about Chhat Puja, the flippancy, the charges, the allegations against institutions which have not been proved. So unless the RJD and Congress take note of this anger, they will be diminished further. But yes, finally, it's an endorsement of more.
Okay, so let me bring in Surjit Bhalla also on this, but viewers, on your screens right now, we are showing you the projection of how the assembly is going to look like if things stand. 183 NDA sweep of Bihar, the India down to 55. And you can see here, friends, that this is going to be a very big problem. This is going to be a very big problem for the India bloc to justify. They're going to have to come out and say to their voters why they aren't being able to carry the day. And I'm not talking about the state of Bihar. That's done and dusted. Now I'm talking about, friends, the other 5 states that are going to the polls. But let's look at the India numbers, the NDA numbers: 183, JDU 79, BJP 78, neck and neck, LJP 20, HAM 4, RLM 3. The bit players adding up, they're the all-rounders. The tail has wagged, it's a long tail. The India bloc, apart from its opener, the RJD, which has sort of blown its chances, everyone else either in single digits or barely over double. I want to go straight across to Surjit Bhalla because the BJP national spokesperson says this is a positive incumbency vote. 20 years and Nitish is increasing his footprint in Bihar. Mr. Bhalla, we do look at the micro data and that suggests that not enough jobs have been created in Bihar over the last 20 years. Many new industries that could have come up have sort of given Bihar the go-by. Yet you have this verdict. How do you explain it from an economist's point of view who looks at these numbers and then also looks at social behavior?
Look, Bihar is and has been the poorest state in the country for decades. At the same time, if you look at their ranking, and UP has been the second poorest state, but Bihar has actually gained on UP over the last 20 years. So that's the point to be made there, is that the macro growth rate of Bihar is not as bad as is portrayed. It is poorest, it remains the poorest, but it is gaining. But I think that was not an important part of this, as important part of this election as 2 other factors. One, in terms of living standards, Bihar has done exceptionally well, and in particular in terms of women's education, where between the ages of 15 to 24, women in Bihar now have almost the same educational attainment as the men. This is a radical transformation in Bihar, number one. Number two, I think the opposition was incredibly weak. I travel in Bihar.
No, weak on messaging, weak on arousing perhaps
weak
hope.
On leadership, weak on leadership, weak on messaging, weak on talent. All they have, both of them, are dinas. The age of dinas is
Okay, so I'm going to bring you back from the politics back to your forte. And I want you to have a look at this. I don't know if you can see the screen, Mr. Bhalla, but these are rural seats, rural constituencies in Bihar. Tejashwi Yadav in Raghopur is trailing viewers. That tells you something. It tells you something. I think what Surjit Bhalla was saying, being echoed by the voter. Tejashwi Yadav is trailing. That's a big one, very big. But Surjit Bhala, look at these. The number of leads that the NDA has in rural are 62. And the deficit is 59 for India, almost a reversal. If you look at this, this was not supposed to be traditionally BJP hunting ground. The JDU, yes, had a presence, but not the BJP. The NDA picking up 62 in rural areas, the India Alliance losing 59 there or trailing in 59. What does this tell you? This is counterintuitive.
Well, what it tells me is that the media and most of the experts, and including the exit polls, have got it drastically wrong. And I'll give you a couple of reasons why that is the case. First of all, you know, the media and experts, and I'll lump them together, has been preoccupied with caste for decades. And they haven't seen that India has changed. You know, so they're still harping on the caste will cast your vote and all the rest of that, what I think is nonsense. So, number one, caste is no longer and has not been a factor for decades. Second, when I was traveling in Bihar, all the media was preoccupied with the rupees 10,000 dole that was given. And they said, is this a game changer? And I said at that time, and I'm saying it now, it was absolutely irrelevant to the decision of voters. Voters vote on performance and expectations of performance. On performance, the NDA comes out number one in Bihar, and on expectations of performance, the Mahagathbandhan comes out at negative infinity. So I mean, it was the easiest call in the world to say that they would win, and they would win by a majority. I must say, I am surprised.
Tejashwi Yadav trailing. Tejashwi Yadav trailing. Rahul Gandhi missing. They were young leaders. They're supposed to be the future of this country. And if the future is not being able to promise a roadmap.
Rahul, I think it's a mistake to call either Tejashwi Yadav or Rahul Gandhi as a leader.
Okay.
They happen to be in politics because of dynasty. You look at Lalu Prasad Yadav. Now, he was a leader. I mean, he had the pulse, had politics in his blood, and was a thinker, a political thinker. These guys are not interested in politics.
Not interested in politics, disinterested, perhaps is the word that we are looking for. Is it just not interested or disinterested? I don't know. People use that word variedly. But I want to go across now to Abhinavji, who joins us, Avinashji rather, who joins us, JDU spokesperson. Avinashji, rural seats हैं, उसमें भी आपने बहुत बेहतर लीड ले रखी है और तेजस्वी यादव राघोपुर से ट्रेल कर रहे हैं.
डेफिनेटली ये सारी चीजें जो हैं मैं आपको बता दूं दैट इज जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ द फॉल्स नैरेटिव दैट द महागठबंधन एंड their allied parties have created in the minds of Bihar, because they think the people of Bihar are rather foolish and they will come into their trap, but that has exactly not happened. What has happened is that the Biharis have voted for development which has started in year 2005, and they want it to be continued because the shame which has been associated with the word Bihari because of the period that we have seen in during 1990s till 2005, if I may say, has actually turned into a crush in a way, and that image has been improved. That image has improved just because of Honorable CM Sri Nitish Kumar ji, and that belief. And this I was listening to Sir previously, and he said that the people of Bihar has the expectation of performance. That is exactly what the people of Bihar is thinking right now. That the kind of jumla which Tejashwi Yadav was giving to the people of Bihar and uncalculative, if I may say. And the people of Bihar has cast that, and they know that it is just, election.
Okay, let me bring in the RJD spokesperson also. Clearly, you are advancing this theory that these individuals, your opponents, had no positive message. Let me bring in the RJD spokesperson here. They're up. Yes. Can I go straight across to the RJD spokesperson now? Yeah, there he is. राकेश जी, आपकी पार्टी काफी पीछे है और अभी हमें ये भी लग रहा है कि तेजस्वी साहब जो हैं वो भी अपनी सीट राघोपुर से ट्रेल करें. हाँ, 3 राउंड ही काउंट हुए हैं 30 में से, मगर तभी भी
जी मैं सुन रहा था अभी काफी अविनाश जी भी बोल रहे थे कुछ और सारी चीजें. अभी वेट कीजिए. अभी जिस ढंग से जनता ने महागठबंधन के पक्ष में वोट किया है, ये शुरुआती रुझान है, शुरुआती 2-3 राउंड है. आप वेट कीजिए, आप देखिए. हम कॉन्फिडेंट हैं कि हमारी सरकार बन रही है और बनेगी. और अविनाश जी बोल रहे थे शायद जुमला के बारे में, एंड मीन्स मोस्ट ऑफ द पीपल का, ईच एंड एवरी पीपल ऑफ इंडिया नो हु इज नोन फॉर द जुमला, लाइज एंड लाइज आफ्टर लाइज.
तो बट सर आप कैसे कह सकते हैं, क्योंकि देखिए all lies are easily exposed, and you went to the voters saying that don't fall for the lies, but clearly the voters have not trusted you, sir. That's fundamentally the issue. And if Tejashwi right now, though very early days, 3 out of 30 rounds have been counted, so those leads could change. But if he's trailing right now, it gives you an idea of the sentiment. Look at the overall numbers. The NDA is at 190, sir. And at least 4 rounds have taken place now across all constituencies. This is a trend.
Yes. The same thing happened in 2015. The same thing happened in 2020. And now also, this is the same trend. So,
अविनाश जी, योर रिस्पॉन्स. ये ट्रेंड इसलिए है क्योंकि ईसी घपला कर रहा है, स्लो काउंटिंग कर रहा है. ये तेजस्वी साहब ने आज सुबह भी बोला, कल भी बोला. हाउ डू यू रिस्पॉन्ड टू दिस?
So, sir, this is a very easy takeaway that the opposition, Mahagathbandhan, always takes. When they are losing, they will always blame the institutions. The institution which has been created by our forefathers with a belief that these institutions will protect the democracy. In fact, I must say that the Election Commission is doing its work. But rather, instead of blaming the other parties, they must introspect for what they have done to Bihar and what people remember.
Okay, just hold your thoughts, because something dramatic has happened in the last 2 minutes. The NDA is now at 192, so it's closing in on the 200 mark. The BJP is a shade ahead of the JDU in that race. The LJP, 22 out of 28 seats that it is contested. The magician is back at the wall. I was floundering. I couldn't bring out those figures. But just take us through the overall numbers, Zach, and the rest of it, because this is...
So you were trying to do the phase 1 and phase 2.
Yeah,
so there's an interesting data there. You know, there isn't much difference alliance-wise. Out of 122 in phase 1, the NDA had 94. But if you look at the breakup, the JDU has done better than the BJP in phase 1. It's got 46 and the BJP is 39 out of the 94 that the NDA got in the 121 that went to polls in the first phase. Whereas in the second phase, it's the BJP that's done better. Again, they've got a bulk of the seats as an alliance, 98 in the first phase, 97 in the second. But in the second phase, if you were to break it down as parties, it's almost the mirror image. The JDU is number 2 at 34 and the BJP number 1 at 40. And I think a large part of that is because of this Mithilanchal, this northern, north of the Ganga belt. Here in Simanchal, where the JDU did not do well last time, they've got a whole pocket of seats. And then, of course, in Bhagalpur, which is their sort of stronghold seat,
so would
they
these
seem to
be
have done well.
Some Muslim voters might have even voted for Nitish?
It's possible. It's possible that Nitish has had some Muslims voting for him. But more than that, I think in Simanchal, what happened is one collapse of AIMIM. I think he's completely gone. Whichever Muslim voter voted for him last time has now come back to Congress and RJD. But more importantly, I think there's been a degree of polarization. Remember, this happened the day after the Delhi blast. The second phase happened exactly a day after the Delhi blast. I think
so you're saying that there could be counter polarization. Rahul Verma, do you think that could be the case here?
So first of all, now we are in the zone of 2010 election results, when BJP had got 91 seats and the JDU has got 102 seats. So they are basically touching 200 mark, and given that number, so at that point when BJP, the NDA had won 2010, I think Nitish Kumar had some sort of like presence among Muslim voters. I don't know whether the alliance would get any votes now, given the kind of polarization that has taken place in last 10 years. But here and there, one or two individual candidates might have got this. I think it's basically what seems to be happening.
The JDU was criticized for reducing the number of seats that it had given to Muslims recently.
But what seems to be happening, that it's not just that the all allies are putting together, it's now the sum is becoming whole than the parts, right? Each one is pulling the weight, and then they are basically getting an extra leg up.
So look at the Muslim-dominated seats. I mean, what Rahul was saying, you know, even in Simanchal, a large number of seats, out of the 53 Muslim-dominated seats, 41 of it, that's more than, again, close to 90%, 41 out of that 53 has gone to the NDA partners. And in the Simanchal region, you have a lot more Greens this time, which is the JDU seat, as opposed to what we saw last time. So I think a degree of counter polarization, reverse polarization, call it what you want, seems to have happened here.
Seems to have happened. Nalin?
No, so there's absolutely counter mobilization which has happened.
No,
and
I'm talking actually now, you know, moving beyond the Muslim vote, the rural shift that has taken place. I mean, that is, I think, almost landslide. I mean, it's gone the exact other way.
If you look at the number of gains that JDU is making, look, it's a complete sweep in rural areas. 173 for NDA, 46 for
I mean, what the India and the others have lost, NDA has gained.
Pawan Verma, I believe, is...
Pawan Verma, let's go straight across to Mr. Pawan Verma. Mr. Pawan Verma, look, it was anecdotally stated that this time it was going to be a two-alliance battle, and that perhaps the Jan Swaraj may not be much of an influence on the ground, but here our experts seem to suggest that the Jan Swaraj has had a catalytic effect, that it has actually hit Tejashwi, because the message of who can deliver development and help the youth has focused that question in favor of Modi, favor of Nitish Babu, and therefore you have this massive runaway wave almost that seems to be consuming the state there.
Well, Rahul, Jan Swaraj has had an impact on the ground. I don't believe to begin with it was our intention to strengthen either of one or the other coalition. We came with, it is a disappointing result for us, without doubt, and I have no hesitation in admitting it. And
on the EC website,
the many years of my public life, I have seen such situations happen. But we have a consolation that we came with the right message, the right ideology, with absolute sincerity to carry out fundamental changes on the ground on issues which matter: jobs, education, migration, corruption. There was nothing lacking in our effort also, although we are a new party. The kind of effort, Herculean effort that was put in 3 years, including 2 years of a Padyatra, also is more than a consolation for us. Yes, as against our effort and our ideology, the results are disappointing.
Pawanji, Zaka here. I do want to know. No, you campaigned for the last 3 years. He was the longest campaigner on the trail. He, in fact, even said in interviews, either I'll get 10 seats or I'll get 100 seats. Today, Jan Swaraj has got 0 seats. And I was asking my colleague Nalin to look for the vote share on the Election Commission data. ECI is not even showing the vote share data. So I suspect it might be, 1 or 2%, not more. So clearly, the message did not resonate. Or maybe Bihar is still stuck in the old caste play.
Possibly, change takes place gradually. There could have been mistakes in our campaign. I believe our message did resonate. We have enough evidence from the ground, but given to established coalitions, and the enduring appeal of Nitish Kumar, above all, which is the surprise of this election, and I have worked very closely with him, I think, in a sense, marginalized a third player, and that I think is what has happened. I mean, we had an impact, and above all, the issues we have raised are going to be a permanent aspect of the agenda of governance in Bihar. I can assure you of that. Yes, the results have not vindicated.
So let me bring in Tuhin on this point. I think, look, you can't fault the Jan Swaraj for not approaching this with sincerity. They didn't go the caste route. Yes, I'm not saying that they ignored the caste route. There were seats that were given, but the message was not caste focused and caste centric. So just stay on with me, Mr. Verma. I want to bring in Tuhin to respond to you. Tuhin Sinha, the criticism that came from Jan Swaraj was that, look, the economic indicators suggest that you don't deserve a second chance. Yet somehow you have transcended this criticism. How has that happened?
Well, definitely, Rahul, there is room for improvement, but Bihar has come a long way from 2005. And people of Bihar still believe that the only party which can take them ahead is the BJP. It's not Jan Suraj, it is not RJD. When it comes to Jan Suraj, they raised some good issues, but there was a lot of dichotomy. I have come to know from people in Bihar that the maximum amount of cash, they were, while they claim to be an honest party, they were distributing mobile phones, they were distributing cash. So Jan Suraj came across as a party that was not genuine. And by the way, I have one question for Mr. Verma. Prashant Kishor, instead of focusing on his campaign towards the end, was more focused on how many seats would Nitish Kumar get. He had made all sorts of claims about JDU, that if JDU gets a certain number of seats, he will quit politics. Now, I don't want him to quit politics, but at least, he should learn from his mistakes and he should be a little more humble
what are the
going
lessons?
ahead, because politics is a...
I don't want to make this a combat, but okay, so let me just ask, where do you think you need to, Mr. Verma, improve that either message, presence? Where is it that you think there is space to improve?
Rahul, first of all, to what Tuhin just said, I wish we had the cash to distribute. I wish we had the mobile telephones to distribute. It may have helped. We didn't. We know our limitations. But we have realized one thing, that purely on the sincerity of our ideological thinking, in a state as massive as Bihar, perhaps the time available of 3 years,
Verma, it cuts the other way. So just allow me here. It cuts the other way. If you're saying, I wish we had cash to distribute, probably referring to the 10,000 rupee handout, you seem to suggest that that was a need born out of compulsion. And if the compulsion was so great, means that there was a huge upsurge of anti-incumbency, which you don't seem to have gotten on. So either your message has failed or your leader is not trusted. Can't be both. Or maybe both, I don't know. Could be.
No, you see, Rahul, simply put, success has many godfathers, failures has many orphans. Let's not go there. I've seen other parties also. I've seen Nitish Kumar, by the way, and this is interesting, I was the first person who met him in 2014 when he got 2 seats out of 40 in the Lok Sabha election. He resigned as chief minister. Mr. Manji became the chief minister, accepting moral defeat, moral responsibility. And in 2015 he was chief minister again. In politics there are ups and downs. But there's no point trying to hit below the belt, you were distributing cash, you were doing this. None of it is true. We came with a sincere message, we put in as much effort as we could. If we haven't succeeded, there are lessons to be learnt and no doubt that they will be gone over. But Prashant Kishor is 48, if that. There is time.
That's the same logic that Rahul Gandhi also gives. He's 54, 55. He's got time. Everybody has time. The point is not the time. The point is, are people buying your message? Is there resonance? Let's take, for example, Rahul Gandhi's Yatra. There was this famous Voter Adhikar Yatra that Rahul Gandhi and Tejashwi Yadav undertook in Bihar through much of August and some parts of September. It covered 183 assembly constituencies. And guess what? 148 out of those 183 have been won by the NDA. Let's look at how much the Congress party got in those 183 constituencies. The Congress is currently leading in 7 out of those 183. Admittedly, they are fighting in 34 out of those, the 7 that they are currently leading in. But if this whole point about, a yatra, voter adhikar, SIR, cheen liya aapki hak and all that is only resulting in 7 seats, then I'm not sure. I don't think the right issue was picked. I don't think they read the mind of the voter. And I think that's the point that Rahul was also trying to make. The opposition picked on issues which didn't seem to cut ice with the voter. And if you go back and look at the overall map now, and somebody said, much has changed between 2005 and now. The electoral map doesn't seem to have changed. This is the 2025 map. Just take a look at this. This is where the JDU has got a bulk of its seats, the BJP up in the north. And look at the 2010 map, which was the first time, I think the second time in an alliance. Look at the map. It's the exact same. This is the best performance that the NDA has had in Bihar 15 years ago at 206. Look at the map and look at the map currently. So the more, as they say, the more things change, the more they remain the same. It's exactly the same. They are inching closer to that. I don't know if they'll get to 206, but it's the best performance since 2010.
None. For Mr. Verma, if he's still there,
Yeah.
that can anti-BJP or anti-RJD rhetoric, can just anti-BJP or anti-JDU rhetoric be a substitute for real politics on the ground? I mean, what's your view on that?
It's a good question, and I think to reduce the effort made by Jan Suraj to be just a negative campaign against two parties is not a fair assessment. You see, once we have not done as well as we expected, in fact have done poorly, then all kinds of assessments are made and we become the punching bag. But nobody can doubt the substantive content of the message. Jobs, improving education, reducing poverty, improving primary health care, preventing outward migration, reducing corruption, especially at the lowest levels. How can you fault an agenda like that?
No, but Mr.
And
Verma,
by the way,
Mr. Verma,
every party now in Bihar is talking of these issues.
Mr. Verma, the question is that after Bihar is one of the most underdeveloped states in this country, and after such a long reign of governance by Mr. Nitish Kumar, if the opposition still can't make a case for better governance, then where does that leave, what does it say about their politics and their credibility?
It's a very good question. It's a good question. That is something we have to also ponder about, but please don't forget in the background that we are a literally 1-year-old party, and the effort began earlier, 2 years before that, but not as a party. So this time we have not yet been able to.
So let me ask you, because many people,
but please don't fault the message.
No, okay. So many people, Mr. Verma, suggested that look, only very few parties have been able to break out. Start-up parties that have actually captured power. So now you're suggesting that it's not your message, it was perhaps the wherewithal. You made a sort of reference to the fact that you didn't have money to distribute and so on and so forth. But clearly you entered the election knowing all these variables.
That is one factor.
Yeah.
So
Guru Prakash Paswan also here with us. Let's put him in.
You begin,
yes. Go ahead,
you begin with hope. You
Yeah.
begin with hope. You begin with hope. When the results don't match up to your expectations, you do a reassessment.
No, but you were also
We
marketing
accept our
hope. And the fact is that as a fresh leader, a new person...
What do you do with hope? Keep it in your pocket? Of course you market it.
Yeah,
You
that's what I'm
project
saying.
it.
So clearly, your leader does not enjoy the trust. He's not seen as someone who
Rahul,
can take the hope.
Do we have that strike rate where you have the
Yeah.
Jan Suraj and MIM? MIM today is leading in 3 seats. He probably have 3 MLAs in the new assembly in Bihar, whereas JSP will have 0. Do we have that strike rate comparison between JSP and MIM? MIM, I think, was fighting 25 seats, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
He's currently leading in 3. He has a strike rate of 11%. There you go. 0% for JSP out of, I don't know, I think they were contesting in 100 plus, certainly 150 plus. 0% strike rate for the JSP, 11% for the MIM, and admittedly MIM is a Muslim party, right?
Yeah. So they
are currently leading in 3 seats. So what does it say? I mean, I come back to that. Either the message is wrong or the messenger is wrong. Now you tell me, Mr. Verma, who is wrong?
I think the message was right. The messenger was right. The effort was right. The thought process was right. We have not succeeded. Listen, when you are faced with defeat,
breaking news coming in. Now, this is very important, Mr. Verma. More breaking news coming in. Ragopur, Tejashwi, the margin with which he is trailing has increased, in fact. So instead of closing
the BJP
the gap,
is leading in Ragopur. Satish Kumar of BJP is leading in Ragopur at this moment. And the margin between him, Tejashwi was trailing earlier as well.
So Rabri Devi now has two siblings to worry about. Yeah. Because Tej Pratap was also trailing at one point. Has he been able to turn the tables on his opponent?
I haven't got his numbers up yet.
Okay, we'll have a look at that too, because Tej Pratap was trailing. Now you have the senior Tejashwi Yadav, who is the inheritor of the mantle, also trailing. Now that is dramatic. Mr. Paswan, Guru Prasad Paswan of the BJP is here with us. Mr. Paswan, these numbers are inching towards historic figures for you. 2015, 2010 coming back in 2025. Back to the future, so to speak. NDA at 191, the BJP strike rate phenomenal. So is the JDU. There you can see the BJP, in fact, streaking ahead now of the JDU by about 12 seats. What do you put this down to?
No, you have to understand, Rahul, that this is an establishment of the fact that Bihar has solidly stood with Prime Minister Modi and Nitish Kumar. I think the social coalition, the welfare mechanism, and the penetrative development schemes. Wherever we went for the campaign, Rahul, we must realize that the women of Bihar, they always said, जिसका खाए हैं उसी को देंगे, जो 5 किलो अनाज दिया है उसी को देंगे. All of them remembered each and everything. Prime Minister Modi has always spoken of Bihar, the IITs, the IIM, to All India Institute of Medical Sciences. I think we cannot discount the development factor here. It's not exclusive.
I want to ask you, Mr. Paswan, on that point, very important point you're making, development, you're emphasizing the development story, the numbers don't bear up, and many people are saying that because you sense that there was disaffection, you gave 10,000 rupees in a cynical way to try and quote-unquote bribe your vote. So how do you respond to those people? September, just before the poll code kicks in, 10,000 rupees goes to the women.
No, Rahul, I was definitely anticipating this question from you, but we have to understand that the commitment of Nitish Kumar and Narendra Modi towards the women folks. If you look at Bihar, Bihar has been heralding new reforms when it comes to women empowerment, when it comes to gender justice. In fact, Bihar is the first state to introduce reservation for women, affirmative action for women in the local self-government. Bihar is the first state to have domicile reservation for women in the state government jobs. Bihar is the state with the highest women workforce in the police, not only at the constabulary level, but at the leadership level as well. You see SI lady, you see IPS ladies, they're leading the reforms in Bihar. And I think the fulcrum of this victory, the nucleus of this victory is definitely women. And the negative campaign unleashed by the Mahagathbandhan. You saw Chhathi Mata. Chhathi Mata is someone who's very close to our heart. Bihar is land of Ma Janki. Bihar is the mother of democracy. Only last night we saw Sunil Singh out of desperation. He said, and I quote, he's not just a random party worker of the Rashtriya Janata Dal, Rahul. We must realize he's the senior most leader of the Rashtriya Janata Dal. And he warned us of implications like Nepal and Bangladesh on the streets of Patna, on the streets of Bihar. This is unacceptable.
Vote share for the NDA viewers crossing the 50% mark. That's very significant. 50% mark. The vote share has spiked ahead. There you can see that number. It's right there. 52%. The leaderboard is showing that NDA 52% of the vote. So you've had an additional turnout of roughly 9.8% in this election. You've had more women in absolute numbers than men. The others shrunk. AIMM at 1%, India at 37%. So really falling back on its previous number of about 42-43%, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm talking about 5 years ago. And this suggests that there has been a consolidation by the NDA across many castes. It's the only way you're going to have a truly rainbow representative like this. The strike rate, let's have a look at the strike rate. Guru Prasad Paswan looking at this. Also, of course, we have with us the leader from the Jan Swaraj party. There's a strike rate, 86%. Rahul Verma, 86% for the Bharatiya Janata Party, 74% for the JDU. The BJP would be kicking itself, saying that perhaps this time it should have contested 122 seats like it did last time. But obviously, compulsions and so on and so forth. But still, do you think this would have been, had they contested more seats, this would have still held up, this number? Rahul Verma?
Yeah, I think, see, as I said, it's a 2010 repeat. Last time, BJP had 89% strike rate and JDU had 81%.
And how many seats was it contesting the last time?
Last time, BJP had contested 102 seats, 191.
Right.
And JDU had contested 141 seats and they had 115. So I think the results are progressing in the same direction. And what is more important is that now with 52% vote share, the NDA is winning almost 80% of the seats. It's a 79% strike rate.
Mr. Shastri, on this.
I think if you see the trend in the results, it's not just about alliance chemistry. It's not just about youth vote. The alliance seems to be getting votes across age groups. It's not just about women vote. I think the vote of men may not be as much as in the case of women. That vote has also come to them. Save.
So it's a real rainbow. It's a real sum of many
rainbow
parts.
Coalition. Save Muslims and Yadavs. I think they are also getting the votes of all other segments. So all these factors, I would believe, have contributed to the type of victory you're seeing. That
well, we'll have a look at the Yadav-dominated seats.
It's eerily reminiscent, for those who are interested, of the elections of 1957 and 1962, when the Congress was in Delhi, was the dominant party.
Yeah,
so
except
it's more
the
or less
Congress
a
itself was dominant. Here, the BJP is still sharing space. But even there, Nalin, the BJP, there seems to be, I don't know, if these vote shares as well as, of course, the strike rate continues, then it seems that even in Bihar now, BJP, it came out with that slogan that give us an opportunity also. You've given everyone else an opportunity for 25, 30 years. How about us? That seems to be now clicking with the voter, which is a significant growth shoot for the BJP after about, 20 years?
I think there is no question about that. This is by far the best result for the BJP in a very, very long time. The vote shares have increased, which is not easy to do because they are the incumbent party by about 2-3%, which is not a small number. And this is across class, caste and gender. So I think Professor Shastri is right that this is across all social cleavages as well. So I think the BJP, Bihar is a party where the political chessboard has not really changed for 20 years, right? So you've had the same social grouping, the same parties, the offshoots of the Janata Parivar going on. So RJD clearly seems to have becoming a sectarian party of Yadavs and of Muslim, not expanding beyond that. The larger social coalition is expanding here. So BJP is becoming much more acceptable, I think, in Bihar.
Yeah. Yes.
If these results hold, for the first time in Bihar history, BJP is the single largest party in terms of vote share as well as in terms of seat share.
Well, viewers, that is very significant, and I'll come to Nistula in just 30 seconds. It's very, very significant, and also, of course, Guru Prakash Paswan. Guru Prakash Paswan, I want to ask you, the BJP streaking ahead of the JDU, does that change things within the coalition? Number one, I don't believe so, but I want your view. We heard a few BJP leaders who seem to be sort of caught up in this exuberance, saying that no, hamara time aa gaya hai, we want to now rule the roost. So I just want to ask you if that's going to actually happen, whether the bada bhai, chota bhai equation is going to change, the chacha bhatija equation is going to change at all. One, and secondly, why do you see the BJP forging ahead at the expense of the JDU?
No, Rahul, I think the most important point which we must understand that post 2024 election, you look at the state elections, you look at Delhi, Haryana, Maharashtra and now Bihar. Bharatiya Janata Party has emerged as been able to successfully form government in Haryana, Maharashtra, Delhi on its own. And I think there is a resilience with the BJP. I mean, we were on the ground and we saw the sheer hard work and the determination of the Bharatiya Janata Party But as far as the question is concerned, there is absolutely no conflict. There is absolutely no conundrum or no confusion per se.
Right.
It is the NDA, the Prime Minister Modi and Nitish Kumar. If I can briefly add to what Nalinji just said, Nalinji's book, The History of the BJP, is something which is very close to my heart. And it's a very deeply scholarly and the research work that he has done is commendable. But one point which Nalinji I want to add is even the Muslim youth, even the Muslim women, the Yadav women and the Yadav youngsters as well, they would be a matter of scholarship now. Because Tejashwi Yadav trailing in Raghupur, which his family has been representing for the last almost 3.5 decades, I think that's a telling story. The Yadav youngsters, the Muslim women and the Yadav women have also come out and supported the good model of
Nalin has a data point and a question. Mr. Shastri also, yes.
You had asked me a question earlier on Tej Pratap Yadav. He's number 4 right now in Mahua.
There you go. So both sons of Rabri Devi are in trouble.
Yeah.
That is a message. And that is a message for what? Is it a message against entitlement? Is it a message against people who see the polity through only caste lens? Or is it an overhang, the sin, so to speak,
Bihar
of the father?
What
could this be?
This is an election of aspiration. This is an election where a large number of young voters have come in and voted, and there is a large amount of aspiration in Bihar. They're looking at who can fulfill their aspirations. And in that, the old style politics is not working. One important point here, the Congress leading in 6, which is pretty much the same as the CPI-ML.
So aspirational voters are moving away from the MGB. It's quite clear, Nistula. Yes. Even the Congress, Rahul Gandhi, the dynasty in chief of Indian politics, is having a problem.
Of course, it's going to be a problem because of the history, the specific political context of Bihar. And going back to the JSP and how it clarified the issues but could not reap the harvest.
Yeah, so maybe it's premature, maybe they're a little ahead of their time.
It clarified the issue about who can
but
deliver.
Maybe he is a future. Mr. Shastri,
19 last time, 27 last time. So if they remain at 6, there'll be less than one-fourth of.
In fact, yes, they've contested a fraction less seats, but this is a wipeout for the Congress, wipeout for its message, no takers for this, no Gen Zs rising up in revolt like they did in Nepal and Bangladesh. As I told you, viewers, this is an aspirational election and we are seeing other social classes and castes moving. Mr. Shastri.
Rahul, I wanted to add a point before I concede the floor to him. See, the thing is that this is also a challenging verdict for the victors because the politics of the last 20 years is will now have to move one step forward. You'll have to create jobs, you'll have to create opportunities for entrepreneurship and other
but
things.
But you also have to give a vision for growth,
yes,
right?
You do have to do that.
It's not just about,
they better get onto it.
Limit this aspirational voter only to the youth.
Yeah.
The aspirational voter is across the board. And what you're noticing is there was a lot of talk during the campaign that there is anti-incumbency, anti-chief minister incumbency, etc. I think even after 2 decades of being chief minister, save for 4-5 months in the middle, that support for the current regime continues, and it is linked to what Anand and I were discussing in the morning. The trust quotient in the current leader.
So what are your takeaways? You've been watching this
I'll tell you one thing, Rahul. I'll tell you, we can do all sorts of all sorts of deep dive. The fact is, you respect the core leader and you have alliance chemistry and you show a certain element of trust factor. That's what Sandeep ji was also saying. Then there is no reason why the voter will move away from you. The most important factor is, yes, things are wrong, but who do you trust to fix it? That's the question. This mandate that we are seeing below it on the screens, 191. Did any pollster predict this? There were those who were trying to say that the NDA will be 121 and the Mahagathbandhan will be 118, trying to make it a close fight when there was no mahal on ground. See, and
you were there.
Yeah.
You had mentioned that, because you didn't travel to Bihar, but you had talked to a large number of Biharis.
Yes.
The sense you were getting was that people are looking now at the next 5 years, having tasted stability in the last 10.
Not even 5 years. It's about who do I trust? Who built that bridge from Raghopur to Patna? किसने बनाया? पूर्णिया में एयरपोर्ट किसने बनाया? पटना में एयरपोर्ट किसने बनाया? Let's go straight across to BJP MP Ravi Kishan ji, नमस्ते. This is Anand Narasimhan here. बधाई हो आपको.
नमस्ते.
ये आपको मैं अलग कहूं कि ये कहूं कि कौन कौन है जिनको घमंड है अब भी, जबकि उनका स्कोर कार्ड बहुत झंड दिख रहा है.
आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
जी जी आ रही है रवि किशन जी।
जी पूरे बिहार को मैं प्रणाम करता हूं। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी, नीतीश बाबू पर विश्वास।
पर एक बात,
ऐतिहासिक जो जीत हुई है ये अनबिलीवेबल था, लेकिन इतना पता था 160 विल क्रॉस, बट ये नहीं मालूम था कि तो ये
why did you think you will cross 160, Ravi ji? Because see, this is a market you own. यहाँ के आप सुपरस्टार हैं। इस जगह में आपका जितना स्टारडम है वो शायद राइवलरी उनकी मनोज भैया के साथ ही होगी, लेकिन मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूं कि यहाँ पर क्यों आपको लगा कि 160 भी क्रॉस हो जाएगी एनडीए? व्हाई? क्योंकि लोग तो कह रहे थे
जब हम सभा करने जाते थे, मोदी जी का नाम, उनके लिए उत्साह और माता बहनों का उत्साह, नीतीश जी की छवि, और जो विरोधियों ने जो मंदिर को लेके, धर्म को लेके प्रचार किया, जाति को लेके किया, उससे सब, और शिक्षित यदुवंशियों ने, माता बहनों ने, युवाओं ने ये खेल इतना विराट कर दिया। जो आप रिजल्ट देख रहे हैं इसमें, ये मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं, इसमें शिक्षित यदुवंशियों का बहुत बड़ा योगदान है, माता बहनों का बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। जो अभी रिजल्ट देख रहे हैं ये बहुत मैसिव सा इसीलिए बिकॉज वी गॉट ऑल द न्यू वोटर्स। हमको आरजेडी के वोटर मिले, युवा वोटर यादव समाज से मिले, जो पढ़े लिखे हैं, जिनमें जो मोदी जी और नीतीश जी में अपना भविष्य, और बिहार ने अपना भविष्य सुरक्षित किया है, अपना भविष्य तैयार किया, और उन्होंने विश्वास किया है। ये हिस्टोरिकल है। 2010 में यही रिजल्ट आया था और बिहार उसके बाद से छलांग लगाया था। बिहार ने अपने भविष्य के लिए, और जहां पे छठ माह पर गलत टिप्पणी राहुल जी ने जो कहा था, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी पर जो उन्होंने कहा था, वहां के पिकनिक मना के पौंड में खाली कूद के मछली पकड़ना, ये सारी उनको पता चला ये सारे लोग क्या करेंगे। हर घर में नौकरी के झूठे प्रलोभन, उनको विश्वास नहीं था कि ये झूठ करके लोग अपना लिए खाली एक सीट अपने लिए, अपने घर के लिए, अपने महल के लिए लोग सीट लाना चाहते हैं, और वो सारा बैकफायर किया। विरोधी, अब देखिए इस देश में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने इतनी बड़ी लकीर खींच दी है कि विरोधियों के पास अब बोलने के लिए कुछ नहीं कि वो क्या करेंगे, क्योंकि मोदी जी और नीतीश बाबू ने इतना कुछ कर दिया बिहार में।
पर आपको
तो पता
एक और
है
बात
कि ये सारे लोग झूठ बोलते रहे इतने साल, जात की राजनीति करते रहे, बिरादरी की राजनीति करते रहे। इन लोगों को रोकना बहुत जरूरी है, और पूरे बिहार ने इनको रोक दिया और ऐसी ऐतिहासिक जीत की तरफ एनडीए को बढ़ा दिया।
तो क्या आप ये कहेंगे रवि जी कि महिला और युवा ये नया एमवाई फैक्टर है, मुस्लिम यादव
परिवार की राजनीति खत्म हो जाएगी। अब उत्तर प्रदेश में भी आप देखिएगा इसका अगला चुनाव, मोदी जी और योगी जी जब कॉम्बिनेशन में आएंगे 27 में, तो वहां देखिएगा। बंगाल में जब हम लोग अब एंटर करेंगे, हम ही लोग प्रचारक के रूप में जब वहां पे जाएंगे, मोदी जी की बातों को रखेंगे, अब बंगाल भी जाग जाएगा, क्योंकि बंगाल बिहार से जुड़ा हुआ है, और इसका सीधा इफेक्ट बंगाल पर आएगा।
एसआईआर का कितना फर्क पड़ा होगा? एसआईआर का कितना फर्क पड़ा होगा?
ये रिजल्ट 2 स्टेट पर बहुत बड़ा प्रभाव करेगा। वो याद रखिएगा मेरी बात, एक बंगाल पर, दूसरा उत्तर प्रदेश
पर। ये एसआईआर का कितना फर्क पड़ा होगा कि ये वोटर लिस्ट,
ये देखिए उनको पता है कि एसआईआर की बातें इन्होंने जो झूठी फैलाई, वोट चोरी की बातें, जो इससे बहुत, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी पर कोई भी टिप्पणी, मैं विरोधियों के आपके माध्यम से कहना चाहता हूं, जनता इस देश में अपने दिल पर लेती है। उनको गलत आप बोलेंगे, उसी दिन आप जनता की नजर से गिर जाएंगे, और आप अपनी हार को तैयार कर रहे हैं। तो जब भी मोदी जी पर कोई भी प्रहार किया इन लोगों ने, जनता ने उसको वोट से रिटर्न में जवाब दिया, और उन लोगों को नस्ते नाबूद करके वो पार्टियां खत्म कर दी। वो विरोधी लोगों की पार्टियां खत्म कर रहे हैं। जितना मोदी जी को वार करोगे, वो शिव भक्त हैं, उतना आप लोगों का नाश होगा, विनाश होगा।
जी, लेकिन एक आप भी शिव भक्त हैं, हम जानते हैं, लेकिन एक बात बताइए कि ये महिलाएं इतना क्यों बढ़ चढ़ के सुशासन बाबू को वोट की हैं? ये 10,000 ही इफेक्ट है या एक ट्रस्ट फैक्टर?
ये पूरा कॉम्बिनेशन है। 10,000 को भी का योगदान है, युवाओं को, 1 करोड़ लोगों को रोजगार, जो नौकरी मिलेगी सरकारी, वो भी 1 करोड़ लखपति दीदी बनेगी, वो भी, सड़क है, विकास है, अनगिनत एयरपोर्ट है, मखाना इंडस्ट्री भी है। इसमें मोदी जी का विश्वास है। मोदी जी की कथनी करनी में अंतर नहीं। उन्होंने अगर वचन दिया, खत्म बात, वहां पर देश मान जाता है। कि मोदी जी ने बोला फिनिश नाउ, फिनितो, ये होना ही होना है। नीतीश बाबू का चेहरा, एक ऐसी छवि जिन्होंने अपना जीवन खपा दिया बिहार को बनाने में, ऐसे एक दाग नहीं उनके कुर्ते पर, ऐसे व्यक्ति के साथ बिहार ने बहुत सुंदर, और बिहार ने साबित कर दिया कि ये चाणक्य की भूमि है, ये चंद्रगुप्त मौर्य की भूमि है, आर्यभट्ट की भूमि है, गुरु गोविंद जी की भूमि है। मां जानकी का मंदिर बनने के लिए बिहार ने ये वोट किया है, विकास के साथ साथ।
अंतिम प्रश्न आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा कि मान लीजिए इतनी बड़ी भारी बहुमत से सरकार बन रही है, तो इस पर इससे अपेक्षाएं भी ज्यादा होंगी, तो बिहारी को बाहर ना जाना पड़े, आपको लगता है कि ये सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज होगा?
उनकी नीतियां भी बहुत बड़ा काम कर गई। उन्होंने जो वहां पर बैठकर दिन रात काम किया, हम लोगों को गाइड किया कि इस पॉकेट में आप जाओगे, धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी के साथ यहाँ आप जाओगे, यहाँ योगी जी जाएंगे, यहाँ वो जाएंगे, हर चीज उन्होंने जो तय किया, हर कार्यकर्ता, छोटे से बड़े, स्टार प्रचारक, कौन पॉकेट में जाएगा, कितनी सभाएं करेगा, दिन में 5-5 सभा एक स्टार प्रचारक के रही, रात में लौट के भी सभा करना है। ये दिन रात जो प्रचारक ने काम किया, एक कार्यकर्ता ने काम किया, बूथ लेवल पे काम हुआ, छोटे छोटे स्तर के कार्यकर्ताओं ने भी जान झोंका, उसका रिजल्ट है। मैं सभी संगठन के कार्यकर्ताओं को प्रणाम करता हूं, ये सभी की जीत है। चाणक्य रहे अमित शाह जी, उनको सत नमन प्रणाम।
जी रवि जी, आप तो भोजपुरी फिल्मों के बहुत बड़े सुपरस्टार हैं। बिहार ने इतना बड़ी भारी आपको बहुमत दिया है, जाते जाते अपने अंदाज में ही बिहार के लोगों को, बिहार के जनता को धन्यवाद कहें।
बिहार के लाला जिया तू 1000 साला, जय हो, हर हर महादेव, नमः पार्वती पदे, हरा हरा महादेव, मां जानकी की जय। भव्य मंदिर के साथ विकास, आप सभी लोगों को बहुत बहुत उसके लिए बधाई, समस्त बिहार के माटी के प्रणाम। जय हो।
Ravi Kishan deserves his moment in the sun because his party has exceeded expectations of all posters. But you know, the story that is coming out of this election is coming out from rural Bihar. It's an 80% Bihar is rural. 80%. Yeah. And just if you go to that magic wall, and I'm sure you can touch the buttons better than I. Rural Bihar is where this election is completely turned. Look at the resounding message from rural Bihar. It's a complete reversal. So you had 60 seats which have changed hands. Entire opposition seats have gone the other side.
Let's understand this, Rahul.
And I just want to make a small point on the back of this. Why has this happened? This has happened despite the fact that many people were suggesting that there was impoverishment under Modi and so on and so forth. It is that vision that he seems to have fed to the electorate that seems to suggest that, look, if there is anyone who can deliver, it is Mr. Modi.
No, Rahul, there is a Makai belt and there is a Makhana belt. I was speaking about this in the morning. The Makai or corn is going for ethanol. I upwardly revised my numbers, 40,000 crores worth of Makai or corn from Bihar has gone towards the production of ethanol. Obviously, the farmers are benefiting. The other part is Makhana. Look at the price of Makhana at 30 rupees. It used to be available at 30 rupees a kilo. Nobody would ask for it. Today, you can't get it for 350 rupees for 250 grams.
So the rural economy,
1,200 rupees a kilo.
So the rural economy has picked.
Obviously, the money is going to the farmer. And the other thing, Bijli is free. Electricity costs have come down. And there is law and order in the villages today, that because there is light, there is money, there is mobility in terms of connectivity.
So given the indices that farm incomes haven't doubled and so on and so forth, and there has been support from the state, the fact is, this is what I believe, that there has been stability in this part of Bihar, this rural part of Bihar.
Rural Bihar, 172 seats, 74 have gone to the JDU. And 70 have gone to the BJP. So this is also evident that if the alliance is strong, there is no fight between Nitish Kumar and Narendra Modi, then obviously the magic is there for everyone to see, Swapanji.
No, the question I would like to ask you is that, Bihar is essentially a rural state.
Yeah, 80 odd
Is there any mismatch between how the people in the villages voted and how they voted in the cities?
So rural,
is there any? There's not much of a
in this election, obviously, it will be difficult to gauge that because of the number of seats.
Let's see how they voted back in 2020. Let's look at the previous years. the rural vote, let's
and the urban vote.
2020 just largely rural vote.
It's just
again, see, the NDA was at 112 and the INDIA was at 103. Now the swing away from INDIA in the rural
but the vote share was exactly
vote share is 36.64. Let's look at the current one. Let's look at the 2025 current numbers. Now let's look at the 2025 current trends. And we don't have the vote share yet, so the vote share will come only once the numbers
the
settle.
India Alliance has lost 61 seats.
This has to have had a shift, because if overall if there's 50% vote and you're saying 223 of the 243 seats are rural, so obviously there's got to be a 50% vote share somewhere in rural.
Can we look at the urban?
Can we look at the urban?
Let's have a look at the urban filter. Let's have a look at the urban filter. That will give you a greater, absolutely a greater idea of this complete
the urban filter again.
Always dominant. It was always dominant.
Do a breakup there. I think 18 will have dominantly BJP.
Yeah, that's so the BJP predominantly has done. BJP 16.
Absolutely. So,
and the division of seats was such that in urban areas, you have a BJP having a larger number of seats. In rural areas,
the BJP has hung on to the middle class, the aspirational classes, but it is also the party now. I don't know what the split in the rural sectors. Can we have a look at the split in the rural?
The split again, the 74-70, no? We just when we looked
between the two parties.
Yeah, the two
BJP
parties.
And
we looked at the. I showed you the NDA.
So there you go. The BJP has
70.
picked up even in rural India as the party of hope and aspiration, which is significant. And this will, and that's why perhaps Ravi Kishan was saying that the Bengal election might echo that. I don't know. The expert is sitting here. The person from Bengal is sitting here. What do you think is going to be the impact, knock-on impact on Bengal, Assam?
Well, in terms of morale of the party, certainly it will have a significant impact. But other than that, I would be a little hesitant in drawing too many broad social conclusions about how Bihar will be replicated in Bengal.
No, but and Dada, see, 223 or 243 seats are rural. So obviously, and if the overall vote share is more than 50%, it's 52%. This has all come from the rural votes.
Can we go first to Shamika?
Yeah, we'll go to Shamika Ravi. Shamika Ravi is with us. Then I'll come to you, Sandeep.
Let me bring in
Shamika Ji, namaste. I just
Shamika Ravi, the numbers surprising. What do you put this down to? We were just speaking to Mr. Bhalla shortly back, and he says that look, people have underassessed the amount of work that has gone into Bihar. The fact is that the indices don't seem to reflect it. So there is a mismatch. What do you put this down to?
So Rahul, I am not surprised at all. Not that I'm a psephologist. But in fact, if you look at any of the metrics, I don't know what indicators you guys have been looking at, but you know, Bihar, amongst the major states in India, has witnessed the highest increase in household consumption in the last 10 years, right? This is urban and rural. So barring Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh, Mizoram, small states, Bihar has seen this massive increase in consumption. And this is private consumption of households, right? If you look at poverty, then Bihar has witnessed one of the sharpest decline in poverty, 41% 10 years back. Today they are down to 4%, right? Much higher improvement if you compare with the other eastern states, including West Bengal, Jharkhand, Odisha, etc. Right? So none of this is surprising to me. If you look at infant mortality, they are better than national average. Right? NMR, neonatal mortality, they are much, much superior to any of their neighbors. So close to 37 million people have come out of poverty in Bihar in the last 10 years. So clearly the indicators that you and I are talking about and how to read this verdict is really just limited to us trying to analyze. But clearly people on the ground, the voters are very smart. The voters are basically rewarding governments. They are rewarding governments for basically rewarding and making life better for them. Right? So this is not surprising. Right. The other thing I have been witnessing since the morning, people comparing GDP. No, that's one of the indicators that look, the state is poor and so on. But you know, more than half, close to 60% of Bihari labor works outside. Which means GDP is not the way to look at it. Perhaps one ought to look at the GNP. Because you know, these are people earning outside. You're not measuring it in the GDP. So when you look at the right set of economic indicators, I'm not surprised at all, Rahul.
Right. Shamika ji, good afternoon. This is Anand here, Anand Narsimhan here. Bihar se to aapka bhi connection hai. So this Mahila factor and the Mahila also being part of the Yuva. How impactful is that, and how much of a difference will that make to this? Your understanding, and is there a reason why the women voters will trust a Nitish Kumar and an NDA more than a Tejashwi Yadav and an MGB?
You know, there was a natural experiment in 2005, Anand. Nobody had won that election with a majority, so they had a re-election after 6 months, remember?
Right. Gee.
And the single factor which explained the difference in the outcome was surge in women votes. So women have traditionally in Bihar, at least for the last 20 years, voted differently from men. So, you know, clubbing all Bihari voters as one and not recognizing that women have very distinct political preference and what they want from their government, I think is doing a great disservice, right? So I think we recognize that women voters want something distinct. In Bihar, in 2005, they voted out RJD and they voted in JDU. Today, what you're witnessing, even if you look at consumption data, in fact, Bihar has one of the lowest women's poverty rate, if you just look at women's consumption. So the improvement in the lives of women in Bihar has again been incredibly high compared to all India average, compared to states of its size. So, I'm not surprised. Again, women are very distinct from men.
Right.
And in Bihar, they have rewarded, I think, government performance. Now, the question I think you should ask is, we have often felt that young people should come with new ideas, Anand. Bihar, of course, needs a lot. We need to do a lot of work in Bihar.
Correct.
But to say industry nahi chahiye, ye sab bahut regressive way of thinking hai. And I think people are far, far smarter.
But do Mahila also rise above caste and vote? And if the Mahila vote from Haryana to Madhya Pradesh and also Maharashtra and now in Bihar, the Mahila voter is so different and is able to rise above caste and set up new benchmarks as to what she wants and why she would do. Law and order, Uttar Pradesh also visible very clearly. So does that change the political lexicon, and does that mean that Bihar can also rise above caste? This entire Muslim Yadav combination, caste combinations, etc.
Yes. The emergence of women voters in the last 20 years, and we have been writing and documenting this for many, many years now. It's very good. It's putting our democracy in a virtuous cycle, right? Because they are directly linked with performance of government. They are rewarding good governments. They are punishing bad governments. So women vote emerging. Again, it's not a monolith. There are huge variations even within. But at least they are voting distinctly from the pre-held notion that you have. Yadavs only vote for Yadavs. That's not true. In 2005, it's the women who voted RJD out, right? And in this case, you are seeing this massive surge that happened, which also takes you to this conversation around cash transfers, etc. Right? All of this is directly limited to improvement in consumption of households. And that is the conversation we should be having, right? That if women indeed are empowered by giving direct benefit transfer, by giving them different, and JDU, and this time clearly as a joint NDA platform, they have been rewarding women voters right from 2005. The pension scheme, the cycle scheme, a lot of things have come out of
prohibition.
Prohibition. So I think, government responding to voters, women, and women rewarding or punishing government. I think this is what democracy and electoral democracy is all about.
Now, is there a formula where if you get 80% of the women vote and 60% of the male vote, then you are firmly in power with a solid Bahumat Sarkar, especially when the population is 50-50. It's like 49-51 and 50-50 in terms of the gender ratio.
Anand, these are very simplistic ways of elections.
Is there a mismatch between the male and female vote?
Just bringing it into the studio, please. Shamika Raviji, please stay on with us. Swapan Das Gupta with us, Nistula Hebbar with us, and Sandeep Shastri with us. Yes.
Is there any evidence that there is a mismatch in other elections between the male and female vote? Between how men vote and how women vote?
There is, Swapanda. The 2005 election, remember, the more women came out and voted for each of these constituencies, the probability of sitting incumbent winning went down. While the more men came out, the incumbents had a higher probability. So in some ways, they were completely different.
Okay, and turnout, of course, there has been a factor.
Just increase the fold back in the studio also, so she can be heard in the studio.
The voting, women voting is to a significant extent influenced by home-related factors, development-related factors. We have seen this right from
law and order.
We have seen this right from N.T. Ramarao's time to the present time. This is happening.
So many women across Bihar, to all our reporters have said, mothers have said, my daughters can come back at 10 a.m. safe. You know, in the wee hours, women are sitting down having a cup of chai at 3 a.m. They are not feeling unsafe. Our own reporter, who was earlier being told, 10-15 years ago, कि भाई 4 बजे के बाद 5 बजे के बाद आप मत जाना बाहर फील्ड में. आज 11 बजे के बाद भी they are comfortable sitting there having a meal and then coming back. So these are things which are happening. Shamika ji, true? Those?
100% true. And what you have mentioned anecdotally, we are seeing this more systematically again in the data. You see women's mobility, enrollment not dropping. Traditionally around adolescents, you would see women joining. Oh, this is a story which I think the media has to talk more about.
Right.
Bihar and Haryana, Punjab have traditionally been the two pockets in the country where female labor force participation has traditionally been very low. But what has happened again in the last 10 years, if you look at all the PLFS, right, that Bihar has seen, particularly rural Bihar, one of the fastest, like 4 times, right, 4x increase in female labor force participation. So there is clearly a lot happening on the ground in Bihar, which I think sitting in Delhi, people are missing out.
Yes, Sandeep ji. Shamika ji, just 5 more minutes, two more questions.
I could just focus on another issue which I think is important.
Yeah.
This result is leading us to another question.
Right.
We have 6 major elections in the next 2 years. 3 of them are direct contests between the BJP and the Congress, and 3 are between the BJP and a state-based party. I think today's election shows that in the coming future, immediate future, the real contest is going to be between the state-based parties and the BJP. The Congress seems to be receding to the background unless it really makes some effort.
Right.
And in those 3 states, Assam, Himachal and Gujarat, where the contest is between the Congress and the BJP, I think the Congress, unless it reinvents itself in a significant way, there is going to be a challenge.
Right.
On the other hand, in Tamil Nadu, in Uttar Pradesh and in West Bengal, where it is state-based parties versus BJP, Anna DMK in Tamil Nadu, the equations are very different.
Right. In all these cases, economic indices have betterment of people. Will that become a factor, or will the factors change? Shamika ji, and then to Nistula and to Swapan Das Gupta ji. Yeah.
So many different things go into elections, Anand, but it's good to see that over time in the more recent history, if you look at states or you look at parliamentary elections, then performance on the ground does have a very significant impact on election outcomes, right? If you look at not just electrification, which now I think is a done story, but even piped water, Bihar has seen the biggest in the country, right? So these are massive changes and people are rewarding. So when you hear women say, jiska khayenge usko denge, that is what democracy is about. Now, again, we are not saying we don't need anything more. Bihar needs a lot more work.
Yeah.
Right? But this is where now good politics should really raise aspirations. It's about how do we industrialize? How do we modernize? How do we modernize even agriculture? One of the fastest diversifying agriculture sector in the country is in Bihar.
Correct.
तो काम अभी बहुत बाकी है, but I think traditionally the way we have been looking at elections, caste se hai, limiting it to that. I'm sure caste matters, religion matters, all of those things, but there is so much more that is happening on the ground in the country, and I think the politics has, particularly opposition politics, must keep up with the work on the ground and aspiration. People, I think.
Yeah, opposition politics was actually pulling each other, the cart in different directions too, along with also not having a very strong narrative. Shamika Raviji, thank you very much for your time. Always a pleasure speaking with you, bringing it back in. Zafar Islam of the BJP with us. But Swapanji, question to you is that has the BJP shown that they can work even as in alliance? The NDA with the BJP weakest since 2024, this has perhaps been the last 1.5 years the most eventful for the BJP.
Well,
does it come out stronger now?
The 2 major coalition states have been Maharashtra and Bihar. And in Maharashtra, it went into a state of turmoil, obviously, as we well know, but the BJP came out of it quite successfully in the election. And I think here is a different issue altogether. Here we will probably find the BJP has emerged as the number one party, which was one of its underlying goals in this election.
Right.
But more important, I think we will find that in the medium term, the BJP is quite happy for the moment to work with Nitish Kumar, because having posited Nitish as the face of the alliance, I think it would be it will be terrible optics for them to sort of say that Nitish should retire at this particular point. So, given the whole situation, I think the BJP has learned not only to work in coalition, but I think BJP's success in building the social coalition for itself is equally important.
You see the BJP emerging stronger as a party in this result, actually overall, even though they contested less number of seats. And if I were to just refresh this and bring it to the overall, look at the number of seats. It's leading in 190, and the BJP has 85 out of 101 that it's contested, and still plus 11. So
yes, but when you've gone into an alliance, one also has to keep in mind that a part of that vote is also your allies' vote, which is coming to you.
Correct.
So your own vote, you still have to take a call on just how much that is. You'll have to do that calculation. I've been saying it before, I'll say it again. The context of Bihar politics is very different. They've had a different growth chart. BJP has had a different growth chart. Having said that, they've had a different growth chart in Odisha. They've had a different situation in Maharashtra. I mean, I still remember elections where Barasaheb Thackeray used to decide everything in Maharashtra. So it is an incremental thing. This is one important, very, very important milestone for the BJP to emerge as the single largest party in Bihar.
Right.
And I think, as Shopon just said, that they will still wait and watch with regard to Nitish Kumar. Nitish Kumar is not somebody that they are going to move around.
The LJP as of now is leading.
Yes. Even the JDU had been rather weak on that.
Yes.
Yeah, in fact, we have been talking of the NDA as a social coalition.
Right.
And these results clearly show that vote transfer is happening across allies.
Exactly.
Vote transfer is happening across allies. And this is not the case in the case of the Gathbandhan.
Correct.
That vote transfer does not seem to be happening.
The LJP, HAM, are they the right stitches at the right time, at the right places that keeps all of this together? But most importantly, these two are the binding factors. Zafar Islam is with us. Zafar Islam ji, namaste. Ek hai to safe hai. This is the alliance mantra.
Sorry, come again, please.
I said, एक है तो safe है.
I mean, sitting in bench.
बिहार में NDA एक है तो safe है.
Absolutely, all the political pundits who have been speculating about BJP and JDU and RJD, they have been proven wrong, because we as a unit, NDA as a unit, have performed very well. And it is very evident from the fact that whether it's a JDU, whether it's a BJP, whether it's a LJP, every partner of these five Pandavas, the coalition partners, they've all performed well, they've worked together, they were united on the ground, they were working together, and there was absolutely no disagreement on anything when we went on the ground. So, and the result is evident from the fact that when you work as a unit for the benefit of the people and welfare of the people, then they have shown this kind of result purely because they have lot of respect, regards and adulation for the Honorable Prime Minister as well as for Honorable Chief Minister Nitish Kumar ji.
Right. What was the important fact? You've been on ground. So let me ask you, what was the single most important factor on ground that you believe has returned a mandate that is pointing towards at least 185 seats right now? It's oscillating between 189 and 191, so I'm just saying 185 plus.
Say, Anand, the confidence of people have been reposed. They have reposed confidence in the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister and Nitish Kumar ji, and fear of Jungle Raj. They have seen, they have heard, even youth have heard what their elders have experienced during Jungle Raj, and that is something they didn't want to experience. And that is why they have voted for NDA, because they do not want Jungle Raj coming in Bihar again. Also, the kind of adulation the people have, the kind of admiration they have for the Honorable Prime Minister is something which is seen across Bihar. When we were on the ground, we have realized that they always loved the Sushasan Babu and they always loved the Vikas Purush. Vikas Purush is somebody everyone knows that it is the Honorable Prime Minister who has always advocated about development, and people want development in Bihar. And they also want a good governance model, something which has been delivered by the Honorable Chief Minister Nitish Kumar ji in last 20 years. And as a combination of NDA, all five Pandos coming together, all the five parties as a Pandos, five Pandos, they have worked unitedly, and something which has been appreciated by the people of Bihar, and they have reposed confidence in the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister and the Honorable Chief Minister.
No, Pandav 5 है, पर राजा युधिष्ठिर ही होंगे ना?
Do you have any room for speculation?
We
have no doubt.
Sir, you have an 85% strike rate, they have a 75% strike rate, so I'm asking.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We worked as a unit, and that's something which has already been expressed by none other than the Honorable Home Minister, that there is absolutely no vacancy for Chief Minister as well as Prime Minister in the country.
Okay.
So there is absolutely no headroom for speculation as far as the Chief Minister's seat is concerned.
अच्छा देखिए कई बार lot of times you know more than what the numbers actually are reflecting. So let me ask you, what do you think will be the final count?
See, our estimate was definitely 160 plus. The way it is definitely, the current number suggests it is better than what we had anticipated or expected. If it goes beyond the insist there is a momentum, if it goes beyond 200, we will not be surprised. But we definitely see that the Mahagathbandhan will be lower than 50 numbers. It's something which we had spoken in the morning after seeing the trend, and now it is looking a reality.
Yeah, right now, even as you said, the Mahagathbandhan has just now slipped to 49. So it is lower than 50 even as we speak.
It will be lower.
It will be further lower.
That's true.
It will be lower than that is what you're saying. Okay, Zafar Islam ji, I'm just going to bring in Prem Gandhi Modi is with us.
Just one thing, you're talking about just because the BJP has more seats than the JDU, that the BJP will make a claim to the chief ministership. I think it's got to be realized that in the Lok Sabha election, the understanding between the two is that in the Lok Sabha elections, the BJP always gets a larger chunk of the seats to be contested than the JDU. And that's the arrangement, and I don't think that's going to be...
I asked it.
I mean, it's a nice question.
Because it was 50-50.
You know, on a day when the results are a foregone conclusion, I think it's good fun.
And Anand, you've been talking about the ghosts of 2015. This is the real haunting of 2015. I don't think that either of these parties is in any rush to create a problem where it doesn't exist at the moment.
No, they don't want to create a problem. And no, I think it is also settled that, center mein Modi, state mein Nitish Babu. And my thing was that, is there somebody going to say, that CM hamara hona chahiye because hamara strike rate better? There will always be people. So better to, once the dust is settled, better to get a reconfirmation. That's why, and mera to dharma hai, mujhe पूछना पड़ेगा. I asked the question. Prem Gandhi Modi.
But this is like, stirring a pot that doesn't exist, and for the BJP right now, right? Because, I mean, we have to understand the realities of the NDA government at the centre as well and how sensitive they are. So, and they fought the election on Mr. Nitish's face. I mean, it's fair and square that he becomes as chief minister.
At the current stage, I don't think there would be any displacement of Nitish Kumar.
There won't be.
1 year down the line, you don't know what will happen. But as of
1 year down the line, even Nitish Babu does not know what will happen. But Zafar Islam, the question to you again, SIR. Oh, Zafar Islam is left. We'll try and go ask this question. This entire SIR issue has helped the BJP.
It has helped the BJP.
I mean, this is an absurd. I mean, it's a very irresponsible statement. You see, do you clean up the electoral rolls or not? That's the larger question. Do you delete the names of dead voters to ensure that they don't vote after they are dead? These are questions to be asked. Instead, you're asking who has it helped? Of course, it will help. Today, it's helped the BJP.
The cleanup of the vote. I'm just saying.
In Bengal, it might help someone else.
Anand, 2 points on that. You have had a higher voter turnout here.
Yeah.
This is a clear indication that the voter of Bihar, she has asserted her right and supported democracy. Right. The SIR debate is a different issue. I don't think it is linked to turnout, support and all that. There are two different sets of issues which we need to focus on.
Right. No, I'm just saying it's just a straightforward statement. The SIR has helped the BJP or the NDA. Now that's what the Congress will come out and say. But was vote chori really an issue in this election? That's the sub part that I could get to.
That's what I'm coming to, that the SIR issue, what the opposition did with it is what helped the NDA. That, you know, they made it their major primary issue for this election. Clearly the people revolted against it. People came out and said, no, we support the the election commission. Today, earlier in the day, Mr. Khera also said that this is people versus the EC. So it's ridiculous, right? Like, people are coming out and saying this is a non-issue. How much more do you want? You want to be wiped up?
The biggest statement that there is confidence reposed in the election commission is that what you just now said, that it's the highest ever voter turnout. Look at the kind of voter turnout that's happened. More people have come out to vote after the electoral rules have been revised in absolute numbers also. That itself shows that the election commission gets a big thumbs up, and we must state it on record. This is an incident-free election.
No report.
No repolls. No repolls, largely incident-free elections, and the first time that Bihar election has happened in 2 phases. So if somebody that we need to doff the hat to is the election commission, without doubt, for the way they have conducted these elections and the way it's been done. And look at the entire counting process. Whichever way the mandate has swung, there is no issue in terms of the way the work of the election commission is happening and the work there. So for those who are calling this as a bogey, it's a little unfortunate. Agree, disagree, Sandeep ji?
No. The whole sanctity of this electoral process is very clearly vindicated by the turnout and the absence of any malpractice or any challenge in terms of having a recount or a repoll. That has not happened in this election at all.
Right.
And that vindicates the democratic process and the success of a free and a fair election.
And compare that to what used to happen in Bihar at one time.
Yeah, I'm just bringing this number back, viewers. This is the Mahila factor, 106 seats overall. Look at the split. It's almost an even split of the Mahila factor cup. Only 15 seats out of 124 have gone to the Indicatbandhan. Now, is this a trick that they missed? Is this something that they undermined?
What is, I'm sorry, what is the methodology of this?
Women voters. So we have taken the state.
These are exit polls. Are these exit polls?
No, these are the real numbers today.
No, but how have you got these?
As we know, we are just plotting the seats where historically in the past, women voters outnumbered. So if I look at the 2020 assembly election, look at the 2020 assembly
they outnumber.
Yeah.
So more women voters.
More women voters came out to vote.
It's not a very scientific basis, but yes, I think it shows a trend.
No, not just a trend. See, look at 2020, out of 124 seats, same 124, the split was 76-42. And now if you were to come back to the current year, the 2025, look at the number. 2025, the same factor is 106-15. So clearly the women dominant seats, or where more women voted in the past, right now the share bulk has moved away. So that's what's happened. So clearly there is something that the opposition seems to have missed as a trick.
So when we started off at 6 a.m., one of the things we discussed is which way the Mahila votes are going to go. And one of the things that we also discussed is across, even the Yadav community and the Muslim women, Muslim community, we'll see women switching over, voting for the NDA. These numbers show that they have. Right? So, I mean, that kind of just validates.
Well, Tariq Anwarji is joining us. Tariq Anwarji, namaste. Thank you for your time. Your thoughts on the Bihar result? बिहार के रुझान जिस तरफ जा रहे हैं। नमस्ते, मैं आनंद बोल रहा हूं। आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है तारिक जी?
वो हम सब के लिए वो हम सब के लिए चिंता का विषय है, रुझान जो बता रहे हैं
जी।
और अगर वही नतीजे में तब्दील हो जाते हैं तो और ज़्यादा चिंता का विषय है। और हम लोग चुनाव के फाइनल परिणाम आ जाने के बाद, रिजल्ट आ जाने के बाद हम लोग उसका अध्ययन करेंगे, उसका सर्वे करेंगे कि व्हाट इज द रीजन बिहाइंड दिस।
But you're a seasoned politician yourself, so I just wanted to understand from you what on the face of it do you think has opened up such a big gap between the opposition and the incumbent?
देखिए, दो कारण हमको मुख्य रूप से लगता है
जी।
एक तो जो महिलाओं को जो हमने जो एनडीए ने और नीतीश कुमार जी ने, उनकी सरकार ने 10-10 हज़ार रुपया का जो उनके खाते में डाला, उसका इफेक्ट भी हो सकता है। वो भी एक कारण है, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ बहुत गरीबी है बिहार के अंदर, बहुत बेरोजगारी है। उस हालत में 10-10 हज़ार रुपया सबके खाते में ड्यूरिंग इलेक्शन कैंपेन लोगों को दिया गया, तो उसका असर भी हो सकता है। महिलाएं इसलिए टर्न आउट उनका बहुत ज़्यादा आया
जी।
उसकी वजह वन ऑफ द रीज़न वही था। दूसरा ये है कि पोलराइजेशन भी करने की कोशिश की गई वोट को, हिंदू मुसलमान के नाम पर। हम वो कहा गया कि वो बाहर से जो लोग आ गए हैं, बांग्लादेश से लोग आ गए हैं, रोहिंग्या से लोग आ गए हैं, और इनको निकालना है, इनको बाहर करना है। तो एक तरह से वो भी पोलराइजेशन किया गया, एक धार्मिक उन्माद पैदा करने की कोशिश की गई।
तो लेकिन आपने सबसे पहला फैक्टर जो कहा, देवेश ठाकुर जी इज ऑल्सो विद अस, अमित मालविया इज ऑल्सो विद अस। नमस्ते देवेश ठाकुर जी, योर थॉट्स ऑन द लीड सो फार? इट सीम्स लाइक अ रनअवे विक्ट्री and such a strong showing by the JDU.
Well, I am not surprised. We are not surprised. Just the day before, I had given an interview to a channel where I had said कि I am ready to lay a bet with you to the person who had come for the channel. I said I am ready to lay a bet with you right now in front of the camera that we will not be less than 150. We might go up till 175.
जी.
This was day before. So we were expecting this. Maybe 10% higher than what we expected. We have got, there's no doubt about that, 10-20%.
Right.
But we were expecting this landslide victory. There's no doubt about it.
Now, it's a 77% strike rate of the JDU. Out of the 101 seats, you're leading in 77 right now. The BJP has an 84-85% strike rate out of the 101 seats. Do you think that this entire cohesiveness within the alliance, the Pandav working together, has actually returned rich dividend?
It has definitely. You see, the administration of Nitish Kumar in this last 20 years has been absolutely spotless. Absolutely, his and his image, as far as his integrity is concerned, is absolutely spotless, and there's not even an allegation. Leave aside any corruption, mention of any corruption. There's never been an allegation on him in this last 20 years. So you can say it's definitely a case of pro-incumbency. The 20 years, there's been not a needle point of allegation against him of any sort. And he has worked for everyone, every section of society, for women, for all the castes, and this combination of these 5 parties, what you call this 5 Pandavs, it really has worked wonders. There's no doubt about it. The opposition had no answers. The Congress or the RJD had no answer at all for this.
Right. Amit Malviya also with us. Congratulations on what looks like a phenomenal victory. The BJP emerging as the single largest party. And again, commendations to Amit Shah, the Chanakya, because all these social coalitions, the distribution of seats, all of that matters. Also to Dharmendra Pradhan as the state in charge. You've put in the hard yards on ground. What are the factors for you that the Pandavs struck big this time?
Thank you, Anand. This is definitely an unprecedented mandate, particularly since the NDA has been in power for 20 years now. And let's not forget, the dark 15 years of Lalu Prasad had left so much to be done in Bihar that we spent initial part of the last 2 decades trying to fill everything that he had left behind empty. Now, having said that, clearly this is a mandate for the NDA led by Nitish Kumar. It is a mandate for good governance. It's a pro-incumbency mandate. It's a mandate for law and order. It's a mandate given to us by the young, by the women of the state. And, you know, I was listening to all the commentaries in the run-up to the elections and then post the election up till the results. There was this attempt to box Bihar in the traditional way of analysis, and it obviously seems like Bihar has broken the mold, and you see people endorse the NDA very strongly. we put out this scheme of 10,000 rupees, which was an empowering scheme. The idea was to give the women enough to create income generating businesses. They were not doles as they were projected by several people in the commentary. Now my point is that if Nitish Kumar as the Chief Minister had invested so much in the women, had done so much to empower them from very early days, it is something that is now yielding dividends. You go to Patna, you will find startup ecosystems. You go to rural parts of Bihar and you will find micro entrepreneurs, and most of them women. This change at the grassroots level is what has driven this mandate. And I want to make a very important point in the context of Bihar. People keep talking about palayan and migration. Please understand that not all migration is bad. People from Bihar are holding prominent positions across the country. You go to Mumbai, you go to cities like Delhi, they control half the cities. The infrastructure, logistics works on the enterprising Biharis. Right. So, this tendency to infantilize the people of Bihar, to preach to them, I think this is exactly what the Biharis have rejected, and rejected so resoundingly. Right. They have rejected the kind of caste-based entrenched politics that Lalu Prasad had come to represent, the violent politics that his party had come to represent. It's a complete rejection of Tejashwi Yadav for the second time in a row when he's been projected as Chief Minister. So if he takes a cue from Rahul Gandhi, he will continue to stay on in Bihar. But if he had any sense, he will step aside and make way for somebody else in the RJD to take up the mantle. But I'm sure that's not going to happen because it's a family enterprise, and Tejashwi Yadav will continue to sort of drive the RJD the way he likes, perhaps to the ground.
Tariq Anwarji is also with us. Amit Malviya, please stay with us. So he had one point to make. And Tariq Anwarji, would you want to weigh in on the analysis or the breakup that Amit Malviya says कि विकास की बात सामने आई है, जिसकी वजह से लोगों ने वोट किया, और जिस तरह से बिहार के वोटर को देखा गया वो गलत है? All right, we try and go to him in a bit, go back to but he also said that divisive politics, this entire Hindu-Muslim binary also had a factor, although he admitted that the Mahila vote made a difference, the trust of the Mahila. But many would look at it like the 10,000 noon ka haq chukana padega, paisa diya hai to vote dena padega. Is that a fair analogy, Amit Malviya?
Of course it is not, Anand, because giving money alone does not ensure that you get the votes. If that was the case, then you would have KCR in power in Telangana and Jagan Reddy in power in Andhra Pradesh. Because if you remember, in the run-up to the last assembly election, both these leaders and their governments opened up the state coffers, but they didn't win. It's about trust. It's about the trust that the people have in the leadership, and that is what Nitish Kumar has cultivated as the Chief Minister. That is what the NDA has come to be synonymous with. I mean, do you really think that Mamata Banerjee, by giving 1,000 rupees to the women of Bengal, can hope to get their vote in 2026 when you had a Sandesh Kali, you had an RG car, you had the riots in Malda and Murshidabad? Of course, it's not going to happen. So clearly putting money in the hands of people is not the surest way to win elections. And again, I want to make this distinction. This 10,000 rupees, not a dole. The Chief Minister was very clear. We want to give people the resources to build their own income generating businesses. And you look at what's happened as a consequence. Women have bought goats, they have sort of got into micro dairy, they have put up stalls, food, eateries, they have started what you call Parchun Ki Dukan. So a lot of these economic activities have been unleashed in Bihar at the micro level. Now, if people do not want to see it, people go and look at traditional caste-based arithmetic. I mean, the kind of analysis that went on in the media that a particular community will vote a certain way. I mean, how does projecting Insaf Party chief as the deputy chief minister would get you the Malla votes, when in the dark Lalu Prasad era, the Mallas really suffered at the hands of the RJD regime. Correct. Now, you cannot erase history, you cannot erase people's living memory. You came up with the argument that the youth are going to vote for the Mahagathbandhan. I mean, do you really think any youth in his right mind will be inspired by Tejashwi Yadav? He can't speak to save his life.
Well,
and you think he's promised 2.5 crore government jobs to every household? I mean, people are laughing at him in Bihar. I mean, you think Biharis are so naive? People who control vast parts of the bureaucracy, the media, I mean, private sector, you think they are so naive that they will be taken in by the kind of rhetoric that Tejashwi Yadav was dishing out to them?
Well, but
I mean, let's not take the electorate for granted. They're far more smarter than the politicians think they are.
He was also amid a lot of the polls one of the most popular candidates for the CM or ahead of Nitish Kumar in some of the dipsticks. But Tariq Anwar ji, can you hear me? Tariq साहब, आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, Amit Malviya making a few observations saying that the opposition ka campaign thoda bikhra hua tha, they had the wrong narrative and they didn't enjoy the confidence of the voter. How would you want to respond?
देखिए ऐसा है कि after final outcome, we will sit and we will analyze everything. हम लोग बैठ के सारी चीज़ को देखेंगे कहाँ पर कमी रह गई, कौन सी जगह पर हमें क्या करना था. कहीं ना कहीं तो रहा, अगर रिजल्ट इतना ख़राब हुआ है तो यकीनन कहीं हमारी कमी रही है, उसको दूर करने की कोशिश की जाएगा, उसका विश्लेषण किया जाएगा, उसको हर तरह से उसको
ये वोट चोरी तारिक साहब क्या ये बूमरैंग हो गया? वोट चोरी, एसआईआर, क्योंकि ज्यादा वोटर आके वोट करके गए हैं
तो
और जी
वो नहीं, वोट चोरी का जो हमने लगाया वो तो हमने कहा था कि जैसे बिहार के अंदर जिस तरह से एसआईआर हुआ था और जिस ढंग से हुआ था उसका हम लोगों ने मुखालफत की थी और 65 लाख वोट वहाँ काटे गए. तो 65 लाख वोट काटे गए, वो किसके काटे गए हैं, वो किसके सिंपैथाइजर थे, किसके साथ थे, वो सब देखना पड़ेगा. वो थोड़ा पेचीदा मामला है.
How would you want to respond to this? ये SIR वाला मामला, 65 lakh vote. The Congress has been saying this since morning. Manikam Tagore, Pawan Khera, now Tariq Anwar. Amit Malviya.
Anand, in the months that the SIR process was on, the Congress party did not file even a single objection. And if 65 lakh voters were initially removed and then subsequently the number was approximately about 40 lakhs, why hasn't any one of them gotten up and objected to it? These were dead, migrated, shifted voters and perhaps those who were illegal infiltrators who did not return back their forms, their names were struck. I want to ask the Congress party, घुसपैठियों के वोट पर सरकार बनाना चाहते हैं? इस देश का मुख्यमंत्री कौन होगा, प्रधानमंत्री कौन होगा, घुसपैठिए तय करेंगे? Will the infiltrators decide who will govern this country or the state? That is exactly what the Congress is arguing for. और अगर घुसपैठिए मुसलमान है तो हम क्या करें? किसी भी धर्म के होंगे, अगर अवैध तरीके से देश पर आए हैं तो उनको देश से बाहर निकाला ही जाएगा. आप उनको यहां इसलिए लेकर आए क्योंकि आप अपना वोट बैंक बनाना चाहते थे. आपने असम में यही किया, आपने बंगाल में यही किया, आपने झारखंड में यही किया, आप बिहार में भी यही करना चाहते हैं. सीमांचल का जो पूरा क्षेत्र है उसमें बहुत बड़ी संख्या में घुसपैठिए हैं. उन्होंने अब अपने फॉर्म वापस नहीं किए क्योंकि अगर फॉर्म वापस करते तो तुरंत आइडेंटिफाई हो जाते. आइडेंटिफाई अब भी होंगे, सरकारें काम अपना अभी करेंगी. लेकिन ये कहना कि एसआईआर हुआ इसलिए हम चुनाव नहीं जीते, ये इसी बात को दर्शाता है कि आप घुसपैठियों के वोट से चुनाव जीतना चाहते हैं और वो हिंदुस्तान में नहीं होगा जी. हमारे हिंदुस्तान में तो कतई नहीं होगा.
अमित मालविया, एक समय अल्प है आपके साथ, तो मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूं आज शाम को क्या बीजेपी हेडक्वार्टर्स में इज देयर गोइंग टू बी अ सेलिब्रेशन? प्रधानमंत्री जी आएंगे और इज इट गोइंग टू बी लो की बिकॉज ऑफ व्हाट हैपेंड ऑन मंडे लास्ट?
Look, we have to find a fine balance to it. We understand what's happened in Delhi is something that has taken the country by surprise. You have seen the strong actions that have been initiated. The Prime Minister has said in no uncertain terms that the conspirators of the Delhi blast will be hunted down. The Home Minister has said so in no uncertain terms. And I'm absolutely sure that actions in the days ahead will bear us out. We have responded resolutely to any attack of terrorism in the country. As far as Bihar election is concerned, I'm sure it's a moment to celebrate. It's a moment to celebrate the victory of the people of Bihar for the choice that they have made, and we will be with them in this moment of joy.
So will there be a celebration at the party headquarters in Delhi in the evening?
You will know soon.
Okay. Thank you very, very much. Tariq Anwar is with us, and we also have, thank you Amit Malviya, Manoj Tiwari of the BJP is with us. Manoj भैया नमस्ते, आनंद बोल रहा हूँ, बहुत बधाई आपको।
नमस्ते नमस्ते आनंद जी, नमस्ते, धन्यवाद धन्यवाद।
अरे अभी तो बहुत खुश हो गए आप।
आपको
कर दिया भाई उन्होंने, लगता है।
नहीं, खुश होना तो लाजमी है, लेकिन सबसे ज़्यादा खुशी इस बात की है कि शहाबुद्दीन अमर रहे का भाव हार रहा है। छठ माता को ड्रामा कहने वाला भाव हार रहा है। और जो लगातार लोगों के लिए, गरीबों के लिए, समाज के लिए काम कर रहा है, वो एनडीए जीत रहा है। ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। मैं पूरे चुनाव में लगभग 78 जगह मैंने 78 प्रत्याशियों के लिए प्रचार किया, और हर जगह मैंने एक बात जरूर कही कि शहाबुद्दीन जिंदाबाद या बिहार जिंदाबाद। तो लोगों ने एक मुश्त हाथ उठा के कहा नहीं, बिहार जिंदाबाद। और आज जब समीक्षा होगी तब ये बात निश्चित रूप से आनंद भाई आएगी कि अब जंगल राज का परिचय हमें बताने की जरूरत नहीं है। 20 साल बाद भी वो शहाबुद्दीन जिंदाबाद कह के बता रहे हैं। तो आज जो रिजल्ट आ रहा है, मैं देख रहा हूँ आपके चैनल पे जी, वो हमारे लिए अप्रत्याशित नहीं है। हम 175 प्लस की मांग कर रहे थे, लेकिन सबको पता है कि हमारे मन के अंदर एक विश्वास था कि यार हम इतना कुछ कर रहे हैं मोदी जी, नीतीश जी के नेतृत्व में, तो बिहार हमें ना क्यों करेगा। और आज वो दिख रहा है, इसमें बिहार की विजय ज्यादा है। ये बिहार ने कहा है कि नहीं, जो हमारे लिए करेगा काम हम उसी को देंगे इनाम,
अच्छा परिणाम। और
तो ये जो इनाम मिला है अपने काम का जी, वो मोदी जी, नीतीश जी को मिल रहा है।
पर ये देखिए इतना गजब बैटिंग की है आप लोग।
पासवान जी
ये 200 टच करने जा रहे हैं, वो 40 तक नहीं पहुंच पा रहे हैं। ये इसकी क्या आपको उम्मीद थी? आपको लगा था कि ये होगा?
हमें लास्ट के 7-8 दिनों में लगने लगा था।
अच्छा।
क्योंकि जो सोशल मीडिया पे हम देख रहे थे, जो यादव कम्युनिटी के लोग भी वो खुल करके मोदी जी के पक्ष की बात, एनडीए के पक्ष की बात कर रहे हैं। यहाँ तक कि राघोपुर के लोग, राघोपुर का जो हम लोग वहाँ पहुँचे तो राघोपुर के लोग कह रहे थे कि नहीं चाहिए हमको तेजस्वी यादव, अब हमें एनडीए के साथ जाना है। क्योंकि आपको याद होगा बख्तियारपुर जाने वाला जो ब्रिज बना है वो राघोपुर में ही है।
राघोपुर में ही है जी।
तो वहां के लोगों ने पहली बार देखा, हाँ राघोपुर में है। अब आप सोच सकते हैं आनंद भाई कि जहां नहर पर पुलिया बनावे खातिर भी इतना मारा मारी होत रहे, अनशन होत रहे, वहां नदी पे इतने बड़े बड़े ब्रिज, ऐसे रिवर लिंक जिसको लोग मरीन ड्राइव बोलने लगे। आप बिहार के कोने कोने से लोग जिन सड़कों पे चल के आ रहे हैं, एक दिन हमारा मधुबन में हेलीकॉप्टर हमने छोड़ दिया, तो वहाँ छोड़ने के बाद हम बाय रोड आए तो हम 1.5 घंटा में पहुँच गए चंपारण से पटना। तो लोगों को इसका एहसास होता रहा और हमें नहीं एहसास था कि ये इतना ज़्यादा इसका प्रभाव जनता पे हो सकता। हम लोग 175 प्लस ही मांग के रह जा रहे थे, लेकिन मन में जो विश्वास था
तो एक देखिए मनोज जी, आप सांसद तो हैं ही, लेकिन साथ साथ वहाँ पर सुपर हीरो हैं, बहुत अच्छे गायक भी हैं। आपने तो इस चुनाव के लिए बहुत बढ़िया गीत भी कंपोज किया था। आज तो जीत की भी खुशी है, तो कुछ तो सुनाइए, गुनगुनाइए, आग्रह है।
नहीं, हम तो गुनगुना रहे हैं, हम गुनगुनाएंगे। और हमने ये सारे चीज़ों के बीच आनंद भाई एक बिहार का जो प्राइड जगाया है मोदी जी, नीतीश जी ने
जी,
वो उसको भी हम अनदेखा नहीं कर सकते। हमने उसी का गीत गाया था
जी,
कि माटी को सोना करने वाली कलाकारी है जी, हाँ हम बिहारी है जी, थोड़े संस्कारी हैं जी, सबसे ज़्यादा IAS PCS विद्यापति की रचना है हम, रेणु की कहानी दे दी, दिनकर की कविता है हम।
क्या बात है।
दुनिया में जहाँ भी जाते हैं हम मेहनत से छा जाते हैं, डूबते सूरज को अर्घ्य दिला छठ की महिमा बतलाते हैं। अकेले चाणक्य जैसे 100 पे भारी है जी, हाँ हम बिहारी है जी। और एक इम्पोर्टेंट बात आपको गीत में बताऊंगा
जी,
कि जाति की दीवार टूटी, जाति की दीवार टूटी,
क्या बात है।
उस बिहार के आभारी है जी,
क्या बात
हाँ हम बिहारी है जी, थोड़े संस्कारी है जी।
जी, और एनडीए
बिहार का
एनडीए विपक्ष में भारी है जी, ये भी है।
से करनी पड़ेगी आनंद भाई।
जी जी, पर एक बात बताइए, महिलाएं और ये युवा, ये जो MY फैक्टर है, मुस्लिम यादव से महिला युवा हो गया है, ये आप लोगों ने एक सोचा था इसके बारे में कि ये हो गया है अब? और क्या ये बिहार में ये राजनीति की परिभाषा, इलेक्टोरल डिस्कोर्स की परिभाषा बदल देगा?
इसी को मैंने कहा थोड़ी देर पहले कि इस चुनाव की समीक्षा बड़े सूक्ष्म स्तर पे करनी पड़ेगी। काम करके विश्वास जीता जा सकता है, ये एक मैसेज है बिहार का चुनाव। काम करने वालों को जनता जरूर आशीर्वाद देती है, ये रिजल्ट दे रहा है ये बिहार। और ये बिना खाली सोचने से नहीं होता है आनंद भाई, सोचना भी पड़ता है, एग्जीक्यूट भी करना पड़ता है, सरकारी खजाने का सदुपयोग भी करना पड़ता है, और गरीबों के जीवन को, मध्यम वर्गीय लोगों के जीवन में खुशहाली पैदा करनी पड़ती है, और तभी ये रिजल्ट। इसलिए मैंने कहा कि जाति की दीवार टूटी
जी,
उस बिहार के आभारी
है जी। जी,
हमने ये भी देखा कई जगह कि मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी भी अब केवल हराने के लिए नहीं निकलता है। हाँ ठीक है यार, जीत रहे हैं तो जीतें, क्योंकि हमको वो अनाज देता है, हमको वो मकान देता है, हमको इलाज देता है, किसी में भेदभाव नहीं करता। तो बिहार का रिजल्ट बहुत कुछ सोचने को विवश करेगा।
ये जनसुराज पार्टी का क्या हुआ? प्रशांत किशोर जी बहुत एड़ी चोटी का जोर लगाया ग्राउंड पर, उनका पार्टी कहीं दिखे नहीं रहा, क्यों, क्या हुआ?
देखिए, जनसुराज को तो मैं शुरू से कह रहा था कि जनसुराज ये क्या है, मूलतः ये लोग ये पैसे के लिए काम करते थे, दूसरों से पैसे मिलता था, जिसका पैसा मिला उसके पक्ष में प्रचार बना देना, ये उनका। पर जब किसी ने देना बंद कर दिया तो वो सोचे हम जनता से ही पैसा ऐंठेंगे। लच्छेदार बात करना तो उनसे ज्यादा किसी को आता नहीं, क्योंकि यही विद्या उनको आती है। आज मैं तो ढूंढ उसकी जनसुराज के नेता जो प्रशांत किशोर की बात में कितना दम्भ है, कितने पत्रकारों का उन्होंने अनादर किया, कितने लोगों का अनादर किया, कितने लोगों के पैसे बर्बाद करा दिए, और सिर्फ इसलिए कि कोई उनसे अब प्रचार की स्ट्रेटजी नहीं बनवाता है। आज उनको तो मैं चाहता हूं कि आप लोग जरूर लें, और कितना कूद के बोल रहे थे कि 25 से सीट ज्यादा आएगी तो मैं राजनीति छोड़ दूंगा। हालांकि तुम राजनीति में हो ही नहीं तो तुम छोड़ोगे क्या? तो राजनीति में जो होता है वो छोड़ता है। मगर प्रशांत किशोर से बड़ा निगेटिव आदमी, और सिर्फ मतलब उनको हम इस बिहार के इस चुनाव में जो विकास का विरोध करने आ जाता हो, मेरा मन उनके लिए बहुत खराब हो जाता है।
ठीक है, आज अच्छा दिन है एनडीए के लिए, भाजपा के लिए। बहुत बढ़िया अप्रत्याशित निर्णय आया है, तो खुशी हंसते हुए हम आपसे इस वक्त विदा लेते हैं। जीत का सेहरा बंधेगा, चुनाव औपचारिक तौर से घोषित होगा, फिर आपके साथ बैठेंगे, बतियाएंगे और थोड़ा आपको फिर से गवाएंगे। ऑलवेज अ प्लेजर टू स्पीक विद यू मनोज जी। थैंक यू सो मच। Namaste.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Namaste. Let's try and understand the halfway card, the halfway mark, and then we'll come back to who are these others. I had Sandeep Shastri. I just saw him saying, "Who are these others? Who are these 5 people who've got their seats and got their leads?" We'll put that out too. Congress number that is less than the others and the left. That's what the case. Okay, but this is the halfway cart and it's going to race past that halfway number. The litti choka stall. Next time आपको खिलाएंगे भी. इस बार तो आपको बस दिखा रहे हैं. 196 leads and wins. That's the story for the NDA. What a victory! What a victory for the Pandavs, led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Nitish Kumar, and then the other three who have come back and become part of this alliance, and all of them pulling their weight. That is significant. Way past the halfway mark, doing phenomenally well. Let's try and understand also, as we look at the leaderboard, viewers, the NDA is inching towards 200. The INDIA is at 42. In fact, there are many who believe that the number will slip down further for the INDIA. It will go up to close to 200 for the NDA. It is unprecedented, unexpected. Not a single pollster thought that this number was possible. Nobody went beyond the 160, 165 number. This has exceeded that by a good 35 seats. And that is unprecedented. Look at the RJD slipping down to 32. What is it that people did not read on ground? That is something which is important. Sujata ji.
I think credibility, Anand. Because, this election, if one word that sums it up, is about credibility. Because every party, whether it's RJD, whether it's Jan Suraj, or whether it's JDU and BJP combined NDA, had promised something to first for their voter bank, either for Yuva or for Mahila or for their Jati, the caste arithmetics. But it is the people who saw, can you deliver? Would you deliver? I look at your past history as well. I think credibility is where everything stopped. Tejashwi Yadav promised jobs, for sarkari naukri. Bihar, like people will die and have queue up for a sarkari naukri, even for a clerk, even for the section D. Those the railway, the lower level jobs. Here he's saying every house will get a job. Why do you think people did not buy it? It's because they know Bihar is favorite subject, so they could calculate. So this is not arithmetically possibly, but also with the intention, so Anand, so they knew that ye nahi hoga because they have seen that it is the same party which has put Bihar into the indexes that we see today, Anand, that Bihar is Niti Aayog mein itna niche hai, multi-level poverty index pe hai, kyun hai? The question is, kyun hai? It's because of the jungle Raj, and I can tell you, I come from Bihar. I don't live there. I'm part of that migrant crowd, but I can tell you that people who have lived in Bihar have not let go. Lalu Prasad may not be right in front of the election. Tejashwi Yadav tried his best to keep him at bay, but people know jungle Raj is not happening, and that is one of the reasons why Jan Suraj did not get anything, because wherever there were three choices between Jan Suraj, NDA, and RJD, people thought, अगर Jan Suraj को वोट दे दिया तो इसका वोट कटेगा, इसीलिए वापस NDA को वोट करो. Even if there was little people who were disappointed with the NDA. Jan Suraj missed one more point, that they missed the 50% demography of women. There was nothing for women in their manifesto. Nothing. He, in fact, in one of the interviews, he rejected it also. In the first phase election, he said, महिला फैक्टर ही नहीं है, प्रवासी मजदूर फैक्टर है. महिला ने बोला तो वोट क्यों देंगे? यहाँ पे एक व्यक्ति है जिसने जेनरेशनल पॉलिटिक्स की है मेरे साथ, हाथ पकड़े रखा, मुझे साइकिल दी, पोशाक दी, स्कॉलरशिप दी, उसके बाद मुझे
दारूबंदी कर दी, शराबबंदी कर दी,
शराबबंदी की, एवरीथिंग. सो इट्स अ जनरेशनल, इट्स नॉट अ नी जर्क freebie politics announced right when the elections are happening. No, he realized that the girl needed to go to school and they were facing difficulties because there were a lot of people who would Eve tease them and things like that. The school was far off, so they cycle. And he was 10,000. I see a lot of analysts saying 10,000 de ke vote kharid liya. Nahi, 10,000 de ke, you don't understand Bihar. That is why I say Bihar is not for beginners. 10,000 दे के आपने उस महिला को, उसको जो NBFC वाला जो उसको हर दिन दरवाजे पे आता था कि आपने लोन लिया है वापस करो, चुकाओ, उसके पास नहीं थे 700 रुपये 800 रुपये, उसने वो लोन चुकाया, उसने मुर्गी खरीदी, बकरी खरीदी, गाय खरीदा, जो खरीदा, अपना एक सेट किया. पति बाहर में है, उसको नौकरी मिली नहीं है, that is one side. The woman is struggling here with for everyday life. So 10,000 solved her problem of livelihood, food, education for her children, and her own self-dignity. Because as women, we would know that law and order is the first thing. Anything goes wrong with the law and order, we are the first victims. So this is why I can tell you, Anand, if Nitish Kumar wouldn't have done this 10,000, he would have still win. This has happened. A lot of interviews it came. I'm not sure. You know, a lot of people said कि हमको नहीं मिला है. लेकिन कोई बात नहीं. हम तो नीतीश को देंगे. हम तो कामले को लगाएंगे.
Okay, just quickly this update, viewers, that Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be at the party headquarters at 7 p.m. So Amit Malviya hinting at striking a balance between also not forgetting what happened in Delhi on Monday, but also celebrating what is historic, a momentous event in Bihar because of the mandate. This mandate cannot go, not ignored or cannot go uncelebrated. So they will celebrate, but I think the Prime Minister is going to be a little circumspect. He's going to remember and remind people that the task has only started. Now, the next 5 years, what's done in Bihar is going to be important. Will Nitish Babu also be there? That's the big question. The BJP, the single largest party, returning numbers which were again not expected of the BJP despite its fighting. 14 seats less than the last time, 115 seats the last time for the BJP and the JDU, both of them reducing their number of seats being given to the LJP, returning a fantastic strike rate, the JDU returning a fantastic strike rate, and the BJP 88% strike rate. That's a phenomenal number that they have returned. Now, let's talk this from a national point of view and what this does for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the alliance itself. Now, does this seal this alliance, Nitish, Chandrababu Naidu, firmly in the NDA pala? Because we see what's happening with Andhra, the amount of money that's been directed, projects that are being directed. Now, Bihar ko Viksit Bihar. Is that now possible? Because Nitish Kumar also finds himself politically secure. Ji.
Just 10 seconds. I said probably we can now say that 2024 general election was an exception. If you see, the Modi magic continues.
Ma'am, it's not the Modi magic. It's a simple underlining.
Delivery.
एक है तो safe है. बटेंगे तो कटेंगे. This is alliance mantra. Alliance mantra.
I think two things need to be noted. One is, if the main party which is driving the alliance is firm on a winning streak, the other coalition partners are naturally gravitate towards it. And this is what is going to happen in Maharashtra, this is what is going to happen in Andhra Pradesh, and this is what is going to happen in Bihar. That's number one. Number two, I want you to do is to contrast what Tariq Anwar, a very veteran leader of certain sobriety, had to say, analyzing the defeat, and contrast this with what Pawan Khera or someone else had to say. And I think you'll really get the story of the contradictory pulls which are really dragging the Congress down. And it's a miracle that with this sort of a leadership, the Congress is still a factor in national politics. And I don't think
but Swapanji, the BJP wants this sort of a leadership in the Congress because they feel it helps the BJP.
Obviously, I mean, that would be the thing. But I'm looking at it from the Congress point of view.
Absolutely.
That when it's down to 5 seats in Bihar or 4 maybe, and the CPI ML overtakes it. I mean, I think that's really
the three left parties. Sandeep ji, sorry, going across to Payal to get this confirmation. 7 p.m. the Prime Minister is expected at the BJP headquarters, Payal. So, but it will be a balance. They'll try and strike a balance, not go overboard with the celebrations, but still celebrate a historic victory.
These celebrations have just about begun at the BJP headquarters. We saw the visuals of the party spokesperson, in fact, holding those celebrations. Later in the evening, the celebrations will continue with the Prime Minister coming in, but it's going to be very low-key. It's been very clearly indicated. Like we reported in the morning to the party workers, do not bring any crackers, do not burst crackers. You cannot be seen, rubbing, salt on the wounds of those people who would actually lost their lives in the Delhi blast as well. But it's a big, big victory nonetheless. So the Prime Minister's message, the take-home message will be extremely crucial. He'll obviously speak about Viksit Bharat, the developed Bharat. He'll also say that there were many naysayers, who really thought that this alliance won't test its strength. But that the numbers have actually proved everybody wrong. First time around in Bihar, that all the 5 alliances are contesting together, and the numbers are just a proof enough of what you can do. So everybody that you ask in the BJP, Anand will tell you one thing. It is, of course, Nitish Kumar's name, his unblemished record as a leader, as a chief minister, and of course the election management skills of the BJP.
Let me just quickly ask you, Payal, will they quickly want to settle the swearing in who the CM is, there is no doubt. But will there be something in it for Chirag Paswan? Because the LJP has returned a healthy, handsome number. They've turned up very, very well. 29 seats. Many thought that will he actually pull his weight? And he's got about 22 seats where they are leading and also perhaps winning. So what's going to happen in terms of the combination?
Anand, there's no doubt whatsoever that Chirag Paswan has about 6 to 7 votes that are strongly with him no matter what happens. They stay with him. But combined with the BJP and the other votes, they've been able to get that number. Having said that, we do not really know at this point in time whether Chirag Paswan wants to go back to the state at all, because earlier in the year, he had said that he wanted to, in fact, pursue politics for the state as well. His supporters really said that they want to see him there as a center. But whether he decides to bite the bullet remains to be seen. Because one BJP leader essentially had advised Chirag Paswan that there is nothing called as deputy CM in a state. It's just the CM who's the boss. So he had cautioned Chirag Paswan not to bite that bullet and not to go that way.
Yeah,
he's doing really well as a central minister.
But it is important for Chirag Paswan to show he's serious about Bihar if he's looking at the long term. Eventually, he has said that he will follow the Prime Minister's instructions. So what Prime Minister Narendra Modi says, what Amit Bhai says, I think that will also be a huge factor in terms of what Chirag Paswan does. But it's a phenomenal performance. Payal, thank you for your inputs. Going across to Ashok Chaudhary. Ashok Chaudhary ji, namaste. आपको बहुत-बहुत बधाई. मैं आनंद नरसिम्हन बोल रहा हूँ.
नमस्ते.
जेडीयू का इतना फिनोमिनल परफॉर्मेंस, क्या स्ट्राइक रेट है? और ओवरऑल पांडव तो 5 है, लेकिन बहुत बढ़िया, एकदम 200 के पार होने की संभावना है. हाउ डू यू सी दिस? वर यू एक्सपेक्टिंग दिस?
No, I told you, I told the media before first phase of election, that if we are going to cross 170, where we are going to stop, nobody knows. So that exactly is happening. And we were expecting that we are going to do much better this time. Because that Modi and Nitish combo is very lethal.
What does this mean for the JDU? Let's understand. At 2020, there were a lot of conversations about the JDU's future. Is Nitish Babu fit enough? There was a lot of talk even in this campaign around the time कि Nitish Babu थक गए हैं, हार गए हैं, विपक्ष बहुत कुछ बोला. But what does this do for the JDU, this mandate?
No, this mandate shows that still that विनम्रता, शालीनता और जो विकास है नीतीश कुमार जी का, बिकॉज ये बिहार जो है, ये दिस इज द स्टेट ऑफ बुद्धा, महावीर, गुरु गोविंद सिंह. सो ये उदंडता का और एग्रेसिव पॉलिटिक्स का नहीं है ये बिहार. ये तो 20 साल में नीतीश कुमार ने ये काम करने के तरीके और अपनी काम करने की शैली से लोगों के दिलों में ये नीतीश कुमार राज करते हैं. ये तो कोई भी आदमी जो नीतीश कुमार को समझता है, नीतीश कुमार को अंडरस्टैंड करता है, नीतीश कुमार को जो लोग राइट ऑफ करना चाहते थे, वो लोग रियलाइज करते हैं कि नीतीश कुमार को आप राइट ऑफ नहीं कर सकते हैं.
But also for the JDU in terms of leadership, does this settle the party? The party seemed to be in disarray. And is Nitish Kumar ji going to be the chief minister without any doubts? What happens next?
No. Without it, there is there is no vacancy for chief ministership. Nitish ji is going to be the chief minister. There is no doubt about it.
For you, what was the biggest factor? Is Mahila the biggest factor for this success? The Mahila vote?
No, I don't. No. I don't think so. First of all, the way Bihar has developed in last 20 years, the Bihar worked in last 20 years. What Nitish Kumar has inherited into when he has come into the power in 2005 was 118 massacre, that caste right, religion right.
Right.
And 46% people were below poverty line. And 700 megawatt per day consumption of electricity in Bihar. From there, Nitish ji has started, and now it is 8,800 megawatt electricity consumption per day in Bihar. So the way he has done the work, people have realized that he is the man who is going to take us into, because now the time is that we are on a crossroad. If we are going to cross this, then the Bihar is ahead, much ahead.
Right.
So the people has believed in Nitish Kumar and voted, and just because of after a week joined BJP, Modi ji has also realized that the Bihar is a big state and a huge population. If we are going to support Bihar, then the Bihar can perform well in the GDP of country and as a per capita income of the country. So he has also helped. So this combo has worked out very well.
Right. Tejashwi was also being projected as a more popular candidate for CM than Nitish Babu. There was also it also said that a bulk of the votes, about 40% of the votes, are the youth, and he was very, very popular. He was more popular than Nitish Kumar among the youth. But the result point otherwise. Your thoughts?
No. These all are this is not a ground reality. Ground reality is that everybody wants Nitish ji to become the chief minister, and Nitish ji was the face of Bihar for this election. So,
he's trailing in Raghopur.
Social media, what
Tejashwi is trailing in Raghopur right now.
So you can understand what kinds of credibility he is having. Tejashwi ji has also said that he has come with the Mai Bahan Yojana, he has come with the job, he has come with the Mahila Yojana, but nobody has accepted, or nobody has really believed in Tejashwi Yadav's schemes, because the credibility, the public credibility is not there.
Right. Ashok Chaudhary ji, congratulations on a phenomenal victory. Thank you very, very much. As the dust settles, let's just quickly get a sense of the... Thank you. Namaste, sir. We've got Tuin Sinha also joining us. Tuin, namaste. Erstwhile Bihari, now Jharkhandi. That's how it is. But it's a phenomenal victory. I just want
बड़का जीत बा
बहुत बड़का जीत बा
बड़का जीत बा
पर ये कैसे हुआ ये तो बताइए, बुझाइए।
रवा के बधाई बा और पूरे राज्य को बधाई. But you know, Anand, I have been predicting this for a long time, because pro-incumbency is a reality which a section of the media and a section of the opposition refuses to accept. Number one. Number two, you know, there is a silent anger which has been brewing against the negative politics of RJD and Congress party. You know, every time, this time obviously they started their Rona Dhona 3 months before the election. This is not what the youth of Bihar wants. They don't want cribbers. They don't want people who are escapists. So the youth of Bihar very clearly aligns with the development policy, the development vision of Prime Minister Modi. Our my factor, which is Mahila and Yuva, has prevailed over their cliched and outdated my factor. This was a reality which, you know, everybody who was there on the ground knew. There was a certain boredom during these elections, and that boredom was that the other side was just not exciting enough. People had made up their minds in the last few months, and that is why Rahul Gandhi disappeared. Post-September, he attended barely 2 or 3 rallies. He was there only for 2 or 3 days. So even they knew about it.
Did it? Because, you know, there was a little bit, his tone was a little off, Tejashwi Yadav, this morning. The whole talk about don't try and, you know, trying to mobilize cadre, 20,000 people, etc. These are all things which point to a direction where people feel that, oh, things are not all right. Is everything okay? Just quickly looking at some of the key race alerts, viewers, Tuin, please stay on with us, and also our studio guests, just asking them to weigh in on some of these key race alerts, even as we put out some of the factors on what has driven the NDA landslide. We'll come to this also in a bit, but just quickly getting a sense of who are the key candidates and how well or how badly are they doing. Let's quickly have a look, if we can have that, and I'll read off the screen itself on our screens. Samrat Chaudhary, the sitting Deputy Chief Minister, he's on the lead, but both Tej Pratap and Tejashwi are trailing from Raghopur. There are celebrations happening, Rangoli is being drawn, nothing was done premature, everything is happening even as the results are settling in. Multiple rounds of counting, it's only inching towards in favor of 3 or 4 seats up and down. It's oscillating between 194 seats to 200 seats. Can we have the key race alerts, please, here on the screen itself? All right. Okay. We'll try and come to that. But Tejashwi Yadav to trail from Raghopur, that should be a huge surprise. Did anybody see that this was not a anti-incumbency sentiment, but an anti-opposition sentiment, massive pro-incumbency sentiment, Rashid Kidwai? ये तो बहुत ज़्यादा लंबा 6 हो गया.
Yes, I am reminded of a share of Diwakar Rahi. Says, अब इतनी भी मयस्सर नहीं मैं खाने में जितनी छोड़ दिया करते थे हम पैमाने में. So this is, it's a very actually sad reflection of the kind of campaign that the opposition led. And also on a more serious note, as a Democrat, Anand, we must look at this also. This is not a very healthy phenomena, though at this hour of triumph we should not try to belittle the kind of achievement that NDA has achieved. But this 80-90% success rate, strike rate in a democratic polity is not something that is very healthy, or is going to create, in a time to come, it will create a lot of problems.
So in a response, it's not healthy.
Yes, yes.
आप कैसे 90% strike rate? How can you have? How can JDU have 70-80% strike rate? It's not good.
It is.
Rashid is saying voters doing a mistake.
It is.
I'm not saying voters. Please don't words in my mouth.
It is extremely. No, Anand, I completely agree. It is extremely unhealthy for the opposition. The opposition is on ICU. But let me point out something. Something more serious over here, something, and I think that should be, instead of getting drawn into opposition cribs and opposition cries. This time there was a direct correlation. You can also verify that data. I have just come across some data. There was a direct correlation between Prime Minister Modi's rallies and the increase in turnout in those districts. Let me give you some figures. Samastipur had a Prime Minister Modi rally. The voting percentage went up to 71.74%. Begusarai 69.87%. Muzaffarpur 71.81%. Chhapra 64%. Katihar 79.10%. So after 20 years of NDA rule in Bihar and 11 years at the center, if people of Bihar are still aligned, are still aligned with a development vision, that shows that they are habituated to a certain governance style which the other side cannot offer. And I am very surprised, Rashid bhai, I know Rashid for a long time. He should not make these statements that this is unhealthy. Of course it is unhealthy for RJD, it is unhealthy for Congress party, because they are in ICU now, and if they don't change their ways, they will perish.
No, but
so it's a wake-up call for them. But for the people of Bihar, there could not be anything better than these results.
Let's separate the party hat out and the political hat out, but and also accept that yes, Congress and the RJD were pulling the carts separate ways. But Tejashwi was seen as a popular leader, Rashid Kitwai. Where was the mistake? What happened with Tejashwi? Why is he trailing from Raghopur?
Yes, yes. And I think you have raised a very valid point. Electoral politics, alliance politics in India has a dominant, player, and there are other players. Like you look at Kerala, there is a,
now he's come back into the lead. He's come back into the lead in Raghopur. So the next round of counting the ballot boxes opening, is back in the lead.
Constantly, the India alliance has this problem of they fancy themselves as co-equals. So all of them, you look at, there is no dominant partner. So therefore, there is always a lot of pressure. So every time Rahul Gandhi is, so to say, popularity rating going up, Tejashwi has a problem, Tejashwi has popularity rating going up, Rahul Gandhi has a problem, Lalu Yadav had to call up Sonia Gandhi to say, Tejashwi should be positioned, it is his election. So I am saying all was not well much before
sir,
this election.
Sir, ये लालटेन लेके नहीं खड़े सर, देखिए हाथ जोड़ के खड़े. Look at the bhav. Look at the bhav of Nitish Kumar in that poster, the new one. Bihar वासियों का प्यार नीतीश कुमार. So that there is a difference in how you approach. So and I think that's been underlined multiple times. Sujata Pandey, you were saying something.
Twitter, they've just put Bihar jeet raha hai. They never claimed that, look, I have, Nitish Kumar ko itna bola gaya, Nitish Kumar itna popular leader hai. But the point that we're trying to make is that Rashidji was saying that it's bad for democracy for people like Tejashwi Yadav trailing or Tej Pratap Yadav.
I didn't say that.
I mean, the essence of it was like that the opposition should be strong. But my thing is, like, it's good for democracy because it shows that you cannot take your constituency, whether if it is like, even if it is a hereditary legacy constituency, you can't take it for granted. Because I was seeing the reports, Tejashwi Yadav did rallies everywhere, but the least was done in the Raghopur. Also, the person who was managing his electoral campaign in Raghopur, he was not a people's friendly person. For RJD people itself, the Karyakartas of RJD were not very happy. There were several reports. In fact, that clip went viral when Rabdi Devi went to Raghopur. People were confronting कि हमको क्या दूसरे के भरोसे छोड़ दिया है, हमको ऐसे लेके रखो, कभी मिलने नहीं आते हो, हमारा प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व नहीं करते हो. So it's good for democracy, Anand. I think democracy, as India, where the opposition said democracy is dead, I think democracy is thriving now. People are saying, I will not vote on only Jati, I will look at what you have delivered. Issue also, in Jati also people are saying कि कौन सा नेता मेरा problem solve करेगा. So I think democracy is thriving and democracy is not dead. Bihar is giving a message to every party. It's giving it's the message to NDA for delivery, for Congress saying that long narratives do not work. You have to come on the ground to see what is happening on the ground. It's something which is where the media takes not necessarily are the issues of the public. And RJD, that first build credibility. You can promise moon and stars, but people should know that people should believe you. People here did not believe him. That's the thing.
Sandeep Shastri.
2 points, Anand.
Right.
One, is it a vote against the opposition? I think it's more significantly a overwhelming vote for the ruling party. And in the process, there is this collateral damage that the opposition has to suffer.
Right.
But more importantly, I think this was a contest between a well-oiled coalition versus a disjointed coalition. And you are seeing the result of that. When a well-oiled coalition, all its partners work together, you see what happens. On the other hand, a disjointed coalition where each pulls in a different direction, you are seeing it in the screen in the results.
Let's go to the live result hub after we get you a quick update on some of the key race alerts. The VVIP seats, where are the big margins, which are the narrow ones? Akanksha will tell us in a bit, but quickly just telling you, Vijay Sinha, the Deputy Chief Minister incumbent, is leading from Lakhisarai. That's the first key race alert, viewers. Let's look at the next one. Tejashwi Yadav is back in the lead. So in Raghopur, after trailing for such a long time, he is now leading. Tejashwi is leading. But what about some of the other candidates? Let's look at Tarikishor Prasad at Kathiar. He is of the BJP. He is leading at this point. He is, and we believe that the lead is quite comfortable. Tej Pratap Yadav continues to trail. In fact, he is fourth. Rakesh Ranjan of the RJD was leading from this seat in Mahua some time back. We'll get a check from Akanksha, who's in the lead. Samrat Chaudhary at Tarapur, he is leading. So BJP, again Deputy Chief Minister, comfortable at this point. Ram Kirpal Yadav, Danapur of the BJP, again he's been leading right through. Somewhere we believe that he should have that seat in his bag. Osama, Shahabuddin's son Osama, he is leading from Raghunathpur at this point. So he continues to lead despite the Shahabuddin question mark. Maithili Thakur from Alinagar continues to lead. Also expected, Mahila and Yuva, both combined together, 25-year-old, first time into politics, and she may just end up being an MLA. Mangal Pandey is also leading from Siwan. Mangal Pandey of the BJP also leading from Siwan. Let's go across to Akanksha. Akanksha, updates. Are there any tight fights, seats that we must watch out for, the VVIPs? What's the update?
Absolutely. Raghopur being one over there, as far as Tejashwi Yadav and Satish Kumar of the BJP are concerned, it's a neck and neck, basically just beating each other by 500 votes or so. And to quickly also speak about the Naxal affected areas, this is a point we must touch upon. You're looking at Aurangabad. Remember, this is one district which was flagged off by the MHA as a district of concern. This is where BJP has led. Munger BJP leading, Gaya LJP leading, Lakhisarai BJP leading, West Champaran, which has 9 constituencies. 8 out of these 9 constituencies are with the NDA. So that also goes on to talk about Sushasan. When you talk about security, let's also quickly talk about the SC/ST seats. Ramnagar with BJP, Mohania BJP, Daroli LJP, Rajoli LJP, Rajnagar BJP, Triveniganj JDU, Harsidi BJP. So these are just a few of the majority of the 38 SC seats. Goes on to say that the alliance overall, Anand, if you talk about the NDA, yes, the heavy lifting has been done by the JDU and the BJP, but LJP has gone into the interiors. They've won these SC votes. ST seats, only 2 of them going with Congress and RJD, Manihari and Katoria. But some very interesting observations coming over there. At the same time, you were talking about the Kishanganj seat, in fact, seems to be a lead now by the BJP in Simanchal. JDU's Anant Kumar Singh, who is in the jail right now, is winning Mokama. So that again is another surprise.
So Mokama goes to jail se bahar aayega, sher lord ke aayega. That's what that was the kind of posters that were put. Amitabh Tiwari is with us. Amitabh Babu, none of the pollsters predicted this.
गृह मंत्री ने भी 160 ही कहा था.
हाँ.
भाई जब वोट पड़ता है ना तो पड़ता ही है. We've seen this in Maharashtra. 165 to 180 was the expectation, even internal surveys as per our sutra.
Right.
Correct. But 234.
Correct.
See, women have voted in large numbers. Muslim community has voted in large numbers for JDU.
For JDU.
Because they want JDU to stay relevant. They don't want Bihar to become UP and the incurrence of a bulldozer Raj in Bihar. So silent Muslim Yadav women who have received the 10,000 rupees, they have also voted. And of course, it is like a love you Nitish or a thank you Nitish.
Right, going straight across to Nityanand Rai ji. Nityanand Rai ji, namaste. बधाई आपको, congratulations.
सबसे पहले तो मैं बिहार की जनता, सभी भाइयों बहनों और मतदाताओं का हृदय से आभार, जिन्होंने जंगल राज पर भरोसा नहीं जताया, जंगल राज से बिहार को दूर रखने के लिए मतदान किए, और बिहार के विकास पर जिन्होंने मतदान किया, और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के उस सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास के महामंत्र को बिहार के लोगों ने अपनाया।
नीतीश बाबू को भी काफी समर्थन मिला है, बिहार की महिलाओं ने भी बढ़ चढ़ के वोट दिया है। नित्यानंद राय जी,
बिल्कुल, बिहार में हमारी माताएं बहनें बढ़ चढ़ कर वोट की है, मतदान की है, और यह साबित हुआ है कि बिहार की हमारी बहनें बहुत आगे बढ़ चढ़कर मतदान में भाग लेकर एनडीए को प्रचंड बहुमत दिलाने में बहुत सहयोग की है। उनको हृदय से आभार।
160 का लक्ष्य था।
प्रधानमंत्री जी के अन्य 3 स्तंभ, एक तो महिला है ही, गरीब, युवा और किसान, सभी उनके विकसित भारत के स्तंभों ने सब मिलकर प्रचंड बहुमत एनडीए को दिलाई है। भरोसा हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, जो गरीबों के मसीहा है, विकास के भगीरथ है, दुनिया के सबसे लोकप्रिय नेता है, और जो भारत के कर्मयोगी प्रधानमंत्री है, उन पर भरोसा, एनडीए के सभी साथियों पर भरोसा बिहार की जनता दिखाई।
160 का अनुमान था, लक्ष्य था। नित्यानंद राय जी, अंतिम प्रश्न 200 टच करने वाले हैं, ये तो अप्रत्याशित है। नित्यानंद राय जी, एक अंतिम प्रश्न
है, थोड़ा सा
नहीं, अंतिम प्रश्न आपसे। 160 का लक्ष्य था एनडीए का, 200 टच करने वाले हैं, इसके लिए आप बिहार वासियों के लिए क्या वादे करेंगे?
हाँ, बिहार वासियों के साथ जो भी वादा एनडीए की है, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी किए हैं, सब वादा हम सब मिलकर पूरा करेंगे पांडव दल। और 160, माननीय गृह मंत्री जी ने कहा था कि कम से कम 160 एनडीए जीतेगी, 160 ही जीतेगी, ऐसा नहीं, 160 कम से कम जीतेगी, और उस आंकड़ा को पार करेगी।
नित्यानंद राय जी, धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। थैंक यू फॉर स्पीकिंग विद अस। देयर इज गोइंग टू बी अ सेलिब्रेशन इन द बीजेपी हेडक्वार्टर्स एट 7 PM. It has been very clearly said that it was not expected within the BJP also. Let's bring it back. Yes, Priyam Gandhi Bodhi.
So now it's been 3 elections after Lok Sabha 2024,
right,
and it's enough to now say that there is a pattern, and these are clear sweeps in favor of NDA. So after you look at this pattern, you realize that there almost seems to be some kind of regret in the way the electorate voted in 2024. I feel like this clean sweep in all the 3 states in the after 2024 show that the people want to give clear mandates to the NDA-led governments, and I think they are not taking chances anymore, which would lead them to this kind of, instability, and I think this is what the electorate, this is how the electorate is responding, and the opposition unfortunately is misconstruing it as an issue with the EC.
No, but should it be about Lok Sabha 2024, or is it about trying to see what fits me best? Who's going to deliver what I want? Who can I trust more? Amitabh Tiwari and then Sujata Pandey.
Yeah, of course, when people are going out to vote, the track record of development of the incumbent government, that's the foremost in their minds. And of course, when there are promises being made both by the opposition and the government, the trust factor and the credibility of the person who is making those promises comes into the being. For an incumbent government, delivery is more important than promise. So it shows that the people of Bihar have clearly given a thumbs up for the 20-year track record of Nitish Kumar, be it as 3 years with the Mahagathbandhan and 17 years with NDA. And it's also a send-off farewell gift, a love you Nitish kind of a gift.
Is it a send-off in the first place? Another poster. Have a look at this. Now, again, this is the folded hands, Nitish Kumar, Vinamra Nitish Kumar, clean Nitish Kumar, incorruptible Nitish Kumar, bharosemand Nitish Kumar, saying, Jeeta hai Mahilaon ka Vishwas, Jeeta hai Bihar. So, openly acknowledging, admitting the trust of the Mahila in Bihar towards the JDU and the NDA. Sujata Pandey, one aspect, because the BJP allied with the JDU and the Mahila trusts Nitish Kumar, was it a positive rub-off everywhere? Did it help the fact that this time around there is not a Modi-Nitish clash? There is not an effort internally by the BJP to weaken the JDU a little. This was witnessed in 2020. It did happen. Yeah.
It did. And that is why you see such a phenomenal result which nobody predicted.
Right.
So I do see this as a result of the generational politics, as I call, of Nitish Kumar. The women of Bihar know that what was the condition of women in Jungle Raj.
Right.
What Nitish got. See, it's very important, just a few minutes and I will explain. You know, when Jharkhand got separated from Bihar, you know, there were 87% resources went to Jharkhand. Bihar was left only 13%, only 3 factories, that too only in Barauni. Nitish Kumar was given an empty plate. You know, when he took it over, people have seen how, okay, it doesn't look like, if you compare to Bombay or Delhi, the development doesn't look like much, but development has happened. That has happened for women as well, because the law and order got established, you know. That was a major concern. And here, of course, Modi has also the kind of effect that Nitish has. You know, Mahila voter is a very much loyal voter of Modi, nationwide. So when it comes to, you know, the state, the nation effect got, you know, mixed with the state, and that is why you see such a phenomenal over the, you know, nobody expected kind of majority.
It's like an
even in Muslim area, Anand, I have serious, you know, thing that I would want to know after the results come in, that has the Muslim women too voted for JDU?
Yes, that's what Amitabh Tiwari
not just to keep JDU as a balancing power in Bihar, but also because the EBC, a lot of us know EBC as a backward class of Hindus. No. EBC also has Muslims, which Nitish only included. Correct. So those women also got money, and they are the most backward kind of Muslim
and did they say, I cannot
societies.
be seen voting for the BJP, but if I have JDU, and did the JDU and the alliance, NDA alliance, also placed JDU candidates in those seats where this factor would have come into play? Well, that's all post factor.
That is why Simanchal, you see, Simanchal.
Just let's look at year-wise over the years. Now, this is 2025 as of now, the Leeds viewers. So now have a look. What we've done is we've just plotted these seats from the 2020 election, where the Mahila voted 10% more than the male. So for every 10 men, there were 11 women who have voted. Let's look at the current number. The current number, the NDA, the Mahilas voted out of 124 seats. There are nearly more than half the number of seats which were in play. But look at this. The INDI has pulled only 14 seats. Now let's look back, go back into the years. In 2015, last 10 years, the 2015 assembly, what was the spread? It was a 50-50 spread at that time on these seats. So the Mahagathbandhan RJD was still getting the Mahila vote at that time in 2015. Then, if I look into the next year, what happens after? Let's look at the 2019 Lok Sabha projections. Did things change in the 2019 Lok Sabha projections? Yes. It started swinging away from the opposition into Narendra Modi in the 2019 Lok Sabha election. After that, if I were to come back at the 2020 assembly elections, what happened? 76 and 42. So the confidence in Nitish Babu, and despite the fact that there was a tussle which was happening, it was, and in 2015 there was a scenario where Nitish had moved away. Nitish was with RJD. So that number there, and now here. And now if I were to look at the 2024 Lok Sabha projections, what happened in 2024? It is 82 and 22. So again, the shift was only going back firmly to the NDA, and in Lok Sabha elections, Nitish was back in the NDA fold. And now today's, the latest one, if you were to look at it, look at how they have consolidated on the Mahila factor, especially in these seats. Yeah,
absolutely.
See, that's what they've done. So has this escaped the Suraj party, Congress and the RJD, that this is an important factor, because they are about 50% of the votes, 50% of the electorate.
50% of the electorate, and the 10,000 rupees was transferred to 1.5 crore women. So 40% of women voting population. 1.5 crore women mean 4.5 crore voters because 3 voters per family. That is 60% of the total vote base of Bihar. So the impact is significant, huge, 60%. In a state where 65% of the households earn less than 10,000 rupees. So it's a massive scale, that amount is very big, but as Sujata ji mentioned, it is a series of steps. It's not that it's a one-off, out of the blue step which he has taken. Improved law and order, cycle distribution, improvement in gross enrollment ratio, reservation in panchayat, in police force, prohibition, Jivika Didis, and now this. So he has created an ecosystem for women, rural women in Bihar who are less educated.
Now, how much will free bijli, har ghar nal, how much will that make an impact in terms of social indices? The fact that infant mortality has come down, basic chikitsa levels have improved post-COVID. Will that also make a difference?
Of course, because
it
a
will
woman
make a
is
difference.
there.
250 to 500 rupees, almost all households are saving because of this 125 unit free electricity.
Also,
But Anand, I think this what Amitabh is talking about, this is a fortress, this is a kind of shield that Mr. Nitish Kumar had to offset any kind of anti-incumbency. But the mandate I'm seeing on screen, this is touching 200. It cannot be this kind of thing just because this cash and delivery method. Cash and delivery method, if it was working, then Jagan Mohan would have never lost.
Correct.
So point I'm saying is, it's elections in India is a very complex phenomenon. Let me complete. And it is a number of things. So that is where I'm saying this is also first elections after Operation Sindoor, after the India's tussle with Donald Trump over the tariffs. So perhaps there is Narendra Modi is a big contributing factor, and I look at the strike rate of the BJP around 90% or so. That explains perhaps, much to the discomfort of the opposition, that there is a greater trust level, and people think that the given circumstances, geopolitical, local, state, national, this is the BJP and NDA that matters.
No, sir, please tell me now. In this, I've just plotted the INDIA Gathbandhan. Have a look at the wall. On the wall, look where the Congress is plotting. 4 seats, कोने में 4 seats out of 61, sir. तो ये क्या हम तो डूबेंगे सनम, तुम्हें भी ले डूबेंगे? Is this what they've done to the RJD?
But here, sorry, please.
No, you go on. I think this narrative would have been very significant had Tejashwi himself had done slightly better. This is very bad. And I keep repeating that Urdu share. You see, this is a complete collapse of the opposition. The voter has not looked with opposition with great deal of interest. Am I right, Amitabh?
So now the captain has underperformed also. The captain has significantly underperformed. You see the scale of victory. BJP's tally is more than twice of Mahagathbandhan. JDU's tally is twice of Mahagathbandhan. You see the scale of victory. Just one player has defeated the entire team of Mahagathbandhan.
So what is the factor? Is this because when Tejashwi was deputy CM for those 1.5 years, the people of Bihar saw absolute mismanagement? No, did they feel that entire land for job scheme, did it actually stick? No. Or did they say, I cannot trust this guy because he is Lalua ka beta hai? Is that the thing?
See, it's largely about the fear factor amongst the core vote block of the NDA. The return of the alleged Jungle Raj, that works still in the core vote bank. Then you have the Mahila vote bank. And then you have the inability of the Mahagathbandhan to expand base beyond the MY coalition.
Right. Now, tell me one thing. 5-6% only vote, but they are the unbreakable glue. That's what the LJP arm is. This kind of a Gathbandhan of some of the EBCs, Paswans, and all of them coming together, the Manjis. These are all small caste groupings. Did they play a critical role in trying to weaken the RJD, along with actually winning seats? 22 out of 29 seats.
See, in 2020, the LJP had damaged NDA in 40 seats.
Correct.
So, what we see as a very close election was actually not a close election. If the LJP was part of NDA, they would have won 165.
Let's look at the 2020 numbers.
And
we'll also have the vote shares of the LJP.
And you add JDU. JDU was 43. On 33 seats, LJP damaged JDU. 43 plus 33 is 76.
Okay.
That 5-6% Paswan vote, when it shifted to JDU or NDA,
LJP actually had 6% votes. 6% votes. Correct. One seat only they won, but they had 6% votes, and that
damaged JDU much. And that is why this time the contribution of Chirag Paswan is not just that he has been able to maintain his strike rate, but also that he has not dented JDU's vote. So it is like this.
It's had an exponential effect or a multiplier effect.
Exponential effect, yeah.
So yeah, this is what, you know, that is the USP of Paswan, because they collaborate, they don't confront, they don't assert. So there is a, you know, if you look at Uttar Pradesh politics and all, there is a lot of Dalit assertion, or even in Maharashtra, where they collaborate in such a way that, you know, the alliance partner, they gain a lot. Look at Lok Sabha strike rate 5 out of 5, and here also there is a 90% strike rate.
Also, Anand, you know, the Mahagathbandhan alliance partners didn't do well. If you look at the VIP, you know, the deputy chief minister, etc., all of that was given. But you see, they have not done well. Why? Because I think they over-calculated their impact. The Malla and the Maji Samaj is different. You know, there are different categories who are not homogeneous. They behave differently. And as I think Amitabh was pointing, Malla is an aggressive community, just like Yadav.
There is already an anti-Yadav politics, and you add a Malla community to your coalition.
So Mukesh Saini factor did not work itself. So that became another dent in Mahagathbandhan. So
Mukesh Saini, also the way they treated Mukesh Saini was very important.
His own brother,
you announce
his own brother candidacy was cancelled.
Yeah, you announce him as the deputy CM candidate, but he is not aggressively campaigning anywhere. He's sidelined. You try and play truant with his own brother's seat. All of that sends different messages, but not too many people can wrap their head around this number, that is 198. We are hoping to get Union Minister Giriraj Singh very soon. Let's quickly go across and see if we can go across to Akanksha at the live result hub. Quick check of the key race alerts that's firing right now. Veena Devi at Mokama is trailing. Anand Singh from jail is likely to win this race in Mokama very, very clearly. Veena Devi is the other Bahubali from RJD, his wife, but she is actually trailing. Let's quickly move to the next one. In terms of Vijay Sinha, there is an incumbent deputy chief minister is leading from Lakhisarai. Will he continue to be deputy chief minister? We have to wait and see. Samrat Chaudhary, Tarapur continues to lead, and he should be settling his victory very soon. In Nabinagar, Chetan Anand is actually trailing at this point, and we have the BJP candidate leading from Nabinagar at this point. Let's move on to the next key race alert. In terms of the leaders of these are Osama Shahabuddin continues to lead from Raghunathpur. So all those who talked about Jungle Raj and Shahabuddin ko Zindabad kahoge, ke Bihar Zindabad kahoge, Manoj Tiwari was talking about it, but Osama Shahabuddin is leading. Maithili Thakur, again young girl, Alinagar from Darbhanga, that region, and she wanted to contest, and she's leading. Mahila and Yuva coming together, leading. Celebrations all around that's happening, but now 199. So it's not just halfway mark, ye to 200 par, that's what it's looking. This is a historic mandate. The BJP 89 seats, the JDU 80 seats. It just looks like somebody somewhere did not catch the pulse of what the voter was actually thinking.
And probably Bihar Assembly will not have a official LOP.
Yeah, they may not have an LOP.
Yeah, that's true.
If this holds, Rashid Kitwai has pointed it right, viewers, Bihar may not officially have an LOP. It will be a symbolic LOP because there is no opposition. It's a complete rout, and it somehow looks like a repeat of Gujarat.
Yes.
And a repeat of 2010.
Gujarat and Maharashtra, yeah.
2010 Bihar, 206 seats.
Yeah, 2010 Bihar.
Just BJP and JDU contesting together just after 5 years. So it was, Nitish was at his, you can say, peak at that point of time because he had changed Bihar. People could see the change. See, ironically, Anand Singh and Veena Devi, they were making different color rasagullas for distribution after victory. Yes.
Yeah.
One was making white and the other was making black. That Kala Jamun, which we call.
Kala Jamun.
So these intricacies of politics in Bihar is very intriguing. Very intriguing.
कहते हैं कि काला जो रंग होता है वो शुभ नहीं होता है.
How would you look at the fact that AIMIM has a better strike rate than Jan Suraj Party, and the left has a far better strike rate than the Congress Party? Yes.
Yeah. So see, left has underperformed. left had a much better strike rate in 2020,
2020
compared to
ML
2025.
itself,
Correct. So left is also a story as to why it has underperformed, despite not being a run-of-the-mill political party, despite having strong cadre support and socio-economic class support.
The left last time around had 16 seats between themselves, all of them put together, and nearly about 12-13% vote share.
And Prashant Kishor, what happened is that since he decided not to contest, he did not release any manifesto talking big, but no blueprint for Bihar as to how he is going to change Bihar. People who were thinking of shifting, so youth moved back to Mahagathbandhan, upper caste moved back to NDA. So in the end we see...
No, when you say youth, are you talking men? Because youth also is male. Female. 50% is female in youth.
Male youth. Some of them shifted back.
Some of them.
And also, Anand, I mean, Prashant Kishor, I think the role of the communicator was well placed. So he came into attention, he created the attention, he was into consideration list. But then when it came to performance, the leap that one had to take from the communicator strategist to a leader, one who leads from the front, that did not happen. And like I said, he missed the 50% demography. There was nothing about women in his entire manifesto. He rejected women, saying कि वो तो factor ही नहीं है.
But Sujata, he did play a role, I would say, in all this, because he kept talking about Tejashwi's lack of degree, education, etc. Somewhere he was able to build that kind of narrative. The beneficiary was different.
He dented the image of
Tejashwi Yadav.
Massively, he dented the image of Tejashwi. Prashant Kishor. The amount
did
of
he take the fire away from the opposition by trying to project himself as the opposition? Is that what he did?
Yes.
But then why did he back off from fighting the election?
That only he can explain. Why didn't he release a manifesto when he has 1,000 professionals and he talks about a think tank of IAS and IRS officers? So it is very, very intriguing as to why he backed out at the last minute. And on AIMIM, I think this is also a message from the Muslim community to so-called secular parties like the RJD and the Congress. Don't take us for granted. Give us proper representation. You are not even giving 18% tickets to Muslims, leave alone the deputy CM chair. After coming from a voter adhikar yatra, I had said this on many channels. There was a resentment among Muslims after the voter adhikar yatra because no tall leader was there on the campaign vehicle, single leader across the state. They kept on changing, somewhere Osama, somewhere Fatmi, Mr. Fatmi, somewhere
no tall leader was there. Let me ask this question. If you have a Muslim leader, Muslims need a Muslim leader to work for Muslims? Is that what's the question? Then you are creating a binary, right? If you are a political leader, you are supposed to be working for everybody. The AIMIM calls itself a party for Muslims. So how are they secular?
They are not secular.
No, how are they secular? So if people are voting for the AIMIM, they are not secular in their headspace. And if you are saying that I will vote for you only if you give me a Muslim candidate, then how are you secular?
I am not saying AIMIM is secular, but in Bihar this time, representation was a key theme. In Bihar Assembly, there are only 8% Muslim MLAs. Population is 18%.
Right.
So that is a big discussion among the community.
The leader was a Muslim. Shakil Ahmed, he is a Muslim. No, but what I'm saying is, see, the Muslims are
in the political lexicon, if this election not very clearly prove that one has to change their political lexicon. One has to move beyond the fact that what your caste is, what your religion is, and say what your karma is in terms of what is it that you have delivered for people. The Mahila who have voted for the JDU and the BJP, they have risen above caste. 50% of the voter base has risen above caste and voted. Right? So why should the remaining 50% describe that is only the men decide what the electoral lexicon or dialogue should be?
Caste dynamics is no longer foolproof guarantee that you will win. You have to have a caste arithmetic and alignment, but you also have to have issues and the delivery promise with credibility.
The other thing is that in Ladki Bahna, Ladli Bahna, and now this one, the Rozgar Yojana, all of this, is this also saying that no government can actually come to power or no party can come to power unless they have a social dole? Now, you may not like that term, some method of empowering the women folk in the house, those who did not have financial independence. The moment you attract them, you talk to them, you are home.
So that's the beauty of the democracy, Anand, that even if you are literate, not literate, you still have the right to vote. Your vote matters, and your vote is as important as the Prime Minister of this country or the President of this country. So if you cannot ignore 50% of the demography, whichever state you are in. And and you're saying it's dole, I do not consider it dole, because the 10,000
like I said,
rupees,
I corrected myself.
No, I'm just
It's
saying
a social
10,000
empowerment
rupees,
monetary
10,000
scheme funded by the state to empower those who are not financially independent.
So in Mandal, just one second, in the Mandal, what did we do? We just empowered the backward classes, the OBCs and the EBCs, but we forgot that if this country has one Dalit, that is defined by the Prime Minister itself, that the Mahila, Yuva, that's how we define the Jati. And I think it is, no party today can come into power without having this 50% democracy in consideration. But this will not just work as a knee-jerk politics, as a freebie. You will have to show that I am there for you and I am there for a long haul. This is what Nitish Kumar has done.
Right. Have they done that? We've got to pause at this point. From 7 a.m. this morning, we've not taken a commercial break. We are now taking a break at a time when the RJD has slipped below 30, the INDIA has slipped below 40, and the NDA is one short of 200 viewers. The result, the mandate is explosive and it's clear. It's in the name of Narendra Modi and Nitish Kumar. Center mein Modi, state mein Nitish. That's the verdict. It's a hands down win for the NDA, landslide for the NDA. Stay with us. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and there you go. It's 8 a.m. Result day live.
The result hub has started buzzing.
150 members are there to give the right result.
चलिए हम लोग जीत रहे हैं. बहुत शुभकामनाएं आप लोगों को. BJP, JDU and the RJD are all pulling their weight.
ये लड़ाई बीजेपी, कांग्रेस, आरजेडी, जेडीयू की नहीं रही. अब ये लड़ाई सीधा सीधा ज्ञानेश कुमार गुप्ता और भारत की जनता की लड़ाई.
122, the NDA at the halfway mark.
I'm only worried about what Prashant Kishor said once. He doesn't want to be chief minister, but he wouldn't mind being kingmaker.
नीतीश कुमार मुख्यमंत्री के पद की बागडोर संभालने जा रहे हैं.
काफी साफ हो गया है कि किस तरफ हवा चली है.
ये है हवा का रुख कई बार पलटा है.
The voters, they are rewarding government for basically rewarding and making life better for them.
ये हिस्टोरिकल है. 2010 में यही रिजल्ट आया था और बिहार उसके बाद से छलांग लगाया था.
183 NDA sweep of Bihar, the India down to 55.
Saurabh,
Sir, can you hear me? This is Rahul Shivshankar. How are you, sir?
Fine, fine. Come, Rahul. Quickly, quickly.
Yeah, we are coming.
I'm exhausted now.
We are coming, I can imagine, but what a great victory. And you have been such a part of it. Remarkable, sir. Absolutely remarkable. Can we come out and go?
Thank you, thank you.
Viewers, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the BJP crosses 200. That's the tally at the bottom of your screens. You can see it. 200 is where the NDA is. 201, 3/4 of the seats going to the NDA. The BJP is the largest single party in Bihar. Before this election, if anyone had said that, there would have been looks of incredulity. The BJP's own strike rate in this election is comparable to its strike rate back in 2010. On its own, viewers, on its own, the NDA is today 3/4 of all seats in Bihar. That is the size of this victory, and it's going to have repercussions, ripples across the length and breadth of the country, because Bihar is really the political heart of India in a sense. And therefore, whether it is Bengal or it is Assam, which are of course contiguous in a sense with the geography of Bihar, there are going to be domino effects. The BJP will go on to these contests with their tails up, and it's only a matter of 6 months. Elections will be held. Shambhavi Chaudhary, LJP Member of Parliament, is here with us. Madam, thank you very much for speaking to us. Congratulations. The LJP runaway success in this particular election. Your conversion rate is huge. The demand by your leader for the number of seats vindicated. What do you put this stunning performance, first of the LJP and then of the alliance, the NDA alliance, down to?
I think we are always very confident of winning, and this is because we had a sense that the people of Bihar are focusing on development. Their focus is on Vikas, as we call it. Bihar's agenda right now is Viksit Bihar and Atmanirbhar Bihar, and they are going to cast their vote for that. So definitely we had expected this kind of victory, and we were very confident of winning. As far as the Lok Janshakti Party is concerned, our party's national president Shri Chirag Paswan ji is his acceptability was pretty visible beyond caste and religion factor. He was getting support from a wide range of voters, and we had experienced this while the Nav Sankalp Mahasabha was going on. Lok Janshakti Party's candidates had put in a lot of effort, and they were constantly working with party workers, with different Varisht Netagan, as you call them, and definitely our party's national president Shri Chirag Paswan ji has his own charisma. He has been able
when
to
the seats were being allocated, there was
convert a considerable chunk of vote in favor of NDA.
Right, that is remarkable.
Sorry?
Because that's very remarkable, because before the seats were allocated, there were many within perhaps the NDA that were wondering as to why Mr. Paswan was demanding the number of seats, 28, that he eventually got, and thought that he was being over-ambitious. So this is a vindication. What do you put this down to? Clearly, it's not just your caste, but this has been a consolidation. Do you think this is a vote which goes beyond entitlement? How does this square?
No, so definitely when the seats were announced and the number of seats looked that Lok Janshakti Party was contesting, when the number of seats were announced, there was a negative propaganda that was working against Lok Janshakti Party, that maybe we would not be able to continue with our success rate. But I think we've put a shut to those murmurs by working hard, and the acceptability that our national president has Lok Janshakti Party will emerge as an undoubtable force in Bihar politics. And in the near future, we see a great position for the party and for our national president Chirag Paswan ji. His ideologies, his vision of Bihar first, Bihari first is something that has seeped through the voters, and definitely the entire vote.
Okay,
you can't call this as a division of caste.
Yes, no, I understand that. Just stay on, because we are also joined by Mr. Ravi Shankar Prasad. Needs no introduction, a person who has been singularly associated with Bihar politics for decades now, a person who is extremely influential across castes and is known to have great associations across party lines also. It's a very senior leader of the BJP here with us, of course, Minister at the center. Mr. Ravi Shankar Prasad, congratulations. It's 2 o'clock. The number of seats that the NDA has been able to sort of win is 201. This is unprecedented. It's 2010 once again. Under Mr. Modi, the 5th election that the NDA is winning by thumping margins in Bihar. What do you put this down to, sir?
Well, Rahul Shiv Shankar, you have followed the polity of India. Thank you for the kind words. It is a victory of hope. It is a victory of trust. And it is a victory of confidence कि अब बिहार को इसी रास्ते पर चलना है आगे के लिए. And this trust is also in the leadership of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. He has taken a personal guarantee for development of Bihar, the way he visited, the way he launched projects, the way he connected with the people of Bihar. You know, today in Chhath festival, Rahul Shiv Shankar, thousands of Biharis from all over the country drove to their respective villages by car.
Yes.
Unthinkable to celebrate Chhath. This is a change. There is electricity in all the villages, good connectivity. You may have, if you want to see Patna, go and see the new airport of Patna. I am the chairman of that committee, and see what a great facility it has come about, the Vande Bharat. Plus for poor people, feeding them, the way Nitish Kumar government did for the women, from Cycle Yojana to many of the mothers who were given cycled in 2005 and the school dress today have become mother themselves. And plus the Ajivika Didis. All these has worked together to see the development of Bihar, the way ethanol industry, the way the garment industry is coming to Patna. So many biscuit factories have come to Bihar. All this changing narrative of Bihar. Even Coca-Cola is setting up 2 facilities in Bihar. So people are seeing all that happen. And they also recall the dangerous days of the Jungle Raj, what used to happen in Lalu Prasad regime. And Mr. Tejashwi Yadav is a version of that. And if the son of Shahabuddin, Osama, can be projected as a savior of Muslims and given tickets in a flamboyant manner, this sends a message that there is no change at all. That's how it sees the result.
So within even the NDA, the BJP has outperformed all other parties. In fact, it's the single largest party. What do you put this down to?
Well, the reply is very straight. Both were contesting the same number of seats. They are close to each other. So therefore, don't segregate it in a very, very big way. Our understanding is very good. We are in coalition for the last more than 30-40 years now, from 1996, except 2 hiccups when he went to RJD and got disenchanted very soon and came back. But this is how it has worked out. And I would assume that this kind of stable coalition polity is also an important lesson which the BJP and JDU and the NDA has established over the years. We don't contest only for the sake of election, but we work with a proper strategy, proper background, proper commitment. Then people come with you. You don't join for the sake of it, for the heck of it. And you don't contest against each other. The way Amit Shah ji settled all the dissidents in the whole system. These all are indications of that.
So that bonhomie continues. Nitish Kumar ji is going to be the CM for the next 5 years, one presumes.
Is there any vacancy, Rahul?
No, I don't see it.
Is there any vacancy?
No, I don't see it. Number of people, however, have been saying that, oh, you know, the BJP, when it takes a lead over alliance partners, you know what they're saying. And then, of course, there are others who are saying that this is a 10,000 election. How would you respond to these people? And you know who I'm talking about.
ऐसे लोगों को छोड़ दीजिए ना. आज के दिन मैं इस पर नहीं जाऊंगा. Rahul Shankar, today is a great day for us. Let the signs of desperation remain desperate. Today is the great result of hope, of confidence, of trust. Let us celebrate that. Huh?
That's a very nice iteration.
Thank you.
Well, last question, sir. Last question. What does this mean for the BJP in the next round of elections, Bihar and Assam? Will there be now a knock-on effect? Do you see this continuing, this arc?
सबसे पहले बंगाल को हैंडल करेंगे हमारे पड़ोस में. हाँ हाँ.
Wonderful.
वहाँ बदलाव बहुत जरूरी है.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Okay. Well, congratulations once again. Congratulations, because this has been a victory where you can't find fault with just about anything. And fundamentally, Amitabh ji, you've heard Ravi Shankar Prasad, you heard Ms. Chaudhary, both of them complimenting what they call is the positivity, the positive campaign. How far has this struck a chord? Because we were told constantly that there was negativity on the ground. And that is what the opposition was tapping into and perhaps building its politics around. How do you respond to this? From a psephological point of view, I'm even seeing Mr. Tejashwi Yadav in the contest of his life. His brother is number 4 in his constituency, in the Yadav belt. So what is exactly happening on the ground?
So I think if you talk about Tejashwi and Tej Pratap, I think the message is that entitlement politics cannot last forever. Because when I was there on the ground 2 months ago in Raghopur, people from the Yadav community were saying that even during floods, Tejashwi Yadav was not present or had not come to that particular seat and had sent his emissaries to take care of. Now when we come to this mandate, the visit of Nitish Kumar to Chirag Paswan's house on the occasion of Chhath and Chirag Paswan taking his blessings is a very powerful symbolic message. Whatever differences were there amongst the cadre and leaders, especially of JDU and LJP, because of a historical tiff, it goes back to 2007-8 when the Mahadalit committee recommendations were accepted, and that possibly weakened the influence of LJP in the state. So that was very powerful. Second is that while there were issues or talks about this JDU and BJP internal competition, it seems to have turned into a healthy competition of sorts. On the other side, people also saw an alliance which was fighting for seat distribution. There was no coherence in campaign. Congress was missing from the campaign.
Till the day before.
Yeah. So essentially people also had this thought in mind that if the alliance partners of the opposition are not able to come to a table to discuss seat finalization, what could happen if they win the elections? Then there could be instability, and Bihar has seen almost 20 years of stability now, correct? In the form of Nitish Kumar as the common denominator. So I think these factors worked in favor of the NDA-led alliance.
Yeah.
So I want to make 2 points following that. After such a sweeping win, we've seen governments feeling the pressure to perform. So now there will be a lot of focus on the performance of the Nitish government. Second point that I want to make, people are talking about how this is a 10,000 Chunav. So we've seen this in Ladli Behna, we've seen this in Ladki Bahin in Maharashtra. Now we're seeing it here, that 10,000, and we experimented with this in COVID, that when you give money, that money is not saved. Women don't save it and it goes back into the economy because they buy sewing machines, they buy animals, they do, some kind of like agro business with it or something. So it pushes back into the economy. In turn, the economy, yes, it has a multiplier impact. So it's not like a welfare state that is stuck just, providing, money which is just being saved and not going anywhere.
So the point I wanted to make, look, entitlement, yes, but you have Chirag Paswan on one side. He also represents a certain continuity of a dynasty. Tejashwi is on the other side. Of course, there's Rahul Gandhi, who's the overarching dynast, but the fact of the matter is that it didn't seem to have rubbed off on Chirag Paswan, but it definitely has rubbed off on Tejashwi, even though every poll and every pollster said that he was the leading candidate for chief ministership. Heads and shoulders above Nitish Kumar. How does this happen? Either the pollsters have got it completely wrong.
See, leading candidate for chief minister does not automatically mean that party is likely to win. Because only 15%
but in his own seat, how is it that he is himself trailing?
Exactly. How is he trailing? This is a complete vote by the Yadavs themselves against.
So when people are answering the question who are you likely to see as CM? Let's say from the Muslim Yadav community, they want to see him as CM. They don't know that the alliance is in tatters. They don't know that the RJD is not going to win even 40-50 seats.
No, but is this an alliance effect? Because the seats that we are talking about are in the Yadav bastion. So they don't require the Congress, etc. And these seats have been strongholds for years altogether.
Yeah. So that's what we
is not a seat that is
discussed. Rahul.
You look at Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi won from both seats actually.
Yes.
In the Lok Sabha, and of course then Priyanka came in. So I'm saying, not able to hold on to the family fiefdom of that seat is a very telling commentary. You pocket bora, you're losing. That means that you were never there. In fact, it's like 1977.
Well, he says that he wasn't at the most critical point.
No, not right there politically. I'm saying physically you may be there or not.
So maybe the Yadavs themselves think that, look, why should we lose out?
Absolutely.
Why should we lose out?
See, when we discussed the risk factors, Rahulji, yesterday, I think, or day before yesterday, to the upside or the downside, we discussed that the silent woman voter amongst the Muslim Yadav community, that alpha, that lead which the NDA enjoys, we had a lead of 10%. Now let's say the woman, Muslim Yadav woman, who might not say in a survey that they have voted for Mahagathbandhan but have silently voted. That's what is being seen in Simanchal also.
And what are we? Yes, there's a counter consolidation and perhaps, well, in a legit sense. In a legit sense, I don't think that we should.
अरे यादव के घर में वोट चोरी हो गई ये मैं कह रहा हूँ.
वो अलग बात है, मगर it's obviously legally and people have, look, no one is out on the streets despite the invocations, irresponsible invocations of some of these leaders. Abhijit, none of these people have hit the streets. In fact, this is the most peaceful election. Not one recount. Not one instance of violence that would lead to repolling in any booth.
So, 3-4 points.
Obviously, the Bihar voter has matured to the point where he's now taking decisions that go beyond emotion.
Exactly. So, this is the kind of election which makes us completely revisit the way we look at Bihar, its politics, and the kind of tools that we use to analyze a state like Bihar. It's not. This in no way is pure caste arithmetic.
Exactly.
It has gone way beyond caste arithmetic.
That's a good point. And because you're still here, I want to ask you, Vote 5 suggested it would be a close contest because obviously it was basing itself on certain established notions. Would you believe those notions this time have been completely destroyed? That we are now watching really what is a disruption in the politics of Bihar and in a positive sense.
So, in a positive sense, it seems that the caste-based notions which we have seem to have been destroyed in this election, and also the fact that women effectively belonging to the Muslim Yadav community or the core vote block of the Mahagathbandhan overwhelmingly have voted for the NDA, maybe even contrary to their male counterparts in the families, silently. This is what we've seen in Maharashtra. 22% Muslims supported the Mahayuti in Maharashtra, which would mean that almost 30 to 40% women, assuming that less number of males would have voted, had voted for Mahayuti.
And these could be even Yadav women.
Yes.
They could be Muslim women.
Yes,
you could have perhaps seen a breakdown of traditional identities. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, absolutely. Because, you know, when there is bad law and order, it affects not just Hindu women or Christian women, or it
affects everybody.
Yeah, it affects everybody. This is what happened also in UP under Yogi. At least a sizable chunk of Muslim women voted for Yogi because they could go out.
So what has happened? I mean, I'm asking you, Rahul Gandhi, not even in the country, sir. The view from London right now. Look at the view from London. The view from London suggests that the Congress is at 4. NDA is at 201.
View from Qatar actually.
Less than AIMIM and HUM.
Yeah.
Well, is he now in Qatar? Who knows where he is? No one knows where he is.
So the view from Qatar would be same. I'm just saying that.
Yeah. HUM and
but
AIMIM
the
are getting more seats.
You see, you raised Rahul, you raised a very pertinent point. You look at that sort of dynasty politics, huh? So Chirag Paswan excels.
Sir, one second, Mr. Kitwa, we also have Charu Pragya with us. So I want to ask you though, because I'm going to get her to respond to you. I have to ask you this fundamental question tonight.
Charu is my friend, by the way.
No, and so is she, a friend of all of us.
Yeah.
But I just want to ask you a question. has Rahul Gandhi not only his message, but is the messenger also now being rejected? This is the fourth election, sir, after the 2024 Lok Sabha election. It's the fourth election where the BJP has run away. In this election, you could say, okay, you know, you could have hidden behind the fact that it was the JDU's victory, but here the BJP is in the lead.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Rahul Gandhi needs to ponder a lot. That here is, you know, Ajit Pawar wins, you know, Chirag Paswan wins, but you know, Tejashwi Yadav loses. A lot of other, you know, the Hudas lose. So, you know, there is a thing, it is not that the people of India are voting against, you know, Dynasty Raj. Dynasty is just thriving.
I mean, come on.
No.
You look at the
how
situation.
How do you explain? You see, Uddhav Thackeray loses. Sharad Pawar, you know, his family loses. But Ajit Pawar, who breaks away and joins NDA, he does very well.
Because he joins, at least the messenger is better. That's what I'm saying. The credibility of the messenger is Modi. Modi is the message and the messenger. But here, as I'm saying to you, and this is why I'm underlining that point of the credibility of the message and the messenger. The messenger is being rejected. Maybe the message is right. Who knows?
Rahul, this is the first, sorry, just Charu is waiting. I'm just saying, this is the first election after Operation Sindoor. This is the first election after, you know, how India defied Donald Trump and, you know, the entire, you know, tariff threats, etc. This election in India is a very complex.
Modi surrendered.
No.
So if anything,
I didn't
the
say
voters should have gone to the person who...
Either you're mixing, I am just saying, you know, elections in India is a very, you know, complex phenomena, and what you get a mandate is a reflection of all those things that has happened. It's regardless of where Rahul Chinchwekar stands or where Rashid Kidwai or where Mr. Majumdar stands. So here I am saying this is a very, you know, a solid mandate.
So you should continue with Mr. Rahul Gandhi. You should continue with Priyanka Gandhi.
That is for the Congress party to decide.
No, I'm asking, what would be your advice tonight to the Congress
party? I'm not there. The advice is always
given.
You're
a very senior leader who's written books on the Congress.
Writing book is
commented on
a professional hazard.
The politics of the Congress. I'm only
asking. Like Sohail said, actually, I'm sorry to be saying this, but he told me the same thing today. See, writing a book is a commentary. It is not, you know, it is not an endorsement of that political party. It's an academic interest.
No, I'm not saying that, but since you're a student of the Congress and its movement, do you believe it needs to be...
And you know
reinvent what? The party or the messenger itself?
Messenger, everything. See,
everything.
Victimhood is not going down. In Westminster model of parliamentary democracy, if you don't win, you vacate, you pave the way for someone else. And why not? Let there be a democratic election.
So you're saying till now there has been no democratic choice in the Congress.
It is not for me to say, it's the whole world to see.
Okay, it's the whole world to see. It's quite apparent.
Within the
Charu Pragya, a quick response that look, our viewpoints can differ, that there has been Operation Sindoor and so on and so forth, and you know others have of course alluded to the terror attack also and said that is also was done between the two phases and all of this. But if you even look at the phase-wise data, I don't think you needed the help of anyone, including Dr. Umar.
Rahul, good afternoon, and let me begin by congratulating the people of Bihar. This is their victory, and I am calling it their victory fair and square. Victory of every woman who's now got a skilling center close to her village, so her son and her daughters can get skilled there and get a job close to home. Of every single village which has now gotten electrified. It is the victory of every single youth who's got opportunities right there at home. They don't have to travel the length and breadth of the country for basic employment. This is the victory of Bihar, full stop. And you know why these dynastic parties are not winning? Because they have taken the mandate of the people and the blessings of the people so much for granted, so much for granted. So let's talk about Congress first. We of course have got this mind-boggling majority this time, and that has also come because we realize our opposition is not interested. Rahul Gandhi started the voter Adhikar Yatra, and where did he go after that? Abroad. He's sitting abroad and he expects to win elections. How many rallies did you hold, Mr. Gandhi? How much effort did you put into this election? So when you do not put in any efforts into winning an election, when you put in zero efforts in trying to understand what the people of a state need from you, you are not going to win. So now you can cry vote chori or whatever else you want. That is the reason for your loss. And loss, oh my God, what a loss. 4 seats. 4 seats. I don't even know if you should be considered a national party anymore. Henceforth.
So let me just give a quick breakdown.
I think this is karma
on that
circling
point, one
back.
second, Charu Pragya. Just a minute. Just
their deeds coming
one
right
second.
back to them.
I'll bring you back. One second. Just on that first point. Let's deal with the Rahul factor in this election. I am now going to read out a list, and Dr. Raman is also here with us, of the seats on which Rahul Gandhi held rallies. Muzaffarpur. The BJP is leading there by 10,000 odd votes, and this is still about an hour back. Darbhanga, Nalanda, Shekhupura, Aurangabad, Gaya, Purnia, Banka, Bhagalpur, Kishanganj. Even Kishanganj is the only seat where the Congress is leading. Every other seat
absolutely, and
has gone the other way. So 1 second.
This has been the pattern throughout.
So 1 second. Let me just
and
bring in
there is
Dr.
another angle
Raman.
to this, Rahul, if I can just add.
Okay. Yeah. No,
Can I add one more
Yeah.
aspect, please?
Yeah.
I think the disrespect that was dished out by the Congress for the people of Bihar, so much disrespect by getting people for their yatras who have been calling people from Bihar toilet cleaners, pani puri sellers, by equating B say Bihar, B say BD, not even sufficiently apologizing for that, from actually sitting on your high horse and thinking that the people are going to support you just because they look at you with curiosity. Absolutely not. You took your SIR narrative all the way to the Supreme Court and it was thrown out by the Supreme Court, and you're still talking about it today. Even today they're not willing to open their eyes and face the reality
so we are
of where they
blaming
stand when it comes to
a
politics.
bad
in this
workman blames their tools. Dr. Raman, you can bang on about SIR, you can bang on about vote chori. It's not going and registering with the voter, because the voter knows that at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, because these issues are not relevant. They are founded on unfounded slander. The voter is the most sensible. They have decided, and they have decided overwhelmingly. I mean, the Congress down to 4.
Yeah, Rahul, first of all, one has to congratulate the NDA. This is not just a regular win. This is a landslide victory. And full marks to Nitish Kumar and the BJP for having pulled off what has been an amazing victory, and the LJP as well. Now, the point is, I think some of the points that were made by the BJP spokesperson, we will have to accept. I mean, there is nothing to sort of counter that. There is a serious crisis of leadership in the Congress party. I am told that Rahul Gandhi even today is not in the country. I do not have confirmed information on that, but there is a media report going on that he is in Europe at the moment. There has got to be somebody in the party who has got to stand up and take them on and say that, look, this cannot go on for the sake of the Congress party at some point. And I was told that Priyanka Gandhi is also not in the country. So I think, look, there are two things.
But there is a pattern to this, doctor. There is a pattern.
No, one minute, Rahul. Rahul, let me finish. Look, you put in your best efforts. You slog, put in the hard yards. And the result may not go in your favor all the time. That is possible.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
But when you don't put in the effort, now it ends up demoralizing the cadre, demoralizing the second line of leadership, who are probably looking to probably jump ship and looking for better options at some point of time. And this is a kind of slow hemorrhaging which is happening. And today, it's unfortunate.
So are you saying that they should now move out of the picture?
I think that this is an inflection point. We had Maharashtra, we had Haryana, we had Delhi, and now we have Bihar, right? At least Haryana was supposed to be a done deal, right? Okay, Bihar was always going to be a tough contest because of the coalition arithmetic. But Haryana was supposed to be a done deal. Maharashtra, you were expected to put up a fight. It was never predicted to be a landslide. What happened? So I think that there is a serious leadership crisis. And today, quite honestly, I think that the Congress has become the BJP's trump card. Look, here in this case, yes, Tejashwi has also been routed. So it's a different issue. So had Tejashwi held his own and the RJD ended up with 70 plus seats.
Let me sir interrupt you there because Anand Narasimhan is joining the broadcast to speak with Maithili Thakur.
मैथिली ठाकुर with us on the broadcast. मैथिली नमस्ते, आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है? आनंद बोल रहा हूँ।
नमस्ते नमस्ते नमस्ते।
हाँ, आज तो बहुत खिल रही हैं, खुश हैं आप?
नहीं अभी थोड़ा एक दिन का रेस्ट मिला इसीलिए।
जीत आपकी पक्की सुनिश्चित है, मैं बधाई दे दूं आपको?
बिल्कुल दे सकते हैं, क्योंकि हम लोग भी, मेरे भाई भी अंदर काउंटिंग में है, मेरे बहुत सारे लोग हैं संगठन के अंदर, सब लोग बहुत ही हरी झंडी लेकर के है सामने खड़े।
इस वक्त आपकी लीड कितनी है? मुझे पता है आप सब नोट कर रही हैं, तो मैं आपसे ही पूछ लेता हूँ।
अभी तो शायद पिछले के अकॉर्डिंग 10,500 से लीड चल रहा था, लेकिन अभी तुरंत उनका फोन आएगा तब मुझे पता चलेगा कि अब क्या है।
अच्छा, 10,500 वोट से आप लीड कर रही हैं, तो भारी बहुमत आपका आराम से। अलीनगर में आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई। ऊपर से 201 पार हो गया एनडीए का स्कोर, इसका भी आपको अनुमान था?
नहीं, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा था कि हम लोग जीतेंगे, लेकिन ऐसे जीतेंगे ये तो बिल्कुल ये लोगों का प्यार है। और मुझे तो अपने लिए भी ऐसा फील हो रहा था कि मैं इतनी नहीं हूँ, मैं कैसे करूंगी ये सब, लेकिन ऐसा लग रहा है कि लोगों का प्यार जो मैंने ऑन ग्राउंड देखा। और मैं इससे पहले सोशल मीडिया की बहुत बड़ी कंज्यूमर रही हूँ, और सोशल मीडिया पे जो पेड नेगेटिव पीआर करवाते हैं लोग, तो हम लोग भ्रम होता है ना हम लोग को भी कि अरे इतना किसी का विरोध हो रहा है। लेकिन जब ऑन ग्राउंड में गई, लोगों से मिली, तो जो नीतीश कुमार जी प्रधानमंत्री जी के लिए जो मैंने प्यार देखा सबके नजर में, सबकी बातों से, तो मैं ये अपनी जो जीत है, तो ये कहीं ना कहीं मैं डेडिकेट करना चाहूंगी एनडीए की जो जीत है। ये अपने जो दोनों वरिष्ठ नेता है, जिनके लिए हम लोग को मेहनत ही नहीं करनी पड़ी, मुझे वोट मांगने की भी जरूरत नहीं पड़ी, तो ये उन्होंने कमाया है जनता का विश्वास। तो बिल्कुल ये तो मालूम ही था कि हम लोग जीतेंगे, आगे बढ़ेंगे।
देखिए, उस दिन आपके गले में खराश थी, आप थकी हुई थी, तो मैंने आपको छोड़ दिया, लेकिन आज मैं आपको बधाई दे रहा हूँ, आपको बधाई सुनानी पड़ेगी।
बिल्कुल, बधाइया गीत सुनाती हूँ
जी।
बधैया बाजे आंगन में, बधैया बाजे आंगन में, बधैया बाजे आंगन में, बधैया बाजे आंगन में, बधैया आंगन में।
क्या बात है, इतनी सुरीली आपकी, मधुर आपकी आवाज है, गला आपका वापस आ गया। पर अब आप बताइए, आप अलीनगर के लिए क्या करने वाली हैं? 201, 202 हो गया, इतना भारी बहुमत, विपक्ष ही नहीं होगा, तो आप क्या काम करेंगी? व्हाट आर यू गोइंग टू डू? मैथिली
आपकी आवाज बीच में कट रही है, लेकिन जहां तक मैं समझ पाई कि अलीनगर के लिए अब मैं क्या करूंगी।
यस, करेक्ट जी।
एक सेकेंड, हाँ, मेरा फोन तो बिल्कुल, मेरा फोन आज खराब होके रहेगा, क्योंकि एक समय पे इतने कॉल्स, सब लोग बधाई के मैसेज। तो अपने विधानसभा के लिए मेरे बहुत सपने हैं। सबसे पहला जो हमारी पार्टी का मैनिफेस्टो है, अब ये बहुत ही बड़ी चीज है कि इसको घर तक पहुंचाना। बहुत सारी योजनाएं तो होती हैं, लेकिन लाभार्थी उतने ज्यादा उन लोगों को, मतलब हमारे जो आम जनता है उनको उतना ज्यादा अवेयरनेस नहीं रहता कि सरकार के पास हमारे लिए ये भी योजना है। तो हर एक घर तक सुनिश्चित कराना कि सारी योजनाओं का अच्छे से इम्प्लीमेंटेशन हो रहा हो। और जो मेरे अपने मन में है कि मुझे कल्चर सेंटर अपने विधानसभा में बनाना है। ग्रामीण सड़कों पे बहुत खास ध्यान देने की जरूरत है। जो आम इंसान के जीवन में जो ऐसी प्रॉब्लम्स जो हम लोग सुधार सकते हैं, वो सब करने का काम मैं करूंगी। और हम लोग जैसे टीवी पे देख रहे हैं, जो हमारी विक्ट्री देख रहे हैं, मुझे ऐसा लगा था कि विरोधी जितना वो बोल रहे थे, या फिर जितने अच्छे तरीके से उन्होंने सोशल मीडिया को बहुत ही ज्यादा अपने कंटेंट को उन्होंने हम लोग को तोड़ने मरोड़ने की, मतलब मैं पर्सनली अपने बारे बोल रही हूँ, तो मुझे ऐसा लग रहा था कि वो लोग एक टफ फाइट देंगे, लेकिन जब मैं देख रही हूँ तो एक क्लीन स्वीप है। और हम लोग मेरा सौभाग्य है कि इतने अच्छे अच्छे नेताओं के बीच में रह करके मुझे सेवा करने का मौका मिलेगा।
देखिए, धीरे धीरे एक कलाकार, एक युवा से लेकर आप एक नेता भी हो रही हैं, बहुत अच्छी नेता की तरह उभर रही हैं आप, बिकॉज आई कैन फील, आई कैन सेंस द पॉलिटिक्स कमिंग इन। बट आई ऑल्सो वॉन्ट टू आस्क यू, एज समबडी हु हेल्स फ्रॉम बिहार, यू हैव योर रूट्स देयर, आपके आप वहाँ पली बड़ी हैं, भले ही आप वहाँ बिहार से बाहर आ गई थी। ग्राउंड पर क्या वजह हो सकती है कि जो ये लैंडस्लाइड मार्जिन आपको मिला है? आपके हिसाब से व्हाट इज इट दैट वर्कड?
हाँ, सबसे पहली चीज है कि आप किसी भी महिला से बात करेंगे और उनसे आप बोलेंगे किसको वोट देंगे, तो बस नीतीश कुमार जी, मोदी जी का नाम ऐसे उन लोग के, मतलब ये विश्वास जीता है, जिसको वोट चोरी कहते हैं विरोधी। तो ये विश्वास जो महिलाओं का जीता, और खासकर जो इस बार के गेम चेंजर हमारे यंग वोटर्स रहे हैं, जो फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर्स रहे हैं, और अपने विधानसभा में तो मैं तो एकदम से हलो से ही एक कनेक्शन स्थापित हो रहा था। कहीं ना कहीं वो एज हम लोग का सेम है, या फिर हम लोग एक तरीके से एक मेंटालिटी के साथ सोच सकते हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं बहुत बड़ा फैक्टर है कि हम लोगों ने भी अपने जीवन काल में एक वो समय देखा है जब मुख्यमंत्री जी ने साइकिल बंटवाई थी और सभी बच्चों ने स्कूल जाना शुरू किया था। तो ये सालों की मेहनत है और अब हम लोग के लिए आसान हो गया। जो पॉलिटिक्स में मैं आई, मेरे लिए ये आसान हो गया कि इतने बड़े बड़े नेताओं के नाम पर ही हम लोग बस आगे बढ़ पा रहे हैं।
अब रियाज के साथ साथ आपको जन सेवा में भी संलग्न होना पड़ेगा।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। जो मुझे भरोसा दे करके जिता रहे हैं लोग, उस भरोसे पे खड़ी उतरना है।
आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई और शुभकामनाएं। We look forward to speaking with you at length very soon. But for the moment, congratulations, Maithili. Thank you for your time. Enjoy the moment, savor the victory.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Namaste. Well, we've got Shivani getting us something special from ground, but before that, quickly some updates that have come through. Aman, some key takeaways. Abhijit Majumdar and Rashid Kitwai with us before we go across to Shivani. Aman, some key takeaways on this landslide victory. See, I'm sure even the NDA would not have expected crossing 200.
See, Anand, what I'm picking from top BJP sources, at least three things very clearly. Number one, this chori campaign is not working. We saw in 2019, Rahul Gandhi say Chaukidar chor hai. People replied to him with a resounding win, in fact a historic win for the NDA when Mr. Modi was back as the chief minister. The mandate belied what Rahul Gandhi tried to say. Right. And now this saying this vote chori. You know, it's clearly not working. The vote chori campaign is also not worked in this particular election. That is now very clear. So Rahul Gandhi's chori narrative apparently has no takers. Will the Congress do a rethink on this, going ahead? Also, because there's also record turnout. If you have a record turnout where people have come and actually voted in big numbers for the NDA, this shows that, it is respecting the mandate as well. So I think this is number one thing which are picking up from top BJP sources. Number two, what they are really saying is that look at the Congress number. It's at 4 to 5 seats. This is maybe the same as AIMIM, HAM and the left. The Congress is down to such a poor level that it is down to this much number. This shows the precarious kind of a situation for the Congress party. A lot was said by it, but look where it has ended right now. Also, what top BJP sources are saying that these mandates, be it the Bihar mandate, be it the Delhi mandate, Maharashtra mandate, Haryana mandate, also shows a bit of voting for Mr. Modi, that people feel sorry and people feel a bit repentant on what happened in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, because the BJP's share had reduced. People maybe did the wrong thing at that particular time. That is what I think this also a lot of that kind of a voting to make good to the Modi government.
That is also because that. Okay, Mr. Gadkari has just reacted on the victory. Let's play that out and then we come back to this conversation.
बिहार की जनता ने एनडीए को जिस प्रकार से समर्थन दिया है और बहुत ऐतिहासिक है। जातीयवाद के विरोध में और बिहार में जो डबल इंजन की सरकार ने जो प्रगति और विकास करके दिया है, उसी बात का समर्थन बिहार की जनता ने किया है। बिहार में रोड, पानी, बिजली, उद्योग, विकास और रोजगार, ये प्रश्न जो है ये प्राधान्य से सुलझाने चाहिए, लोगों की अपेक्षा है। और पिछले 10 साल में हमारी सरकार ने जो कार्य किया मोदी जी के और नीतीश कुमार के नेतृत्व में, उसको सफलता मिली है और बिहार की जनता ने यह ऐतिहासिक जीत एनडीए को दी है। मैं बिहार की जनता का बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूँ, शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ और ये जीत बिहार को एक विकसनशील राज्य में निश्चित रूप से बना के रहेगी, इसी बात का विश्वास व्यक्त करता हूँ। फिर से एक बार बिहार की जनता को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और उनका अभिनंदन।
Nitin Gadkari there congratulating, not just accepting very humbly this historic mandate, but thanking the voters of Bihar. Let's come back to this aspect. Is this also because the BJP also learned the art of humility, the arrogance was shrugged off, and you went back to the people to say, listen, I'm here to work for you. If you thought I was arrogant, then you're mistaken, I'm not. And the people said, now, that's nice. Now, if you're coming and talking to me and connecting with me at my level and continue to do your job, I'll repose my faith.
It is not about repentance, I think, it is more about BJP actually, this 2024 verdict, putting them, below the majority mark, that has actually been a boon for the BJP, they have completely rethought their strategy.
Yeah.
They have brought things together. They
It
have
was a
brought
lesson in
people-
time. Maybe the
Yes.
voter wanted them to have 270, 280, but just a little less than the, but not 240. And then the voter said, "Arey yaar, 240
Exactly.
ज़्यादा हो गया."
So I think this is what anecdotally we have learned from the field. Whenever we went for Maharashtra elections, I remember going there on the field, and even Bihar elections, people feel that हाँ थोड़ा सा arrogance शायद आया गया था, reservation का पूरा मुद्दा चल गया था, हमें लगा शायद reservation ना बदल दें, that whole thing that opposition ran, but they said इतना भी कम नहीं होना चाहिए था, 240 पे मोदी जी को लाना ठीक नहीं था, he deserves better, and that is why we see this guilt which is there, among some people, maybe some even core BJP voters, Anand, who did not vote, maybe didn't go to vote for Mr. Modi in that election 2024, but this time when the state election comes, you see people coming out in large numbers, and they are making up for that. That is, I think, one thing, one very strong factor which explains this sweeping victories. If you see the nature of the Delhi victory, the Maharashtra victory, Haryana victory, this victory, 2/3 majority, 3/4
the
majority.
involvement of the Sangh as after 2024, that absolutely regrettable comment by Mr. Nadda saying that,
हम अपने आप में सक्षम हैं, something like that he said.
So
that didn't work.
Yeah.
That didn't work.
So
And
I think the party
And the
went
RSS
back
came
to
back.
RSS.
RSS, we've seen it in Haryana election, Maharashtra election. In fact, I saw it on the ground in Nagpur. Even in Bihar, Anand, the RSS was there on the field. It has played that invisible role.
But look at how the course correction happened from the Prime Minister himself, who thanked the RSS, commemoration of the 100 years, the stamp, and all of that to say, all right, that was perhaps Atishokti, it should not have happened, and this would be work. Somebody gave us a very simple insight, a very common person on ground. I said कि मोदी जी को वोट क्यों नहीं दिए? बोले सर वो सब का सब 400 मांग रहा था ना, and उनमें थोड़ा सा ये काम नहीं करेगा, फिर काम करिए, हम तो वैसे ही दे देते, आपको मांगने का जरूरत है, हम ऐसे ही दे देते. The whole thing is that you should not have said 400 par, you should not have come and said I'm going to be this, because that brought arrogance and the people.
But the arrogance now, Anand, the arrogance now has shifted the other side. You look at Rahul Gandhi's arrogance, and now this, I think Bihar result is a great indictment of that arrogance. You come and do a vote chori yatra, you do these grand press conferences, say the mandate has been stolen, and you're down to 4 seats. Same as the AIM.
The same was the case in Delhi in 2013. Same question, same case in 2025 as far as Bihar is concerned with respect to Congress. But we'll talk about that. Senior lawyer Aman Sinha is also with us. He is also from Bihar. बहुत खुश होंगे. बाबू बधाई हो.
Thank you, Anand. This is a spectacular sweep for NDA alliance, winning more than 200 seats out of 243. BJP getting more than 90% strike rate, winning nearly about 90 plus seats out of 101 contested. This is unprecedented, actually, and rarely there have been occasions in the Indian democratic process where a political party has got more than 90% strike rate. So therefore, this is nothing short of Modi tsunami. That apart, Anand, I would also like to add that this is a rejection of the entitlement politics, the dynasty politics, which was being run by Tejashwi Yadav, Congress, Rahul Gandhi, etc. And the youth of this country, the Gen Z of the country, have rejected dynastic politics. They have reposed their faith in leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, his progressive policies, and they would any day prefer a self-made man, self-made leader, rather than somebody who just comes through dynastic route to attain and achieve power.
Well, interestingly, the margin of victory is also quite large in a lot of those cases. We've got limited time. Just one more question to you about the Congress Party and the RJD. Why was it that their performance is so poor? Why has it come down, slipped so much?
That is what I said, Anand. This is actually the politics of entitlement and dynasty. And they thought that simply because they belong to a particular family, people will come around and vote for them. This is not how it works, certainly not in Bihar. And therefore, I am saying that the youth of Bihar has rejected this dynastic politics. Just because you acquire a surname, that does not mean that people are going to come around and vote for you. And the novelty factor which was there for Tejashwi Yadav on last occasion, that was also there, and therefore you have seen that this Mahagathbandhan, whatever it is not even half of BJP, and the total number of percentage of votes also secured by NDA alliance is more than 50%. nearly
Correct.
52%.
In fact, it's not even as much as the JDU. The JDU at 86 seats, is far greater than the INDI put together at 37 seats, 2.5 times. So more than 2 times. So clearly,
Absolutely, Anand.
it's been a phenomenal impact. There will be celebrations. There will also be recalibration. The next knock-on, will this help in Bengal and also Gujarat and other states which are now going to go to the polls through 2026? We'll have to wait and watch.
Anand, just one more point, that
Yes.
this narrative which was thought to be built on Gen Z and the fact that the people do not have faith in democratic processes, etc., that has all been totally dismissed by electorate of Bihar, by youth of Bihar, by the Gen Z that Rahul Gandhi was trying to provoke. And therefore, it is a rejection of all the regressive politics. Now,
Right.
Congress has to decide whether they still have to keep politicking, trying to build the same narrative of, vote chori, EVM, etc., or they will introspect and try to improve. That does not seem to be the case from whatever reactions that I have seen on News 18 from Congress leaders. But all said and done, it's a remarkable victory for BJP in leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and entire NDA alliance. And I'm sure this will be a new era, not only for Bihar but even the stability, the certainty, and the strength which the central government is working will get much more impetus.
Right. पूरे एनडीए और बिहार की तरफ से आप हमें जरूर खिलाइएगा, मिठाई और चाय पिलाइएगा, घुगनी।
आप आ जाइए, जरूर आपका स्वागत है। आइए।
Okay, जी. Namaste. Always a pleasure speaking with you, Amit Sinha. Thank you very much. We're going to take a very short break. We are hoping to get Mr. C.R. Patil, the Bihar BJP co-in-charge, soon as we come back. And also Shivani is getting us an interesting conversation from down ground in Patna. Stay with us. He's the man behind the scenes, the Bihar BJP co-in-charge, and who's also orchestrated phenomenal successes for the BJP since Lok Sabha 2024 across various states. Joining us now is Shri C.R. Patil. C.R. Patil ji, namaste. मैं आनंद बोल रहा हूं, आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई।
थैंक यू।
ये आपने एक्सपेक्ट किया था? डिड यू एक्सपेक्ट सच अ हिस्टोरिक मैंडेट? 202 लीड्स ऑलरेडी।
हमने कभी सोचा नहीं था, हमने 160 प्लस जरूर सोचा था, मगर ये जो सुनामी आई है और जिस तरह से बिहार के वोटर्स ने एनडीए को, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी साहब को और मुख्यमंत्री श्री नीतीश कुमार जी के ऊपर भरोसा करते हुए उनकी अपनी जो अपेक्षा है वो पूर्ण करने के लिए कोई बीच में बाधा ना आए, इस तरह का एक वातावरण उन्होंने तैयार करके इतनी बड़ी मेजोरिटी के साथ आज 203 के ऊपर रुझान चल रहा है, तो ये तो अकल्पनीय है। ना हमने कभी सोचा, ना कोई पॉलिटिकल जो एक्सपर्ट्स हैं उन्होंने कभी इसके बारे में कहा, मगर बिहार के वोटर्स का मन हम नहीं समझ पाए कि उन्होंने क्या तय किया था। और आज जब ये पेटी खुल रही है, वोट की गिनती चल रही है, जब दिखता है, मगर उसके पीछे ये भी दिख रहा है कि उनको मोदी साहब का विश्वास है, नीतीश कुमार जी का विश्वास है, तो अपेक्षा भी है। और ये अपेक्षा अगर कोई पूर्ण कर सकता है तो ये दोनों कर सकते हैं। ये गठबंधन की सरकार, ये डबल इंजन की सरकार उनकी अपेक्षा पूर्ण करेगी, वो मानते हैं। और जो वातावरण बना था कि बीच में जो महागठबंधन बना के आरजेडी और कांग्रेस से मिला के जो कोशिश की थी, उसमें उनको एक डर भी था कि यहाँ पर जंगल राज वापस लाने की कोशिश हो रही है। और इसी के अंदर बिहार में रहने वाले और बिहार के जो लोग बाहर रहने वाले हैं वो भी जागृत हो गए। उन्होंने भी अपने दोस्तों को, संबंधियों को, व्यापारियों को फोन करके कहा कि कोई गलती मत करना, आपको कोई कैंडिडेट पसंद हो या ना हो, एनडीए के ही कैंडिडेट को जिताना है, एनडीए की सरकार बनानी है, डबल इंजन की सरकार से ही बिहार का विकास होगा। और पहली बार जो बिहार में आज तक का जो पैटर्न रहा है कि वो जाति के आधार पर वोटिंग होता है कि किस जाति का कैंडिडेट वो उस पार्टी ने खड़ा किया है, मगर आज जो मोदी साहब कहते हैं ना कि विकास के नाम पे वोटिंग होना चाहिए, जाति के आधार पर नहीं होना चाहिए, आज बिहार के लोगों ने ये कर दिया जो मोदी साहब की अपेक्षा थी। उसी तरह डेवलपमेंट के नाम पर उन्होंने वोटिंग कर इतनी बड़ी लीड एनडीए को दिलाई है। और जो लोग सोचते थे कि ये वोट हमारे जेब में है, उनकी जेबें खाली रह गई है। और जो उनके समाज के भी नहीं थे, ऐसे लोगों को वो मेरिट के आधार पर, पार्टी के आधार पर, मोदी साहब और नीतीश कुमार जी के विश्वास के आधार पर उन्होंने वोटिंग कर दिया है। पूरे इलेक्शन में माननीय अमित शाह साहब ने भी जिस तरह से स्ट्रेटेजी बनाई, उन्होंने जो हैमरिंग करते रहे, जो प्रवास किया, उसका भी परिणाम आकार बनाने में ये भी एक महत्वपूर्ण साबित रहा। हर कार्यकर्ताओं ने, हर नेताओं ने जो काम किया, मगर मुझे लगता है कि अगर हम पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता की तरह कुछ भी नहीं करते तो भी बिहार के मतदाताओं ने ये जो रिजल्ट तय करके रखा था कि हम यही करेंगे, और उन्होंने कर दिया है।
ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है सीआर पाटिल जी, अगर गुजराती में बोले तो तोड़ी ना क्यों, फोड़ी ना क्यों, भुक्को करी ना क्यों, ऐसा मैंडेट दिया गया है क्यों? क्या आपको लगता है कि वोटर कहीं ना कहीं महाराष्ट्र हो, हरियाणा हो, दिल्ली हो और अब बिहार हो, लोकसभा के परिणामों के लिए थोड़ा कॉम्पनसेट कर रही है? क्योंकि 241 तक मोदी जी को लाना शायद वोटर को ठीक नहीं लगा, आप कह रहे हैं कि नहीं, अब आपको पूरा भारी बहुमत से जिताएंगे जहां जिताएंगे।
लोकसभा के इलेक्शन में जो कम सीटें आई, उसके कारण जो वोटर्स है, देश के वोटर्स भी गिल्टी मान रहे हैं। उनको भी लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं गलती हुई है और ये जो ताकत कम हुई, थोड़ी सीट कम आई, ये ठीक नहीं हुआ। और उसके कारण अब जब भी कोई इलेक्शन आता है तो पूरी तत्परता के साथ, जागरूकता के साथ, कोई गलती न रह जाए उसके लिए वो पूरी कोशिश करते हैं। और इसी का परिणाम अपने गुजरात में, महाराष्ट्र में, हरियाणा में, यहाँ पर भी, आप बिहार में भी देख रहे हैं कि ये न भूतो न भविष्य थी, तोड़ी ना क्यों, फोड़ी ना क्यों, इस तरह का ये रिजल्ट ये लोग दे रहे हैं।
क्या महिलाओं ने बढ़ चढ़ के सपोर्ट किया है? आपको क्या लगता है, क्या फैक्टर्स हैं जो आपके फेवर में आ गए?
हर सेक्टर के लोगों ने इसके अंदर मदद की है। महिलाओं ने भी उत्साह के साथ भाग लिया। पहली बार महिला इतनी ताकत के साथ ओपनली बाहर मिली। उनको लगता है कि उनके लिए अभी बिहार में मौका है, वो अपने बच्चों के लिए, घर के लिए, कोई आर्थिक उपार्जन के लिए भी कुछ कर सकती है। उनमें जो टैलेंट है, वो टैलेंट का उपयोग भी वो कर सकती है, ये विश्वास उन्हें आया है। मैंने बिहार के चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स, जो बिहार का है स्टेट का, उसका एक मीटिंग किया था पटना में जी। तो वहाँ पर करीब 90 व्यापारी थे और उन्होंने खुलकर कहा था
कि हम जंगल राज ना आए उसके लिए पूरी कोशिश करेंगे, क्योंकि जिस तरह से अब बिजनेस अभी आगे बढ़ रहा है उसके अंदर अगर रुकावट आएगी तो हमें पीछे जाना पड़ेगा। मैंने वहाँ पर टेक्सटाइल के जो व्यापारियों के 300 व्यापारियों की मीटिंग की थी, मैं 2015 में भी रखा था, कोई व्यापारी बात करने के लिए तैयार नहीं था। यहाँ पर एक कार्यक्रम में आए, उन्होंने अपना मत भी प्रदर्शित किया और पूरा सपोर्ट भी किया। तो ये वातावरण व्यापारी हो, युवा हो, महिला हो, कोई छोटा आदमी हो, बड़ा आदमी हो, उसके अंदर से दिखने को मिला। और बिहार ऐसे भी टैलेंटेड प्रदेश है, वहाँ मेहनती लोग भी है, टैलेंटेड भी लोग हैं। अपना टैलेंट का उपयोग करके पूरे देश को डेवलप करने में अलग अलग स्टेट में उन्होंने काम कर लिया है। तो ये सिर्फ मजदूर नहीं है, अगर उनको मौका मिलता है तो अपने आप में जो उनके टैलेंट का उपयोग देश के हित में, राष्ट्र के हित में करते ही है। तो बिहार के हित में करने का जो मौका उनको आज मिला है वो उन्होंने कर दिया है। अभी जो गेंद है
सीआर पाटिल जी, सीआर पाटिल जी, अभी तो यहाँ विपक्ष भी नहीं बन पाएगा, एलओपी भी नहीं होगा, ऐसा विपक्ष की हालत हो गई है। ये तेजस्वी 75 से 27 पे आ गए हैं, कांग्रेस 19 से 4 पर आ गई है, ऐसा क्यों?
वो खुद जीतेंगे या नहीं, वही अभी एक प्रश्न चिन्ह उसके सामने खड़ा हो गया है। पता नहीं, अभी मुझे मैंने लेटेस्ट देखा नहीं, और बीच में मैंने देखा कि वो भी
तेजस्वी ट्रेल कर रहे थे 3000 वोट से। जी,
ट्रेल से कर रहे थे। अभी शायद आगे का क्या रिजल्ट होगा और जब तक पूरा होगा जब तक। मगर ये बात सही है कि अब वो एलओपी भी नहीं बन पाएंगे। जो अपने आप को उन्होंने मुख्यमंत्री के नाम से घोषित कर दिया, साथ ही पार्टियां थी महागठबंधन की, उनको कभी बुलाया नहीं, ना उनको फोटो रखा, ना उसमें बैनर में किसी का फोटो लगाया। यही बताते कि ये साथ में चलकर लेकर चलने वाले लोग नहीं हैं, वो किसी के साथ लेकर नहीं चलते हैं। और कांग्रेस के लिए तो कुछ कहने की आवश्यकता ही नहीं है। आज अभी तो 4 पे बैठे हो, कमेंट करते थे लोकसभा में राजीव गांधी के टाइम में कि बीजेपी स्कूटर पे आ गई है। अब अभी ये 3 व्हील टेम्पो में आ गए हैं, देखते हैं स्कूटर में आते हैं या स्कूटर से भी उतर जाते हैं, वो अभी देखने को मिलेगा आने वाले।
ऐसा क्या गलत कर रहे हैं वो? मैं जानता हूं वो गलती करे तो आपको फायदा होता है इन द सेंस एज बीजेपी, पर फिर भी ऐसी क्या गलती कर रहा है विपक्ष?
देखिए, उनकी विश्वसनीयता ही नहीं है। जब लोग मोदी साहब के साथ किसी भी नेता को कंपेयर करते हैं, जब उनको लगता है कि एक प्रामाणिक, एक मेहनती, एक राष्ट्रभक्त, एक देश के हित के लिए, एक देश के सर्वांगीण विकास के लिए एक काम करने वाला नेता, और उसके सामने ये लोग वो बहुत छोटे साबित होते हैं। और उसके कारण वो वो कुछ करते भी नहीं है। मैं ये भी आपको कहता हूँ कि ना वो कोशिश करते हैं, उनको लगता है बस हाथ से हाथ मिला के रैली करके निकल जाओ, हमारे तो खानदान का नाम है, उसके आधार पर जीत जाएंगे, पार्टी चुनिए उसके नाम पर जीत जाएंगे। मगर ये दिन अभी रह नहीं है। अब तो कोई भी वोटर्स एक वोट भी डालेगा तो सोच समझ के डालेगा, उसकी कीमत कितनी है वो पूरा अभी वोटर समझता है। और उसके कारण धीरे धीरे मुझे लगता है कि और भी वो नीचे जो जा रहा है, शायद पार्टी कब तक बनती है, कब तक टूटती है, वो भी आने वाले में देखने का दिन है।
सीआर पाटिल जी, आप अधिकांश बोलते नहीं है, आपका काम ज्यादा बोलता है। इस बार भी बिहार में बढ़ चढ़ कर बोल रहा है। आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई एंड हमसे बात करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
मैं बोलता नहीं हूँ, मगर इस बार मैं बिहार का वहाँ पर 100 प्रभारी हूँ, उसके नाते जब मुझे पूछा गया तो मुझे लगा कि मुझे बिहार के मतदाताओं का आभार व्यक्त करना चाहिए, मुझे नरेंद्र मोदी साहब का और नीतीश कुमार जी को भी अभिनंदन देना चाहिए, मुझे श्री अमित भाई शाह साहब को भी बधाई देनी चाहिए। और इसके लिए जब आपने मुझे कहा तो मैं आपके साथ जुड़ा हूँ, आपने मुझे जोड़ा, इसके लिए मैं आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद
जी। धन्यवाद सीआर पाटिल जी। एंड व्हेन पायल मेहता asks, most netas can't say no. That also happens. So thank you very much for that, for making this happen, Payal, and also our entire team. And thank you viewers for being with us right through. And that doesn't mean that you can touch that remote or the button on the YouTube channel. You have to stay on with us. We're just taking a very short break and the coverage continues. As we say, congratulations to Nitish Kumar and Narendra Modi. What a phenomenal victory. पांडव जीत गए ये युद्ध बिहार का with a landslide margin. Stay with us. Counting begins on Result Day Live.
2 leads to the NDA so far, 1 to the JDU and 1 to the BJP. 83,000 people are watching CNN News 18 right now. So thank you very much, viewers.
पास आओ जरा दिखाओ हमारे viewers who are watching us on YouTube. We got the early trend showing that the NDA is walking away, marching comfortably.
Big leads as far as the JDU is concerned. The BJP, JDU neck and neck.
Already the majority marks for the NDA.
Counting begins on Result Day Live.
2 leads to the NDA so far, 1 to the JDU and 1 to the BJP. 83,000 people are watching CNN News 18 right now. So thank you very much, viewers.
पास आओ जरा दिखाओ हमारे viewers who are watching us on YouTube. We got the early trend showing that the NDA is walking away, marching comfortably.
Big leads as far as the JDU is concerned. The BJP, JDU neck and neck.
Already the majority marks for the NDA.
It's a landslide victory for the NDA in Bihar. This as the opposition Mahagathbandhan stands completely wiped out. The Congress party particularly decimated. Let's try and get in some perspective on what this victory means, not just for the NDA. Is it the Sushashan Babu or the Modi factor that has brought this mammoth victory for the NDA? And for that, let me quickly bring in my guest. Let's quickly bring you some key takeaways of this victory that Bihar is currently staring at. It is also the Modi factor, which remains Bharatiya Janata Party's winning mantra. Nari Shakti has, of course, propelled NDA to this historic mandate. Both BJP and the JDU, the vote share sees a massive jump, particularly if you compare it with the Lok Sabha election of 2024. The non-Yadav votes have moved en masse to the NDA. Chirag Paswan has also consolidated the Dalit votes for NDA. So he's clearly emerged as the dark horse for the NDA. Of course, his strike rate with 29 seats with the LJP, they've in fact delivered on a majority. Congress seat share has been down by 2/3, which means that the performance has been miserable for the grand old party in the state of Bihar. RJD vote share about the same, but seats have again halved. Let's quickly go across to Bihar BJP chief, Mr. Dilip Jaiswal, who's joining me on the broadcast. Mr. Jaiswal, first of all, congratulations, बहुत बधाई हो दिलीप साहब आपको. सबसे पहले तो पूछना चाहूंगी, सीआर पाटिल साहब ने अभी हमें बोला है कि एक गिल्ट फैक्टर था 240 पार ना करने का, इसीलिए बिहारियों ने एनडीए के लिए वोट किया है. आप इस पे कुछ अपनी टिप्पणी देना चाहेंगे?
देखिए, बिहार के महान मतदाता को, जनता को मैं हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं कि उन्होंने एनडीए के सरकार को और फिर एक बार एनडीए का सरकार बने, इसके लिए बहुत अपार मैंडेट उन्होंने दिया है. और बिहार के मतदाता जिन्होंने मोदी जी के, भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के गारंटी पर और बिहार के मुख्यमंत्री जी ने जो विकास किया है कानून के राज में, उस पर विश्वास किया है और अपना मैंडेट दिया है. एनडीए करीब 1 वर्ष पहले से, अगर आप देखें तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी चुनाव के घोषणा के 1 वर्ष पहले से 11 कार्यक्रम उन्होंने चुनाव के घोषणा के पहले किया. और दरभंगा में दूसरा एम्स का शिलान्यास किया. किसान सम्मान निधि का भागलपुर में उन्होंने करीब 2 लाख किसानों के साथ जनसभा किया. झंझारपुर में उन्होंने जो है पंचायती राज का ये किया. 11 सभा उन्होंने बहुत पहले किया. और जब भी आए हजारों करोड़ लाखों करोड़ का सौगात लेकर आए. तो बिहार की धरती को जिस तरह से प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने विकसित बिहार के सपना पूरा करने का प्रयास किया है, बिहार के मतदाता ने उसका इनाम दिया है, मजदूरी दिया है प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को और श्री नीतीश कुमार जी को. तो मैं बिहार के महान जनता को बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं. इसके साथ एक बात और बताना चाहूँगा कि करीब 1 वर्ष पहले यानी जनवरी 2025 से हम लोगों ने पांचों दल मिलकर, जो एनडीए गठबंधन के 5 दल हैं, 5 पांडव हैं, और चट्टानी एकता के साथ हम लोगों ने 38 जिला में और एनडीए कार्यकर्ता सम्मेलन किया. यानी हमने कोऑर्डिनेशन, संवाद और समन्वय दोनों बूथ स्तर तक के कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ किया। तो पहले सेना को तैयार किया, राजनीतिक सेना को, और उसके बाद बिहार में विकास का जो है हम लोगों ने खजाना खोला। और यही कारण है कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विकास की गारंटी और जिस तरह से नीतीश कुमार जी ने बिहार को आगे बढ़ाने का काम किया है, जनता ने अपार मैंडेट दिया, अपार समर्थन दिया है। और बिहार के
दिलीप साहब, आप अपार मैंडेट की बात कर रहे हैं। आपने अभी अभी कहा कि वो एक ग्राउंड वर्क भी आपके द्वारा किया गया है, खासतौर से अमित शाह साहब को देखा गया, वो ग्राउंड वर्क उन्होंने किस तरह प्रिपेयर किया। पर क्या ये सुशासन के लिए वोट है कि जो है आरजेडी के खिलाफ, उनके जंगल राज के खिलाफ एक वोट है? क्या ये महिला युवा के लिए वोट है? बहुत से लोग कह रहे हैं कि यादव और मुसलमानों ने भी आपके इस विकास के लिए वोट दिया है।
निश्चित रूप से जहां पर पूरे यादव के वोट हैं, वहां पर भी हमें 60%, 65% वोट मिला है। तो यादव समाज ने भी एनडीए को वोट किया है। और जात पात का जो ये है बैरियर है, बंधन है, वो इस बार के चुनाव में टूट गया है।
महागठबंधन के लिए ये कहा जा रहा है कि सारा हार्ड वर्क आरजेडी ने किया, कांग्रेस को सिर्फ 4 सीटें मिली हैं। पर आप अगर देखें, आपने अलायंस पॉलिटिक्स का वो जो फॉर्मूला होता है वो क्रैक कर लिया है। चाहे वो जेडीयू हो या भारतीय जनता पार्टी हो, एलजेपी हो, हम हो, सबको जो है सबने अपना परफॉर्मेंस दिखाया है। तो उस तरह के अलायंस यूनिटी के बारे में क्या कहेंगे?
नहीं, अलायंस की यूनिटी तो आपने देखा कि किस तरह से राहुल गांधी और तेजस्वी यादव के बीच लगातार जो है डिफरेंसेस चलते रहे। हमने उम्मीदवार का जो सीट शेयरिंग का है उसकी घोषणा कर दी, उम्मीदवार की घोषणा कर दी, और अंतिम चरण के चुनाव तक उनका सीट शेयरिंग ही चल रहा था। तो जिस तरह से राहुल गांधी जी और तेजस्वी यादव के बीच का मतभेद चलता रहा, ये तो पूरा बिहार देख रही थी। और जो एक गठबंधन नहीं चला सकता है, उससे बिहार चलाने की उम्मीद नहीं रखी जा सकती थी। दूसरा, राहुल गांधी ने जिंदगी का सबसे बड़ा गलती बिहार में किया, एसआईआर का यात्रा करके, वोट चोरी का यात्रा करके। बिहार की जनता ने उसका हवा निकाल दिया, टायर पंचर कर दिया। और राहुल गांधी ने ये पूरे इंडी गठबंधन के नाव के डुबाने का अगर एक कोई हीरो है तो वो राहुल गांधी है।
Dilip sahab, I'm very glad that you raised the issue of vote chori, because the allegations have already started coming from Manikam Tagore to others in the Congress party like Udit Rai, who are of course motormouth. उन्होंने अभी से बोलना शुरू कर दिया है कि आप जीते हैं क्योंकि एसआईआर की एक्सरसाइज कराई गई थी, वोट चोरी तो हुई है।
ऐसी बात नहीं है। ऐसा एक भी मतदाता बिहार के ने एसआईआर और वोट चोरी के मामले में समर्थन नहीं दिया। 14 करोड़ का बिहार और करीब इतने बड़े मतदाताओं की संख्या करोड़ों में, एक भी मतदाता आगे नहीं आया। इससे सोच सकते हैं कि राहुल गांधी अकेले काफी हैं पूरे इंडी गठबंधन के नाव को डुबोने के लिए। और निश्चित रूप से राहुल गांधी जहां रहेंगे वहां इनका यही हालात होगा।
दिलीप साहब, जल्दी से बस आने वाले 2026 में तो हम बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट और क्रूशियल इलेक्शंस देखेंगे, क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी से? क्या यही फॉर्मूला बाकी स्टेट्स में भी काम करेगा?
निश्चित रूप से भारतीय जनता पार्टी संगठन और कार्यकर्ताओं की पार्टी है। और हमारा प्रयास जो है, आपने देखा कि हम 2 सीट जनसंघ काल से आज 11 वर्षों से एक छत्र राज हमारा भारतीय जनता पार्टी देश चला रही है, मोदी जी चला रहे हैं। तो ये हम उम्मीद पूरा रखते हैं कि आगे भी जो है यही हमारा परफॉर्मेंस रहने वाला है।
जी दिलीप साहब, हमसे बात करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आपको बहुत बहुत मुबारकबाद हम सबकी ओर से, यहाँ CNN News 18 की ओर से। All right, let me quickly bring in my guests. In fact, from the studio, I'm joined in by Aman Sharma, also joined in by Shehzad Poonawala, national spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party, Akashdeep Muni, political analyst, and Mayank Sinha, who's a member, political advisor committee of the JDU. Many thanks to you, gentlemen, for joining in. Shehzad Poonawala, heartiest congratulations. आज खुश तो बहुत होंगे आप।
देखिए आकांक्षा जी, दरअसल बिहार की जनता आज बहुत खुश है और मैं आपको इसका कारण बताता हूँ। क्योंकि बिहार की जनता ने सूझबूझ के साथ सिम के लिए वोट किया है। यू नो व्हाट इज सिम? सुशासन, इंटेग्रिटी, महिला सशक्तिकरण। और डिम को रिजेक्ट किया है, डायनेस्टी, इनफाइटिंग और माफिया राज। देखिए, इन पॉलिटिकल स्पेक्ट्रम आफ्टर 2014 एंड बिकॉज अमन इज जॉइनिंग यू इन द पैनल,
The word anti-incumbency was never heard before 2014. But today, when Modi has come to the political scene, pro-incumbency has become the byword. So 3 times government in center, Madhya Pradesh government repeat, Gujarat repeat, Uttarakhand repeat, Uttar Pradesh repeat, Assam repeat, Tripura repeat, Sarkar repeat pe repeat, and now Bihar also repeat. This is the pro-incumbency factor that Modi ji brings along because of his development model. Then the mission mode in which the Bihar government was working with Nitish ji and BJP. And finally the Mahila Sashактикаран template across the country. And samne you had Kattawadis. You had those who are Parivarwadis. This is just a vote for pro-incumbency. It is also a vote of anti-incumbency against the Kattarwadi, Jangal Raj and Parivarwad of Rahul Gandhi and Tejashwi Yadav. So therefore you can see a revulsion vote as much as you can see a propulsion vote in this vote.
Okay, Akashdeep Muni, if I would quickly bring you in on the Jangal Raj factor, many are also questioning how has Anand Singh managed to get such a mandate when he's been behind bars. Akashdeep, can you hear me? Aman, if I could bring you in.
Well,
Alright, Mayank is also there. Let me quickly go across to Mayank Sinha. First of all, many are asking how has Anand Singh managed to get such a sweeping sort of mandate when he's been behind bars? There was a case against him. Isn't that also speaking of Jangal Raj for the JDU? How do you respond to critics who are questioning that?
नहीं देखिए, सबसे पहले तो मैं CNN को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद दूंगा कि इन्होंने आप लोगों ने निष्पक्ष चुनाव का आप कवरेज किए। बिहार की तमाम जनता को हम आज धन्यवाद देंगे कि उन्होंने सुशासन की सरकार पर भरोसा जताया। नीतीश जी और नरेंद्र मोदी जी की जोड़ी को उन्होंने अपना स्टैंप देने का काम किया। तो जो आप लोग सवाल पूछ रहे हैं, कानून का राज पहले था, आज है और कल भी रहेगा। इसमें किसी प्रकार का किसी के साथ कोई समझौता हमारे नेता ने नहीं किया है और कानून सम्मत कार्रवाई अनंत सिंह जी के खिलाफ हुई थी और उनके ऊपर FIR जो भी हुआ बिहार के पुलिस ने करने का काम किया। तो कानून का राज पहले भी है, आज भी है और कल भी रहेगा। तो कानून का अपना काम है, कानून अपना काम करती है और बिहार की मतदाताओं ने नीतीश जी के ऊपर और नरेंद्र मोदी जी के ऊपर विश्वास जताने का काम किया और बड़ी विनम्रता से हम बिहार की जनता का तहे दिल से धन्यवाद करते हैं और विकास के ऊपर जो उन्होंने वोट देने का काम किया है वो उसके लिए वो आज बहुत ही हम लोग उनको पूरे मतदाता को बिहार के प्रणाम करने का काम करते हैं।
Akashdeep Muni, all right. Akhil Sami is also joining me right now. Let me quickly go across to Akhil as well. Akhil, how do you respond to the kind of demographic bet that many have called it for Nitish Babu? They've said that he invested in the demography as far as women are concerned. Those very women who he gifted the cycles, the clothing, also gifted them the assurance of security. They have today gone and cast their vote for this Sushasan Babu. Your thoughts?
See, the best setup and the organization which deserves a congratulations and compliments is the Election Commission. Because the election commissioners have been selected by a committee where Mr. Amit Shah, the Honorable Home Minister, appointed him because Chief Justice of India was removed. Now, so honestly, what he was asked to, he has done it. See, voters are less and the votes polled are more. I do not know. Brazilian models in Haryana has voted 22 times. I do not know. New Zealand, a model from New Zealand or America or Bangladesh or Pakistan have voted in Bihar. I do not know. After 6 months, Rahul Gandhi will hold a press conference and show the proof. I would request Tejashwi Yadav, Mamata Banerjee, Stalin and everybody who is a chief minister in opposition to hand over their resignation and ask the election commission, because why to wait for 1 year? Mamata Banerjee also will get only 20 seats. BJP will sweep the election there. UP also Akhilesh Yadav. Everybody should resign, come on streets, sit peacefully like a Gandhian, adopt a non-violent way, because the election commission will not, and election commission should also be complimented for showing the place to Sharad Pawar, Uddhav Thackeray, Nana Patole, Nitish Kumar, Tejashwi Yadav and everybody. So election commissioner deserves a compliment that what he was asked to perform, he has done it.
I think you've raised a very critical point, Akhil, and that's, I see Shehzad wants to make a point. Shehzad, quickly, because I want to bring in Aman on this whole vote chori exercise, which now has fallen flat on its face. Shehzad.
No, ask Mr. Akhil Swami. We have to congratulate Election Commission for the bipoll victory in Telangana and Anta, for the victory in Jammu, Kashmir and Jharkhand, or for that we have to not congratulate. I mean, this is called ECI बहाना है, परिवार को बचाना है, इसीलिए अनर्गल आरोप लगा के भाग जाना है. What did the Supreme Court say about SIR? And they are supporting SIR in Maharashtra, they are opposing it in Bengal and Bihar. And thirdly, the election commissioners were very great when Naveen Chawla was appointed. And when MS Gill was appointed, then he became minister. That time when the government used to appoint, it was a fantastic appointment. Okay. And now when there is a panel to appoint, it is a bad appointment.
Akhil Swami, your thoughts?
See, again, should be complimented election commissioner because IIP, Mr. IP Gupta, who has a very strong following, has got 0 seats. AIMIM has got 3 seats and Mukesh Saini also has got 0 seats. So, election commissioner has obediently followed what the Honorable Home Minister wanted. And Gyanesh Kumar Gupta should be the next Vice President
Let me quickly bring in Aman on that note.
Gyanesh Kumar Gupta should be the next Vice President of India.
Pallavi also shared some very interesting data, Aman, earlier during the day when she's talked about comparing elections all the way from 1985 down to the 2000s and now. No repolling, no attacks on the polling booths. What does it speak of the Election Commission? I think in this whole sweeping mandate of the NDA, we've forgotten to appreciate the Election Commission and the role that they've played in a state which was not just labelled as Bimaru. I know. Thank you for reminding me. But a state that was not just labelled as Bimaru, but also plagued by Jangal Raj. Aman.
Well, Akansha, 2-3 quick points. Number one, I think the Congress needs to introspect and Rahul Gandhi needs to course correct that the Chori campaign does not work against Narendra Modi. When he last said Chaukidar Chor hai in 2019, it gave Mr. Modi his biggest ever victory in the centre. When he said vote chori, it has given NDA its biggest ever victory in Bihar. So clearly Mr. Modi's credibility and Mr. Modi's reputation does not get affected in any way in the mind of the voter by this chori or other claims which Rahul Gandhi makes against Mr. Modi. Now look at this election. BJP is at 94 seat leads out of 101. This is a 90% strike rate, even more than that. In fact, 93, 94% strike rate. It is phenomenal. I haven't seen BJP perform so well in any state election in the recent past. Where is the Congress? Congress is at 3 seats. 3 seats. This is half of what the AIMM has got or what the HAM has got. So imagine Congress, a national party, has been reduced to just 3 seats in Bihar. That speaks volumes that this campaign does not work. Another thing I want to say, and Shehzad may weigh in on that as well. I remember the last year in 2024 when BJP got 240 seats and Shehzad was also at the BJP headquarters. I was also there when Mr. Modi came. Mr. Modi did not look so happy. You know, obviously at 240, it was not a great jubilant mode at the BJP. Yes, a third time historical victory, but Mr. Modi did not look that happy. I think that message went across the country. And there is this sense now amongst the people that we wronged this man. We have to make him win big now. And if you see election after that, be it Delhi, be it Haryana, be it Maharashtra or now Bihar, 2/3 majority, 3/4 majority, this is the way of people, you know, getting over that guilt voting, you know, making it good to Mr. Modi and saying that this man deserves to lead the country. I think these are the big takeaways from the Bihar election. I repeat again, BJP at 94 out of 101, Congress at 3 out of 61. That speaks where the two little parties are today.
Sushasana and Vikas. I don't think that SIR or vote chori has resonated at all with, say, the voters from Bihar. We are going to continue with some very interesting points that have now emerged through the sweeping mandate that the people of Bihar have given to the NDA. For now, we're slipping into a quick break. Stay tuned for all the latest live updates coming in from Bihar. back. Getting in, breaking inputs coming in from Bihar. In fact, the poll panel has gone on to say that the Congress and the RJD have lost because 22 lakh people are dead. 36 lakh permanently shifted and 7 lakh duplicate voters could not vote in Bihar. The last bit is very critical because they're saying 7 lakh duplicate voters. And why so? Because CEC Gyanesh Kumar cleaned the electoral rolls. Let's quickly go across to Arunima. Arunima, the other key talking point now is that much has to also be credited to the Election Commission, not just for the historic voter turnout that Bihar has witnessed, but for the kind of patterns that have now emerged after the mandate has been announced.
Yes, so two things that officials who have been handling this entire Bihar election process right from SIR are saying is that one, the way the entire mandate has panned out, they're saying that, you know, the SIR exercise has led to identification of 22 lakh dead voters, 36 lakh voters who have permanently shifted and 7 lakh duplicate voters. So the question that these officials are asking is that is the Congress and the RJD on a back foot to this? You know, is it because so far fake votes were being registered and now that the cleansing exercise has happened, the Mahagathbandhan is on the back foot? Also, they personally targeted CEC Gyanesh Kumar. So now, even now, after the mandate of the people are very clear, will they continue to raise questions on the CEC, his family, his personal integrity? Those are questions that they are asking.
All right. Many thanks to you, Arunima, for bringing us all of those inputs. Remember, this historic mandate for the NDA in Bihar has also meant a disastrous performance for the Mahagathbandhan. What has really led to this miserable performance? Let's try and find out. I'm in fact joined in by Sunil Singh, who's a spokesperson for the VIP party. Mr. Singh, how would you assess the performance of VIP and the Mahagathbandhan overall? What explains? Did you expect such a disastrous performance?
First of all, we respect the mandate, people's mandate. We congratulate the Election Commission and Nitish Kumar and Modi, and we hope that they will do development in the Bihar. But then yes, we are about this result was unexpected for us. We plan to study it, what was the root cause, and with seat by seat, every point will be taken into account. We will do a proper self-assessment.
Before I let you go, Mr. Singh, do you think, as a party which was meant to also speak to the concerns of the Nishad community, do you think that the mandate that has gone to NDA has surpassed the caste lines and the caste politics that was dividing Bihar so far?
If there is a casteless society, we would love that too much. But then yes, Nishad community is really deprived. We want to do hand-holding with that the development, the rays of development should reach to the Nishad community also.
It is perhaps the development that the people of Bihar have voted for. I'm so sorry, I'll have to quickly go into a break. Many thanks to you, Mr. Singh, for joining in on CNN News 18. And that's all I have for you in this broadcast. Thank you so much for watching. Up next is Shivani Gupta with a live coverage from Bihar.
Welcome everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us here on CNN News 18. I'm Shivani Gupta joining you live from Patna on a momentous day. Many people saw the NDA Sarkar coming back, but possibly nobody saw 190 plus for the BJP JDU combined. We're joining you right outside the Bihar Legislative Assembly, and this has been a record performance by any alliance, any party involved as far as Bihar Assembly is concerned. The NDA in fact could even touch something of a magical figure of 200. So first up, before we get you our experts and guests joining us here, how do the parties on ground read this result, especially for the BJP JDU? Is it going to change any of the equations, keeping the central equation in mind, given that BJP has more seats than the JDU? And what about the Congress, the VIP, the Jan Suraj party? We'll get you all of those reactions in just a bit. But first up, soak in the celebratory mood at the BJP office here in Patna. Women singing, because women have really been the backbone of this huge turnout in Bihar and also the huge mandate for the BJP. One thing that everybody was talking about in these elections is the MY factor. M and Y being Mahila and youth. I have with me the Mahilaएं here at the BJP office. They're all wearing their bright oranges. कितने खुश हैं आज रिजल्ट?
देखिए बहुत खुश हैं, सुबह से गाना दोहरा रहे हैं।
क्या गाना?
अरे हाँ हम बिहारी हैं जी, अरे बहुत संस्कारी हैं जी, आरजेडी के लोगों पर हम सबसे भारी हैं जी, अरे हाँ हम बिहारी हैं जी, अरे एनडीए के हम नारी हैं जी, एनडीए के हम नारी हैं जी, अरे आरजेडी पे भारी हैं हम, अरे संस्कारी हैं जी, अरे मिट्टी को सोना करने वाले हम सरकारी हैं जी,
कभी
हम बिहारी हैं जी।
सोचा था इतना बड़ा रिजल्ट आएगा? सोचा था?
सोचे थे, हम लोग को विश्वास था, हम लोग को विश्वास।
क्यों विश्वास था?
क्योंकि मोदी जी और नीतीश जी जो महिलाओं के लिए काम किए थे, हमारी महिलाएं बहुत खुश थी, इसलिए हम लोग पहले ही मन बना लिए थे कि झोला भर कर आशीर्वाद देना है मोदी जी और नीतीश जी को।
तो मोदी जी और नीतीश जी दोनों के लिए वोट पड़ा है?
वोट बहुत बड़ा है। मोदी लहर, नीतीश लहर, महिलाओं में लहर और विकास की लहर।
विकास के लिए, डेवलपमेंट के लिए,
डेवलपमेंट के लिए, प्रोडक्शन यूनिट के लिए, एग्रीकल्चर और इंडस्ट्री को, मतलब सोशल एक्टिविटी हो, सोशल वर्क के लिए कहिए या फंडामेंटल राइट के लिए, संवैधानिक अधिकार के लिए, जो मैं इंडिया डेवलप किया, लोगों को पता चले कि लोकतंत्र है क्या।
नहीं तो मैं पूछना चाहती हूँ, जो बोल रहे 10,000 ही इलेक्शन था, 10,000 रुपए दिए थे महिलाओं का, इसलिए
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं था, कोई ऐसा नहीं था, ये सब सही बात नहीं है। बस विकास के लिए मिला है, डेवलपमेंट के लिए मिला है, हमारा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डे बाय डे बढ़ रहा है, उसके लिए हो रहा है ये सब।
बिहार की महिला इतना कमजोर नहीं है कि 10,000 पे ये कर लेगी, ये बिल्कुल बात गलत है। यहाँ जो विकास हुआ है, हाँ मानते हैं कि बिहार की महिला जागरूक हुई है। अभी जीविका दीदी देखिए, हर जगह, हर समय, हर जहाँ भी आप ढूंढिएगा, हर जगह उपलब्ध रहती है। महिला सशक्तिकरण हुआ है, उस बात पर वोट हुआ है। दूसरा बात, युवाओं की हम लोग बात करते हैं तो पहले की वैकेंसी देख लीजिए, अभी की वैकेंसी देख लीजिए, उसमें बढ़ोतरी हुई है। बिहार का जो सौंदर्यीकरण हुआ है उस पे वोट हुआ है, बिहार के विकास पे वोट हुआ है, न कि कोई 10,000 और 5,000 पे बात हुआ है।
ऐसा लग रहा है जो वोट शेयर आ रहा है और जो सीटें आ रही हैं, उसको देख के ऐसा लग रहा है कि आरजेडी और इंडिया अलायंस का सब जो समीकरण था वो सब विफल हो गया है। मुस्लिम यादव जो इनका समीकरण था, कुछ भी नहीं बचा है क्या?
मैं पहली बार मुझे लग रहा है बिहार में कि लोगों ने जाति से ऊपर उठ के, सभी जातियों से ऊपर उठ के, विकास के नाम पे, सुरक्षा के नाम पे, दो चीज के नाम पे वोट मिला। एक विकास, नीतीश जी और मोदी जी के विकास। दूसरा, लोग जंगल राज की वापसी नहीं चाहते थे, लोगों में खौफ था, वो डर था, 1990-95 वाली डर थी, इसलिए विकास के नाम पे और ये महिलाओं की सुरक्षा के नाम पे जीत है।
Absolutely. So everybody here at the BJP office extremely enthusiastic. More and more leaders are arriving. You can see at the gate, a lot of the people are going towards the gate to see who are the other leaders who are arriving. You have women here blowing the Absolutely. If you look at the numbers, then clearly it's a shanknaad of the BJP and the JDU. Record performance by the NDA alliance, and it is completely a day written for the NDA alliance. The India alliance has been completely swept away, possibly Nobody saw it coming to this extent, and that's the real story of this election. Well, a lot of factors clearly have gone in. As far as this victory is concerned, there's so much to talk about and so much to deduce. And it will take psephologists, experts, journalists a lot of time to do that. But let me go across to our guest joining us, Dhananjay Giri, spokesperson of the BJP with us. I have Nurul Hoda, spokesperson of the VIP party, Pramod Sinha of the RJD, and Himraj Ram, JDU guest also with us. We also have a guest from the Jan Swaraj party.
Rajiv
Ranjan of the Jan Swaraj party. Why don't I begin with you? You have to obviously eat some humble pie as far as these results are concerned.
No humble pie. I mean, I don't treat it as a defeat as such. Everybody knows that it's a party which has recently been launched. And from that point of view, if you really look at it, we have done pretty well in the sense that we have. Let me finish. We have contested all the seats. It was a massive exercise. It is not an easy thing to launch a party, build it up, and be able to contest in all the seats, almost all the seats, barring 3-4 of them. So I think, in my opinion, it's a very good beginning.
Okay, no, I understand that. From a political exercise, it's a beginning. But there were some statements made by Prashant Kishor, including a statement that is today being reminded of, that if JDU wins more than 25 seats, then he'll quit politics.
Well, the build-up of a democratic exercise, especially electoral politics, people do make statements which cannot be taken at its face value. I mean, that's the way it is. Everybody makes statements. You remember what Prashant Kishor said, but every leader makes statements which later on, if you start dissecting them, nobody will stand.
It's the same for all political parties. All right, then Prashant Kishor is like any other politician. Then he also makes statements that no longer can be held true. But let me also go across Dhananjay Giri. Ek statement aur tha, that was Amit Shah's statement. He had said 160 plus, but aaj to almost 200 ka hone wala hai ab.
See, we are thankful to the people who have given landslide victory and some massive mandate people has given, because we work for the people. Yesterday I told you, Mahatma Gandhi told, what you want to say, you should be like that, you look like that, you think like that, you should be like that, and people have to faith like that. You be like that, then you tell them, people will believe you. So 9 Belly party came, they are talking much, doing nothing. So people don't have faith on that.
But JDU की RJD की जो हार हुई है, did you expect कि वो मतलब 40 से भी कम पे रह जाएंगे?
There are many factors for that, So Tejashwi Yadav were making mockery of the unemployed youth. He told that I'll give one government job to every household of the Bihar. So people think he's making mockery. So they have made the mind to make him unemployed. That he is going to be towards defeat, a big defeat towards his going. Second thing, there is people knows he cannot combine his family. The brother is going under the hand, the sisters are claiming, and now the party is not run by RJD family. This is a family party, of the family, for the family, and by the family. But now the party is running by Sanjay Yadav. He is from Haryana. So local Yadav become disconnected with him. Okay. So the core voter shifted from him.
So one person who's definitely very well connected as far as the Janata of Bihar is concerned is of course the JDU. आप इस मैंडेट को कैसे देखते हैं? नीतीश कुमार के लिए देखते हैं, आपकी सरकार के लिए देखते हैं, एनडीए के लिए देखते हैं, क्या मैंडेट है
ये बिहार के जनता के विश्वास की जीत है, भरोसे की जीत है, और बिहार की जनता का जो अटूट और विश्वास, भरोसा, जो नमो नीतीश की जोड़ी में नीतीश कुमार में जिनकी अगुवाई में बिहार विधानसभा का चुनाव लड़ा गया, उस भरोसे की जीत है। और नीतीश कुमार जी ने जो बिहार के लिए अच्छा काम किया, और काम की बदौलत ही दुनिया के लोग उन्हें ग्लोबल थिंकर और क्लाइमेट लीडर मानते हैं, तो ये उसकी जीत है। और चूंकि नीतीश कुमार जी के कथनी और करनी में कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, ये उसकी जीत है।
Okay. और लेकिन अब भाजपा की कुछ 8-10 सीट ज्यादा आ गई हैं जेडीयू से, तो आपको लगता है कि क्या हो सकता है कि चीफ मिनिस्टर की पोजीशन पे कुछ दावा भी हो जाए उनकी?
देखिए, एनडीए में सब कुछ साफ सुथरे तरीकों से निपटाया जाता है। ये महागठबंधन वाली बात नहीं है। जो अंदर कुछ और चल रहा है, बाहर कुछ और दिखाया जा रहा है। ये एनडीए गठबंधन में सब कुछ साफ सुथरे तरीकों से, चाहे सीटों के तालमेल को लेकर हो या सरकार बनाने की बात हो, सब कुछ साफ सुथरे तरीकों से तय कर लिए जाते हैं।
आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे? क्या बीजेपी कुछ दावा करना चाहेगी? अब बिहार में उनका चीफ मिनिस्टर
as my brother told, NDA is intact. We are together. We are like this. We are strengthened, and our leadership is very much clear. We fought this election in the leadership of Nitish Kumar, and Narendra Modi has given the mantra for democracy, which works like anything, and people has having given us massive mandate. Yesterday I told you, the Roberts Frost, the last 4 lines.
Miles to go.
Boats are lovely, dark and deep. We have promises to keep. And miles to go, miles and miles to go before you. So the people of Bihar is having faith that what they were saying we will do.
No. So on the issue of faith, it's not as if there were no issues on ground. Clearly, Bihar needs a lot of work and development. But did they trust the NDA to deliver, the Nitish Kumar-led government to deliver? Certainly so. And now there's a lot of pressure on your government. When you come back to power with such mandate, there can be no excuses anymore. But he talked about cohesion, intactness of the NDA. In Mahagathbandhan, it seems there is a problem. From the RJD, I have my guest with us. आप इस रिजल्ट को कैसे एनालाइज करेंगे, क्योंकि ये सिर्फ हार ही नहीं है, ये बहुत करारी हार है आरजेडी की।
देखिए, अभी ये रिजल्ट नहीं आया है, अभी जो दिखलाया जा रहा है वो रुझान ही दिखलाया जा रहा है। अभी रिजल्ट आ जाने दीजिए, उसके बाद हम इस पर बात करेंगे।
अच्छा, तो रुझान है तो वो तो अच्छे नहीं है ना?
नहीं, रुझानों में जो दिखलाया जा रहा है, लेकिन अभी आप देखिए कि कितने राउंड की गिनती हुई है, और जो लगभग 100 से ऐसे सीटें हैं जिन सीटों पर जो है जो मार्जिन जो अभी जो आगे पीछे का जो मार्जिन है वो 1000-2000 का मार्जिन है। तो ये परिवर्तन तो हो सकता है, क्योंकि देखिए आप 2020 के भी
अभी 2 से ऊपर हो गए हैं। मुझे लग रहा है कि आप अभी भी मानने को तैयार नहीं है। मैं मानती हूँ कुछ रिजल्ट ऊपर नीचे हो सकता है, लेकिन जो ट्रेंड है वो तो नहीं बदल जाएगा ना?
नहीं, ट्रेंड तो कई बार बदला है ना। 2020 का ही आप देख लीजिए ना। अगर आप देखिएगा कि 20 से अधिक सीटें ऐसी थी जो 1000 के वोटों के ही मार्जिन में हार और जीत का फैसला हुआ।
तो हार जीत तो हो गया था ना।
नहीं, तो वो आप सुनिए ना, तो उसका तो रिजल्ट ये लोग देर रात देने का काम किए थे। 2 बजे के बाद इन्होंने काउंटिंग को बंद करवाने का काम किया था। अभी तो चूंकि रुझान है ना, आप उसको विक्ट्री के रूप में तो नहीं बोल सकते।
नहीं, आप मुझे बताइए कि आपको कोई एनालिसिस अभी नहीं दिख रहा है कि भैया ये इतनी कम सीटें, इतने कम रुझान हमारे क्यों आए हैं? जो वादे तेजस्वी जी ने करे थे, जनता ने उन्हें नहीं एक तरह से स्वीकार किया, उन्हें नहीं लगा कि हो पाएगा या उनसे नहीं हो पाएगा।
नहीं, देखिए, जो हम लोगों ने जनता से वायदा करने का काम किया था और जनता के जन सरोकार के मुद्दों पे ही जनता के बीच जाने का भी काम किया था, और हमको जो इनपुट पहले भी मिला अपने लोगों के माध्यम से, और अभी भी जब हम यहाँ पे बैठे हुए हैं तो जहाँ जो हमारे पोलिंग पर बैठे हुए लोग हैं, वोटिंग एजेंट जो हैं, तो वहां से भी हमको फीडबैक मिल रहा है। जिस प्रकार का रुझान भले इस प्रकार का दिखाया जा रहा है, लेकिन हमको लगता है कि 5 बजे तक जो है ना स्थिति साफ होगी और हम बेहतर पोजीशन में होंगे।
कांग्रेस के सिर्फ 4 अभी लीड्स एंड विन्स हैं। ओवरऑल इंडिया अलायंस इज ओनली एट 40, आउट ऑफ विच द अदर्स इंक्लूडिंग द लेफ्ट आर डूइंग इवन बेटर देन द कांग्रेस पार्टी। वीआईपी पार्टी इज ऑल्सो विद मी। नूरुल जी, आप मानेंगे अभी भी आप भी बोलेंगे कि हम रात को 12 बजे तक इंतजार करें?
नो, माई कांग्रेचुलेशंस टू नीतीश कुमार जी, ओवैसी जी, प्रशांत किशोर जी, एंड दिस सर, बिकॉज what you have made this fight multi-cornered. So in multi-cornered fight, obviously Nitish ji is the winner, and again he is an established good governance sign and symbol. So my congratulations to them.
Are you regretting changing sides?
No, we have not changed any side. We have not changed. We till 2000, I think last election, till last assembly election, we are with the Mahagathbandhan. And still we are there. It is not a matter of regret that we have changed side. It is a matter, BJP is a well orchestrated war electioneering machine. They have all the tools in their kit. We are out of power since last more than 20 years. They have SAR, they have 10,000 dole, they have this immediate cash transfer benefit. So, and they have they have themselves with the Election Commission of India.
Okay. अच्छा, I don't want to go down road, but आपने coalition की बात करी कि आप सब out of power हैं और आप कह रहे हैं कि बीजेपी की is a war-like machine, election machine. But देखिए ना, उनके लीडर आके लड़ते तो हैं. जो कांग्रेस के लीडर हैं, फॉर एग्जाम्पल राहुल गांधी, वो तो आके लड़े भी नहीं. आप लड़ोगे ही नहीं तो फिर क्या war machine बनोगे?
Again, Bihar has chosen caste and past. The vote is a status quo vote.
How is it a status quo vote? Your seats have RJD seats have completely come down.
You are very fine. You are right. Numbers have gone high, but everybody needs today. Everybody needs instant coffee, immediate 2-minute chow chow. What Nitish Kumar has promised in the last phase of election campaigning, in between the election campaign, and when the election was announced, what they have offered, whatever was offering from the Mahagathbandhan side, all the pension, all the schemes, they have offered much. They have gone far beyond.
Mahagathbandhan also offered the moon. Let's not forget that.
That was later on. Because they are in the government. They are the establishment.
But one thing I disagree with, he is saying that the vote has got bifurcated. If you look at the results, the vote has not got bifurcated. AI, MIM or anybody else has not been able to have that same impact. In fact, Dhananjay ji, even in Simanchal, where AI, MIM had some impact last time around, that impact is not to be seen. What happened? What do you think has happened? Because the vote has completely shifted. Even people are suggesting that even the MY combine of the Mahagathbandhan of RJD, Muslim Yadav combine, वो भी ऐसा लग रहा है कि गिर गया है क्योंकि उसके बिना इस तरह का रिजल्ट नहीं आ सकता.
See, I told you earlier, Yadav started thinking he can't connect his family. The elder brother gone from family. Sisters are already claiming that now the family is not running the show. This is family business. The family is not running the business. The Sanjay Yadav is from Haryana is running the business. And the second thing, the Yadavas are connecting themselves with Krishna, Lord Krishna. So they are making Holi. There is a song, Jamuna Tat Shyam Khele Holi, we used to call. So when Lalu Yadav used to play Holi, the people are with us. Now he started to making the festival Halloween. The Yadavas are close to Krishna. They are not ready to go near to Christ. So they rejected Lalu and company.
आपको लगता है कि इस बार इलेक्शन में एक तरह से कास्ट, जिसको मानते थे कि बिहार पे सिर्फ कास्ट पे ही वोट होता है और राजद का वोट शेयर कहीं नहीं जाएगा, ऐसा लोग मानते थे, बट कुछ तो उसमें अब कुछ हुआ है ना, मतलब लोग शायद कास्ट से ऊपर उठ के अब वोट दे रहे हैं.
देखिए, हमारे नेता आदरणीय तेजस्वी प्रसाद यादव जी ने जिस प्रकार से जनता के जन सरोकार के मुद्दों पर बात करने का काम किया था और पढ़ाई लिखाई, दवाई, कमाई, सिंचाई और सुनवाई और कार्रवाई वाली सरकार देने की बात कही थी, और उसके पहले भी जब 17 माह के कार्यकाल उनका था तो जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने काम करने का काम किया था, तो उसी पर हम लोग जनता के बीच जाने का काम किए थे. और जनता ने तो अपार जन समर्थन हम लोगों को देने का काम किया है. आप देखिए जिस प्रकार से हम लोग जनता के बीच जाते थे, उनका जिस प्रकार से हमारे नेता के साथ संवाद था, जिस प्रकार से वो भीड़ उमड़ती थी. लेकिन ये मैं अभी मैंने कहा ना कि अभी थोड़ा इंतजार करिए.
I sense a little bit of denial right now at what has happened, and I'm not surprised because the results is not what anybody saw. No pollster saw these results that NDA will near 200. ये तो जब 2024 में 400 पार की बातें होती थी, अब की बार किसी ने 200 पार का दावा तक भी नहीं किया था, बीजेपी ने खुद नहीं किया था, and now it is looking like that. But certainly, if you look at the kind of results that we've got, Rajiv ji, don't you think that in some ways the whole stranglehold over vote bank that parties felt they had because of caste identity, do you see that this election could be that turning point where not just youngsters, women of different castes, different religions could have voted away from those markers?
Yeah, basically we felt that these two Gathbandhans are there, but the people of Bihar, they need a third alternative. An alternative which is caste agnostic, which is community agnostic, and talks about basic real issues. Now, what happened this time is that the fear of Jungle Raj took over everything. Then all the other issues became secondary. So even those who were attracted towards the issues which we raised, they wanted to vote for us, but when it came to voting, the fear of Jungle Raj took them away and they voted for NDA.
Voted for Prashant Kishor if they didn't want Jungle Raj. That didn't stop them from voting for you.
That is what needed a leap of faith among them. That they had to have that faith that okay, this alternative can be given some support, which will take us away from both the Gathbandhans, but it didn't happen that way.
Well, Jungle Raj was certainly the dominating theme. Many people question why is the BJP only talking about that? Why is the JDU only talking about that? But clearly it was one of those issues, both very realistic, set in realism, and also emotional issue that was on top of everything else. So everything else was there. Jobs, unemployment was being talked about. Industry in Bihar was being talked about. Caste was being talked about. Mahila was being talked about. Everything was being talked about. But I think above all of that, it seems Jungle Raj has had the final impact. JDU के प्रवक्ता से पूछते हैं, हिम जी आपको क्या लगता है, ये क्या इस बार के इलेक्शन को हम टर्निंग पॉइंट की तरह देख सकते हैं कि जो पार्टीज के स्ट्रक्चर्ड वोट बैंक्स होते थे, अब पार्टीज को उसके आगे सोचना पड़ेगा?
देखिए, हमेशा हमारे नेता ने विकास की बात किया है और विकास करके बताया है, और इसमें कहीं कोई भेदभाव नहीं, कहीं कोई पक्षपात नहीं। पूरे बिहार के लोगों को अपना परिवार समझते हैं और इसीलिए पूरे बिहार के दुख दर्द को समझने का काम करते हैं और गरीबों के आंसू पोंछते हैं, बुजुर्गों का सम्मान करते हैं, महिलाओं के सशक्तिकरण की दिशा में अच्छा काम करते हैं, हर क्षेत्रों में काम करते हैं। इसलिए विश्वास और भरोसा नीतीश कुमार जी के प्रति।
लोग कह रहे हैं कि आपने पैसा देके एक तरह से खरीद लिया वोट, जो 10,000 रुपए दिए हैं।
ये लोग जनता को झांसे देते रहते हैं, जनता के बीच में जाकर झूठ बोलते हैं, लंबी चौड़ी डींग हाँकते हैं, लेकिन नीतीश कुमार जी डींग नहीं हाँकते, बात नहीं बनाते, काम करके दिखाते हैं और योजनाओं का लाभ जनता के द्वार तक पहुंचाने का काम करते हैं। और एक बात मैं बता दूं, इस चुनाव के रिजल्ट के बाद एक पार्टी के नेता अब राजनीति से संन्यास लेने वाले हैं, जिन्होंने कहा था कि 25 सीट जदयू को आ जाएगी तो हम इस्तीफा करेंगे, संन्यास ले लेंगे। और अब समय आ गया है, अब हम लोग उनके इस्तीफा और संन्यास का इंतजार करें।
इतनी नफरत क्यों है प्रशांत किशोर से?
No, we don't have a hatred of with anybody. We love everybody. Our Prime Minister has given the mantra. In coming time, it will be Maha Mantra of Modi Mantra. सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास. Prashant Kishor is also a part of Bihar. He himself told, na, if Nitish Kumar party JD will get for 25 seats, I'll take back from politics. I'll take retirement.
I asked him that question. I asked him that question at the beginning, but of course, as he said, all politicians say things. It doesn't mean that they're going to do it. But we have to wait and see.
That time you've given him good answer. It means that there is no difference between Prashant Kishor and...
He's like any other politician then. But we'll have to wait and see. What the future of Jan Suraj party is going to be is still a question in everybody's mind. Final comment, Nurul ji. इस रिजल्ट से आप
how long he will stay with Tejashwi? How long he will stay with Tejashwi?
मैंने तो ऑलरेडी पूछा, अब रिग्रेट तो नहीं कर रहे हैं क्या? कहीं सानी जी क्या करने वाले हैं?
Before coming to that, my suggestion would be to Mr. Prashant Kishor. Now he would be a best advisor as earlier to the BJP. So, by what brother Giriji has told you, Yadav was regarding, he mentioned a caste particular. I avoid the word using any of the caste. A number of Yadavas has voted for this government. So, they should be respected. The rot of our alliance or whatever has happened, because our mass vote was that 38% or some alliances A to Z and whatever combination. Somehow the shifting has happened. Reason maybe the SIR was earlier, it used to be the
SIR का कोई impact नहीं रहा है. आप SIR की बात कर रहे हैं, SIR SIR की ना कोई बात कर रहा है.
That will come to the forefront. You just wait for the time. But there was earlier, it used to be in the night, the candidates would be the distributing cash and all. Now it has been distributed in the shape of.
आप मुझे बताइए क्या आपके लिए लर्निंग क्या है? आपके महागठबंधन के लिए क्या लर्निंग है?
For me, since I represent a society of minority people, so it was a major drawback from the minority community. And minority community, I bring you the 3-4 points. First thing, minority felt deprived of representation in this whole scenario. The point was well taken and raised by Mr. Owaisi. They felt cut off. So obviously they have gone for the worldly needs. Now they do not get into the religious dogmatism. They want
the same things that others want.
Yeah, they all want. We are in a society. We are equal citizen of this country. We also feel that all the development and all the societal development should be given an equal share to us also.
Okay. So it's a vote for that, but that's a good point that he's making, that just treating Muslims as a separate vote blank, that they'll vote for us or they'll vote for the Mahagathbandhan, we all thought they might. That's not how it's going to work. But is Bihar truly moving on in the way it votes? These results have certainly thrown up those questions, but we will dissect them as we go along. I do thank all of you for joining us. This is still, midday as far as Bihar is concerned. By the time it's evening, there will be more analysis coming in and possibly more insights into what has happened on ground. We'll also continue to get you more voices of the newsmakers and the leaders from all political parties. For now, thanks a lot for watching the Patna special from CNN News 18.
Counting begins on Result Day Live.
2 leads to the NDA so far, 1 to the JDU and 1 to the BJP. 83,000 people are watching CNN News 18 right now. So thank you very much, viewers.
पास आओ, जरा दिखाओ हमारे viewers who are watching us on YouTube. We've got the early trend showing that the NDA is walking away, marching comfortably.
Big leads as far as the JDU is concerned. The BJP, JDU neck and neck.
Already the majority marks for the NDA.
You're tuned into our special coverage, our rolling coverage here on CNN News 18. It is verdict day for Bihar and it's a resounding mandate for the NDA. The BJP emerging as the single largest party. You're watching this broadcast with me, Poonam Burde. It is the NDA's crossing its 200-seat mark, with that crossing its 2010 tally as well. The opposition is way behind, bagging less than 30 seats. The Congress is barely on the map of Bihar. Celebrations are underway at the offices of both the BJP and the JDU in Patna. The BJP leads with over 90 seats. JDU is at 84. BJP is the single largest party in Bihar with 92 seats. The LJP, Chirag Paswan and his party, bargained for more seats and they have delivered, and how. On the opposition side, it's complete chaos. The RJD, in its second worst performance in Bihar, has only 22 seats on the leaderboard, the left at 3. Tejashwi Yadav himself is trailing. Personally for him, it is much more of a loss. His party is losing. Tejashwi Yadav is losing as well. What could be a bigger setback for the Mahagathbandhan? But we are already seeing the kind of reasons that they are putting out. Vote chori for one, SIR for another. But here are the key takeaways that we want to take you through as far as this election, this mandate in Bihar goes. It's the Modi factor that remains the BJP's mantra for winning seats. All of the rallies, all of the constituencies where the Prime Minister rallied and campaigned, there was very high voter turnout that was seen in all of those, and all of those seats pretty much have been bagged by the BJP candidates there. Nari Shakti, the kind of schemes that were announced by Nitish Kumar, by the NDA for women, that seems to have propelled the NDA to this historic victory. Both the BJP and the JDU have not only increased their seat share tally, but also their vote share tally. There is a notable difference in the BJP's vote share from last time around and a significant jump for the JDU. What is interesting is that non-Yadav votes have moved en masse to the NDA, and that's really showing as far as the tally that you see on your screens, 207 seats for the NDA. Chirag Paswan has consolidated Dalit votes for the NDA. His exit, not being with the NDA back in 2020, did hurt the NDA. This time around, with him and Upendra Kushwaha in the fray, in the fold of the NDA, that clearly was a booster for the NDA. The Congress seat share has gone down by 2/3 in this particular election. Seat share is still something that they can talk about as far as votes are concerned, as far as seats are concerned. That's an abysmal story for the Congress party. The RJD vote share is pretty much about the same from the last election, but their seats have halved in number. The vote chori allegation is being once again made by the Congress this time around. We've seen Congress leaders one after another, both on social media and offline, talk about how this is vote chori, another election stolen by the BJP via the Election Commission. The SIR was another impact that is being blamed for. But clearly, that's not something that has resonated. That objection that the opposition had for all of these issues, that's not something that has resonated with the public on ground. Prashant Kishor, there was much hype about him and the Suraj party. Clearly, it was all just hype on social media, on online platforms, because he has failed miserably in his poll debut. A debut duck, so to say. It's the alliance arithmetic that seems to have worked in Bihar. Caste arithmetic is something that we talk about as far as Bihar elections go, but this time around it looks like the fact that the NDA got its alliance arithmetic much better, sorted much faster than the Mahagathbandhan, seems to have worked in its favor. In fact, the BJP is now holding a press conference after this resounding mandate that Bihar has handed them. Let's cut across.
नतीजा बिहार की जनता ने आशीर्वाद एनडीए को दिया है। मैं मानता हूं कि बिहार भाजपा प्रभारी के नाते जो जिम्मेवारी केंद्रीय नेतृत्व ने आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आदरणीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी, आदरणीय गृह मंत्री जी और सबने दी, वो जिम्मेवारी बिहार के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ केंद्रीय नेतृत्व के दिशा दर्शन में हम सब ने मिलकर सफल की है और बिहार में एनडीए की ये जो ऐतिहासिक जीत है, ऐतिहासिक विजय है, ये आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का जो आग्रह था कि ज्ञान का विकास गरीब, युवा, अन्नदाता यानी किसान और नारी यानी महिला, इनके विकास के लिए आप काम करते रहो और उसका आशीर्वाद जनता आपको देगी। मतलब प्रदेश सरकार की, नीतीश सरकार की योजना, केंद्र सरकार की योजना, ये महिला, युवा, पिछड़ा, अति पिछड़ा, इन सब समाज के लिए प्रामाणिकता से करते रहे। ये कोई चुनाव के पहले जीविका दीदी को 10,000 दिया या वृद्धा पेंशन 400 का 1100 को किया, इसलिए वोट नहीं मिले। ये पिछले 10 साल से उज्ज्वला योजना है, किसान सम्मान योजना है, प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना है, ऐसे कई योजना जिसमें जात धर्म न देखते हुए सभी लाभार्थियों को उसके लाभ एनडीए सरकार पहुंचाती रही और आज उसकी आशीर्वाद रूप की रसीद जनता ने बिहार में दी है। मतलब आज के नतीजे तो पूरे आने हैं। 30 सीटें ऐसा कहा जाता है जो मुस्लिम यादव बहुल है, वहां एनडीए के लोगों का डिपॉजिट जब्त हो जाएगा, वहां पर एनडीए जीती है। 60 सीटें जहां एससी समाज बहुल है, जहां भाजपा को कोई खड़ा नहीं करेगा, ऐसी कांग्रेस के नेता, आरजेडी के नेता कहते थे, वहां 60 सीटें एनडीए जीता है। अति पिछड़ा क्षेत्र में तो 110 सीटें जीते हैं। इसका मतलब यह है कि बिहार की जनता ने विकास की राजनीति पर अपनी मोहर लगा ली है। भाजपा ने अपने चुनावी नारा में टैगलाइन की थी, रफ्तार पकड़ चुका है बिहार, विकास की रफ्तार पकड़ चुका है बिहार। ये जनता के दिमाग में बैठ गया और उन्होंने देखा या एम्स आ रहे हैं, या मखाना बोर्ड आ रहा है, या हाईवेज आ रहे हैं, या वंदे भारत ट्रेन आ रही है, और जिस प्रकार ये विकास बिहार को आगे ले जाएगा, पलायन 13% से कम होकर 3% तक कम आया, ये भी जनता ने देखा। इसलिए हर घर में नौकरी और हर जीविका दीदी को नौकरी वाला लालू जी तेजस्वी का नारा लोगों ने ठुकरा दिया। ये हमने यहाँ जाना है। और सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात जो मुझे लगी कि बिहार में चुनाव है तो हिंसा है, 60-65 लोगों की हत्या है, बूथ कैप्चरिंग है, फिर रीपोल है।
मुझे ऐसा लग रहा था कि हम लोग जीतेंगे, लेकिन ऐसे जीतेंगे ये तो बिल्कुल ये लोगों का प्यार है। और मुझे तो अपने लिए भी ऐसा फील हो रहा था कि मैं इतनी नहीं हूँ, मैं कैसे करूंगी ये सब, लेकिन ऐसा लग रहा है कि लोगों का प्यार जो मैंने ऑन ग्राउंड देखा। और मैं इससे पहले सोशल मीडिया की बहुत बड़ी कंज्यूमर रही हूँ, और सोशल मीडिया पे जो पेड नेगेटिव पीआर करवाते हैं लोग, तो हम लोग भ्रम होता है ना हम लोग को भी कि अरे इतना किसी का विरोध हो रहा है। लेकिन जब ऑन ग्राउंड में गई, लोगों से मिली, तो जो नीतीश कुमार जी प्रधानमंत्री जी के लिए जो मैंने प्यार देखा सबके नजर में, सबकी बातों से, तो मैं ये अपनी जो जीत है, तो ये कहीं ना कहीं मैं डेडिकेट करना चाहूंगी एनडीए की जो जीत है। ये अपने जो दोनों वरिष्ठ नेता है जिनके लिए हम लोग को मेहनत ही नहीं करनी पड़ी, मुझे वोट मांगने की भी जरूरत नहीं पड़ी, तो ये उन्होंने कमाया है जनता का विश्वास। तो बिल्कुल ये तो मालूम ही था कि हम लोग जीतेंगे, आगे बढ़ेंगे।
सबसे पहले तो मैं बिहार की जनता, सभी भाइयों बहनों और मतदाताओं का हृदय से आभार, जिन्होंने जंगल राज पर भरोसा नहीं जताया, जंगल राज से बिहार को दूर रखने के लिए मतदान किए, और बिहार के विकास पर जिन्होंने मतदान किया, और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के उस सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास के महामंत्र को बिहार के लोगों ने अपनाया।
नीतीश बाबू को भी काफी समर्थन मिला है, बिहार की महिलाओं ने भी बढ़ चढ़ के वोट दिया है। नित्यानंद राय जी,
बिल्कुल, बिहार में हमारी माताएं बहनें बढ़ चढ़ कर वोट की है, मतदान की है, और यह साबित हुआ है कि बिहार की हमारी बहनें बहुत आगे बढ़ चढ़कर मतदान में भाग लेकर एनडीए को प्रचंड बहुमत दिलाने में बहुत सहयोग की है। उनको हृदय से आभार।
160 का लक्ष्य था।
प्रधानमंत्री जी के अन्य 3 स्तंभ, एक तो महिला है ही, गरीब, युवा और किसान, सभी उनके विकसित भारत के स्तंभों ने सब मिलकर प्रचंड बहुमत एनडीए को दिलाई है। भरोसा हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, जो गरीबों के मसीहा है, विकास के भगीरथ है, दुनिया के सबसे लोकप्रिय नेता है, और जो भारत के कर्मयोगी प्रधानमंत्री है, उन पर भरोसा, एनडीए के सभी साथियों पर भरोसा बिहार की जनता दिखाई।
160 का अनुमान था, लक्ष्य था। नित्यानंद राय जी, अंतिम प्रश्न 200 टच करने वाले हैं, ये तो अप्रत्याशित है। नित्यानंद राय जी, एक अंतिम प्रश्न,
थोड़ा सा
नहीं, अंतिम प्रश्न आपसे। 160 का लक्ष्य था एनडीए का, 200 टच करने वाले हैं, इसके लिए आप बिहार वासियों के लिए क्या वादे करेंगे?
हाँ, बिहार वासियों के साथ जो भी वादा एनडीए की है, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी किए हैं, सब वादा हम सब मिलकर पूरा करेंगे। पांडव दल।
We have some information now trickling in. The victory sealed, and now it's time for what's next. And there are hectic parleys that are going on in Patna. Samrat Chaudhary is now at Nitish Kumar's residence, is what we're learning. Arun Dhanta, my colleague, now joins us. He's reporting from on ground in Patna. Arun, this meeting is crucial between the Chief Minister of the state and his deputy. This resounding victory for the NDA. Now all eyes on when the swearing in is going to be. Who is going to be a part of Team Nitish if he continues to be the CM?
That's right. One thing is very clear, which we have got from the way of our sources, is that Nitish Kumar is going to be the Chief Minister, and the talks have happened here with the leadership between leadership of JDU and the BJP. Even as we speak, Samrat Chaudhary is meeting Chief Minister Nitish Kumar at his residence. But I am here at BJP office in Patna. Let me quickly show you a glimpse here how people are celebrating this victory. Everywhere, wherever camera can go, you'll find people enjoying this victory, because this is massive, this is historic. Poonam, BJP, the NDA has broken its own record of 2010, where they won 206 seats and BJP was at 91 seats. As the trends are going, it seems that they're going to break all the records. Let me quickly go across to these people here who are celebrating, BJP workers, what they find is the reason behind this victory. आप लोग जोश में, खुशी में नाच रहे हैं, क्या कारण लगा, किस वजह से ये जीत हुई है?
ये जनता की जीत है, ये हम लोग का बिहार वासी का मान सम्मान का जीत है।
तो इतना वोट, इतनी सीटें कैसे आ गई? 2010 का भी रिकॉर्ड टूट गया।
13 करोड़ जनता का जीत है, बिहार का जनता का जीत है, विकास का जीत है। ये 5 इंजन का सरकार, सीताराम मांझी, उपेंद्र कुशवाहा, माननीय नीतीश कुमार प्रधानमंत्री का जीत है। जिस तरह
मुख्यमंत्री तो नीतीश कुमार होंगे, हालांकि आपकी सीटें ज्यादा हैं।
जिस तरह से विकास के माननीय नीतीश कुमार ही बनना चाहिए मुख्यमंत्री। रफ्तार बढ़ना चाहिए बिहार को, विकास बढ़ना चाहिए। माननीय नीतीश कुमार के इंजन, मोदी के इंजन, रफ्तार बढ़ेगा बिहार में।
आप बताइए, महिलाओं ने बढ़ चढ़ के वोट किया इस बार?
जी हाँ, इस बार महिलाओं ने, युवाओं ने भी और सभी लोगों ने बढ़ चढ़ के वोट किया है और ये उसी का परिणाम है कि आज बिहार की सबसे बड़ी पार्टी भाजपा बन गई है।
We also have, आप क्या बन के आए हैं?
रफ्तार पकड़ लिया बिहार। इस बार मोदी सरकार, आज बिहार में बम्पर जीत हुआ है प्रधानमंत्री जी का। मैं सिल्वर गांधी हूँ, पैदल यात्रा करके ओडिशा से।
ये जो इसका क्या कारण है ये सब इस तरह?
मैं सिल्वर गांधी पैदल यात्रा करके स्वच्छ भारत मिशन को प्रचार करता हूँ। तो आज बिहार में जीत हुआ है। पूरा भारतवर्ष में बिहार आज खुशी है। आज लोगों ने दिखा दिया है बिहारी लोग वेरी टैलेंटेड है। और जो लोग राहुल गांधी और तेजस्वी बोल रहे थे बिहारी लोग अनपढ़ है, आज मैं बता दे रहा हूँ एक बिहारी सबसे बिहारी।
These are the visuals, that you see from the BJP office. The gold nagaras are at its best. You have BJP workers pouring in here, dancing here, because they know that this victory is massive, which they have got in 2025 Lok Sabha Assembly elections, and they are not deterred with the fact that Nitish Kumar is once again going to be the chief minister, not from the BJP anybody. They are saying that it's a victory of NDA, it's a victory of Bihar. We also have few women. We'll try to speak to them. मैडम आप बताइए कि महिलाओं ने जिस तरह से वोट किया है, कितना बड़ा रोल मानती है इस जीत में महिलाओं का?
बहुत ज्यादा। महिला और युवा दोनों ने मिलकर ये साबित कर दिया, अब बिहार वासियों को अब बेवकूफ नहीं बना सकते। वो बुद्धिजीवी हैं, वो अपना निर्णय स्वयं लेते हैं। आपको पता नहीं, एक ही घर में पत्नी ने बीजेपी को वोट दिया और पति ने आरजेडी को वोट दिया। ये महिला एम्पावरमेंट है, ये महिला पावर है।
जो कानून व्यवस्था में सुधार हुआ है उसका नतीजा भी है ये?
हाँ, एकदम है, उसका नतीजा है ये। बहुत नारी शक्ति की जीत हुई है और पूरा बिहार खुश है। इस जीत से सब कोई खुश है।
बताइए क्या आप लोगों ने एनडीए का जो सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दिए, लेकिन मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश ही रहेंगे, भाजपा का नहीं होगा?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, नीतीश कुमार ही हमारे सीएम रहेंगे। नीतीश कुमार ही हमारे सीएम रहेंगे।
These are the voices that you're hearing from the BJP office. They are upbeat about this victory of NDA, and of course all of them are waiting for Prime Minister Modi's address, which is going to take place in Delhi.
Right, Arun, you seem to be in the thick of activity there. What happens next in Patna? That's something that we'll also keep an eye out on. But it's not just the NDA camp that we're tracking. We're also talking about the Mahagathbandhan. Unfortunately for them, this is an election. This is a day they may want to forget, because the tally is at about 31 for the India bloc. The story is much worse for the Grand Old Party. The Congress, as per the Election Commission, is at the moment leading in only 2 seats. The Congress seems to be virtually wiped out from Bihar. There's radio silence from the top brass, from Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president, or Rahul Gandhi, who we're learning is not even in the country. Tejashwi Yadav is also pinning hopes on not just his personal victory, but also for the tally to get a little better for his party, but that doesn't seem likely. Counting is still, of course, underway. There are still several rounds to go, but the leaderboard, as you see on your screens, at the bottom of your screens, the gap between the India bloc and the NDA is not one that the India bloc can catch up to. Arun continues to be with us. Aman is also with us on this broadcast, getting us more perspective. Aman, for the India bloc, for the Mahagathbandhan, it's an abysmal story on both sides, both for the Congress party and for the RJD.
It is a complete disaster, Poonam, if we put it like that, because as per the ECI website, the number is fluctuating between 2 and 4. Right now, the Congress party is leading only in 4 seats. It won 19 the last time. It may only win 3 or 4 seats this time. It's a complete disaster for the Congress, and RJD is no different. It won 75 seats the last time. Right now, it's leading only in 26 seats. If it falls below 25, it will also lose the privilege of becoming the opposition party leader of opposition in the Bihar Assembly, because you need at least 10% to win at least 10% of seats to get the LOP status. So both the RJD and the Congress have performed abysmally in this particular election. Congress specifically, fighting as many as 61 seats, leading in just 4 seats, may end up winning just 2 or 3 seats. Looks very very, very bad for the Congress party. And this also shows, Poonam, that, this whole chori campaign, be it the Chaukidar Chor hai in 2019 or the vote chori campaign now in 2025 in Bihar, has simply not worked for the Congress party. Rahul Gandhi needs to maybe rechange, think about his narrative, some introspection on the part of the Congress, that such campaigns against Mr. Modi do not work. In fact, people mandates, 2019, Mr. Modi got the biggest mandate in the Lok Sabha for himself after this Chaukidar Chor hai campaign, and now the NDA getting its best ever mandate in Bihar at nearly 206, 207 seats in the end. If it gets, it will beat the 2010 record as well. So clearly it shows that, people also, I think, a bit of this guilt voting, Poonam, because in 2024 Lok Sabha elections, BJP came down to 240 seats. Maybe the people subsequently have felt that they did not do the right thing, that Modi is the man they should bank upon, not disappoint him. And that is why I've seen election after election, be it Delhi, be it Haryana, be it Maharashtra, or be it now Bihar, the 4 state elections happening after 2024, BJP getting huge majorities, 2/3 majority, even 3/4 majority in Bihar almost. This shows that people have totally come behind the Modi government in the state elections, and Congress is getting virtually decimated, be it Maharashtra, be it Haryana, be it Delhi, or be it now in the state of Bihar. I think Congress party, being a national party, would be really, really worried at these state election results, reduced to just 4 seats in Bihar. It's even lesser than what AIMIM has got, or what the HAM party has got, 6 seats, an NDA ally, a small party which is not even a recognized state party, has got 6 seats, but the Congress, a national party, winning just 3 to 4 seats, I think a very worrisome sign for the Mahagathbandhan.
Well, but as far as the Congress is concerned, for them, this is vote chori, this is election chori via the Election Commission at the behest of the BJP. Aman, do stay on with us, because Union Home Minister Amit Shah has now taken to social media, he's taken to Twitter to thank the people of Bihar for this resounding victory that has been handed not just to the BJP but to the NDA faction. He talks about how every single vote of the people of Bihar is a symbol of faith in Modi's government's policy, especially as far as infiltrators are concerned. Those who toy with India's security and resources and their sympathizers will be dealt with an iron fist, and that's a policy that seems to have worked in Bihar, which is why this resounding victory has come to the fore, an overwhelming mandate that has come to the fore that Bihar has handed out to the BJP, to the NDA as a whole. Amit Shah there going on to say that the public has given a resounding response to those who protect infiltrators for the sake of vote bank. He's taking a jibe there at the opposition, at the Mahagathbandhan, who all along the SIR exercise claimed that their vote bank was being wiped out. That is something that the BJP, that Union Home Minister is now alluding to, that this cleanup of electoral rolls merely for appeasement politics, for protecting their vote bank, most of whom were infiltrators, that is something that Bihar has now rejected. Aman continues to be with us. And Aman, the message is quite clear there. It's not just Modi's guarantees that seem to have worked for the BJP, but the kind of narrative that they built, the return of Jungle Raj if Mahagathbandhan was to return, or the protection of infiltrators, or the appeasement politics that the Mahagathbandhan was involved in, that's something, the pitch that the NDA made, that has resonated on ground.
Well, absolutely, Poonam, and if you read Mr. Amit Shah's message here on social media, he's clearly crediting Mr. Modi and Mr. Nitish Kumar for this historic win in Bihar. He's clearly saying that it is Mr. Modi and Mr. Nitish Kumar who have worked to eradicate this Jungle Raj from Bihar. Over the last 20 years, Nitish Kumar has been the chief minister, and in this campaign particularly, you saw the Prime Minister going to the election stage and speaking about words like Katta, like Rangdari, like Dunali, to remind the people of the dangers that will come through their way if the RJD comes to power by any chance. So I think the PM's message coming from the election stages about the Jungle Raj which could come if RJD comes back to power, went deep into the psyche of the people, because this is a Prime Minister who's very popular in Bihar, who has a lot of credibility in Bihar, and him speaking this from the stage also, I think, has rallied the woman voter to completely vote for the JDU, the BJP, the NDA. Look at the BJP, it's at nearly 95 seats out of 101 seats it contested in Bihar. It's a 95% strike rate for the BJP. Nearly every seat it has put up a candidate, the BJP has won that seat. So it clearly shows that Mr. Modi's popularity, coupled with Mr. Nitish Kumar's Susashan, good governance, good law and order, clean governance record, has really registered with the people, and that is why we are seeing that the women of Bihar, the youth of Bihar, I think cross-section of society of Bihar has voted for the NDA, because such a mandate of, I think, is not possible. A 3/4 majority is not possible unless, even the core vote base, I believe, of the RJD, be it the Yadav, be it the Muslim, or be it the core vote base of the Congress, has voted for the NDA in these particular elections in Bihar.
And usually, Aman, we talk about caste arithmetic when it comes to Bihar, but this time around it's the alliance arithmetic that seems to have worked. The entry or the inclusion or the expansion of the NDA with Upendra Kushwaha, with Chirag Paswan in the fold, that has definitely been a booster.
Oh, absolutely, Poonam. That shows up also, I think, in the Nitish Kumar's performance this time, winning almost 85, 86 seats out of the 101 he's contested. He's almost doubled his seats from the last time. You know, last time in 2020, Nitish Kumar contested 115 seats, won only 43 seats because Chirag Paswan's party, which was contesting independently, hurt Nitish Kumar in many seats. In fact, 20 to 22 seats as per a conservative estimate. This time, because Chirag Paswan was on the NDA side, contesting as many as 29 seats, and Nitish Kumar's strike rate has gone up, almost doubled. You know, he's up from 43 the last time to nearly 86 this time. And he's emerged as a strong player, you know, for a chief minister who's been there in the chair for almost of the last 20 years to win nearly 85% of the seats he contests this time. I think that speaks for itself. And Nitish Kumar has really been a big phenomenon in this particular election, especially with his 10,000 scheme, that rupees 10,000 transferred to 1.3 crore women in the state. I think that scheme has proven to be a big game changer for the JDU as well as the NDA.
Now, the focus is also going to be on what happens next. If Nitish Kumar continues to be the CM, who Nitish Kumar's team is going to be, Aman, because the BJP is the single largest party this time around, and their performance is something that their MLAs would want to talk about, want to highlight, and want to perhaps ask for the lion's share, which is the Chief Minister's post.
Well, see, Poonam, I think that matter is almost settled inside the NDA. Even before the elections, votes were cast. Mr. Amit Shah had made it very clear on our own program, which he held in News 18 in Patna, on our own News 18 Bihar Chopal program, very clearly said that the Nitish Kumar is the CM face and will continue to be the CM. There is no vacancy for the CM's chair in Bihar. So I think the BJP has also made it very clear that it will be Nitish Kumar who will be the chief minister again. The JDU has made it even more aptly clear by putting up posters like 25 se 30, फिर से नीतीश, अगली बार फिर नीतीश सरकार. I think we will see Nitish Kumar taking oath in the next few days as the next chief minister of Bihar yet again. And I think he will continue because BJP may have won, yes, 95, 96 seats, but JDU is not far behind. JDU is also at 85, 86 seats. In fact, if I remind you, the last time when BJP won 74 seats and the JDU won 43, still Nitish Kumar became the chief minister. So I think that's a very much unwritten rule and has been spelt out by various BJP leaders, including Samrat Chaudhary, Ravi Shankar Prasad, that no matter what, if the NDA wins, Nitish Kumar will be taking oath as the chief minister. I don't think there will be any dispute on that.
So that seems to be settled, but who is going to be a part of Team Nitish Kumar? That's something that we will still have to see, and which is why we're already seeing hectic developments there take place on ground. Samrat Chaudhary, his deputy from the previous government, from the government whose term is now ended, is at Nitish Kumar's residence. Is that the same team that they would want to go with? That's something that's being speculated over as well.
Well, I can't really speak for sure about the team because, that is a call that is very close to the BJP's, BJP keeps its cards very close to the chest. So will Samrat Chaudhary, Vijay Sena continue as the deputy CMs? We will know in a few days. I think that LJP, Chirag Paswan, would also push for a deputy chief minister's post, his party, because his party has won 19-20 out of the 29 seats as well. At 19-20 seats, it's also a major constituent now of the NDA. So I think Chirag Paswan's party may also make a demand that one deputy CM should come from their party. We'll have to wait and see in the next few days how this thing pans out. Right now, it's a celebration time for the NDA. I think they will do these discussions after a couple of days when the government formation question comes.
And speaking of those celebrations, we are going to be seeing those festivities here in the national capital as well. In a few hours from now, Aman, we are going to be seeing the Prime Minister lead the BJP in those festivities at the BJP headquarters.
Well, yes, the Prime Minister is expected at the BJP headquarters in a short while. Around 7 o'clock, we are expecting him to come there and he'll be there to address the party workers on this big historic victory. I think the celebrations will be a bit subdued because of the Delhi blasts, which have happened a few days back. So the country is in a somber mood and the government also and the party also may want to keep the celebrations somber. But yes, because it's a historic victory, as always, Prime Minister will be there at the BJP headquarters in a couple of hours from now and be addressing the BJP workers, giving them a morale booster, congratulating them for the efforts that were put in this particular election. All the top leaders have done a historic number of rallies, be it Mr. Yogi Adityanath, be it Chirag Paswan, Nitish Kumar, in fact, himself did close to 85, 86 rallies. So all that will be, the Prime Minister will be congratulating the party workers for the yeoman effort that has been put over the last 3 to 5 months into this particular election. Bihar was a very key and important state for the BJP, and that is why they would want to celebrate this particular occasion when the BJP and both the JDU have performed so well along with LJP and the HAM as well, and Mr. Upendra Kushwaha. I think the BJP has been calling them the Panch Pandavs, fighting this battle together, and they've really dominated and won, I would say, this Kurukshetra which happened in the state of Bihar.
All parties in the NDA bloc seem to have carried their weight, delivered on all the seats that they fought for, especially Chirag Paswan and his party. He bargained for as many seats as he could get, contested on 29, out of which he seems to be leading on at least 21 at last count. Well, counting is still underway. Several rounds are yet to go across many constituencies in Bihar. For the moment, though, Aman, thank you so much for getting us the latest on that front. Let's listen in to some conversations we've had here through the day with several BJP leaders, including Ravi Shankar Prasad of the BJP, a member of parliament, about what this victory means for the NDA in Bihar and, of course, the national picture.
It is a victory of hope. It is a victory of trust. And it is a victory of confidence कि अब बिहार को इसी रास्ते पर चलना है आगे के लिए. And this trust is also in the leadership of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. He has taken a personal guarantee for development of Bihar, the way he visited, the way he launched projects, the way he connected with the people of Bihar. Today in Chhath festival, Rahul Shiv Shankar, thousands of Biharis from all over the country drove to their respective villages by car.
Yes.
Unthinkable to celebrate Chhath. This is a change. There is electricity in all the villages. Good connectivity. You may have, if you want to see Patna, go and see the new airport of Patna. I'm the chairman of that committee, and see what a great facility it has come about, the Vande Bharat. Plus for poor people, feeding them, the way Nitish Kumar government did for the women, from Cycle Yojana to many of the mothers who were given cycled in 2005 and the school dress today have become mother themselves. And plus the Ajivika Didis. All these has worked together to see the development of Bihar, the way ethanol industry, the way the garment industry is coming to Patna. So many biscuit factories have come to Bihar. All this changing narrative of Bihar. Even Coca-Cola is setting up 2 facilities in Bihar. So people are seeing all that happen. And they also recall the dangerous days of the Jungle Raj, what used to happen in Lalu Prasad regime. And Mr. Tejashwi Yadav is a version of that. And if the son of Shahabuddin, Osama, can be projected as a savior of Muslims and given tickets in a flamboyant manner, this sends a message that there is no change at all. That's how it sees the result.
बिहार को अब विकास चाहिए, अपने बच्चों को और अपना भविष्य चाहिए। बिहार को अब जंगल राज नहीं चाहिए।
चल रही है जो चीज, इसको भी स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा।
बिहार की जनता अमन, चैन, शांति के लिए वोट दिया है।
Counting begins on result day live.
2 leads to the NDA so far, 1 to the JDU and 1 to the BJP. 83,000 people are watching CNN News 18 right now. So thank you very much, viewers.
पास आओ जरा दिखाओ हमारे viewers who are watching us on YouTube. We got the early trend showing that the NDA is walking away, marching comfortably.
Big leads as far as the JDU is concerned. The BJP, JDU neck and neck.
Already the majority marks for the NDA.
Thank you so much for staying with us. You're watching our rolling coverage here on Verdict Day, Bihar, and it is a resounding mandate for the NDA. It's their second best performance so far in Bihar. 205 is where the NDA currently is at. 206 is what the 2010 performance of the NDA was, which was the best ever performance for the NDA alliance. At the moment, there's counting still underway in several constituencies. These are still leads and not complete wins. So does that tally go any further? Will they best their best record, so to say, from 2010? That's something that we're still keeping an eye out on. Or will this 205 tally go down further as we see counting continue in several of the other constituencies where we are seeing it already? Unfortunately for the Mahagathbandhan, it is an election. It's a day, it's a verdict day that they would rather want to forget, especially the Congress party, who on the leaderboard seems to be a distant one at the end of the list. As far as celebrations are concerned, both camps of the BJP and the JDU are happening in Patna. In fact, there is Chirag Paswan of the LJP there, a victory lap for the LJP too, happening in Patna as we see. Sweets being distributed by Chirag Paswan. He's somebody who has delivered on what he promised. He bargained for more seats. He wanted a larger share, a larger participation in the NDA bloc. He fought on 29 seats. At last count, 21 seats is where the LJP was leading. From 1 seat back in the last election when he decided to ditch the NDA to 21 seats this time around. It is a story that Chirag Paswan would want to flaunt, and that's exactly what we are seeing in Patna there, where Chirag Paswan, all of the LJP supporters have gathered at his residence in Patna. You can hear the sounds of the dhol there in the background. Sweets are being distributed as well. Whether now he asks for a larger share as far as the Bihar government goes, that's something that we will have to watch out for given his performance. Many analysts believe that that is a believable request that he could be making, could be asking for a Deputy Chief Minister's post in Bihar as well. What happens next? We'll of course keep a track of that. But today is a day that the NDA is celebrating, is marking its overwhelming victory, overwhelming mandate that Bihar has given to the NDA bloc. 205 seats at last count. We spoke to several stakeholders, several newsmakers here through the day, through this morning, as those results were trickling in. Listen in to some of those conversations.
गठबंधन की सरकार, डबल इंजन की सरकार उनकी अपेक्षा पूर्ण करेगी, वो मानते हैं। और जो वातावरण बना था कि बीच में जो महागठबंधन बना के आरजेडी और कांग्रेस से मिला के जो कोशिश की थी, उसमें उनको एक डर भी था कि यहाँ पर जंगल राज वापस लाने की कोशिश हो रही है। और इसी के अंदर बिहार में रहने वाले और बिहार के जो लोग बाहर रहने वाले हैं वो भी जागृत हो गए। उन्होंने भी अपने दोस्तों को, संबंधियों को, व्यापारियों को फ़ोन करके कहा कि कोई गलती मत करना, आपको कोई कैंडिडेट पसंद हो या ना हो, एनडीए के ही कैंडिडेट को जिताना है, एनडीए की सरकार बनानी है, डबल इंजन की सरकार से ही बिहार का विकास होगा। और पहली बार जो बिहार में आज तक का जो पैटर्न रहा है कि वो जाति के आधार पर वोटिंग होता है कि किस जाति का कैंडिडेट वो पार्टी ने खड़ा किया है। मगर आज जो मोदी साहब कहते हैं ना कि विकास के नाम पे वोटिंग होना चाहिए, जाति के आधार पर नहीं होना चाहिए, आज बिहार के लोगों ने ये कर दिया जो मोदी साहब की अपेक्षा थी। उसी तरह डेवलपमेंट के नाम पर उन्होंने वोटिंग कर इतनी बड़ी लीड एनडीए को दिलाई है। और जो लोग सोचते थे कि ये वोट हमारे जेब में है, उनकी जेबें खाली रह गई है। और जो उनके समाज के भी नहीं थे, ऐसे लोगों को वो मेरिट के आधार पर, पार्टी के आधार पर, मोदी साहब और नीतीश कुमार जी के विश्वास के आधार पर उन्होंने वोटिंग कर दिया है। पूरे इलेक्शन में माननीय अमित शाह साहब ने भी जिस तरह से स्ट्रेटेजी बनाई, उन्होंने जो हैमरिंग करते रहे, जो प्रवास किया, उसका भी परिणाम आकार बनाने में ये भी एक महत्वपूर्ण साबित रहा। हर कार्यकर्ताओं ने, हर नेताओं ने जो काम किया, मगर मुझे लगता है कि अगर हम पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता की तरह कुछ भी नहीं करते तो भी बिहार के मतदाताओं ने ये जो रिजल्ट तय करके रखा था कि हम यही करेंगे, और उन्होंने कर दिया है।
One thing that everybody was talking about in these elections is the MY factor. M and Y being Mahila and youth. I have with me the Mahilaएं here at the BJP office. They're all wearing their bright oranges. कितने खुश हैं आज रिजल्ट?
देखिए बहुत खुश हैं, सुबह से गाना दोहरा रहे हैं।
क्या गाना?
अरे हाँ हम बिहारी है जी, अरे बहुत संस्कारी है जी, आरजेडी के लोगों पर हम सबसे भारी है जी, अरे हाँ हम बिहारी है जी, अरे एनडीए के हम नारी है जी, एनडीए के हम नारी है जी, अरे आरजेडी पे भारी है हम, अरे संस्कारी है जी, अरे मिट्टी को सोना करने वाले हम सरकारी है जी,
कभी
हम बिहारी है जी।
सोचा था इतना बड़ा रिजल्ट आएगा? सोचा था?
सोचे थे, हम लोग को विश्वास था, हम लोग को विश्वास।
क्यों विश्वास था?
क्योंकि मोदी जी और नीतीश जी जो महिलाओं के लिए काम किए थे, हमारी महिलाएं बहुत खुश थी, इसलिए हम लोग पहले ही मन बना लिए थे कि झोला भर कर आशीर्वाद देना है मोदी जी और नीतीश जी को।
तो मोदी जी और नीतीश जी दोनों के लिए वोट पड़ा है?
वोट बहुत बड़ा है। मोदी लहर, नीतीश लहर, महिलाओं में लहर और विकास की लहर।
विकास के लिए, डेवलपमेंट के लिए,
डेवलपमेंट के लिए, प्रोडक्शन यूनिट के लिए, एग्रीकल्चर और इंडस्ट्री को, मतलब सोशल एक्टिविटी हो, सोशल वर्क के लिए कहिए या फंडामेंटल राइट के लिए, संवैधानिक अधिकार के लिए, जो मैं इंडिया डेवलप किया, लोगों को पता चले कि लोकतंत्र है क्या।
नहीं तो मैं पूछना चाहती हूँ, जो बोल रहे 10,000 ही इलेक्शन था, 10,000 रुपए दिए थे महिलाओं का, इसलिए
नहीं ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं था, कोई ऐसा नहीं था, ये सब सही बात नहीं है। बस विकास के लिए मिला है, डेवलपमेंट के लिए मिला है, हमारा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डे बाय डे बढ़ रहा है, उसके लिए हो रहा है ये सब।
बिहार की महिला इतना कमजोर नहीं है कि 10,000 पे ये कर लेगी, ये बिल्कुल बात गलत है। यहाँ जो विकास हुआ है, हाँ मानते हैं कि बिहार की महिला जागरूक हुई है। अभी जीविका दीदी देखिए, हर जगह, हर समय, हर जहाँ भी आप ढूंढिएगा, हर जगह उपलब्ध होती है। महिला सशक्तिकरण हुआ है, उस बात पर वोट हुआ है। दूसरा बात, युवाओं के लिए हम लोग बात करते हैं तो पहले की वैकेंसी देख लीजिए, अभी की वैकेंसी देख लीजिए, उसमें बढ़ोतरी हुई है। बिहार का जो सौंदर्यीकरण हुआ है उस पे वोट हुआ है, बिहार के विकास पे वोट हुआ है, न कि कोई 10,000 और 5,000 पे बात हुआ है।
ऐसा लग रहा है जो वोट शेयर आ रहा है और जो सीटें आ रही हैं, उसको देख के ऐसा लग रहा है कि आरजेडी और इंडिया अलायंस का सब जो समीकरण था वो सब विफल हो गया है। मुस्लिम यादव जो इनका समीकरण था, कुछ भी नहीं बचा है क्या?
मैं पहली बार मुझे लग रहा है बिहार में कि लोगों ने जाति से ऊपर उठ के, सभी जातियों से ऊपर उठ के, विकास के नाम पे, सुरक्षा के नाम पे, दो चीज के नाम पे वोट मिला। एक विकास, नीतीश जी और मोदी जी के विकास। दूसरा, लोग जंगल राज की वापसी नहीं चाहते थे, लोगों में खौफ था, वो डर था, 1990-95 वाली डर थी, इसलिए विकास के नाम पे और ये महिलाओं की सुरक्षा के नाम पे जीत है।
Absolutely. So everybody here at the BJP office extremely enthusiastic. More and more leaders are arriving. You can see at the gate, a lot of the people are going towards the gate to see who are the other leaders who are arriving. You have women here blowing the Absolutely. If you look at the numbers, then clearly it's a Shankhnad of the BJP and the JDU. Record performance by the NDA alliance, and it is completely a day written for the NDA alliance. The India alliance has been completely swept away. Possibly nobody saw it coming to this extent, and that's the real story of this election.
बिहार की महान जनता को विशेष धन्यवाद और बधाई देता हूं कि जिस तरीके से एक ऐतिहासिक फैसला बिहार की जनता ने एनडीए को एक प्रचंड जीत देकर अगले 5 साल बिहार को विकास की राह पर गति देने की सोच के साथ ये फैसला लिया है। मैं ये मानता हूं और मैंने हमेशा कहा है कि बिहार और बिहारियों में वो बुद्धि है, वो क्षमता है कि सही समय पर सही फैसला लेते हैं। ये एक लंबे समय के बाद बिहार में डबल इंजन की सरकार को मजबूती देने का एक ऐसा लम्हा आया जहां एक तरफ मेरे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सोच तो वहीं मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी के अनुभव का गठजोड़ अगले 5 साल मजबूती से बिहार को विकास की राह पर आगे लेकर जाने का काम करेगा। ऐसे में बिहार की जनता ने एक मजबूत ऐतिहासिक फैसला लेते हुए जो विश्वास इस डबल इंजन की सरकार हमारे एनडीए के गठबंधन पर जताने का काम किया है, मुझे लगता है कि इस एक जवाब ने कई सवालों के ऊपर पूर्ण विराम लगाने का काम किया। जो लोग मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी की स्वास्थ्य को लेकर सवाल उठाते थे, जो लोग पिछले 2 दशक के एनडीए के कार्यकाल को लेकर सवाल उठाते थे, जो लोग जंगल राज के होने ना होने और आज की तारीख में जंगल राज के क्या मायने हैं उस पे सवाल उठाते थे, या जो लोग मेरे प्रधानमंत्री की प्राथमिकता में बिहार कितना है उस पर सवाल उठाते थे, या जो लोग चिराग पासवान के बिहार फर्स्ट बिहारी फर्स्ट पे सवाल उठाते थे, गठबंधन में मेरी भूमिका के ऊपर सवाल उठाते थे कि इसके पास ज्यादा इसको सीटें दे दी गई, इतना ये लोग प्रदर्शन नहीं करेंगे। मुझे लगता है ये एक जवाब ने एक रिजल्ट ने कई प्रश्नों के जवाब देने का काम किया। पर मैं मानता हूं कि अब यहीं से जहां एक तरफ मैं बिहार की जनता का धन्यवाद करता हूं, तो ये कतई संभव मेरे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के बिना नहीं हो सकता था। जिस तरीके से प्रधानमंत्री ने पिछले साल सवा साल में जब से तीसरी बार केंद्र में हमारी सरकार बनी है तब से लेकर अभी तक जिस तरीके से उन्होंने निरंतरता में बिहार आकर बिहारियों को प्राथमिकता में रखकर लाखों करोड़ों की परियोजनाओं को धरातल पर उतारने का काम किया, और जिस तरीके से मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी के नेतृत्व में उन तमाम योजनाओं को धरातल पर उतारा गया। अगर मैं मेरे प्रधानमंत्री के शब्दों में कहूं तो नरेंद्र और नीतीश इस जोड़ी ने एक अपना कमाल करके दिखाया है, और मैं ये मानता हूं कि ये हमारे गठबंधन की ताकत है। शुरू से मैंने कहा था कि 5 दलों का ये गठबंधन एक विनिंग कॉम्बिनेशन है, एक विनिंग अलायंस है। मैंने ये भी कहा था कि 2020 में भी अगर हम लोग एकजुट होते, अगर ये
Prime Minister Modi also taking to social media there. This is his first social media post that he has put out now on X, thanking the people of Bihar for this resounding mandate that has been handed out to the NDA. It is 204 seats where the NDA is now leading. Their best from 2010 was at 206. Whether they can overtake that best tally, that's something that analysts are watching for. But nonetheless, it is a resounding mandate for the NDA, the BJP emerging as the single largest party. And this is what the Prime Minister has now taken to social media, where he says that this is a victory of development, of progress. This is a victory of Nitish Kumar's Sushasan Raj that we have seen in Bihar. That's something that the people of Bihar have reposed faith in, which is why we're seeing the kind of victory that we have seen in Bihar. 203 seats for the NDA. Remember, these are just leads. There's counting still underway in several constituencies across Bihar. We are seeing several seats that have been declared by the Election Commission, but in several seats there are still leads. But the tally there has been steadily above 200 for the NDA. The Prime Minister there too putting out his wishes for BJP Karyakartas, for BJP candidates, for BJP supporters on ground who have reposed their faith in the NDA, in the NDA's politics of progress, of Vikas for Bihar, and the paths that the NDA has laid out for the state for the future. We are going to be seeing the Prime Minister at the BJP headquarters in a short while from now, here in the national capital as well. Aman, my colleague, now joins us, getting us more perspective on this. Aman, the Prime Minister there underlining what he has been saying all along on campaign trail as well, that this is about progress, about development and Vikas Raj in Bihar.
Well, absolutely, Poonam, and the Prime Minister saying Sushashan ki jeet hui hai, Vikas ki jeet hui hai. These are the two major mottos that, the NDA followed during this election, that Mr. Nitish Kumar had run a good government, a stable government, a government which was non-corrupt, which worked for the people. Sushashan Babu, the image of Nitish Kumar. Now, the Prime Minister in his tweet, in a way, saying Sushashan ki jeet hui hai, to complement the way the Nitish Kumar has run the government in Bihar for most of the last 20 years. Also saying Vikas ki jeet hui hai, on which the plan that BJP fought this election, that it had brought development to Bihar, it had brought modern infrastructure to Bihar, be it bridges, be it roads, be it railways, every kind of proper infrastructure had been brought to Bihar because of this double-engine government. The Prime Minister also saying Jan Kalyan ki bhavna ki jeet hui hai. Jan Kalyan, public welfare, the rupees 10,000 scheme for women, which has been the game changer, I feel, in this election for the NDA. The Prime Minister saying these public welfare schemes are the ones which have been appreciated by the government. Also saying Samajik Nyay ki jeet hui hai. Another very important term, because in the complex caste arithmetic of Bihar, social justice often gets a very much high premium. And the Prime Minister saying in a way that the NDA coalition was a rainbow coalition of all castes. It represented every caste and every, in a way, representation from Bihar was done in that particular alliance, and that is why people have given this huge verdict of 200 plus seats to the NDA. The Prime Minister also saying that NDA ke Rajya ne chautarfa vikas kiya, as I said, the development which has been carried out, he said 8 track record and has made the state reach new heights, and that is why the people have given us this record verdict. He's also congratulated all the various NDA allies, be it Chirag Paswan, Upendra Kushwaha, as well as Jitin Ram Manjhi. All of the NDA alliance in a way has worked well in this alliance. Every party has notched up quite a good high strike rate. The BJP leading the way, in fact, with almost a 90% strike rate in these elections. The JDU has almost a 85% strike rate. The two leading parties, Chirag Paswan's party also doing well, winning over 20 seats, leading in almost over 20 seats as per the ECI website so far. And the Prime Minister also thanking every worker of the NDA who's worked tirelessly for the last many months to ensure that this victory comes through. In a couple of hours, about an hour and a half from now, Poonam, we'll see the Prime Minister also at the BJP headquarters to meet the BJP workers, where he will be elaborating on this message that he has put out on the social media.
And that's exactly what the Prime Minister's message has been all along, isn't it, Aman? This tweet that the Prime Minister has put out now, a series of them on social media. The Prime Minister there thanking every single party worker of the BJP. It is the booth level workers that work for the BJP that the Prime Minister has also enthused on multiple occasions on campaign trail. Those are the foot soldiers of the BJP that the Prime Minister is taking out time to thank as well, as far as this resounding victory goes. मैं NDA के प्रत्येक कार्यकर्ता का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, is what the Prime Minister says, जिन्होंने अथक परिश्रम किया है. He's talking about the hard work that has gone on, not just of the BJP candidates or leaders of the BJP, but every single foot soldier at the grassroots level who has worked for the BJP during the BJP's campaign, for the NDA's campaign, to ensure that the NDA returns to power. And Aman, this is exactly what we will be seeing as far as the Prime Minister's address later this evening is concerned as well.
Oh, well, yes, Poonam, that is what we expect. One more important line I want to highlight from his social media message, where he said, हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं ने विपक्ष के हर झूठ का मजबूती से जवाब दिया है. I think he's referring to this entire false campaign, as the Prime Minister is saying, on the SIR by the opposition parties, the entire vote adhikar yatra that was taken out by Rahul Gandhi and Tejashwi Yadav, and Rahul Gandhi kept harping on this SIR issue during the entire election campaign. But look at how the people have answered. The Congress is down to just 4 or 5 seats in this election campaign. The BJP winning 93 to 94 leads as per the ECI website. So while the BJP has notched up a very, very high streak, Congress has dropped to its worst ever performance in Bihar. It shows that the people, the Prime Minister is hinting at, has rejected this wrong campaign, this false campaign of the Congress party. They have completely rejected it. The mandate is not in their favor, and the mandate is totally in the favor of the BJP. That shows that people who came out in large numbers, the historic ever voter turnout, of of nearly 67-68%, which we saw in Bihar. The women of Bihar, in fact, notching up almost a 72% voter turnout this time. I think that the Prime Minister is hinting at has answered those critics who said that the SIR was a major issue in Bihar. The Prime Minister saying हमने हर झूठ का, हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं ने विपक्ष के हर झूठ का मजबूत जवाब दिया है.
Absolutely. Aman, do stay on with us. Arun also joins us. He's joining in from Patna, where it is a festive mood and for all the right reasons. Arun, any senior BJP leaders are present there, or is it just the Karyakartas, the supporters of the BJP celebrating?
Well, see, Poonam, senior BJP leaders, including Vinod Tawade, who's Bihar in charge, and Deputy Chief Minister Samrat Chaudhary, they all are here. In fact, right behind me, there is a stage that you can see. It is being prepared for the address of the senior leaders. We are told that Samrat Chaudhary is going to address BJP workers here, and this is, of course, going to be before the Prime Minister's address in the national capital on this, and also before that Prime Minister Modi has put out that post on social media thanking every worker of the NDA, because it is because of these workers who have really worked, toiled on the ground for this victory, and that's something which they were expecting from Prime Minister Modi, and he has put out that post thanking all of them and also saying that the Vikas development agenda will continue in Bihar. And this is before he's going to speak in Delhi. And on that side, you can see this is the entry gate. It is completely choco-block situation here. Let me quickly go across to a few BJP workers here, especially the women workers of BJP. आप बताइए मैडम, जो ये जीत हुई है भाजपा की, इसमें कहा जा रहा है कि महिलाओं का बहुत बड़ा रोल है, क्योंकि आप लोगों ने वोट भी बड़ी संख्या में दिया है, तो क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
हाँ भैया, यहाँ महिलाओं का तो बहुत ही बड़ी मेहनत है और हम लोगों ने काफी मेहनत किया है और महिलाएं डट के बाहर निकली हैं। मैं गौतम बुद्ध मंडल से मनीषा पाठक।
आप लोगों ने महिलाओं को ज्यादा से ज्यादा वोट देने के लिए क्या कुछ किया, कैसे जो है वो अपनी,
उनको घर घर जाके निकाले हैं, उनको प्रोत्साहित किए हैं कि इस बार हम लोग की जीत निश्चित है।
10,000 वाली जो स्कीम है, 10,000 स्कीम जो बिहार में काफी जिसकी चर्चा चल रही है, वो कितना एक जो है वो कारगर साबित हुई है?
देखिए, एक सीधी सी बात, आपका प्रश्न कुछ भी होगा, जवाब एक ही होगा। यह स्वतः स्फूर्त आंदोलन था। महिलाएं खुद से घर से बाहर निकली, उनका पैरामीटर विकास था, महिलाओं की सुरक्षा थी, महिलाओं की आत्मनिर्भरता थी।
है कि जो आपका वोट बैंक नहीं था, जो शायद महागठबंधन का या आरजेडी का था, उसमें भी आप लोगों ने सेंध लगाई है महिलाओं में या और लोगों में?
देखिए, ये आपके प्रश्न जाल में हम लोग नहीं उलझेंगे। महिलाएं जागरूक हैं और महिलाएं समझ रही हैं कि उन्हें क्या करना है। ये सब जो आपकी भाषा है मीडिया की, उसके लिए जय श्री राम।
अच्छा, आप बताइए कि इन्होंने तो कह दिया कि जाल में नहीं फंसेंगे। आप बताइए कि इतनी बड़ी संख्या में वोट करना महिलाओं को और इतना बड़ा जो है वो नंबर मिलना आप लोगों को, तो कहीं ना कहीं जो महागठबंधन का भी सपोर्ट बेस रहा है, उसमें भी आप लोगों ने डेंट किया है?
बिल्कुल किया है, और महागठबंधन यही हम लोग की तरफ से महिलाओं के लिए बहुत अच्छा काम कर रही है। नीतीश कुमार का सरकार आएगा, मोदी सरकार आएंगे तो बहुत अच्छा काम और भी आगे होगा। जैसे कि आगे आप लोग देख ही रहे हैं कि कितना बड़ा बड़ा काम हुआ है, जो कि आज तक कभी हुआ नहीं।
They're trickling in at the Patna office. We are going to be seeing such similar scenes here in the national capital as well, at the Delhi BJP headquarters, where the Prime Minister is going to be present in about 2 hours' time. But we have more information that's now trickling in. Hectic developments are taking place both in Patna and in the national capital. We're learning that there is a key meeting that's currently underway. JP Nadda, the BJP chief, also Union Minister, is meeting with Union Home Minister Amit Shah. Payal, my colleague, gets us more details on what exactly is transpiring. Over to you, Payal. Payal, if you can hear me. We'll try and reconnect that line with my colleague Payal, but Aman and Arun continue to be with us, getting us more details. Aman, these are on expected lines. The two leaders there meeting in the national capital just ahead of that victory lap that we are going to be seeing at the BJP headquarters.
Well, yes, Payal, our colleague Payal Mehta is bringing that information that Home Minister Amit Shah is now meeting the BJP President JP Nadda. Of course, these meetings are all about also, the way ahead. Now the government formation also has to happen in the next few days. I think there's no doubt, Poonam, that Nitish Kumar will be taking oath as the chief minister again. The deputy chief ministers will hold on to our horses. Who that will be? Will it be again be Samrat Chaudhary, Vijay Verma? We'll have to wait and see what choices the BJP makes. Will the LJP, for example, want a deputy CM post now because it has performed impressively as well in these elections? The HAM has won 6 out of 6 seats that it contested. So I think many parties will now have their claims once the elections are over. Parties like the HAM and Upendra Kushwaha had to settle with much lesser seats than what they had expected, just 6 seats each. But I think the NDA would be one happy family today because they have performed beyond, I think, even their own expectations. We saw top BJP leaders, Mr. Amit Shah, Mr. Rajnath Singh, Mr. JP Nadda tell us during the elections in exclusive interviews that, we'll get 160, 160 plus. But I think even the BJP did not expect that it would be getting 200 plus, NDA would be getting 200 plus seats in this election. Almost a 3/4 majority is, unheard of in Bihar. This is the BJP's perhaps the best performance ever since 2010, when they also got a very big verdict. This election was also special because Chirag Paswan was for the first time part of the alliance. So I think ahead of the big celebration, all the party leaders would be there today.
Absolutely, and Payal, who's getting us that information, is with us in this broadcast as well. Aman, do stay on with us. Payal, we're understanding that there is a key meeting that's currently underway between Union Home Minister and JP Nadda.
Yes, the Home Minister is currently at his residence, and BJP's National President JP Nadda has gone to Amit Shah's residence. The two are having a meeting. I'm sure the phone lines are also being worked around with the other alliance partners, with the fact that they would want to congratulate each and every alliance who is part of this great alliance, or this grand alliance, if I may say so. The BJP well on track, and the NDA alliance well on track to in fact beat the record of 206 seats that they got, earlier as well. And that's something they will actually eye for. But what really happens from here on, because there's no doubt, like Aman was saying, that Nitish Kumar will become the state chief minister, but the other issues also have to be handled very, very carefully, because you do not want any bad blood happening after such a great win as well. So obviously phone lines have been worked. BJP has had a cohesive unit. They fought the election together like a strong unit as well. That's something which is going to be worked out for. The BJP will also want to elect its legislative party leaders, for which the party will have to send central observers. Lot is going to happen. So obviously BJP doesn't want to waste any time, because in the past the opposition has taunted the BJP, saying that the BJP likes to keep everything in its control and does not have state chief ministers really happen so fast. Maharashtra being a classical example, where of course the chief ministerial announcement happened after a week or so, if I remember it correctly as well. So all eyes on the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister is expected to be at the BJP headquarters in an hour or something from now on. What message he gives to the NDA alliance is of great importance, Poonam, because many people had written of this alliance, said that in 2024 Modi's never had the alliance government ever in his life. He won't be able to handle it in Bihar. It's such a complicated state, they will not be able to handle it. But it seems that everything is going just the way the BJP would have liked, and everything is just going the way the NDA alliance would have liked.
Absolutely, and we are awaiting the Prime Minister's arrival at the BJP headquarters. An inkling of what he could be saying has already come in through his message on social media. For the moment though, Payal, thank you so much for getting us the latest here on CNN News 18 all through the day. Ever since we had these leads coming in, ever since on the leaderboard the NDA was making its mark, and how we've been speaking to stakeholders, we've been speaking to candidates from on ground of what this victory means for them. Narasimhan, my colleague, in fact, spoke with musical prodigy and BJP candidate from Alinagar, Maithili Thakur. Listen.
मुझे ऐसा लग रहा था कि हम लोग जीतेंगे, लेकिन ऐसे जीतेंगे ये तो बिल्कुल ये लोगों का प्यार है। और मुझे तो अपने लिए भी ऐसा फील हो रहा था कि मैं इतनी नहीं हूँ, मैं कैसे करूंगी ये सब, लेकिन ऐसा लग रहा है कि लोगों का प्यार जो मैंने ऑन ग्राउंड देखा, और मैं इससे पहले सोशल मीडिया की बहुत बड़ी कंज्यूमर रही हूँ, और सोशल मीडिया पे जो पेड नेगेटिव पीआर करवाते हैं लोग, तो हम लोग भ्रम होता है ना हम लोग को भी कि अरे इतना किसी का विरोध हो रहा है। लेकिन जब ऑन ग्राउंड मैं गई, लोगों से मिली, तो जो नीतीश कुमार जी प्रधानमंत्री जी के लिए जो मैंने प्यार देखा सबके नजर में, सबकी बातों से, तो मैं ये अपनी जो जीत है, तो ये कहीं ना कहीं मैं डेडिकेट करना चाहूंगी एनडीए की जो जीत है। ये अपने जो दोनों वरिष्ठ नेता है जिनके लिए हम लोग को मेहनत ही नहीं करनी पड़ी, अब मुझे वोट मांगने की भी जरूरत नहीं पड़ी, तो ये उन्होंने कमाया है जनता का विश्वास। तो बिल्कुल ये तो मालूम ही था कि हम लोग जीतेंगे, आगे बढ़ेंगे।
Anindya, my colleague, now joins us from the national capital. He's at the BJP headquarters. Anindya, we are going to be seeing the Prime Minister there in just a short while from now. But how BJP leaders, have BJP supporters already started trickling in?
Oh, absolutely. We are at the rear end, and on the front end, actually there is a plethora. There's quite a amount of this, hundreds of them actually, particularly from the Bihari community. They have not only trickling in, they have been coming in large numbers. Some of them with garlands, some of them with dhols. Though due to security concerns, much of them are not allowed with dhols. But definitely with huge numbers, they have started coming in. But of course, as Shivani, you're mentioning, this is a landslide. This is a landslide. This is a tsunami. This is something that much of us didn't expect, but probably something that something BJP leadership expected. That's the difference, and something that probably we need to figure out that what probably figured in. That went for the BJP, that went for the NDA, that actually walked tremendously well, and probably in the days to come we will figure in. But some of already we can say that particularly the dig of Rahul Gandhi at Chhat Puja, that went against the entire Mahagathbandhan. The vote deficit, the democracy deficit that he tried to create with the whole vote chori that went against
clearly that doesn't seem to have resonated on ground, which is what we are seeing as far as the results go today as well. For the moment, thank you so much for getting us the latest on that front. We'll of course keep coming back to you and try and get more voices of BJP supporters, BJP leaders who've gathered there. This is a moment to celebrate. 204 leads for the NDA. Many of the seats have been declared, but some counting is still underway across the state of Bihar. We'll keep a track of that and every single development that comes in from Patna here on CNN News 18. For now though, it's time for a quick break.
Though the JDU and BJP campaign were distinctive in their own ways, they were not pulling in opposite directions.
Yes. Congress has opened its account. 6 out of the 9 leads that they have.
The big parties, BJP, JDU and the RJD are all pulling their weight.
But I think it's about the theme of the centre and the states working together.
You see, Bihar has moved away from violence.
I'm only worried about what Prashant Kishor said once. He doesn't want to be chief minister, but he wouldn't mind being kingmaker.
The JDU doing well in the eastern part of the state. It's doing well in the northern part of the state.
And Tejashwi, I suppose, has lost his novelty value.
And it was all Nitish all the way. So from 83 to 1,18,000, 1,14,000. That's where the numbers are. Viewers, thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Rahul Gandhi was sort of
Rahul Gandhi
part-time.
disappeared for 2 months.
Now,
he disappeared for
eventually
2 months.
the people want to see who they're voting for, and if you have no message, no presence, then guess what? There's no vote.
ये लड़ाई बीजेपी, कांग्रेस, आरजेडी, जेडीयू की नहीं रही। अब ये लड़ाई सीधा सीधा ज्ञानेश कुमार गुप्ता और भारत की जनता की लड़ाई।
नीतीश कुमार मुख्यमंत्री के पद की बागडोर संभालने जा रहे हैं।
In these 124 constituencies, the women have outvoted the men by 10%.
Wow. The opposition alliance, they didn't get the chemistry of the alliance right at all.
They just come out with SIR.
Well,
I mean, it's like teaching the people what to do.
Congress 18% strike rate, out of the game at halfway.
Thank you so much for staying with us here on CNN News 18. We're talking about NDA's big victory in Bihar. It is 204 on the leaderboard. The BJP emerging as the single largest party with 92 seats. Several seats, the counting is still on in several constituencies. Most of these have been declared, but several of them are still in the region or in the region of being just leads. But as of now, that's where the number stands, 204 for the NDA. It is a bad day, a forgettable one at that. Definitely for Prashant Kishor, whose political debut for his party seems to have been a damn squib, no impact whatsoever. As far as the India bloc goes, their numbers too are the worst perhaps in history, both for the RJD and for the Congress party. So what exactly is it that drove the NDA towards this landslide victory? There are several reasons, several things done right, both by the JDU, by the BJP, and of course Nitish Kumar as the Chief Minister of the state. One big impact, one big welfare scheme that had an impact on the NDA's chances, which ended up in their resounding victory, is this cash transfer. That's something that seems to have neutralized the anti-incumbency against Nitish Kumar since he has been in power for almost 2 decades.
बिहार में उन्होंने जनादेश तक का अपमान करने में कसर नहीं कि ये कहने लग गए कि कहीं ना कहीं दर्शाता है कि अपने घटक दलों को सम्मान नहीं दे रहा था। दूसरी तरफ तो सबका समावेश करके आगे बढ़ने का नहीं था। जनता ने पूरी तरीके से की सरकार पे अपना विश्वास।
राष्ट्रीय पार्टियों की अगर हम बात करें तो राहुल गांधी लगातार दौरा करते रहे, सोचा भी शायद नहीं होगा कि इतनी कम सीट आएंगी।
राहुल जी का आना बड़ा नुकसान कर गया। जिस तरीके से उन्होंने शब्दों की मर्यादा को काम किया, पहले चौकीदार चोर है, अब ये नैरेटिव गणना की वोट चोरी हो रही है। संस्कारी लोग हैं बिहारी, नहीं इन सब बातों को पसंद करते हैं। ऐसे में उनका ये तक कहना कि प्रधानमंत्री तो वोट के लिए किसी भी मंच पे नाचने लग जाएंगे, उनकी मां को लेकर उन्हें गाली देना, जिस तरीके से राहुल जी ने शब्दों की मर्यादा को तार तार करते हुए और जिस तरीके से गठबंधन के भीतर एक वर्चस्व की लड़ाई, मुझे पहले उप मुख्यमंत्री घोषित करो तो मैं गठबंधन में, मुझे इतनी सीटें दो तो मैं गठबंधन में, मुझे लगता है इन तमाम चीज़ों ने कोलैप्स करने का काम किया है महागठबंधन का।
आप पे एक हमेशा लगते थे कि 100% स्ट्राइक रेट चिराग पासवान का रहा है, विधानसभा में चिराग जादू नहीं चलेगा, चल गया जादू।
चल गया जादू, आप भी इस बात की गवाह हैं। 4, 5, 6, 7 अगर बहुत होगा तो वही 7 सीटें।
डबल डिजिट का तो कोई बोल ही नहीं रहा।
डबल डिजिट कोई मान ही नहीं रहा था कि मैं मेरी पार्टी पार कर पाएंगे। बट मेरा विश्वास, मैंने हमेशा कहा है कि मैं सर्वेश से ज़्यादा अपनी मेहनत पे मैं विश्वास रखता हूँ और मुझे ये विश्वास था कि हमारी मेहनत ना सिर्फ मेरी पार्टी का प्रदर्शन अच्छा रहेगा बल्कि गठबंधन का भी प्रदर्शन बेहतरीन रहेगा। और अब इससे खूबसूरत क्या, जिस मेहनत, जिस मजबूती के साथ हम लोग सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं, बट दिस कम्स विद अ लॉट ऑफ रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑल्सो। अब जिम्मेदारी हम लोग के कंधे पर है कि जनता से जो वादे किए और उनको जो विश्वास दिलाया, अगले 5 सालों पे उस पर खरा उतरना है।
चिराग तले लोग कहते कि अंधेरा रहता है, लेकिन जहां चिराग है वहां सिर्फ रोशनी ही रोशनी नजर आ रही है। सरकार बन गई है एनडीए की। चिराग पासवान के कितने मंत्री इस बार रहने वाले हैं? क्योंकि ऐसा एक ऐसी पार्टी जिसके विधानसभा में एक भी सीट नहीं थी, अब वो सिर्फ 29 सीट उन्हें मिली नहीं बल्कि प्रचंड जीत के साथ बिहार में सरकार बना रहे हैं।
देखिए, मुझे लगता है अब ये गठबंधन की मर्यादाओं वाले सवाल हैं। एक बार गठबंधन के भीतर हम लोग बैठेंगे, कौन कितने मंत्री, किसकी क्या भूमिका सरकार में रहेगी, इन तमाम विषयों को, कब हमारी सरकार शपथ लेगी, इन तमाम विषयों को मुझे लगता है 1 से 2 दिन में सहमति
डिप्टी सीएम का कुछ है?
जैसा मैंने कहा कि ये सारी बातें अब गठबंधन के भीतर, मैंने कभी भी गठबंधन की मर्यादाओं को तोड़ा नहीं। सीटों की संख्या की बात हो, उनके चयन की बात हो, प्रत्याशी की बात हो, जब तक गठबंधन के भीतर तय नहीं होती, मैंने कभी सार्वजनिक मंचों पे बोला नहीं। पर मुझे लगता है कि मैटर ऑफ टाइम है, इसको जल्दी गठबंधन के भीतर सुलझा लिया जाएगा एंड हमेशा की तरह आपको जरूर पहले जानकारी दी जाएगी।
एक महत्वपूर्ण सवाल, आखिरी महत्वपूर्ण सवाल, जहां भी आपकी सभा में आपके साथ गई, चिराग पासवान को लोग सीएम कैंडिडेट के तौर पर खासकर आपके कार्यकर्ता देख रहे थे। 25 में आपने कह दिया मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार ही बनेंगे, इस पर अभी कायम है आप?
बिल्कुल 100% मैं मानता हूं कि मुख्यमंत्री जी एक बार फिर से मुख्यमंत्री पद की शपथ लेंगे और साथ ही में अब एक अगले पड़ाव की ओर हम लोग अग्रसर होंगे। बिहार को विकसित राज्य बनाना, बिहार को फर्स्ट और बिहारियों को फर्स्ट बनाना।
अपना सवाल पूरा कर लूं, इस बार मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार रहेंगे। 2030, 2035, 30 से चिराग पासवान आ रहे हैं फुल फ्लेज में, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से परफॉर्मेंस रहा है अब संभावना और ज्यादा हो गई है।
बिल्कुल 30 से पूरी फुल फ्लेज भूमिका में आप मुझे देखेंगे। 25 का चुनाव में नहीं लड़ पाया बिहार विधानसभा का, इस बात की थोड़ी सी मलाल है मुझे, बट मैं मानता हूं कि 2030 में मैं ज़रूर लड़ूंगा। हैविंग सेड दैट, उससे पहले एक और बड़ा पड़ाव है 2029, मेरे प्रधानमंत्री को 4थी बार देश का प्रधानमंत्री बनाना।
अपनी माँ को सब कुछ लौटा दिया, आज एक बड़ी खुशी दी है आपने। बिल्कुल जिस तरीके से आपके पापा लड़कर आए थे, चुनाव जीत कर आए थे, आज आपने वो भी खुशी लौटा दी।
बिल्कुल, मैं मानता हूं कि पापा जहां कहीं होंगे वो बहुत खुश होंगे। माँ ज़रूर बहुत खुश हैं। माँ ने भी उतना ही संघर्ष देखा मेरे साथ जितना संघर्ष मैंने किया, तो मैं मानता हूँ कि उनके चेहरे पे ये मुस्कुराहट देखकर जितना मैं खुश हूँ उतने पापा भी खुश होंगे।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और बहुत बहुत बधाई आपको।
थैंक यू, थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
केंद्रीय राष्ट्रीय लोक जनशक्ति पार्टी रामविलास के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हैं, साफ तौर पे कह रहे हैं ये जीत प्रचंड है और पीएम नरेंद्र मोदी जिस तरीके से वो देश को आगे ले जा रहे हैं, यही वजह है कितनी बड़ी जीत हुई है। और ये सिर्फ एनडीए की जीत नहीं, ये बिहार की जीत है। कैमरामैन राहुल के साथ विनीता मिश्रा, न्यूज़ 18 पटना।
Union Minister and Chief of the LJP, Ramvilas Chirag Paswan there after greeting supporters of the LJP from his residence, speaking with News 18 exclusively, talking about not just what this victory means for his party and for the NDA, but what the future is going to look like for the state of Bihar. Come next election, he does vie for a greater role at the state level, but I will be a loyal soldier of Prime Minister Modi and of the NDA is a clear message that Chirag Paswan has now sent out. Also talking about the performance that LJP's candidates have shown. Several negotiations later, there were many criticisms that came to the fore for Chirag Paswan of the number of seats that he was asking for, the number of seats that he bargained for in the alliance. 29 seats is what the LJP got in the alliance, 29 seats is what they fought on. 20 is where the tally stands at the moment for the LJP. Not only has he delivered on what he asked for, he's delivered in a resounding manner. That's something that is going down the history books for the LJP. From the last election when he was not a part of the NDA, just at 1 seat in Bihar, to now in 2025 as part of the NDA family, fighting on 29 seats, securing victory on at least 20 of them at the moment. Arun, my colleague, joins us. He's live reporting from Patna, from outside the BJP office, where we are seeing a celebratory mode. Several senior BJP leaders are going to be there. We're expecting a word from those BJP leaders as well. Arun, in a short while from now?
Well, that's right. There is a program, a Thanksgiving kind of a program for all the BJP workers here at party headquarters. Remember that they've been here, the workers of the BJP have been here since morning, and therefore now we are seeing that Vinod Tavde, Nityanand Rai, Samrat Chaudhary, they all are there on the stage and thanking those people for their efforts which has been put in on the ground by BJP workers. And we just heard that reaction of Chirag Paswan. He was very enthusiastic, very happy with the victory, and the entire NDA. If you see the performance of the the NDA, that's something which is historic, whether it is BJP's performance, JDU's performance, HM's performance, or Chirag Paswan's performance. So everyone is happy.
Absolutely.
And we've been
Every
speaking,
single
Poonam,
partner
to
of the
various
NDA alliance has delivered on every seat that they fought on. The tally for the NDA is at the moment over 200. Leads are still trickling in. Counting is still underway in several constituencies across Bihar. CNN News 18 is going to be the destination where you are going to be seeing that final tally for the very first time. And we'll keep a track of all that's happening both here in the national capital and in the capital of Bihar in Patna. For now, though, it's time for a quick break. Welcome back. It's verdict day for Bihar. It's a resounding victory for the NDA. 205 on the leaderboard, 93 for the BJP, it being the single largest party. Maithili Thakur, at the age of 25, winning her first electoral battle. She was contesting on a BJP ticket from Alinagar. She has now won with over 12,000 votes, is what we're given to understand. Relief coming in for the RJD leader as well, Tejashwi Yadav, the CM aspirant. Those aspirations, of course, are not going to come true, given that the India bloc has settled at only 32. But Tejashwi Yadav also winning his seat, the family bastion of Raghopur in Bihar. We are seeing several such leads coming in, several victories being declared of leaders across, candidates across parties. But the leaderboard that you see on your screens is what the final tally may look like, barring a number here or there. 206 for the NDA, 94 for the BJP. Out of that, it's the single largest party. It has
Chief Minister, the kind of belief the people of my state had in this double engine ki sarkar, and also adding a little X factor of Bihar first, Bihari first.
Bihar first, Bihari first. Anand, any question that you have for Mr. Paswan?
Congratulations on a fantastic victory. My question to you is,
Thank you, Anand bhai, so much.
What is next for you? What is next for you? Do you miss not contesting this election?
Well, next is to fulfill the hope and the belief of the people of Bihar, you know, that they have showered on us. It comes with a huge responsibility. This mandate is not an easy mandate. So, of course, we have a lot of responsibility to fulfill, and I'm extremely confident the kind of experience that my current Chief Minister is having. So, under his leadership, our next government will fulfill all the dreams and the hopes of the people of my state.
Okay.
I had the
all hopes will be completed. Anything else?
Yeah, I had the pleasure of meeting Ram Vilas ji in the past. I have immense respect for him. This must be to your father. He must be very proud wherever he is. You've gone through your own struggles.
Your father must be really proud wherever he is.
I'm sure. And that's such a relief. I can't even tell you. That is so satisfying. And I'm sure wherever he is, it's only because of his blessings. And I'm sure that he'll be very happy.
What about you? What are your plans?
Anand, anything?
No. Does he have plans to contest in Bihar? We hear that he's going to come in full force in 2030.
Anand is asking whether you will come back full-fledged for the next election. What are your Bihar plans?
Oh yes, of course. Next time in 2013, I really want to be more focused in my state. I wanted to contest this time itself, 2025 Vidhan Sabha election I wanted to contest, but because of XYZ reason, I couldn't because the time was really short. But then 2030, I'm coming in full-fledgedly.
I have to ask you this. Out of 29, the kind of strike rate that you've had, did you expect it? Did you think you will?
I did. Of course I did. I manifested it. Oh yes, of course.
One final question, Arunima. One final question, Arunima. Just want to know. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, is he now unshakable? Has the Bihar voter also compensated for Lok Sabha 2024?
Unshakable after this election?
Absolutely. And we have a long way to go. 2029 also, 4-time my Prime Minister will be becoming the Prime Minister of this country in 2029 again.
Thank you so much.
Will LJP push for a deputy CM? Will LJP push for a deputy CM?
Away, Anand. He's really running away. I tried putting that question to him, but he's being swarmed with reporters, and he's just told us and our viewers that he's going to come back with more time. But today his karyakartas want more time with Chirag Paswan.
Right, yes. So congratulations to him and the Lok Janshakti Party. Big comeback after trials and tribulations for them. Won the last time around, 21 already out of 28, and they could improve on that tally. Phenomenal performance overall. Arunima, thanks for getting that. Back to you, Poonam.
Thank you so much for that, Anand, and Arunima for that conversation. It is a celebratory mode in Patna for all parties involved as far as the NDA camp goes. The BJP, the JDU, the LJP, they're all in celebratory mode across their party offices. In fact, Arunima, my colleague, was, before speaking to Chirag Paswan, was at the JDU's office, and this is what the mood looked like there.
Outside JDU office, we showed you the shank, the dhol, tasha and the crackers. Now even the laddus are out. Laddu already खिला रहे, अभी तो फैसला पूरा आया नहीं है.
देखिए, बिहार की जनता हर जगह दिवाली बिहार की जनता जला रही है. हर घर में लड्डू बट रहे हैं. नीतीश कुमार जी की जितनी महिलाएं हैं, जितनी विद्यार्थी हैं, जितने लोग हैं, सब कार्यक्रम के कारण सबके घर में लड्डू और अनेक अनेक मिठाइयाँ बट रही है। हम लोग तो पार्टी कार्यकर्ता हैं, सब लोग बट रहे हैं। बिहार के प्रत्येक घर में मिठाई बट रही है।
अच्छा, तो जिस हिसाब से चुनाव के रिजल्ट आ रहे हैं, सड़क के दूसरी तरफ ही आरजेडी का दफ्तर है, इधर लड्डू है और उधर।
देखिए, हमारे यहाँ बिहार के सब लोग लालू जी के शासन को भी देखा, राबड़ी जी के शासन को भी देखा और हमारे नीतीश कुमार मुख्यमंत्री जी का भी शासन को देखा।
1 घंटा का माहौल यहाँ देखिए, 1 घंटा में यहाँ माहौल दशहरा वाला हो जाएगा, दीपावली वाला हो जाएगा।
तो 1 घंटे में यहाँ पे माहौल दीपावली दशहरा वाला हो जाएगा। लड्डू एक दूसरे को भी खिला रहे हैं। दे आर ऑल रेडी टू सेलिब्रेट दिवाली वंस अगेन एट द JDU ऑफिस हियर इन बिहार।
NDA has already got the initial lead in the counting, and workers of BJP are celebrating in different ways. And this is a unique way in which we are seeing a Modi Rath has been made, and a BJP worker is the one who's leading it. Let's speak to them and find out the unique way of celebration. क्या नाम है आपका?
फूल सिंह।
फूल सिंह जी, ये जो आपका रथ है, ये सड़क पे सबसे ज्यादा लोगों को अट्रैक्ट कर रहा है। सबसे पहले तो इसके पीछे का वजह क्या है और कहाँ जा रहा है रथ ये?
आपको भाई साहब पता है, ये रथ अट्रैक्ट नहीं कर रहा है। ये रथ पे जो महामानव बैठा है, हमारे भगवान, ये पूरी दुनिया को अट्रैक्ट कर रहा है।
इसमें JDU और गठबंधन की पूरी है।
अरे भाई साहब, हम तो अपने भगवान की बात करेंगे ना। हमने जिसको भगवान माना है, हमने बार बार लोगों को सालों से हमने तो मंदिर बना दिया महाराष्ट्र में मोदी जी का।
कहाँ से चला है और कहाँ की तरफ जा रहा है?
ये रथ तो पूरे नॉर्थ बिहार घूम के आया है, आज पटना घूमेगा, अब फिर निकलेंगे हम बंगाल की तरफ है। देखिए ये जो है ना, ऐसे मुरट्ठा बांधेंगे और इस बार बंगाल भी हमारा ही होने वाला है। ऐसे
गुनगुना दीजिए, इसी पे कुछ गा दीजिए।
देखिए, हम तो उसके लिए बराबर गाते थे, ये तेजस्वी के लिए, कि फिर वही चौराहे होंगे, अरे प्यासे आंख उठाए होंगे, सपनों की भी बातें होंगी, मीठी मीठी रातें होंगी, मालाएं पहनानी होगी, फिर ताली बजवानी होगी। हर गांव में जाके कहते थे कि आने वाला है जुआरी, तेरे गांव में जनता थी चिंता की मारी, मेरे गांव में। तेजस्वी जी बहुत जाल फेंके, खूब लोभ दिए। हम तो बार बार गांव में जाके बोलते थे, शिकारी आएगा, जाल बिछाएगा, दाना डालेगा नौकरी देने के नाम पे, उसमें फंसना नहीं। और वही हुआ। देखिए, आज भोलेनाथ की ऐसी कृपा हुई कि बम बम हो गया।
I would want my camera person to just show a glimpse of this Rath. You also have Prime Minister's photo on the backside, and he seems to be an ardent fan and supporter of Prime Minister. You can see this photograph. In fact, he has that card shot that he has made in his around his neck.
सबसे पहले तो मैं बिहार की जनता, सभी भाइयों बहनों और मतदाताओं का हृदय से आभार, जिन्होंने जंगल राज पर भरोसा नहीं जताया, जंगल राज से बिहार को दूर रखने के लिए मतदान किए, और बिहार के विकास पर जिन्होंने मतदान किया, और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के उस सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास के महामंत्र को बिहार के लोगों ने अपनाया।
नीतीश बाबू को भी काफी समर्थन मिला है, बिहार की महिलाओं ने भी बढ़ चढ़ के वोट दिया है। नित्यानंद राय जी,
बिल्कुल, बिहार में हमारी माताएं बहनें बढ़ चढ़ कर वोट की है, मतदान की है, और यह साबित हुआ है कि बिहार की हमारी बहनें बहुत आगे बढ़ चढ़कर मतदान में भाग लेकर एनडीए को प्रचंड बहुमत दिलाने में बहुत सहयोग की है। उनको हृदय से आभार।
160 का लक्ष्य था।
प्रधानमंत्री जी के अन्य 3 स्तंभ, एक तो महिला है ही, गरीब, युवा और किसान, सभी उनके विकसित भारत के स्तंभों ने सब मिलकर प्रचंड बहुमत एनडीए को दिलाई है। भरोसा हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, जो गरीबों के मसीहा है, विकास के भगीरथ है, दुनिया के सबसे लोकप्रिय नेता है और जो भारत के कर्मयोगी प्रधानमंत्री है, उन पर भरोसा, एनडीए के सभी साथियों पर भरोसा बिहार की जनता दिखाई।
160 का अनुमान था, लक्ष्य था। नित्यानंद राय जी, अंतिम प्रश्न 200 टच करने वाले हैं, ये तो अप्रत्याशित है। नित्यानंद राय जी, एक अंतिम प्रश्न,
थोड़ा सा
नहीं, अंतिम प्रश्न आपसे। 160 का लक्ष्य था एनडीए का, 200 टच करने वाले हैं, इसके लिए आप बिहार वासियों के लिए क्या वादे करेंगे?
हाँ, बिहार वासियों के साथ जो भी वादा एनडीए की है, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी किए हैं, सब वादा हम सब मिलकर पूरा करेंगे। पांडव दल।
It's celebratory mode for the BJP, both in Patna and in the national capital. These visuals coming in from the BJP headquarters here in Delhi, where the Prime Minister is expected in just a short while from now. Senior BJP leaders, BJP karyakartas, foot soldiers of the BJP already present at the BJP headquarters to celebrate this resounding mandate that Bihar has handed out to the NDA. The BJP is the single largest party at the moment in Bihar. 206 is where the leaderboard is at currently for the NDA, with 94 for the BJP. Prime Minister Modi is expected to arrive there in about an hour's time. Several senior leaders are already there. We are given to understand. Payal is now with us. She's reporting from the BJP headquarters. Payal, what's the mood like? When are we expecting the Prime Minister?
Well, the Prime Minister is expected to come sometime very, very soon is what we are given to understand. But look at the mahal at the BJP headquarters. There are of course posters over here that people are carrying of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The posters they are carrying in terms of celebrating the success. So young, old, all extremely excited as far as this win is concerned. It's a massive win. It's a landslide win. Probably one of the highest that Bihar is seen. As well as me speak to some of the supporters. आप प्रधानमंत्री को सुन रहे हैं, प्रधानमंत्री क्या बोलेंगे आज?
देखिए, इतनी बड़ी जीत जो किसी मीडिया को, किसी को जोश में नहीं पता था कि ऐसा ये होगा, वो करिश्मा है मोदी जी का, अमित शाह जी का और नीतीश जी का और काम का।
आप मुझे एक चीज बताइए बहन जी, आप बात करिए किसी से, पर ये इलेक्शन है, इसमें महिलाओं का रोल बहुत अहम रहा, इसको आप किस तरह से देखते हैं?
ये महिलाओं की तरफ से तेजस्वी यादव के मुंह पे तमाचा है और ये बताया गया है कि जिस तरीके से उसने उनके बच्चों और पति की जिंदगी, उनका परिवार बिगाड़ा था, बर्बाद किया था गुंडा राज के थ्रू, वो सबका खात्मा हुआ और न्याय की जीत हुई। सच।
आप क्या कहना चाहें, कहाँ से आए हैं?
हम बिहार से तो आई हैं और ऑलरेडी दिल्ली में रहते हैं हम। और बाकी देखिए, ये
बिहार के मन में काबा
तो नहीं है, काबा कैसे रहेगा?
मोदी बा नीतीश बा।
हाँ, मोदी और नीतीश का दोनों का बहुत बढ़िया संगठन रहा और नीतीश का
बिहार में बहार बा और मोदी की चमकार बा।
बिल्कुल है सर, मोदी और
yes, excited supporters over here waiting for the Prime Minister to really come.
Seeing so many of them trickle in, several senior leaders of the BJP there also reaching, awaiting the Prime Minister's arrival. Sorry to cut you off there, Payal. We'll keep coming back to you though. I do have to wrap up here on this edition, but this broadcast of verdict day in Bihar of NDA's resounding victory and what comes next will go on here on CNN News 18. In fact, my colleague Shivani Gupta joins you next from Patna.
बिहार को अब विकास चाहिए, अपने बच्चों को और अपना भविष्य चाहिए। बिहार को अब जंगल राज नहीं चाहिए।
चल रही है जो चीज, इसको भी स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा।
बिहार की जनता अमन, चैन, शांति के लिए वोट दिया है।
Welcome everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching a special edition of Plain Speak from Patna. I'm Shivani Gupta and we're joining you from the Bihar Legislative Assembly getting you not just the sights and sounds of how decked up the new Bihar Legislative Assembly is going to be, but it is going to be a historic one as well, because the NDA, the BJP JDU combined, or the Pandavs of the NDA, are scripting history. The numbers are still going up and down a little bit, but it could well be a record performance by them, overturning their own previous record from earlier years. But first up, speaking about this record performance, I want to go across to former Union Minister and senior BJP leader Prakash Javadekar, who's joining us. Prakash Javadekar, nobody saw this coming. How did you describe the numbers that have come in for the NDA today?
See, people want good governance. This is a positive mandate. And this is more important, a mandate for governance. Because now people value governance and they want the results. And therefore, this is a very positive mandate, a pro-incumbency, and that is what is going on.
So a lot of people have been raising this question that BJP,
one is democracy.
BJP opposed reveries, so as to say reveries, but in this election, in Madhya Pradesh, in previous state elections, you've been giving out these cash doles for women particularly, and those elections, those doles are turning it around for you. So is this really for good governance per se, Prakash Javadekar? That's a question many are asking, or is this a new model, a fiscal model that has emerged, which even the BJP cannot deny is getting its state victories?
Which has brought us this victory. It is 20 years of Nitish and 12 years of now Modi ji, who has delivered all benefits without any leakage in their bank accounts. So people are happy. People have got houses, people have got toilets, people have got tap water, people have got everything what they wanted, Jan Dhan account, and now DBT is reached 43 lakh crore rupees have gone directly to benefit the poor and farmers. So this is what it is happening. And therefore, people are happy for performance.
But is this...
And they voted for that only. They want good governance, they don't want jungle raj, they don't want...
Is this sustainable though? Is in every election, are people going to be given 10,000 rupees, etc.? If you are doing it, other governments will also start doing it?
No. Still, many governments, the state governments can decide their programs. But if somebody thinks that it is election strategy, that is wrong. And it will be actually a very important signage is that they will definitely convert this, the victory, into a permanent victory for BJP. And this is for the first time we are seeing that there is no anti-incumbency, there is pro-incumbency. And that is why it's a Modi magic, it's a Nitish magic, and it's Sangathan magic. All three are important, and that is what all three work together. And Tejashwi and Rahul Gandhi, they are not even part-time politicians. And therefore, people don't take them seriously. In COVID, they were nowhere. It was only BJP. And therefore, people want Modi ji to rule the country and now states also. Bihar, we are ruling, and now we are ruling again. But the way Delhi, Haryana, Maharashtra, and now Bihar, this is a straightforward win for BJP and its allies. So I'm very confident that this
BJP is making up extremely well from whatever scare it got in 2024. But I also want to ask you about Congress, because in many ways Bihar has become Congress Mukt Bihar. It has been BJP's aim to make it Congress Mukt Bharat, but at least it has succeeded in making it Congress Mukt Bihar.
Thinking process मुक्त कांग्रेस हो गया है. they don't understand what leader is talking, and he doesn't take into confidence to anybody, and people still follow because they think that the ultimate weapon we have is dynasty. But dynasty is gone now, and this is the message, and it has a long-term effect. It is more important is it will resonate in West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, and Kerala also in April, because their assembly elections are that time. Assam we already have, but these three states, you will get the impact of these election results.
Yes, yes. Just stay with me, Prakash Javadekar. I've also joined with Avishkar Singhvi, lawyer and political analyst, leans towards the Congress party, son of Abhishek Manu Singhvi as well. Let me just take his reaction on what you said about Congress. That Congress is thinking Mukt Congress. They are only depending on dynasty, only on one leader, Rahul Gandhi, under whom you've lost election after election and not learning. Avishkar?
Shivani, I don't really agree with your description and your question with regard to my profile, but I'll anyway, answer on the larger issue of the election results. I think it is clearly a decimation, and it is unprecedented. BJP and its allies have defied anti-incumbency. I would just say that what are the factors, in terms of analyzing the factors that have led to this landslide victory. It's clear that I think there were issues with regard to breaking the Muslim vote, with regard to the women coming out in huge numbers and voting, as you've already highlighted. The other issues that were there were, the Yadav vote and how they have voted, whether they have voted together. These will all remain to be analyzed in the days to come. But the exit polls, we must know that have got it horribly wrong once again, and that is something we should also note. And they've got it wrong in the opposite direction this time. None of the exit polls had predicted this number for anybody. What steps the parties take and what steps the Congress takes after due introspection and after looking at this loss with regard to whether they challenge the the election in the fundamentals or not is remains to be seen. And I would also say that these issues that you highlighted with giving 1,000 rupees or 10,000 rupees to women, these are issues which the Election Commission ought to have stepped in. But I mean, all in all, nobody could have predicted these numbers. Everyone thought 90 or 100 was the
Congress governments were announcing their guarantee after guarantee. Nobody said this when the Aam Aadmi Party ran on quote-unquote freebies for 10 years in the national capital. Now you want the EC to step in. And I'm all for it. We've been discussing it, that there has to be some sort of fiscal responsibility showed when it comes to making promises. But look at the promises that the Mahagathbandhan made this time around. There was no fiscal responsibility or even fiscal common sense there. Let me also bring in our other guests who are joining us. Siddharth Yadav, spokesperson of the BJP. I'm joined by Rahul Verma, senior fellow of CPR. And also with me here in Patna is Avinash Paswan, spokesperson of the JDU. Nikul Patel, leader of the Congress party, is also joining us, and we'll be joined with some more guests as well. Rahul, I want to bring you in. How do you describe, if you wanted to write the headline of this election, what happened here? Why did nobody see this coming? One, as Avishkar said, even if the trends were right, nobody saw 200 par. What happened here and why?
So I think if I have to write one line sort of like thing, it's a perfect storm that gained momentum as the campaign progressed. Now, why could people not see? I think I had heard from various people on the ground that NDA victory could be much bigger than what actually exit polls are predicting. And even I had put this on Twitter, given the numbers, the seat translation could be much, much higher. And especially because sometimes pollsters don't have gender breakup of turnout when they put the numbers, and once you put the gender weightage in your forecast, this could have gone much bigger. But even then they could be off by some point. See, I think given the nature of polls in India, by and large, if you get the direction right and if you get some sort of like gap between the winner and runner-up, I think that should be our sort of like expectations from poll. Anything beyond that is just setting up unrealistic expectations. Now, why I said it's a perfect storm. See, NDA started with a bigger social coalition to begin with. If you think of like the four parties that are part of the NDA, they bring different social blocks together. Second, I think their alliance arithmetic worked well compared to MGB, where MGB till the last minute was not able to decide its candidate. On 11 seats, they had friendly fight. Nothing of that sort happened within the NDA. The third, if you think of the top two leaders of each side, on one hand you have Narendra Modi and Nitish Kumar, on the other hand you have Rahul Gandhi and Tejashwi Yadav. Now, Modi plus Nitish brings years of both political experience as well as governance experience. So comparatively, they also had a leadership advantage. Fourth, I think the schemes might have like these 10,000 rupees or other kinds of schemes that have happened in the past, especially like in the run-up to election, might have blunted some kind of anti-incumbency that was building in. And in my view, opposition towards the last sort of like thrown its hat in the ring rather than sort of like fighting with the NDA. They seem to be sort of like setting their own house in order. So I think all of these factors combined together created a kind of a perfect storm in favor of NDA, what we are seeing today.
Yes, and then you have that whole female factor. You have, the jungle Raj optics hanging over as far as the electorate is concerned. Let me bring in Mr. Paswan here, Avinash Paswan. If I have to ask you, JDU has performed so well, and a lot of this election was about Nitish Kumar. According to you, what is that one big reason that these results have become reality today for JDU and BJP?
See, the one big reason is that we have a continuous good governance that we have started right from 2005. And more to that is the inclusive development that we have started, and especially the welfare schemes that we have started for women, basically. So right from the reservation that we have provided women in, 35% reservation in government jobs, also 50% reservation in panchayatis, and also most strikingly is the Jivika Yojana that we launched, which was also appreciated by the World Bank. For that matter, if you see, and recently, though people might say that we have provided freebies in the form of 10,000 rupees that we have given in the form of...
You bought votes. It's not just freebies. People allege that doing it so close to the Model Code of Conduct announcement was literally like buying votes.
So, but I have a different opinion. Reason being that is not a freebie or we did not provide the money to the women just for, in air. Rather, we also asked them to invest this money into the market to generate a smaller, employment for themselves, so that this money can multiply itself into the market, so that it can, come bigger into the economy.
No,
and we cannot deny the fact that, the informal economy that we have in India or also around the world plays a major role, though it is not counted
in the organized economy.
Yes,
Anukriti, spokesperson of Jan Suraj, is also joining us. But Siddharth Yadav, I want to come to you first up. The Prime Minister is all set to come to the BJP headquarters. What everybody is talking about is that after the 2024 elections, we've seen Maharashtra, Haryana, Delhi, and now Bihar. And it's not just NDA wins or BJP wins. These are sweeping wins that the BJP is getting. Is it because you feel your supporters let you down in 2024 and now they're making up for it? Do you think that effect is playing out?
No, Shivani, I think there can be multiple reasons for such consecutive wins, but one reason which is consistent is the performance of the NDA, the performance of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and the growing love for Prime Minister Modi. One thing that BJP and NDA has established in the politics of our country is the factor of pro-incumbency. And I say this, I come from a place where if this has to be analyzed, you would see that Congress party in the last 15 years has not repeated a government wherever they won in any state or for the matter in the center. Rather, when you compare that with the BJP or the NDA, we are consecutively winning. We are winning Haryana from 2014, we are winning Gujarat from a long time, we are winning Bihar from 2005, we are winning Madhya Pradesh from long back. So when we perform in a matter where we deliver the promises that we make, we deliver on the actions that we want, and we touch the lives of the people of wherever we are working, I think that impacts on the results. Number two, if Bihar analysis has to be done, one thing that you would see, Shivani, is that Bihar has broken the shackles of caste, Bihar has broken the shackles of creed. All people coming from all castes, all creeds, coming from all religions have voted for Bharatiya Janata Party and NDA. People coming from all classes have voted for the Bharatiya Janata Party and NDA.
I have a counter question to that, but these are also visuals coming in from the BJP headquarters. JP Nadda, BJP President, Home Minister Amit Shah, who was very keenly involved in the Bihar elections. He is in most elections, and especially since 2024, he has been very involved in the elections in every state, because it has become a matter of prestige for BJP. It almost was a wake-up call, both for the organization and for its supporters as well, it looks like. But Siddharth, you said that people have risen above caste and creed. If you look at the vote share, it doesn't seem like that. The RJD vote share hasn't gone anywhere.
No, I don't know. If you have to analyze this, Shivani, then you have to see what BJP is getting, what kind of vote share and what kind of seats we are getting in the areas where, it was presumed that one caste would dominate or one, religious sect would dominate, and therefore the BJP or the NDA would not be getting that seats. Where what happened in Himachal? What happened in the Yadav-dominated seats? When I say that in all parts of Bihar, people from all castes have voted and supported for the NDA, this is a fact which is now on the ground. The performance of the Congress party, their vote share going down, their strike rate being
3%,
5% is a different matter. But if we are performing at a strike...
Siddharth, what happened was also counter-polarization. If you had the MY voting for RJD and Congress, you had virtually everybody else voting for the BJP and the NDA. That is what has happened. And yes, your arithmetic and your coalition worked perfectly on ground, as Rahul talked about. But it is still arithmetic. It is still caste, combinations. You just had a better umbrella organization and coalition than, let's say, what the RJD had, or the RJD Congress had. Very quickly before I bring in Nicole as well.
Yes, I would very humbly would want to disagree with that, because the reason being, if MY was a factor, the same was the factor in 2020. We were at 122, 125, around, lesser than 130 in 2020. If MY was the factor, the results would have been similar to 2015 or 2020. If people of Bihar are giving you a mandate, a strike rate of 93% or more, 80% or more for the JDU, giving you 200 or more seats, I think everybody, people coming from all castes and creed, have voted for the politics of development, have voted for the politics and the vision of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and action of Nitish Kumar ji. So that is, I think, one of the biggest takeaways for this
from
election.
Which background to which party? No, one second. Just Shivani, before we started this show, Chirag Paswan was speaking to Network 18, and you know what Chirag Paswan said? If in 2020 I fought alone, that hurt the JDU and benefited the RJD. But RJD mistook it for its own strength. They didn't realize that it was because I was not fighting with the NDA, that is why they benefited from it. So you didn't have the LJP in 2020, no? You didn't have certain other alliance partners in 2020, and kudos to you. You've brought these, the Pandavs, as you were calling it, in under the alliance in Bihar this time around, and you reaped the benefits. But Nicole, the problem also is, or the benefit for the BJP also is, that they have a weak opposition. Look at how Congress played these elections. Look at how Rahul Gandhi played these elections. It was essentially giving up well before the actual voting, and the issues that Rahul Gandhi was talking about, even in his alliance partner Tejashwi didn't want to touch those issues. So the opposition only has itself to blame, particularly the Congress party, only has itself to blame that you don't win these elections.
See, the major setback today from Bihar elections, definitely for the Congress as well as the coalition which was fighting against the NDA. I would disagree with your point regarding taking the points to the strong level, because Rahul Gandhi ji began the election very, very ahead of all other parties, and we started with unemployment fair, leading to some yatras and raising the people's issue. But definitely today, the people of Bihar had not come aside us, and we are facing this right now. Secondly, I think I would like to say that every elections is having going to have its own analysis and own way of campaigning and own way of we can say that flavors. But over here, Congress and RJD had tried best to get through the elections, and Rahul Gandhi ji himself had into the elections for a long time. I disagree, and I say that though the results are not in favor of us, but we are the one of the strongest opposition into the country who is facing Bharatiya Janata Party at every front and try to put people of the country voice to the floor of the parliament, right to the Bihar also.
Okay. Rahul, you want to come in here? Do you think there's an insistence from the Congress party to not learn from its past lessons?
As a sort of like political analyst and citizen of this country, I would definitely sort of like echo what you are saying. But I would leave it to Congress party and its sympathizers because I think we've been talking about the same thing now almost 10 years. And it seems that any sort of like suggestion or recommendations are taken in a very wrong spirit. So I would rather not comment on how Congress party should comment, how Congress party should respond. But see, Bihar verdict should not be thrown at the door of just Congress party. The entire MGB alliance has sort of like done badly. All constituents of MGB have fared badly in terms of their seat share, their vote share, except RJD, which has largely held on to its votes. Everyone else has declined. And so in some ways, this alliance did not work as it was expected to work. Perhaps last time the Bihar sort of like debacle could be placed at Congress door, but not this time. Congress is only one part of the problem, not the entire problem.
No, fair enough, fair enough. You know, in that is also the mix of dynasty, jungle raj, that optics of that hangover of it, that clearly hurt the RJD as well. In fact, we have a very special conversation coming in from one of Bihar's leaders from the BJP, Rajiv Pratap Rudi, and I asked him this question about the future of RJD, and you would be very interested to hold on and listen to that because he had a very interesting take on why the RJD is doing as badly as it did this time around. But Anukriti, I want to come to you as well. Prashant Kishor, everybody is reminding him of that statement today that if JDU wins more than 25 seats, he's going to quit politics. I hear he's going to speak to the media in a couple of days' time. But tell us more of what is in store for you.
He will. Of course he will. He's not going to go anywhere. He's not going to run away. We are all going to stay here in Bihar. We'll continue our work. Now, this whole, the timing of that statement has to be, really critically analyzed. When did Prashant say that? Prashant said that when we were all on the ground and we did find, see, it's been 20 years, no matter what the results are today, I have spoken to a lot of BJP people off the record, off the camera, and they themselves are shocked. Nobody was expecting this kind of clean sweep. So much so that they are not even mentioning JDU in their, accolades, which is very unfair to Nitish Kumar, I would say, because the whole election has been fought on his name. Now, when we actually went and checked, there was a lot of anti-incumbency sentiment.
Prashant Kishor was unfair to Nitish Kumar.
No. Once again.
You didn't see it coming either. You said
only when he
went 25 seats.
Only when he went with NDA did Prashant Kishor make the statement, and after that, the coffers opened like nobody's business. Suddenly, 10,000 rupees. They actually used the Jivika scheme to bribe the voters. They increased the Vridhavastha pension to 1,100, which had not become even 410 in 10 years. They had suddenly increased the Jivika Didis ka mande, nurses ka paisa, rasoiyon ka paisa, everything suddenly went up. Now the plus, of course, the 125 unit bijli free. So my only contention here, humble submission rather here, is that JDU was in fact in a situation where this whole 25 seats could have become a grim reality, but they, of course, having the back of
Avinash,
their
you want to
great
respond to that?
ally, they managed to do a disaster
It's not just
management.
Prashant Kishor. Even Tejashwi was very caustic about Nitish Kumar. He had talked about his mental stability, his senility and all of that. You want to respond very quickly? Then Siddharth.
By the way, personally about
now
Nitish
because
Kumar, we've never
the
spoken.
mandate has come to us and we know that what the people have voted for. Prashant Kishor was never taken seriously by the people of Bihar, and in that manner the way he actually tried to mobilize people, and he today the statements that comes from the spokesperson of Suraj that the people of Bihar needs to be taught more, so that they can fight against the pre-occurring system. But I don't think that is a good statement, politically correct statement.
Buddy, who are you quoting here? Because these are
we
not
cannot
my words.
doubt the
Who are you
mandate
quoting?
and
No, one second. When did
thinking process
which
of people of
spokesperson of
Bihar, and that
Jansuraj
is why.
said this?
Also,
Which spokesperson?
our fight was simply against the corruption, which was
You're lying on
which
camera
was prevailing during that time, and that we have ended right from 2005 till till 2025, and we will continue this in years to come.
Yes, Siddharth, very quickly, let me take final comments. Siddharth, you wanted to come in?
No, Shivani, if I heard my learned friend from Jansuraj party correctly, I think what she was trying to refer to was that after Prashant Kishor made the statement that if Nitish Kumar is going to win 25 seats, I will leave politics. All of that happened in the world. What we are seeing happened only after that. And if that is true, I would just say that
because the
I'm
model
very
code of
sorry
conduct
for
was
because of the
implemented, and
mistake.
within 10
I
days,
was not speaking while you were speaking, ma'am. And
three
with
installments
all
of 10,000
humility,
rupees coming
you
to
must
the
accept what has happened. You must accept
Are
what
you
has happened.
seriously
Nota se
telling
bhi
me that
chota
there was
hai.
no violation of
नोटा से
the
भी
model
छोटा
code
है
of conduct?
जन स्वराज पार्टी का रिजल्ट
Really?
और जब लोगों ने
Really? I
people
mean,
have gone ahead and
that
voted more
doesn't
for
give you
nota
the
and
right
lesser
to
for
that
you.
doesn't give you the right to be smug
Why are you
and
getting
not
tired,
respect
man?
the
Why
model
are you
code of
getting?
conduct.
People have given their mandate.
No.
Why are you getting tired?
No.
People have given
The
their mandate.
smugness is
Accept
not
what
gonna
people did.
work.
You say,
Because
if
the
you want to,
model code
if
of
you have
conduct has been
credibility and
violated,
integrity,
have the
Prashant Kishor said that if JDU
have the
wins 25
spine
seats
to
with all his
confess
confidence,
that
I
there
will leave
has
politics.
been a
Go and ask your
violation
leader
of
whether he is going to
model
leave
code of
politics or
conduct.
not.
Whether it was the
Shivani, I don't
10,000
want to
rupees
get into this
coming,
banter today. At
10,000
least.
rupees coming
Results
one day
have come
before
out. People
polling.
of Bihar have
One
given
day
their
before
mandate.
polling.
I love the enthusiasm of our Jansuraj panel member. No seats, but a lot of
Shivani, please
gusto.
don't call
And fair
ruckus
to you,
as enthusiasm.
I wish you all the gusto for future
please don't call
politics as well.
vandalism on the
But
debate
you know,
as
today is a day to accept that possibly Nitish Kumar had too much going for him. Apart from those schemes and apart from those money given in the hands of women in Bihar, because this win is not just on the back of that. Well, let's accept that. Let me take a final comment from Avishkar as well. Avishkar, lessons for the Congress party here. Can they look beyond Rahul Gandhi? Can they look beyond the issues that Rahul Gandhi is bringing to the table, like vote chori and election chori, or is this going to be more of the same?
No, my response would be that the bellwethers of this victory were not seen by anyone, and this is a time for introspection, not just for the Congress but for all people in the Mahagathbandhan, because nobody saw this kind of defeat. It is definitely demotivating for the party worker at the lower level, and I think they must rework their strategy on how to you counterbalance all these strategies that are brought in by the BJP and the JDU just before the elections. So there must be a balancing factor, and they must look beyond just the Muslim Yadav vote, I believe. So I think that those are my observations, and I do
I think there's a
that,
message here in this election results that no party can take it for granted that there's a certain vote bank that you have and it's not going anywhere. Nicole?
Yeah, definitely every election is going to make you learn something, and you need to take care of what had happened. And next time when you go into the elections, you need to take care. Definitely, Rahul Gandhi wants to strengthen the organization by putting Sangathan Srujan Abhiyan, that what I want to convey to the people of the country. And we have started from Gujarat. I think entire India is going to see that organizational restructure, and we hope that will work out for the Congress and make Congress more strong at up to grassroots level.
You can
But I
only
assure
learn if
you
you
that
don't question the process, sir.
I think now you must not intervene. I think we as a
Please
party
go
are
ahead.
one of the yes, yeah. See, we as a party are the only in the entire country who is facing BJP at all levels. At regional levels, definitely we are in the coalition, but overall in the country, Rahul Gandhi is the one who is giving heed to the Pradhan Mantri regarding various policies as well as the things which are not happening the correct way in the country as per policies as well as systems as well as
Yeah, but at state
bureaucracy and
level, that's
everything.
not working. Read
Yeah.
the writing on the wall. In states like Karnataka, where you have your own leadership, in Telangana, where you had a boisterous leadership, you managed to do well. You don't need Rahul Gandhi to win you all of these elections. And is he helping in some of these elections? But that's a question for another day. I don't want to make this only about Rahul Gandhi and whether his vote chori campaign worked or not. I do thank all of our guests for joining us. It is indeed a big day for the NDA, and those celebrations are going to continue now at the BJP headquarters in the national capital. Big BJP leaders have already arrived there, and everybody is awaiting the arrival of the Prime Minister, which is scheduled for 7 p.m. this evening, and we're going to be live through that. But I also now, in fact, there are fireworks going off here in Patna behind us where I am. I don't know if you can catch that on the mic, but a lot of celebrations in store in Patna as well. But I also want to go across to Rajiv Pratap Rudy of the BJP now joining us, someone who understands the state of Bihar very, very well. Rajiv Pratap Rudy, thanks a lot for speaking to us. Let me begin by asking you, has Bihar surprised you in some ways, this result?
It must have surprised all those pollsters who do not know Bihar, but as far as we know, especially when you're talking to a person who has been on ground for throughout his life and this election in particular. Numbers, of course, is unbelievable, but groundswell was that, and we could feel that. We were there, but we would refrain from talking that way. But nonetheless, it was there on the ground, and which possibly has emerged. And there were many obvious reasons which we haven't been talking about.
Yes, no, I meant the numbers. I meant the numbers. We heard 160 plus, but nobody really talked about 200.
I won't say it's a surprise. The numbers have been close to it earlier also. And of course, baffling in a sense that crossing the 200 mark is something which is rather phenomenal. It's more than a landslide or a victory.
So let me come to those reasons that you were mentioning earlier. According to you, what has lent to this? Is it the specter of Jungle Raj, which came to fore because of Tejashwi being the CM candidate, or the development work that the NDA says has happened under Nitish Kumar and Modi government at the center? What really led to this?
Any single recipe would not be good enough to tell that these elections were won or contested on one fact. It's a combination of several factors. Of course, the perception about Nitish Kumar is fantastic, has remained fantastic. And the correct caste combination which was created both in the JDU and the BJP, and apart from the combination which emerged in the NDA, which certainly was a much larger grouping than what was being offered by the RJD and the Congress. More so, the fact which always remained there that Prashant Kishor was the biggest spoiler in the thought process. And I'm just very surprised that how he would have offered consultancy across the country could not himself predict what was happening. And he was working for no one. He was working for himself because he was completely off mark. And whenever I was in conversation with anyone in Delhi, they would not ask in Bihar about Nitish Kumar, or they would not ask about Lalu Yadav or Tejashwi. They would talk about Prashant Kishor. And this is India. And that India kept on talking of numbers which were not even closer to what we are talking. So we do not confront that India which talks about Bihar, but we have been communicating to that India which lives in Bihar. And certainly I could see that. And Bihar has a very positive feeling now. It had a very positive feeling. The phase, you see in the campaign, the phase of Tejashwi never emerged because I personally feel Tejashwi takes
not be fair to say now that they have lost, but he took politics very casually. And this belief that the crowd now, and the worst rhetoric which was put there, which completely changed the campaign mode, was vote chori, and which had no connect. It had no connect whatsoever. Simply because the Congress party had regained its position in the Lok Sabha election, it thought it could give a slogan, but that slogan could have been a national slogan if at all had to happen. Now, the Election Commission must go vehemently now and introduce SIR, because that has been proven that the voters came out in large numbers. And there was no reference whatsoever, even during the election, post-election, about vote chori. So I think they got everything wrong. And of course, the credibility of this combination, the BJP and the JDU, along with other combinations which was made, definitely had a major impact on overall situation in Bihar, with very large expectations. Women, of course, we knew were voting. Even the youth, because you see, the end of the day, there is a Yadav youth in Bihar, there is a Kurmi youth in Bihar, there is a other EBC youth in Bihar. The youth cannot be clubbed in just one caste. Youth of Bihar, you see, and the major factor which you'll always must remember when you talk about Bihar is the caste. Now, foundation of caste in Bihar, of course, for the BJP, you could see that the foundation of caste was there because we had Samrat Chaudhary of a particular community. We had Rajiv Pratap Rudy, who represented the Thakur community, we had Giriraj Singh, who represented the Pumyar community. You had a combination. You had Nitin Naveen, who represented the particular community. So there was a groundwork which was done, and this foundation was of, and above that was the philosophy. Best part is there was no conflict in the philosophy of the JDU, which it calls as secular, and the BJP. And of course, the Hindutva in the BJP did add on to the JDU, and possibly JDU had its own share of vote also, which is a combination. So Hindutva does have a background note, and people who vote for the JDU also have a slight tinge of Hindutva with them. So all these combinations could not be caught on by the RJD or the Congress. And the Muslims in Bihar, of course, are forced to club themselves to RJD, which is something which is completely wrong. And they never thought Prashant Kishor as a force. He never emerged as a political person in Bihar. Bihar is hard-bred horror politics, which Prashant Kishor possibly could not understand.
But some people are suggesting that this can be some sort of a new start for Bihar, where people, women, youth have voted not along caste lines alone, but away from those caste lines. Do you think that is happening in Bihar, or is it too early to say that? Because you talked about the arithmetic. The arithmetic also had to be got right by the BJP and the NDA.
The foundations were all this. And of course, good work, governance. Foundation was all in a combination. It can never be a single combination, never cause. It's a combination. And combination clubbed with a very positive image with Bihar was bringing out to the nation along with. And the real fact, the overall situation, the infrastructure, the governance, all has improved considerably. And of course, election strategy in some way also contributes to the elections as well, which BJP, of course, is a mastermind. And just as JDU was no less.
Yes, and BJP has emerged as the single largest party, something that it has been wanting to do for a very long time. How do you see that? Does that change anything on ground?
If you appreciate the seniority which I have, it was a mutual affair. It's few seats plus few seats scoring more than 80% on both the political parties is a distinction. So we cannot say by 6 seats we are more or 6 seats we are less, that we have done better or bad. But we should not be comparing ourselves with JDU. This last edge of victory, when you are scoring 90% marks and 85% marks, cannot be said that he's more. So that I'm sure media is going to play it up. Some people have started asking now BJP should form a chief minister. No, we are committed to the face of Nitish Kumar, and we don't think of politics of Nitish Kumar or politics of the BJP in Bihar without Nitish Kumar. So let's there be no confusion. At least I personally have no confusion.
So I want to ask you, as someone who has, of course, seen Bihar politics for a very long time, now after these results, what do you make of the future of the RJD and of Tejashwi Yadav?
It earlier also had, you see, the RJD was Lalu Prasad Yadav. As Lalu Yadav diminishes, there is no RJD as a cadre organization. It's a clan. It's a, what you call, and sometimes you can also, some people refer it to as a kabila. So a tribe. They are not a political philosophy. They don't have any political philosophy. So as a result, they scare people away, and they do not have a combination. So Bihar somehow, RJD, as long as Lalu Prasad's face emerges, I don't think there is any reprieve which will appear or come to the Rashtriya Janata Dal and the Congress. Possibly, I would not like to comment on the strategy. If they had asked me, I would have suggested certain things, but RJD is not a political party. It does not have a mandate to be a political party. Lalu Yadav was a cult figure. With him diminishing, they cannot carry that cult following with any other leader inside the and with charges, because everyone, if you talk, will not believe Lalu family, because they will not believe them at all. Question of belief is also, Nitish Kumar, they believe in. But Lalu Prasad Yadav, unfortunately, they are not to be believed. This has gone in the public now.
Certainly that hurt Tejashwi Yadav. But some people also feel, Rajiv Pratap Rudy, that these results in state elections, including now Bihar, after 2024 is also a reflex of the public that felt that, okay, BJP got too less and now they are compensating for it in some ways, that your supporters are coming out in large numbers and making sure that you win these elections with a huge margin. Is that what you also felt?
I didn't see anything like this happening in Bihar. I didn't see. At least in Bihar. Bihar is completely separate. 14 crore people think differently. And Nitish Kumar's master stroke was when he divided the OBCs into EBCs, Dalits into Mahadalits. So new combinations he created, and he became a leader of that. And that still is intact fully with the Nitish Kumar. So another 15, 20 years, at least in our lifetime, we are not going to see a politics in Bihar. And politics in Bihar, we have tested without Nitish Kumar. For BJP, it has not worked out. Let us see if there is, but I don't foresee anything like that in future.
So how long do you see Nitish Kumar continuing as the CM of Bihar?
We should not be asking that question. As of now, he is the chief minister. Future will decide, and he will decide. So no one can raise a question about his leadership and why and how. And we have to be honest to him in any extent.
No, I mean, at least post 2030, certainly that question will arise, right? Of what happens after Nitish Kumar.
Then we'll talk about it. I'm not an analyst. And I will talk about it when that time comes.
Okay. My final question to you, Rajiv Pratap Rudy. BJP's mission has been Congress Mukt Bharat. In some ways, it has become Congress Mukt Bihar. Your comments on that?
The Congress was never there. They left Bihar 30 years ago. And they have been piggy riding some political party or the other. So unfortunately, there's no Congress in Bihar. Even Parliament, I think they just have one seat. And it is for they're doing at the national level, which has impacted them at the state level also. So that is over. That is over.
Okay, that is over. All right, Congress was never there in Bihar. And RJD, not really a political party, but a clan which will not really live beyond the cult of Lalu Prasad Yadav. Rajiv Pratap Rudy, thanks a lot for joining us. Many congratulations to you, your party and all of your workers for this stupendous performance on ground. Speaking of that performance, you can see those crowds that have collected out at the BJP headquarters in the national capital. I think I see more BJP leaders, including Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta now arriving. My colleague Payal is tracking the developments there. Payal, everybody waiting for the Prime Minister's arrival. Just give me a sense of how the BJP at the central leadership level is looking at this win today.
Well, of course, it's a massive win as far as their confidence is really concerned, with the fact that many people have doubted what the NDA would be able to do as a cohesive unit. That's a big win. Shivani, as far as that is really concerned, they do understand that this is only going to get bigger and bigger from here on, as the Prime Minister speaks about bringing in 2047 as the Viksit Bharat year as well. That's something which one has really seen as well. And having said that, you could see the body language of Home Minister Amit Shah, the man who has taken the entire responsibility upon himself to make sure that they win this election, we did it comprehensively as well. And it's just a matter of telling the Prime Minister will come to a lot of support. Let's find out from them what it means for them. मैम ये बताइए कि जो ये इलेक्शन है कितना बड़ा है बीजेपी कितना बड़ा है
इलेक्शन कितना बड़ा आपका क्वेश्चन मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा है
How big is the election for BJP? कितना बड़ा है Already I am already back to Shivani.
Right. So big win for the NDA one more time, and certainly this has become now 4 elections for the BJP after the 2024 setback of sorts. That they have actually swept state elections, and this must be sending some worry signs as far as the opposition camps are concerned. There are key elections coming in. We were speaking to Prakash Javadekar earlier, Payal, and he's already mentioning Bengal. He's mentioning Tamil Nadu, Kerala. I mean, these are the states that the BJP hasn't managed to do very well, either on its own or in alliances. So, is that something that they will be now looking at?
The BJP, Shivani, has been moving from strength to strength. Nobody really thought that they would be a force to reckon with when it comes to even the Orissa elections. But they were able to sweep the Orissa elections, not just in the assembly but also the Lok Sabha as well. So that is the BJP, that is the kind of work that they actually put in. Nothing is impossible for them because they put